In her previous life, Alice served as the enigmatic hidden boss of a peculiar world. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into the sister of Sirius, named Elios. Her frail constitution left her susceptible to sudden ailments, compelling her to exert daily effort to stabilize her emotions for survival. Cousin Bella declared, "I am enamored with the Dark Lord." Elios replied, "However, Voldemort disapproves of your union, likely due to his age, which is sufficient to be your father." "Do not speak further," Regulus interjected. "To maintain harmony in this household, we must obediently comply." Elios retorted, "No, we shall seize control of this home and ensure they obey." From a struggle for survival to the safeguarding of her family, the Blacks cannot become victims of strife. Chapter 1. The Awakening of Memories. An invasion of peculiar rules ensued, enveloping over 90% of the world in their grasp, resulting in the emergence of various levels of rule-bound domains. The indigenous inhabitants within these domains transformed into anomalies, serving as vessels for the rules, while those who survived outside were referred to as survivors. The Rod Psychiatric Hospital was classified as a high-level domain from its inception. Alice resided in the room closest to the staircase on the first floor, where no other anomalies dared to approach. Typically, higher levels of domains are fraught with peril, yet here the opposite prevailed, as all anomalies clambered to occupy the first floor. This phenomenon was attributed to Alice's extraordinary power of rule as the most potent auxiliary. Anomalies retain no memories of their living selves, but preserve the deepest obsessions from before their demise. Each anomaly generates a rule-bound power related to its attributes and obsessions upon creation. Alice possessed dual rules of mind-reading and suspicion, capable of sensing and amplifying any negative emotions emitted by survivors towards her. Alone, these rules exhibit no offensive capability. However, when combined with other anomalies, the situation becomes perilous, as instability could trigger a fatal rule at any moment. Survivors would never fathom that from the moment they encountered this seemingly harmless little girl, they were marked with a mental imprint, leading inevitably to their demise. Alice, through the absorption of negative emotions via her rules, grew stronger than the domain's boss. Survivors rarely reached higher levels, and the domain boss remained stagnant, prompting all high-tier anomalies within the hospital to converge on the first floor. The exceedingly high mortality rate incited a rebellion from the world's rules. Alice, whose existence disrupted the balance, was to be exiled by the rules. She sensed the voice of the ruler of rules within her consciousness. A game with certain death offers no amusement. You are indeed a surprising entity. Perhaps you may choose a world of your liking, but such an adventure requires your own exploration. Upon hearing of choice, Alice became intrigued. "Can I venture to a fairy tale world? I adore fairy tales." "Of course, my child, as you wish." "Elios, you have finally awakened. Merlin be praised. You terrified your mother." "Halt! Silence yourself, creature." "Ow!" When Alice awakened once more, this was the scene that greeted her. No, she was now known as Elios Black, the daughter of the illustrious Black family within the realm of British wizards. This is a world brimming with magic, where those endowed with magical prowess are referred to as wizards, while those devoid of such abilities are termed muggles. In this realm, the established rules that governed Alice's previous existence are utterly rejected, forcing her to begin anew, devoid of any peculiar memories. From the moment of her birth, Elios was frail, diagnosed by St. Mungo's with a congenital heart defect. The Black family attributed this condition to a bloodline curse, as their lineage had a historical precedent for such ailments spanning centuries. Thanks to the myriad treatments available to wizards, she managed to survive against the odds, relying on cardiac tonics and vasodilators as essentials for her daily existence. The current head of the Black family, Oren, has 3 children. The eldest, Sirius, is 9 years old, while Elios and Regulus, a pair of twins, are a year younger, with Elios assuming the role of the elder sister. As the eldest son, Sirius is robust and possesses potent magical abilities, yet his rebellious nature renders him difficult to manage, often sneaking out on his own. Elios envies his carefree defiance, while she is confined to the house due to her health issues. Sirius often returns from his escapades bearing an array of snacks. Elios observes with interest. There are pepper imps, birdie bots, every flavor beans, and ice cream. Just by looking at these treats, she surmises that he must have ventured to Diagon Alley once more. Remembering that he is still a brother, Sirius brings back the spoils of his latest adventure for his siblings. The crowds at Diagon Alley today were overwhelming. They released a new model of the Comet series broomstick, and it is simply magnificent. Elios' attention is entirely captured by the ice cream. Judging by its hue, it appears to be lime-flavored, a flavor she has only seen Sirius enjoy. Due to her frail condition, her intake of food and drink is meticulously regulated. Imagining the texture of the ice cream in her mind, she discreetly swallows, feeling a wave of irritation as she turns away, wishing to avoid Sirius's incessant chatter. Regulus expresses his disapproval of his brother's actions, stating, "You shouldn't sneak out while Mother isn't watching. She worries about you." Sirius, caught off guard by his brother's reprimand, feels thoroughly disheartened. His sister dismisses his good intentions, while his brother is merely an obedient child who listens to their mother. The eldest son's temper flares as he receives no emotional validation. "I thought you would appreciate these. Is there nothing we can do in this house except heed Mother's commands?" Elios cannot bear to witness his outburst towards Regulus, compounded by her own frustrations. "You could do plenty, while I am left with no choice but to dislike everything." Upon uttering these words, she feels a swell of grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. "I cannot play outside, cannot run or jump, cannot express anger or excessive joy. Do you understand how dreadful those potions taste?" In a fit of frustration, she grabs the ice cream before her and shoves it in her mouth. She has had enough. Indeed, it is lime-flavored. The moment it touches her tongue, it is smooth and icy, infused with a refreshing nutty aroma, a truly rich experience. Regulus, taken aback by the siblings' quarrel, instinctively reaches for the ice cream to take it away, but it is already too late. Elios coughs violently after merely a single bite. The chill penetrates her lungs, rendering her breathless, and by the time she catches her breath, she has coughed up blood. "Ellis, creature, quickly summon Mother." "What is happening? My Ellis. Oh, Merlin, what have you all done?" "No, Sirius, do not move her." Amidst the panic, Elios loses consciousness, an eerie force enveloping her, and the memories of Alice return. Lying on the hospital bed at St. Mungo's, Elios gradually feels the warmth of human life, the weak yet persistent heartbeat of her own body, and she realizes she has become human. She is now capable of experiencing normal emotions and thoughts, surrounded by family who care for her. The weakness of her body seems trivial. The rules can fortify her health, provided she absorbs enough negative emotions, rendering her illness inconsequential. Sirius stands hesitantly at the threshold of the hospital room, unable to enter. He had not anticipated that Ellis's condition could be so dire, and guilt overwhelms him. Their mother, Walburga, upon seeing Sirius's demeanor, becomes incensed and yanks his ear, pulling him inside. Their father, Orin, and uncle, Alfred, gather by the bedside, yet no one speaks, all eyes silently accusing the standing Sirius. With Alice's memories flooding back, Elios feels acutely aware of her own immaturity, and she takes the initiative to apologize. "Please do not blame Sirius. It was my own desire to eat." Chapter 2. My Affection for the Dark Lord. Following the previous incident, Sirius exhibited a noticeable restraint for a time. Perhaps out of guilt, he became exceedingly accommodating towards Elios. However, the atmosphere at home was quite unbearable, especially after Bella returned from her holiday. Bella, Elios's cousin, belonged to the numerous Black family, which included not only Elios's immediate family of 5 who had visited St. Mungo's, but also Uncle Alfred and Uncle Cygnus's family. Cygnus had 3 daughters, Bellatrix, Andromeda, and Narcissa. All 3 cousins were very attentive to Elios, with Bella being the closest, as they both shared a fascination for the study of dark magic. Given Elios's long-standing inability to venture outside, the family library became her favorite sanctuary. The Black family revered dark magic, and their library boasted a plethora of tomes on the subject. Like the rest of her family, Bella was a staunch blood supremacist, fervently idolizing the Dark Lord, frequently extolling his virtues at home, much to Sirius's disdain. Elios had never encountered the Dark Lord. Her knowledge of him derived solely from hearsay. He was a descendant of Slytherin, possessing formidable magical power and an unparalleled mastery of dark arts. As for his ideologies, Elios found them to be nothing short of fantastical. If blood supremacy were truly paramount, one would focus on self-improvement rather than obsessing over purging the wizarding world of impure bloodlines. With such power, one could seize control of the Ministry of Magic and subtly reshape the minds of wizards. Elios began contemplating alternative paths for her family. Soon, it was time for her follow-up appointment at St. Mungo's, and Uncle Alfred eagerly took on the responsibility. The results indicated a relatively stable condition. Though Alfred withheld the therapist's diagnosis from Elios, which predicted she would not survive past the age of 14. Eli, I am taking you somewhere for an examination. Afterward, we'll indulge in some delightful treats, but you must keep this a secret from everyone at home, all right? Alfred had already devised a plan. Uncle, please refrain from speaking to me as if I were a child. All right, you've always been quite astute. Would you like to explore the Muggle world? Absolutely. Elios nodded enthusiastically. Alfred, evidently well-versed in the Muggle realm, first took Elios shopping for several outfits. Unlike the elaborate robes of wizards, Muggle clothing was diverse and colorful, and Elios quickly became enamored with her new wardrobe. Alfred had to remind her, Eli, if you enjoy this, we can return another time. But we must be mindful of our schedule now. Elios then recalled the complexities of visiting a Muggle hospital, knowing there would be a myriad of examinations. Fortunately, upon their arrival, they promptly began the assessments. Did you make an appointment in advance? Elios inquired curiously. No, I employed a bit of minor magic. You see, Muggles have something called surveillance, right? Elios was unaware of the extent of technological advancement during this period. Alfred was somewhat astonished by her knowledge. Even Sirius, who frequently traversed the Muggle world, was oblivious to the concept of surveillance. Rest assured, there is none in this part of the hospital. They spent the better part of the day bustling about, with the results of the examinations not to be revealed for another 2 days. True to his word, Alfred took Elios to a restaurant that specialized in customized healthy meals, which, in fact, were quite similar to her usual fare, low in fat, sugar, and salt. Uncle, is my condition severe? Elios asked. If the wizarding world is unable to help, the current technological capabilities of the Muggle world are certainly insufficient for treatment. Alfred looked at her with a pained expression, suddenly at a loss for words on how to calmly explain her impending mortality to a child. Do you know about that dark magic I read about, which can transplant a unicorn's heart? Elios exclaimed unexpectedly, though it required the unicorn's willing donation. Alfred was indeed led astray by her remarks, cautioning, that is far too dangerous. You cannot use yourself as a subject for such an experiment. Elios then pondered aloud. Where did you acquire so much Muggle money? I have invested in several ventures here in the Muggle world. Walburga and the others are unaware. It must remain confidential. Uncle, could you invest in healthcare? I have a feeling they cannot treat my illness. Elios subconsciously believed that healthcare would prove lucrative in the future. If it would be beneficial to you, that is indeed a splendid idea. I shall endeavor to pursue it. Although Alfred doubted Elios's understanding of investments, he thought that such a course of action might offer her a glimmer of hope for survival. I wish to explore Muggle fairy tales. Could you take me to purchase some books? Certainly, but do not let your mother find out. Thus, when Elios returned home, she stealthily brought back a multitude of Muggle items. Once in her room, she began packaging these treasures and enlisted Sirius's reluctant assistance. Sirius, taken aback, exclaimed, You? Uncle Alfred took you to the Muggle world? He had always presumed Elios had also fallen victim to the blood supremacy rhetoric, given her interest in dark magic and her silence during their mother's tirades. Today, however, he realized that perhaps this sister of his possessed the same rebellious spirit as his own. Elios stood before the mirror, modeling her newly acquired garments. Of course, I promised Uncle Alfred I wouldn't tell anyone, but he said I could share it with you. There's a grand mission that requires your assistance. Sirius, clearly intrigued, was already bubbling with anticipation. I have had Alfred use a transfiguration spell on these ornaments and toys. They appear indistinguishable from those in the magical realm. Our task is to repackage these books with new covers, transforming them into magical tomes. You have definitely come to the right person. My craftsmanship is exceptional. For 2 solid days, the siblings toiled away in their room, producing book covers that were so convincing they could easily deceive the untrained eye. To aid their efforts, Elios even crafted a directory to locate the corresponding volumes. The follow-up results from St. Mungo's nonetheless revealed to Elios the sorrowful gaze of her family, as if they believed she would not see the dawn of the next day. Alfred, however, no longer concealed the outcomes from the Muggle side of things. There was a significant likelihood of a congenital heart defect caused by consanguinity, with symptoms of heart failure already manifesting, necessitating multiple surgeries fraught with high risks. Clearly, the Muggle methods were futile. Upon hearing this, Elios merely wished for him to take Sirius and Regulus to be examined as well. The worsening condition did not profoundly affect Elios. The only source of her frustration was that residing in the Black ancestral home deprived her of negative emotions. rendering her unable to utilize the rules for restoration. It seemed she would have to venture out more frequently. Bella was set to graduate in a year, and Uncle Cygnus intended to arrange a betrothal for her with Rodolphus, the eldest son of the Lestrange family. The Blacks and the Lestranges had numerous business collaborations, making their union the optimal choice. Bella, however, was disinclined, having confided in Elios that Rodolphus was not her type. Elios, still naive to the subtleties of romantic inclinations, earnestly suggested, "There is still a year left. It doesn't have to be him. You could select from several options. Mother says black girls are always in demand." Bella regarded Elios with an expression akin to viewing a block of wood, beginning to question her sanity for confiding in a little girl. At this point, "You ought to inquire about my preferred type. Then do enlighten me. I admire the Dark Lord. Once I graduate, I shall undoubtedly follow him, bringing the utmost glory to purebloods." Chapter 3. Old enough to be your father. Is it the kind of affection that makes you want to marry him? I thought your feelings for him were merely admiration. Bella exclaimed, her excitement growing. Although Elio was skeptical about the Dark Lord, she could accept him as a brother-in-law. "Have you spoken to Uncle Cygnus? Does he approve?" "It's not a matter of his approval. Well, I haven't mentioned it to father. You should give it a try. He holds the Dark Lord in high regard as well. You must understand that marriage requires the consent of both parties. My affection alone is insufficient. The Dark Lord does not even know me. We have only met once, and he may not even remember me," Bella said, a hint of despondency creeping into her voice. "You could ask my mother for assistance. She has had more interactions with the Dark Lord. Our family has provided him with numerous connections and resources. He must offer something in return, such as himself. You must be mad. He is the illustrious Dark Lord. Our services to him are merely our duty, as he fights for our rights. But that is not contradictory. If he offers himself, he simultaneously upholds your rights. Does he not? Surely no family is more deserving of Slytherin than the Blacks." Bella wished she could silence Elio, yet deep down, she found her words to be quite valid. Indeed, who could rival the nobility of the Blacks? With this thought, she felt a surge of secret delight. Thus, under Elio's fervent persuasion and encouragement, the two ventured to seek out Walburga. "This is impossible. I absolutely forbid it. He is not a suitable choice, and Cygnus would never agree." Walburga's furious voice echoed in the room. "Why, mother? They are quite compatible." Elio found her mother's stance perplexing. "Bella, dismiss this notion. Do not bring it up again." Walburga struggled to contain her fury. "And you, Elio, return to your own room." The two were expelled from Walburga's chamber, and Bella wore a look of utter despondence. She had not anticipated such vehement rejection. Sirius, hearing the commotion, peeked out from his room, a smirk of schadenfreude evident on his face. "Don't be too disheartened, Bella. Perhaps they believe the Dark Lord is too old for you. I heard he was a classmate of Mother S. He is old enough to be your father." Elio whispered comforting words to her. Bella was momentarily taken aback by this, and the sadness that had been brewing within her dissipated instantly. She simply could not reconcile the handsome visage of the Dark Lord with that of her own father. Taking a deep breath, Bella forced herself to respond calmly. "You were right before. There is still a year left. I shall look for other options. You should go rest." As Elio passed by Regulus's room on her way back, she noticed him standing at the door, clearly eavesdropping. "Elio, what happened? I heard Mother scolding you." Concern flickered in Regulus's eyes. "It's nothing," Elio replied, feeling somewhat dismissive, and added, "Bella, Cygnus plans to betroth her after she graduates, but the person she chose does not meet Mother's approval. She wants to explore other options, that's all." Unable to lie convincingly in front of Regulus, Elio chose to omit certain details. The siblings were far too familiar with each other. Regulus could always sense when she was being evasive. After observing her expression and confirming that she was indeed fine, he escorted her back to her room. The topic of engagement was never mentioned again. Upon graduation, Bella fulfilled her desire to join the Death Eaters, the mark of the snake and skull on her arm serving as her badge of honor. She trembled as she traced the grotesque dark mark repeatedly, as if venerating her most exalted belief. "This is the closest bond between him and me." Elio approached Bella, gazing intently at the dark mark. "May I touch it? It seems like dark magic." "It should be. Creating a dark mark is child's play for him. Is this how he connects with you?" Elio gently stroked the terrifying black mark, attempting to sense the magical vibrations within. "Connect? No, I await my master's summons." Bella's expression gradually morphed into one of fervent zeal. "You call him master? A black serving someone else?" Elio found this difficult to accept. A family that prided itself on its nobility was now calling another its master. Bella remained unfazed. "Darling, please don't be agitated. It's merely a title. My master says we are all his most loyal friends." Taking a deep breath, Elio endeavored to calm her emotions. "You have been addressing him as master for quite some time. Have you become entranced by him? It's unrelated. He is the sole descendant of Slytherin. Following Slytherin is an honor for the Blacks. The lineage of Slytherin has always persisted, and in his case, it is a matter of pride. No one spoke ill of it when the Gaunt family was still around. That's because he is powerful enough. You will come to understand. Only he can lead purebloods to eradicate those muggles and those filthy mudbloods. Bella's beautiful features twisted with fervor as she spoke. Elio observed Bella's current state, which bore a striking resemblance to someone tainted by dark influence. She had once uttered similar sentiments, driven by a long-standing disdain for muggles instilled by her family's beliefs. Now, was it the corruption of dark magic that prompted such thoughts? Have you been practicing any dark magic recently? Elio inquired calmly, as if discussing dark arts as they usually did. Bella struggled to keep pace with her sudden change of topic, but recalled her capricious nature. The Cruciatus Curse and the Bone-Breaking Curse. The sensation of inflicting pain is simply exquisite. Once you have a wand, I will teach you properly. Such a pity I have to wait 2 more years. Have you used the Bone-Breaking Curse often? What is it like? I've been using it consistently. Torturing those mudbloods is always exhilarating. My master greatly appreciates my skills. I'm truly happy for you. It seems the influence of the Bone-Breaking Curse is evident. Many dark magics are rooted in emotional manipulation. Just like the Cruciatus Curse, one must harbor a malicious intent to torment the other, and genuinely find joy in inflicting pain to achieve its full effect. There are countless ways to torment someone. Is it necessary to employ such a spell that brings more harm than good? Frequent use will undoubtedly warp one's psyche. Yet one grows addicted to the exhilarating sensation of controlling another's life and death, delighting in it as if it were a vice. Which is why it is deemed one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Does the Dark Lord frequently use the Cruciatus Curse? Of course, it's not just the Cruciatus Curse. He favors the Killing Curse. I have never seen anyone wield magic with such composure and elegance, effortlessly claiming lives. Then, the Dark Lord must also be corroded by dark magic within. Thus, this Dark Lord is either a madman or a being of pure malice. It's no wonder he is dubbed the Dark Lord. Bella's fascination for him was understandable, and Elio began to harbor her own intrigue. Chapter 4. A Trip to Diagon Alley. Time flew by, and in July of 1971, Sirius finally received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Walburga planned to take Sirius shopping for his school supplies at the end of July when the crowds in Diagon Alley would be thinner. Elio gazed at her longingly, expressing her desire to visit Diagon Alley, having never been there before. Under the weight of her eager gaze, Walburga found it difficult to refuse. However, concerned about Elios' well-being, she ultimately decided to bring along the obedient and reliable Regulus as well. The family of 4 traveled through the Flu network to Diagon Alley. Contrary to Elios' imaginings, Diagon Alley appeared narrow and crowded, with shops lining the streets one after the other. The textbooks and scales required for the first-year students remain constant each year, and we have already procured them through Owlpost at home. The only items left to purchase are wands and school uniforms. Madame Malkin's robe shop is rather modest in size. Walburga stood outside the shop, her brow furrowed in disdain, while Sirius paid her no mind and strode directly inside. "Mother, my birthday and Regulus's are approaching, and I wish to buy him a gift," said Elios, articulating the purpose of their outing. Walburga surveyed the surrounding shops and cautioned, "Do not wander too far. Keep a close eye on Regulus so you do not get separated. I will have Creature accompany you." "Creature?" A voice echoed nearby, though Creature did not make his presence known. "Creature is here. Creature will ensure the safety of Miss Elios and Master Regulus." With this assurance, Elios took Regulus's hand and moved forward, having already spotted her desired destination. The Quidditch shop was always bustling, with children of all sizes gathered around the display windows. Their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the latest models of flying brooms. Regulus guided Elios through the crowd and into the boutique. Elios had already perused several new broom brands and magazines, and she decided to let Regulus see them in person before making a choice. Regulus was taken aback to discover that Elios's birthday gift was a flying broom. He had anticipated something more akin to a customized golden snitch. His face displayed a mix of surprise and concern. "Mother will not approve. It's too dangerous." "She will agree. I have already spoken with Alfred and arranged for him to teach you," Elios replied confidently. With her words, Regulus hesitated no longer and selected a Nimbus 2000. Elios promptly produced a small pouch to pay in galleons. Regulus felt no embarrassment. Both had saved a considerable amount of pocket money, making the purchase of a broom quite feasible. "Can we take it out immediately?" Although Regulus was not one to boast, he wished to show off a little in front of Sirius. Sensing his hesitation, Elios, with their twin-like intuition, understood his thoughts. "I believe we should also prepare a welcome-back gift for him, lest he feel too envious of you," Elios suggested with a smile exchanged between them. "What about a set of wand care tools? The magical supply store is just where we came from." Elios did not hear Regulus's suggestion, for she had spotted the floor and ice cream shop, her heart set on it. "Regulus, are you thirsty? I think July's heat is unbearable. No, don't even think about it. Regulus replied sternly, having grown cautious of her dietary choices since the ice cream incident. Perhaps we should suggest to him that there might be hot ice cream? That would be quite magical. We should return and rejoin Mother. Ignoring her fanciful musings, Regulus firmly took Elios by the arm and led her back. Neither noticed the individual approaching from the left when Elios unexpectedly collided with them. Regulus, quick to react, caught her to prevent her from falling. The person they bumped into was clutching a cauldron and a large assortment of potion ingredients scattered across the ground. Regulus anxiously checked Elios for any injuries, his concern palpable. Are you all right? I'm fine. It was my fault for not watching where I was going, Elios responded, feeling somewhat guilty as if she had caused an accident. She even heard Creature's distressed shout in the background. Severus Snape was making his second visit to Diagon Alley. The materials he had purchased previously had been exhausted in his potion brewing. Just as he intended to leave, he was unexpectedly bumped into. Noticing the striking resemblance between the two children, it was evident they shared a close familial bond. The young witch stumbled, her pallor becoming even more pronounced. Once she regained her composure, she apologetically addressed him. I'm so sorry for damaging your items. I'll pay for them. Is this enough? She offered a galleon with a smile, but Severus was certain she was unaware of the prices of such mundane materials. As her luxurious robes suggested, she was a sheltered individual of considerable means. No need, nothing is broken. The total is hardly worth a galleon, he replied curtly, unwilling to entangle himself with someone of her status. Elios observed the scattered vials and jars, pursing her lips as she withdrew her hand. Creature, please tidy these up, returning them to their original state. At your service, dear Miss Elios. Creature's gravelly voice responded excitedly, and the items on the ground instantly returned to their previous arrangement. That is perfect. I truly apologize for the trouble caused. Farewell, Elios said, not waiting for a reply as she tugged on Regulus's sleeve to leave. Severus, left behind, glanced at the restored potion ingredients before exiting Diagon Alley, completely unaware that a finely crafted emerald hairpin had fallen into his cauldron. When Elios and Regulus rejoined Walburga, Sirius was still selecting his wand, surrounded by a towering pile of them, clearly having spent a significant amount of time in deliberation. Ultimately, he settled on a wand made of oak, with a dragon heartstring core measuring 12 inches. Mr. Ollivander's final remarks about great wizards and their extraordinary achievements left Sirius utterly enchanted. Upon exiting the wand shop, Sirius finally noticed the broomstick in Regulus's possession. Regulus, is that the new Nimbus 2000? I can't believe it. Oh, my dear brother. However, the acceptance letter clearly stated that first years were prohibited from bringing flying brooms to school. Regulus reveled in the array of emotions displayed on Sirius's face: excitement, gratitude, and a hint of regret, before clarifying, this is a birthday gift from Elios. This is impossible. You are only allowed to ride children's brooms. Sirius could not accept that the surprise had shifted to someone else. Alfred will assist me. Nothing will go awry with him around. That is not fair. Alfred already gifted you a new owl as a back-to-school present, Sirius countered. Elios leaned in closer and whispered, you've surely snuck a ride on a flying broom yourself. You two had better get me something as a back-to-school gift too. Sirius relented, though his heart remained unbalanced. Elios then recalled that in their earlier commotion, they had forgotten to select a gift for Sirius. She shot a guilty glance at Regulus, who returned her gaze with equal concern. Do not fret. It has long been prepared. We still have time before school starts, Elios assured him. Once home, Regulus presented Elios with a hair accessory capable of creating various braids, adorned with a delicate purple gem, exquisitely crafted with a star motif. Elios marveled at Regulus's impeccable taste, eager to wear it, only to realize she had lost the hairpin she wore that morning without knowing when it had disappeared. Yet, losing a hairpin was of little concern to her. Chapter 5. The Shame of the Blacks. Elios did not take the selection of Sirius's back-to-school gift lightly. Before the term commenced at Hogwarts, she mysteriously led both Sirius and Regulus into her room. The room appeared unchanged, and Elios murmured a phrase before twisting a small bear figurine on the third shelf of her bookcase. The bookshelf began to shift, revealing a spacious hidden chamber. Welcome to my secret lair. Sirius, would you like to watch a Muggle movie? This hideaway was crafted over 3 months by Elios and Alfred, complete with a specially modified Muggle projection setup and a vast screen stretched across one wall. This is incredibly cool. Elios, you are a genius. Sirius gazed in awe at the myriad of Muggle inventions scattered throughout the room. And this is merely a glimpse of what lies ahead. This shall become our clandestine sanctuary. Regulus, reluctant to dampen their spirits, harbored a flicker of concern. Mother would be furious if she discovered any Muggle artifacts within our abode. As long as she remains oblivious, her ire shall not be kindled. I have established a password at the entrance, ensuring absolute security. What is the password? Wait, hold your tongue. We cannot ascertain whether our obedient little brother, Rael, might divulge it to Mother. Now it was Sirius who felt a twinge of unease. Do not cast Rael in such a negative light. He never tattles. Yet, Ellie disapproved of Sirius's disposition, declaring that due to his indiscreetness, he was unworthy of knowing the password for the next few days. Observing Sirius's momentary embarrassment, Regulus's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Let us not waste time on films. I have procured many from the past 2 years. Once the projector was set up, the three of them sat in neat alignment before the screen, while Ellie placed the snacks she had prepared earlier on the armrest of the recliner. I have never visited a Muggle cinema. Is it akin to this? Sirius chattered excitedly. It's somewhat similar, though not as crowded. What is the title of this film? Oliver Twist. It has been in theaters for 3 years. How did you manage that? Muggles require electricity to watch this. Magic. Sirius. Remember to be quiet during the film. This day spent together drew the siblings closer, becoming one of the few joyous memories they would cherish in the future. Soon, September 1st arrived, and due to feeling unwell, Elios was unable to escort Sirius to school. They had agreed to communicate via owl. Sirius's entrance into Hogwarts was nothing short of spectacular. He first met his like-minded friend, James, aboard the Hogwarts Express, almost came to blows with a future Slytherin, and ultimately found himself sorted into Gryffindor. After dinner, Elios received a letter from Sirius, filled with exuberant details, and she could already envision the family's reaction to this explosive news. Indeed, Walburga learned of the situation from Narcissa's letter. Narcissa was a 4th-year student in Slytherin this year. I can scarcely believe it. A Black sorted into Gryffindor. That ungrateful wretch. Walburga raged, as Sirius effortlessly shattered her composure. Orion, too, was devoid of his usual calm demeanor. I must contact the headmaster to request a resorting. The sorting hat has clearly lost its senses. That is entirely out of the question. Hogwarts has no precedent for such transfers. That wretch merely seeks to defy me. He must be brought back. The Black family's reputation is at stake. How shall other pureblood families perceive us? The heir of the Black family in Gryffindor. What shall the Dark Lord think of us? That wretch, a traitor to pureblood. He shall never return to this home. As Walburga summoned Creature to prepare a howler for Sirius, Elios found the unfolding events utterly absurd. It was as if Sirius had become a pawn beyond their control, and a single unsatisfactory sorting could unravel their family. Regulus glanced helplessly at his parents, wishing to avert any conflict at home and hoping his brother would not be barred from returning. No one anticipated that within the lineage of Slytherin, a Black would emerge in Gryffindor. Mother, do not forsake the traditions of the Black family. There is no decree that purebloods cannot join Gryffindor. Upon hearing this from Ellie, Walburga's expression turned incredulous. How could you say such a thing? Joining Slytherin is the honor of pureblood. Gryffindors are nothing but mudbloods and traitors to pureblood. This is an utter disgrace. Do not speak so, Mother. He has already been sorted. It is his choice, and there is nothing we can alter. Ellie spoke slowly. That wretch. I should have strangled him at birth. Walburga's gaze shifted to Ellie and Regulus, her eyes filled with a threatening aura. You both shall not follow in his footsteps, correct? My Ellie and Rael are the most sensible. It seemed that love came with the condition of obedience. Ellie stood silently, merely smiling. Of course, Mother, Regulus interjected, pulling her slightly behind him to answer first. He understood that Ellie was perhaps even more rebellious than Sirius and feared she might utter something to further upset their mother. Today had already been fraught with enough tension. Are you frightened by what Mother said today? Regulus led Ellie back to their room, noticing her pallor. I merely feel a bit unwell. My breath is constrained. Ellie pressed her hand against her chest. Regulus, upon hearing this, gently rubbed her back. You ought not to be perpetually angry. We cannot prevent Sirius's actions. Nor can we change Mother. You should not always heed her. I do not wish for you to be caught in the middle of their disputes, treading on eggshells. I simply do not want them to quarrel. Are you scared? Ellie stroked Regulus's hair. In truth, you would like to go out and play like Sirius, wouldn't you? Regulus stiffened for a moment, lowering his head in silence. Endless acquiescence changes nothing. We must seize the power ourselves to ensure they listen to us. Ellie pressed her forehead against Regulus's, earnestly proclaiming, when you become the head of the family, you will manage it well, right? What? Me? They are always arguing. Do you believe Father and Mother are in the right? Ellie coaxed. Regulus pondered for a moment, sighing, I do not know. They do these things for the family. We must learn to think for ourselves by observing their actions. Father and Mother always say the Black family is noble. Yet Sirius has no say in his choice of house. That is because our family has always been Slytherin. Does that mean if one is not Slytherin, they are not family? Ellie felt her heartbeat steady as she lay beside Regulus, just as they had in their childhood. I believe we were first and foremost Black, and only then Slytherin. But Slytherin bestows glory upon us, just as we follow the Dark Lord. Regulus lay down as Ellie did. That is incorrect. It is we who must achieve glory ourselves. Slytherin will be honored because of us. Do you think the Dark Lord will succeed? Regulus began to doubt himself at her negation. You admire him, do you not? Mother says he is powerful, graceful, and astute. Do you know they call him master? I know. But achieving greatness always requires a leader or a master. But do the benefits still belong to us? A leader is not a master. Bella says he enjoys torturing muggles with the Cruciatus curse. I thought with such power, he would have grander ambitions. Regulus did not reject dark magic. Yet he felt an intrinsic aversion to such behavior. As I said, do not heed their descriptions, but observe their actions. Did Mother and the others err? I do not know, but in the matter of the sorting, Sirius did nothing wrong. The fault lies with our Black family. We are not strong enough. Chapter 6. The Hero and the Dark Lord. Since Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor, the family began to shift their focus of training onto Regulus. Whether out of genuine intent to change the heir or to demonstrate the Black family's stance to outsiders. Unaware of this shift, Sirius reveled in his new life at school, taking a long time before sending a letter to Ellie. The letter was filled with tales of Gryffindor's grand adventures, and Ellie was uncertain whether he was embellishing the truth. However, one detail caught her attention as unusual. Potter, invisibility cloak. These terms were not uncommon in the wizarding world, but when combined, they took on an entirely different significance. Uncertain of the origins of her obsessions, Alice, in her peculiar state, found solace in listening to others recount fairy tales. One survivor once narrated a classic tale of a hero vanquishing a Dark Lord, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. However, the survivor's storytelling prowess was lamentably abysmal. With many plot details inadequately fleshed out, after enduring his account of first-year events, Alice ensured he would not see the dawn of the following day. The protagonist, Potter, possessed an invisibility cloak bequeathed by his father, and when coupled with the mention of wands, Hogwarts, and the likes, Alice belatedly realized she had indeed been thrust into a fairy tale world. As she endeavored to recollect the nuances of the narrative, she deduced that it must have transpired 20 years hence, with the Malfoy family reigning as the epitome of pure-blooded aristocracy. What of the Blacks, though? Why was there no mention of the Black family in the tale? Perhaps she had hastened the survivor's demise, depriving herself of further revelations. The Dark Lord defeated by an infant, the untimely demise of his parents. These foretold an impending unrest within the wizarding realm. And it was plausible that the Blacks had become casualties of war. Aligning with the Dark Lord was an irrevocably doomed choice. Thus, what role did Sirius, a Gryffindor by birth, play in this unfolding drama? Alice's ruminations were swiftly interrupted by the news that her cousin Andromeda had eloped with a Muggle wizard. Andromeda, the most inconspicuous of the three cousins, prompted Alice to realize how long it had been since she last beheld her. The Black estate erupted into chaos once more, with portraits adorning the walls hurling invectives, and a fresh gaping hole appeared in the Black family tapestry. Andromeda had been disowned. Gazing at the charred remnants of the tapestry, Alice could not help but envision a day when Sirius might find himself among its ranks. His aspirations stood in stark contrast to family expectations. His rebellion and defiance seemingly etched into his very being. Regulus, too, exhibited similar trepidations, his gaze toward Alice rife with confusion and disquiet. Alice grasped his hand, her expression resolute as she fixed her gaze into his eyes. Regulus, the adults have lost their way. For the sake of our family, we must steer them back onto the right path. The future of the Black family belongs to us. Regulus's countenance eased, and he regarded Alice's still pale lips, harboring a silent hope for her improved health. Beneath her frail exterior resided a spirit brimming with vitality and yearning. She never concealed her ambition to seize control of the family. Regulus felt fortunate for Alice's presence, if only he could wish for her to endure eternally. Despite Sirius's reluctance, the arrival of summer brought him back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. The environment's influence on an individual is indeed profound. Having spent a year in Gryffindor, Sirius had grown bolder. He brazenly plastered Muggle posters across his room, only to incur another round of vitriol from Walburga, who punished him by confining him to his chamber without meals. Additionally, Sirius's owl, Vera, was similarly restrained, as Walburga forbade him from corresponding with those dubious Gryffindors. Creature, the dutiful house elf, made it exceedingly difficult for Alice and Regulus to surreptitiously deliver food to Sirius under his watchful eye. He was dutifully obedient to the matriarch's commands, and Alice and Regulus had no intention of burdening him further. Perhaps I should continue to renovate our secret base, ensuring it connects all three of our rooms. Alice whispered to Regulus, strategizing. If he could merely temper his defiance, he wouldn't face such repercussions. Regulus could not fathom why Sirius always opted for such drastic measures of rebellion. Aside from intensifying the punishments, no change ever materialized. Alice insisted, if he understood patience, he would cease to be serious. We are powerless. We lack our own wands. Once I possess a wand, I shall endeavor to try every spell I've read about. And perhaps Bella could teach us, although she seems perpetually occupied of late. Sirius, eavesdropping at the door, overheard the exchange between the siblings. What are you two still discussing? Weren't you supposed to bring me food? Should no one tend to him? He could endure the ordeal as a form of rebellion against Walburga and the family. Yet, the concern emanating from his siblings bestowed a semblance of warmth within the household. Little did he know, this warmth would last but 3 fleeting minutes. Because we are utterly powerless, Regulus replied candidly. Perhaps we can eat in front of you, Alice mischievously added. Don't do that. Fine, you can keep me company. I'm nearly suffocating here. What met his request were the receding footsteps of his siblings. Hey, you two come back. You're doing this on purpose, you little rascals. Ignoring Sirius's escalating frustration, Alice returned to her room to pen a letter to Alfred, discussing the renovation of their secret chamber. Over the past 2 years, Alfred had thrived in the Muggle world, investing in numerous emerging industries at Alice's suggestion, gradually entrusting his assets to professionals, thereby affording himself ample time to return to the magical realm. Upon receiving Alice's letter, Alfred returned to the Black estate the following day, successfully liberating Sirius and suggesting that the 3 siblings spend the remainder of their holiday at his private residence. With the Dark Lord recently active, many pureblood families opposing him had faced repercussions. Walburga was preoccupied with securing family assets, leaving little time to oversee her children. Ensure Sirius does not venture into the Muggle world to mingle with those filthy Muggles. Regulus, keep a close watch on your brother. And Alice, maintain your emotional equilibrium. Remember to take your potions on time, understood? Before departing, Walburga reiterated her admonitions. Understood, mother, Alice and Regulus chorused in unison. Sirius scoffed dismissively, watching as Walburga's ire was reignited. Alfred interjected hastily, rest assured, I will look after them. If they receive their acceptance letters, remember to take them shopping for school supplies. I have faith you can care for them. Of course, I shall return them before the term begins. Once they exited Grimmauld Place, the tension dissipated, and Alfred led them with a key through a grand estate, evidently newly refurbished and vibrant. This is my newly acquired estate. It is well managed by 2 house elves. The most exhilarated among them was Sirius, who, upon arrival, borrowed Regulus's broom and soared through the skies in exhilarating circles. Uncle, how are those we VE-sponsored faring? Chapter 7, I am a Black. Upon realizing the precarious future that loomed over the Black family, Alice reached out to Alfred, sharing her apprehensions. The Dark Lord had obliterated numerous families in opposition to him, including purebloods. The Black family lacked the fortitude to sustain such ambition, and Sirius would not pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord. I refuse to see his name consigned to the flames. Alfred, I require your assistance. It was then that Alfred discerned his young niece possessed an extraordinary foresight. If you can endure, you shall undoubtedly usher in a greater glory for the Black family. Yet, Merlin relishes in playing tricks on us. Subsequently, Alice urged him to support those Muggle-born and half-blood wizards who would struggle to integrate back into the Muggle world post-graduation. With the dwindling number of wizards, positions within the magical community were scarce. The Ministry of Magic may nominally employ Muggle-born wizards, but deep-seated discrimination persisted. Even the most talented Muggle-borns were relegated to marginal departments such as the Department of Magical Transportation and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. A portion of them have been assigned to the family enterprise under my management, comprising a considerable number of individuals with varying degrees of competence. There are also some who yearn to return to the Muggle realm. I have sought individuals to train them in skills applicable to that world. Now is not the time to return. I wish to meet them. Alpheus, well aware of her persuasive talents, immediately comprehended her intentions. Are you truly going to meet them? Do you require an aging potion? No need. The weak always elicit sympathy. Upon hearing the mention of potions, Ellie frowned. Very well, I shall make arrangements for tomorrow evening. You should rest well. The following day, Alpheus discovered that Regulus had accompanied Ellie, prompting a chuckle. Is it truly wise to isolate Sirius like this? I assumed you wouldn't bring Regulus along. Sirius is too impulsive. He has yet to grasp what he truly desires, Ellie articulated, her phrasing hesitant. The meeting was set in the conference hall situated on the northern side of the estate, where approximately 40 to 50 individuals were scattered about, some seated and others standing. Upon Alpheus's entrance, they instinctively straightened their posture, acknowledging him as the nominal overseer. Ellie and Regulus approached the circular platform before the assembly, where a comfortable sofa had been prepared. Ellie refrained from sitting and instructed Alpheus to amplify her voice. Good evening, everyone. There is no need for such tension. You may not know me, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Elios Black. Due to her heart condition, Elios' voice carried a youthful tremor, yet her words were remarkably resolute, easily overshadowing her tender years. You are likely familiar with the Black family. Many regard us as extreme pureblood advocates, supporters of the Dark Lord. Indeed, our lineage has adhered to this doctrine for centuries. The expressions of those present began to shift. They were predominantly half-bloods and muggle-borns. I am not here to propagate the ideals of pureblood supremacy. The Black family has long been affiliated with Slytherin, and thus we have naturally aligned ourselves with the Dark Lord. He does not permit any neutrality from the Blacks, and Dumbledore would never trust a Slytherin family. To avoid becoming sacrificial pawns in a battle between two forces, to safeguard our kin, we had no choice. At this juncture, Elios' face bore an expression of deep resignation and melancholy. I cannot endorse the Dark Lord's ideology of eradicating muggle-borns and half-bloods, which is why I sought you out and extended my assistance. I believe I owe you an apology on behalf of the wizarding community. I am truly sorry that Hogwarts brought you into our world but failed to guarantee your subsequent lives and prospects. The regulations of the wizarding world are far from perfect. The statute of secrecy has severed the ties between our two worlds, ensuring safety while simultaneously constraining the wizarding perspective. I understand that what you desire is simple, a stable job and a joyful life. But first, we must survive. Dumbledore is indeed a great wizard. He wishes to spare you the horrors of war, yet he lacks the absolute power to assure your safety. I do not intend these words to encourage anyone to take up arms, but rather to advocate for self-preservation. I will provide you with an opportunity for personal growth. Of course, I will respect your choices, regardless of your decisions. The Black family will continue to offer appropriate assistance. Upon concluding her address, the assembly exchanged glances, and Regulus timely offered her a glass of water. Miss Black, how do you intend to provide us with this opportunity? Inquired a well-dressed gentleman. Training, physical conditioning, magical prowess, and combat skills. The school cannot assure excellence among all its students. Many wizards have never engaged in battle and have not utilized even moderately complex offensive spells. The man, somewhat anxious, continued, I wish to participate in the training. Having entered the wizarding world, I yearn for the chance to learn magic. I do not wish to remain insignificant, lingering in the shadows of others. Yet my magical ability is not particularly strong. Magical power does not define capability. There are numerous ways to grow stronger, Ellie interjected, cutting through his self-doubt. What is your name? Henry Scott, a graduate of Hufflepuff. From this moment forth, you shall be the captain. Feel free to devise a team name and be responsible for tallying those who wish to train. A boy seated towards the front hesitantly spoke up. I still wish to return to the Muggle realm. I am truly grateful for your assistance in acquiring Muggle work skills. I genuinely adore everything about that world. He felt a profound guilt for receiving aid from the Black family without the ability to reciprocate. Are you certain you wish to return at this stage? Though the war has not yet commenced, Death Eaters delight in tormenting Muggles. I cannot guarantee your safety in the Muggle world. Wizards have myriad ways to locate an individual. Should you return, you may inadvertently endanger your family and friends. Learning more is never a disadvantage. Death Eaters still harbor some caution regarding the statute of secrecy. They are unlikely to venture into the Muggle world for a mere insect. Elios' warning carried a hint of alarmism. Yet to those unfamiliar with the Dark Lord and his followers, they appeared as a capricious band devoid of method. Ultimately, the boy was swayed by Elios' words, hesitantly deciding to enlist for training with Henry. Mia Anderson, a Slytherin, had long been subjected to bullying by several of her peers during her time at school, simply because her father was a Muggle. Unwilling to accept her predicament, she resented the school for its inaction against bullying. However, for a half-blood in Slytherin, seeking revenge proved exceedingly challenging. Her identity precluded her from becoming a Death Eater, and she had no desire to join forces with her tormentors. Nor did she wish to ally with Dumbledore, who remained indifferent to the rivalries of the houses. Her academic performance had been commendable, and she initially planned to pursue a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but was rejected, only to learn that the ministry was also dominated by pureblood families. Tragically, when she found herself at a dead end, it was a pureblood family that rescued her from despair. She relinquished all pursuit of fame and fortune, content to learn the art of management at the estate. However, today she glimpsed a long-lost hope. This seemingly frail Miss Black was far from simplistic. Look, she dares to apologize on behalf of the wizarding world. She instinctively placed herself in a position of admiration among the hearts of others, indicating that, in her eyes, the entire wizarding realm belonged to her. Mia knew these purebloods all too well. Even when appearing affable, an underlying arrogance inevitably surfaced. Yet in Miss Black's gaze, there was only appreciation. It was a genuine sentiment, one that made her want to thrive under Elios' guidance, to become a tool in her hands. This time, she would strive diligently to seize the opportunity. Chapter 8, The Wand of Survivors. Upon exiting the conference hall, Regulus inquired of Ellie, somewhat puzzled. Your words today were rather ambiguous. It did not seem as though you intended to recruit them. Patience, they are not the type willing to fight for the wizarding world, nor are they driven by self-interest like Slytherins. The majority of the wizarding community comprises individuals of this nature. If their lives remain unaffected, they will not proactively engage in conflicts. We have already provided them with the stability they currently require. The rest is up to them to strive for that stability. Every human harbors desires. After enduring such unfair treatment, do you believe they truly wish to refrain from fighting? I want them to recognize that only the Blacks can provide what they seek, eternally binding the interests of the Black family to their own. Are these individuals truly capable? Do we really wish to expend time and energy training them? Absolutely. Do you have any idea how many half-bloods and Muggleborns exist in the wizarding community? Their numbers are a significant advantage. Furthermore, having them train together will not only enhance their strength, but also foster trust in us, and most importantly, it will expedite the development of camaraderie. Once bonds deepen, none shall escape. Survivors in this peculiar world predominantly form teams, enduring life and death together, ensuring that no comrade is left behind. Regulus felt a sense of discomfort after hearing this. His deeply ingrained beliefs made it difficult for him to accept the notion of collaborating with a Muggleborn. Why the silence? Ellie noticed his awkwardness. I just want you to know that I harbor no intentions of eradicating Muggleborns, but we are ensnared by our mother's lofty expectations of the Blacks. Alfie, walking behind, sensed the escalating tension in their conversation and felt compelled to intervene. Regulus, the slice of the cake the Blacks hold is disproportionately large, and your mother seeks to expand it further. We can hardly manage it alone. We require more allies to support us. The pureblood families will only vie with us for dominance. The half-bloods and Muggleborns represent our best option at present. Do you understand? He then turned to Ellie. We must allow Regulus the time to perceive this world clearly. Ellie also recognized that Regulus's concerns over her emotions often led her to become impatient in his presence. Her own transformation in thought was a result of awakening Alice's memories, and prior to that, her views had not differed much from Regulus's. I apologize, Regulus. I should have explained things better. Regulus genuinely felt no issue with Ellie's attitude. He reached out to gently stroke her hair. There's no need for apologies. I will endeavor to better understand Muggles. I simply need time to adjust. All right, children, your rapid growth leaves me feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do not pressure yourselves too much. There are still adults in this household. Alfie gathered them into a comforting embrace. After receiving their acceptance letters from Hogwarts, Ellie and Regulus expressed a desire to visit Diagon Alley, eager to acquire wands of their own. Alfie, exhibiting strong initiative, took the three siblings to Diagon Alley the very next day. Sirius, having grown significantly over the past year, joined them in Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Oh, welcome. Are the new students here to have their robes fitted? Madame Malkin, taken aback by the sudden influx of customers, was unsure whom to serve first. Alfie gently nudged Ellie and Regulus forward, stating, These two are this year's new students. Could you please measure them first? Before Alfie could elaborate, Sirius proudly declared, Madam, I've grown considerably and require a new robe. Merlin, you must be the Blacks. Only your family possesses such remarkable genes, so many fine-looking children. Indeed, there are quite a few of us in the family. I apologize for the trouble, Madam, Alfie said humbly, though pride flickered across his face. Ellie observed the measuring tape playfully darting around her with great interest, while Regulus, flattered by Madame Malkin's compliments, stood earnestly on a stool, allowing her to take his measurements. Once finished, Sirius suggested he wander around, recalling how much time he had wasted last year shopping for his wand. I'll just go to the magical mischief shop over there. I won't stray far, I promise. That's all right. You can explore a bit longer. But do be cautious. Alfie was less stringent than Walburga in his oversight. At the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, Ellie scrutinized her surroundings anew. Having previously only focused on Sirius's new wand during her last visit, the old sign had weathered significantly, its letters faded, indicating its long-standing history, stating it had crafted fine wands since 382 BC. This was the only wand maker in the British wizarding community. Upon entering, she noticed someone polishing a brown wand at the counter. His distinctive silver eyes revealed his identity, Mr. Ollivander. Ah, another pair of Blacks. It seems Hogwarts will welcome 2 more talented students this year. I remember your wand, Mr. Black. Elm, exquisite and elegant. Ollivander began reminiscing with Alfie. Sir, please help us select our wands. Ellie interjected, already aware of his loquacious nature from the previous year. No. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Who shall go first? Ellie raised her hand to indicate her desire to be first. Which hand do you prefer to use? My right hand, sir. Ollivander moved to the back shelf, retrieving a wand box. Ah, yes, a black wand. with a dragon heartstring core, powerful and splendid. Perfect for dark magic. Try this one, you. 11 3/4 inches. Ellie took the wand and waved it. The tip emitted a gleam of light. It feels quite suitable, but not quite right. Let us search further. As she spoke, he took back the wand and climbed to the highest shelf, extracting another box and dusting it off. I believe this one to be the one. For wood. Dragon heartstring, 12 inches. As soon as Ellie held the wand, a warm sensation enveloped her, akin to a soothing current flowing through her body. She waved it again, and a brilliant light burst forth from the wand, prompting her to shut her eyes momentarily. This is the one. The last wand crafted by my father. I thought I would never witness it find a master again. It is clearly thrilled. Ollivander exclaimed, equally animated. Firwood is often referred to as the wand of the survivor. Only those with formidable minds can earn its favor. You are destined for greatness. Observing Ellie's pale complexion and her evidently frail form, he added, I wish you luck. Thank you, Ellie replied, her voice flat. Having already heard such praise directed at Sirius the previous year. When it was Regulus's turn, he also did not linger long. After trying 3 wands, he found the most fitting one, ebony, dragon heartstring, 11.5 inches, steadfast and unique. Alfie paid for both wands, totaling 14 galleons. Just before exiting, Ellie posed a question, Mr. Ollivander, why did we choose our wands so quickly? Sirius tried so many last year. Old wizarding families typically possess cores that suit them well. For instance, most of the Blacks use dragon heartstrings, making selection easier. However, a wizard's thoughts and character are paramount in determining the wand. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander's expression turned enigmatic as he concluded. Chapter 9, of course, Slytherin. After procuring their wands, Alfie led them to Elop's Owl Emporium. Ellie expressed her reluctance to care for an owl, suggesting that she and Regulus could share one. Ultimately, they chose a medium-sized gray owl, which Regulus named Claws. Alfie, still feeling somewhat uneasy, decided to purchase 2-way mirrors for himself and Regulus, ensuring one end connected to Ellie. Ellie's condition remained relatively stable, contingent upon her ability to manage her emotions. However, considering the increased social interactions at school, preparations were essential. In truth, as an oddity, it was challenging to maintain emotional control outside of purposeful hunting. One could hardly expect a creation born of obsession to remain stable. Sirius, having bought numerous whimsical items from the magical mischief shop, primarily intended for pranks, felt in eager anticipation for the upcoming school year. Upon returning from Diagon Alley, Ellie and Regulus dove headlong into their studies. They had previously learned many practical spells with their family's wands, but none compared to the efficacy of their own. Ellie marveled at the Black's innate talent for dark magic. Those minor jinxes she practiced became second nature after only a few tries, while she hesitated to attempt more advanced spells. Based on her previous understanding gleaned from the dusty tomes and her observations of family members employing dark magic, it became evident that the practice of such sorcery necessitated a profound intensity of emotion, or alternatively, it would evoke strong feelings post-usage, an emotional toll her current fragile constitution could scarcely bear. She could only hope to absorb sufficient malice within the confines of the school. For the urgent repair of her own self was paramount. Before the onset of the school year, the 3 siblings were returned by Alfred, and both Ellie and Regulus found themselves pining for the familiar sights of Grimmauld Place after their prolonged absence from home. Upon their return, they noted the absence of Orion, and the siblings exchanged warm embraces and pleasantries with Walburga. Sirius, with a graceful roll of his eyes, retreated to his chamber, wishing he could reside in Alfred's estate for eternity. On September 1st, 1972, Creature had meticulously prepared their luggage well in advance, utilizing a magically enhanced trunk capable of accommodating an entire room's worth of Elios belongings. The Black family possessed striking features, drawing many gazes as they entered Platform 9. Walburga and Orion escorted the 3 children to the train's entrance, repeatedly cautioning Ellie to take care of herself, while Sirius, already impatient, boarded the express train ahead of them. Ellie, try not to be perpetually irate. If you encounter any issues, seek out Sissy. She's in 5th grade now. Reg, take good care of your sister. Do you remember where the potions go? And above all, make sure to be sorted into Slytherin. The Blacks must go to Slytherin. Mother knows you are the most sensible. Mother, we are aware. Ellie replied, somewhat exasperated. You've mentioned it countless times. I'll just threaten the sorting hat. If it doesn't place me in Slytherin, I shall set it ablaze. Walburga, upon hearing this, grew increasingly concerned. Such actions were decidedly Gryffindoresque. Regulus reminded them that it was time to board. Mother, we must get on the train. As the siblings entered the carriage, they quickly spotted Sirius leaning against the door, observing them. I thought you two would return home for missing the train, Mother's perfect little darlings. Were you waiting for us? Ellie and Regulus assumed he had already left. I was merely concerned you might struggle to find the compartment. The one I found still has space. Follow me. The train's aisle was crowded, and Sirius assisted Ellie in lifting her suitcase, feigning impatience as he led the way. Behind him, Ellie exchanged a suppressed smile with Regulus, refraining from informing him of the Black's exclusive compartment. Sirius guided them to a comparatively spacious carriage already occupied by 3 boys engaged in lively conversation, which halted upon their entrance. "Are these your siblings, Sirius? You all bear such a striking resemblance." The speaker was a bespectacled lad, his tousled black hair appearing as though tousled by a tempest, and his hazel eyes radiated a cheerful disposition. "Indeed, James, meet Ellie and Reg. They are twins." Despite Sirius's efforts to mask his pride, Ellie detected it in his tone, prompting her to smile softly. "You must be Sirius's friends. I am Elios Black, and this is my brother Regulus." Ellie embodied the quintessential classic beauty of the Black lineage, with flowing black curls, deep gray eyes shimmering like stars, exquisitely refined features, and a pale complexion accentuated by faintly tinted lips, giving her an ethereal, fragile appearance. "Hello, I am Regulus Black," he introduced himself, resembling Sirius, yet possessing a gentler facial structure akin to Ellie. The 3 siblings together presented a visually pleasing sight. The occupants of the compartment stared at them in momentary astonishment before gradually introducing themselves. "Ah, I am James Potter. You may call me James." Perhaps due to their fresh acquaintance, he exhibited an unusual shyness. "Remus Lupin, it's a pleasure to meet you," said another boy with light brown hair. His gentle manner overshadowed by an air of fatigue that led Ellie to suspect he, too, was plagued by persistent ailments akin to her own. The last boy, hunched and timid, appeared as if he feared the world around him, his gaze flitting nervously. "Hello, Miss Black, Mr. Black. I am Peter Pettigrew." Ellie regarded Peter with keen interest. His demeanor was all too familiar to her, timid and weak, always hiding behind others. This reminded her of one of her favorite playthings from her days as Alice. There was no need for rules. Mere words could incite their inner darkness, offering them hope only to watch them suffer. The mere thought filled her with uncontrollable excitement, and she averted her gaze, taking a few calming breaths to suppress her reminiscences. "These are Sirius's friends, not your toys," she reminded herself internally. Noticing Ellie's altered breathing, Regulus anxiously urged her to sit down. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine. I'm just a bit excited about meeting new friends." Regulus looked skeptical but refrained from exposing her in front of others. Once everyone had introduced themselves, James began to reveal his true colors, mischievously suggesting they would have to battle a dragon for their house sorting. Ellie and Regulus remained calm, responding, "How splendid. We are both expert dragon hunters. Do we get to keep the spoils from any slain dragon?" James appeared shocked at Ellie's words. "Impossible. First-year witches and wizards could never defeat a dragon." Sirius, having enjoyed enough amusement, finally interjected, "They know how to be sorted. Father accidentally revealed the sorting hat's secret last year." James found Ellie's jest amusing and continued, "So which house do you two wish to join?" A silence fell over the compartment as Sirius, having surrendered any hope of salvaging his friend's social grace, mused, "Should be Slytherin. But Ellie might also have a chance at Gryffindor." His tone grew increasingly uncertain, though he sensed Ellie shared his inner bravery. As for Regulus, undoubtedly Slytherin. Regulus, equally anxious, cast a glance at Ellie. Recalling her past actions, he felt reassured. "Of course, it's Slytherin. If I were placed in any other house, Mother would surely make me withdraw. Last year I asked Sirius, and he said the same." Chapter 10, Parents of Future Heroes. As the train approached its destination, Narcissa approached, standing at the doorway and observing the compartment full of Gryffindors without entering. Ellie and Regulus stepped out to greet her. "What's the matter, sissy?" Narcissa's expression softened somewhat. "The path for new students is fraught with challenges. I've already arranged for you to travel with the upperclassmen in the carriages." After a brief pause, she glanced toward the compartment again. "I'll check the compartments and disembark shortly. Stay close to Sirius and ensure he looks after you. Try not to be as reckless as a Gryffindor." Upon seeing Ellie nod, she added with concern, "You must go to Slytherin." She truly feared Sirius would lead the siblings astray. Ellie, however, was eager to experience the journey of new students, primarily because she did not wish Regulus to face it alone. "You'd best stick with us. That route will be exhausting, and your health may not withstand it." Sirius noticed her reluctance. "I'm just considering it. Reg, can you manage alone?" "I can. Don't worry," Regulus replied, equally unwilling to part from Ellie, deeply concerned for Sirius's well-being. Soon, the train arrived at Hogwarts, and Ellie followed Sirius to a carriage, noting the absence of any visible pulling creatures. Sirius leaned closer to her and whispered, "It's a thestral." Thestrals, Ellie recalled from her readings, could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Having encountered death almost daily as Alice, She pondered why she could not perceive the thestrals now. Was it that her current eyes had never beheld it? As James approached the carriage, he suddenly became animated, as though he had spotted something. "Lily, I can't believe we're so close," he exclaimed. "Did you receive the letter I wrote during the holidays?" "I haven't seen your reply." He waved to the carriage behind him and, after uttering those words, dashed over in just a few strides. Ellie followed the direction of his run and saw a beautiful girl with long red hair and striking green eyes. Her gaze shifted between James and the red-haired girl. Disheveled hair, green eyes. Potter, are those the parents of the valiant hero? You insufferable little snot. Why are you always clinging to Lily? James had evidently entered into a confrontation. "Shut up, Potter. You cannot speak to Severus like that." Ellie noticed Peter trailing behind James. "Aren't you going to help?" Sirius was also observing the unfolding situation. He glanced back at Ellie, but ultimately chose to pull his sister onto the carriage, assuring her that there was no need to intervene with the head boy present. Ellie bit her lip, feeling a surge of happiness that he had chosen family over friends. The carriage soon arrived at the Great Hall, and Sirius entrusted Ellie to a professor. There, she spotted Dumbledore, whose illustrious achievements were even recorded on the chocolate frog cards. As if sensing her gaze, Dumbledore turned to Ellie, his blue eyes sparkling with warmth. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Black. How are you?" Ellie lifted her robes slightly and bowed. "Good evening, Headmaster. I am quite well. Thank you for allowing me to arrive by carriage. If my health permits, it would have been splendid to travel with the other first years. What a pity. That route is the one the founders took in search of the school's location. When you are feeling better, I would be delighted to accompany you on that journey. I wouldn't want to trouble you, sir. That path would lose its significance if not experienced upon entry." Dumbledore appeared taken aback by her response. "The first years are arriving. You should follow Professor McGonagall for the sorting ceremony. Good luck, my child. Wish me luck. Goodbye, Headmaster." Ellie followed Professor McGonagall toward the newcomers, successfully locating Regulus among them. Professor McGonagall signaled for silence. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Before dining in the Great Hall, we will conduct the sorting ceremony. The names of the 4 houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Your outstanding performance during your time here will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will win the House Cup, a great honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to your house. Now, please line up to enter the Great Hall." The Sorting Hat song was a brutal assault on the musical sensibilities of the young wizards. Determined not to miss the significance of the ceremony, Ellie endured and listened attentively. "When I call your name, step forward." Liam Abbott, a nervous little boy with golden brown hair, stepped up and donned the sorting hat. "Hufflepuff." Elios Black. Ellie gathered her thoughts, preparing to threaten the sorting hat, and stepped forward. She noticed Regulus and Sirius at the Gryffindor table, both anxiously watching her, just as the sorting hat was placed upon her head. "Oh, another Black. How intriguing. Intelligent and learned, with ambition. Oh, a great deal of courage. Quite the challenge, but undoubtedly." Slytherin. Ellie never had the chance to voice her threats. The sorting hat quickly declared its verdict, which was rather favorable. Applause erupted from the Slytherin table as Ellie descended, casting an encouraging glance at Regulus, who was just about to step up. Upon looking at the Gryffindor table, she indeed saw Sirius's face filled with disappointment. She smiled at him and walked leisurely toward the Slytherin table, where Narcissa stood to greet her and led her to her seat among the first years. Ellie sensed Narcissa's tension. She was anxiously awaiting Regulus's sorting result. It took nearly half a minute before the sorting hat finally announced, "Slytherin." Narcissa let out a sigh of relief, excitedly embracing Ellie before also hugging the approaching Regulus. Clearly, Sirius's sorting ceremony from the previous year had left her quite shaken. Once Regulus was seated, the ceremony continued as usual. Ellie chose to ignore Sirius's increasingly forlorn gaze from across the hall. "What did the sorting hat say to you? You were on there for quite some time. It mentioned a great deal of courage lying within me, which startled me. I was genuinely afraid it might sort me into Gryffindor. That would drive my mother mad. I felt the same. It also said I had courage and praised my intelligence and scholarship. Perhaps I would be better suited for Ravenclaw." "How wonderful, Ellie. We both made it into Slytherin." Severus Snape had noticed Ellie on the carriage, the little witch who had collided with him a year prior. After that day, while organizing potions at home, he discovered a hairpin in his cauldron, adorned with a beautiful green gemstone that still managed to shine in his dim little room. He immediately thought of the young lady who had bumped into him. Only she could afford such an exquisite piece. With the school year approaching, he intended to bring it to Hogwarts to return it to its rightful owner should he encounter her again. Little did he know that the start of the term would bring a plethora of complications, first with Lily and her muggle sister, then with 2 foolishly arrogant Gryffindors, and finally, Lily herself was sorted into Gryffindor. Meanwhile, he was pleased to find himself in Slytherin, a house he had longed to join, yet upon his arrival, He faced a harsh reality. At the dining table, he was subjected to inquiries about his lineage. Upon learning he was half-blood, they showed no restraint in their disdain and ridicule. The situation only worsened in the common room, where he found himself assigned to a shabby dormitory unsuitable for a Slytherin. Facing constant ostracism and bullying, he had also yet to find the girl, carefully storing the gemstone hairpin among his meager possessions, where its beauty felt utterly out of place. He thought to himself that she seemed unwell. Perhaps she had not been able to enroll. Chapter 11. The Start of Term Feast. He should have anticipated it, given her height. She was still below the age for enrollment. But what did he see? She stood beside that insufferable Black, and only then did he notice their similar features. The contrast in their demeanor was striking. Black was brash and arrogant, whereas the young lady appeared frail and delicate, which had prevented him from recognizing her all year. Severus, are you daydreaming? Hurry up and get on the carriage. Lily's voice jolted him back to reality. Ugh, that bothersome Potter is at it again, yet Black hasn't followed. The young lady's gaze did not linger on him. Had she failed to recognize him? She and her brother had also been sorted into Slytherin, a pure-blood family of the Blacks, drawing attention and standing in stark contrast to his own circumstances. He watched as they sat beside him, discussing the sorting ceremony and sharing their experiences of entering Hogwarts. It became clear that it wasn't a matter of recognition. She simply did not remember him at all. Suddenly, Severus felt no desire to return the hairpin to her. To him, that precious piece of jewelry might merely be an inconsequential trinket to her. Regulus recounted their recent experiences, walking, boating, and the giant squid in the Black Lake, while Ellie listened intently. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore delivered a few welcoming remarks before commencing the feast. Having already snacked on an abundance of creature-esque homemade treats on the way, Ellie was not particularly hungry. Regulus selected dishes for her from the table that he thought she would enjoy. He hardly selected a few items in total. We must seek out the house elves of Hogwarts to procure ingredients specifically for you, as they are either excessively oily or overly sweet, rendering them inedible for you. Do you require assistance? You ought to be curious about the location of the Hogwarts kitchen. Hearing that familiar tone, Ellie did not need to raise her gaze to ascertain who was speaking. The unique platinum hair of the wizarding world, his slate blue eyes, and his elegantly striking appearance, Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa's paramour. He had visited the Black ancestral home several times. As both families intended a betrothal, it was likely they would become one family in due course. Welcome to Slytherin, which had occupied Westy's thoughts throughout the day. Regulus grasped his outstretched hand, stating, I thought we were already quite familiar, Lucius. Yet, this is Slytherin. A welcome ceremony must be observed. After Lucius departed, several upperclassmen approached to greet him, each displaying increasingly amiable dispositions. They regarded you as the heir of the Blacks. Ellie watched with disinterest as Regulus conversed with them one by one. It was evident that Lucius wielded considerable influence within Slytherin, serving as an exemplary figure. It seems I must extol his virtues more in front of Westy. This prospective brother-in-law is exceedingly competent. Do we still need to speak well of him? The moment they meet, their gazes lock with deep affection, rendering them inseparable. The siblings, having conjured that very scene in their minds, exchanged disdainful expressions before bursting into laughter at each other's reactions. After the main course came dessert, and Ellie silently gazed at the array of ice creams, only to reluctantly divert her eyes. She turned and embraced Regulus, exclaiming, It is tempting me. If I were in good health, I would devour them all. Regulus, pleased with her self-awareness, promised her with a smile, One day, I shall concoct an ice cream that you can enjoy. I don't believe you. A soft laugh suddenly emanated from across the table. Ellie turned toward the sound, spotting a boy with tousled gray hair and a sharp nose that gave him a somewhat aloof demeanor. Pardon me, Ted Tonks, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Black. Hello. Regulus Black, this is my sister, Elios. Regulus was not fond of the way this boy regarded Ellie, and after the introduction, he showed no inclination to continue the conversation. Noting Regulus's frosty demeanor, Ellie also nodded politely, adopting a somewhat shy expression. After the welcoming feast concluded, the first-year students followed the prefect back to the common room. This year's prefect for Slytherin was Narcissa, who, mindful of Ellie's health, deliberately walked at a measured pace. The group paused at the entrance, where a stone-carved serpent coiled. Narcissa surveyed the young witches and wizards, waiting for complete silence before speaking, pure blood. The serpent on the door twisted, gradually revealing the entirety of the common room to the newcomers, as Narcissa led them inside. The password for the common room changes weekly and is posted in advance on the notice board. As you can see, this week's password is pure blood. Welcome to Slytherin. I am this year's prefect, Narcissa Black. First and foremost, congratulations on arriving at Hogwarts' most esteemed house. We value ambition and wisdom over cheap loyalty and reckless bravery. As long as you possess sufficient ambition, Slytherin will aid you in reaching the pinnacle of success. Slytherin esteems honor and maintains elegance, rejecting any form of insult. I expect none of you to bring shame upon Slytherin. Narcissa's words evidently intimidated the first years. Ellie had never witnessed such a side of Westie, so different from her gentle and knowledgeable demeanor at home. At that moment, the grand door in the stone wall swung open once more, revealing a plump professor who ambled in at a leisurely pace, resembling a seal. His speech was equally cheerful. Children, welcome to Slytherin. I am your housemaster and also the potions professor at Hogwarts, Horace Slughorn. After the headmaster concluded his address and departed, a considerable number of students had gathered in the common room. Slytherin had an unwritten rule to elect a head for each year to manage the students. There were no plans for changes among the upperclassmen from fourth year onward. The competition began in third year, with Narcissa and Lucius presiding over it. The students of Slytherin were well acquainted with one another, and their spell competitions were merely formalities. Ellie was uncertain whether their head had changed. Soon it was time for the first-year students, and while there were not many spells they would utilize, the Slytherins, steeped in family tradition, showcased a variety of spells, albeit lacking in potency, which was still rather captivating. Ellie abstained from participating, ultimately leading to Regulus being appointed as head. Narcissa instructed the new students to convene in the common room the following day, where they would receive their schedules and be escorted to their classrooms by upperclassmen. After bidding farewell to Regulus, Ellie intended to return and rest. Slytherin offered double dormitories, and Ellie glanced at the nameplate at the door, discovering her roommate was named Leah Hall, a surname she had not encountered before. The girl, with brown hair, spoke nervously and somewhat haltingly. "Hello, Miss Black. I am Leah Hall. Let us get along well. Elios Black, you may call me Ellie." Ellie had not had many opportunities to interact with others and found it somewhat novel to hear herself referred to as Young Black, likely to distinguish herself from Narcissa. Regulus might also be referred to as Young Black, considering another Black was in Gryffindor. Ellie had learned a few household spells, making the organization of her belongings effortless. After swiftly tidying up, she resolved to rest. The common room offered excellent privacy, with thick bed curtains blocking the moonlight streaming in from the Black Lake. Ellie felt a nagging sense of having forgotten something, yet even as she drifted off to sleep, she could not recall what it was. Chapter 12. Would she be bullied? The following morning, upon receiving a letter from Walburga in the Great Hall, Ellie remembered she had neglected to write to her family the previous night. Fortunately, Regulus had taken care of that. Along with the letter came a substantial assortment of treats, crafted with love by Creature. Ellie selected some to send to Narcissa and, after a moment's hesitation, packed a portion to save for Sirius. Upon receiving her schedule, Ellie truly felt she had entered the school. The first-year curriculum was not extensive. The morning consisted of Charms class, while the afternoon was dedicated to History of Magic. These foundational courses posed no challenge for Ellie and Regulus, with bonus points easily within reach. By the end of the day, they had made a considerable number of friends. To be precise, those individuals were aligning themselves with the Blacks. Ellie, after a long absence, sensed a wave of negative emotions. Slytherin felt like a concentrated camp of malice. Observing their superficial friendliness while harboring ulterior motives of manipulation and jealousy, Ellie maintained a positive disposition throughout the day, as it seemed her recovery was imminent. After distancing themselves from these individuals, Regulus suggested they seek out the Hogwarts kitchen, and Ellie noticed he was accompanied by another person. "This is my roommate, Evan Rosier. We have met at gatherings before, so we are somewhat familiar." When Evan noticed Ellie's gaze upon him, he tempered his haughty demeanor, instead nodding shyly. "Hello. You must know me. I am Elios Black, but you may call me Ellie. What about your roommate?" Regulus was concerned that Ellie might be bullied when he was not around. "Oh, have you heard of that family? She seemed quite nervous when speaking to me, perhaps intimidated by the Blacks." Reflecting on her entrance to the school, Ellie concluded that it could not be her causing such fear. "I haven't heard of them. She might be a half-blood, no need to mind." Evan Rosier furrowed his brow with distaste upon hearing the term half-blood, yet refrained from voicing his disdain. The entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen was adorned with a mural of fruit. A gentle tug on the pear depicted within would reveal a door handle, granting access to a kitchen bustling with hundreds of house elves. Upon noticing the arrival of young wizards, several elves hurried over, exclaiming, "Esteemed wizard, Miss Witch, how may we be of service?" "Sassy can assist you. So can Layla. Layla can prepare an abundance of dishes." Ignoring their eager advances, Regulus coldly articulated Ellie's dietary restrictions, stating, "You ought to be aware that I am a Black. My sister has a heart condition and requires meticulous control over her meals." On their way back, they encountered Sirius along with his circle of friends. Sirius immediately lamented to Ellie, "You both ended up in Slytherin." Ellie suspected that Sirius had lost his wits while at Gryffindor. "Isn't that rather normal? I've heard plenty about your notable exploits at school, Marauder." Sirius, oblivious to the sarcasm in her tone, replied, "Are we that renowned? It's nothing extraordinary. Merely some righteous pranks." He struggled to maintain an air of modesty, though pride was clearly etched across his face. Regulus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Those pranks were certainly aimed at Slytherin, and would he extend the same treatment to Ellie and me? Of course not, Sirius retorted. His words abruptly halted as he recalled Ellie's amicable rapport with a certain Death Eater cousin. Ahem, should anyone bully you, please inform me. He awkwardly concluded the conversation and departed with the other 3 marauders, arms slung over each other's shoulders. Ellie and Regulus, accustomed to his foolishness, could only explain to Evan, "I apologize for the spectacle. My brother has never been the sharpest tool in the shed." Meanwhile, Sirius, now removed from their presence, had begun plotting a scheme to rescue his younger siblings. "As you know, our family situation is complicated. They've been brainwashed by our mother since childhood. Yet Ellie harbors no disdain for muggles. I cannot fathom why she was sorted into Slytherin," he lamented. "I noticed you didn't finish your thought. Are you worried they might become Death Eaters?" James interjected, displaying his characteristic attentiveness. "I fear they might veer off course. Ellie is fascinated by the study of dark arts, but her health prevents her from practicing. I don't understand. She maintains a good relationship with Bella, my Death Eater cousin." "Merlin, who would have guessed? It seems Slytherins have a penchant for dark magic," James exclaimed. "Indeed. I too am perplexed, much like Lily's fondness for that Slytherin git," he continued. Peter chimed in. "So can we still dispense justice upon Slytherin? Will they obstruct us?" James queried. "This could escalate into a familial feud for you." "There will be no feud. They are merely first years," Sirius replied. Peter pressed on. "Is your sister truly as remarkable as you claim? I mean, she is a Slytherin. She is splendid, for now. We shall avoid them in our endeavors," Sirius asserted. Remus added, "Will she be bullied in Slytherin? She appears rather frail. Regulus will look after her. Those Slytherins know how to curry favor with the powerful." Upon returning to the common room, Ellie's experience was not as smooth as Sirius imagined. Loyalty to the Dark Lord often fostered rivalries. A dark-haired boy crossed their path, arms crossed. "Finished chatting with your Gryffindor brother? You ought to refrain from associating with traitors. You know to whom your allegiance should lie." Ellie recognized him from the Quidditch Cup, a second year named Avery, adept in charms, evidently having witnessed their encounter with Sirius. Beside him, Mulciber wore a mocking expression. "Your brother has caused us no small amount of trouble. How shall we address that?" Several lower-year students in the common room observed, none daring to intervene. Absorbing the malice around her, Ellie silently lamented how useful Sirius was as a catalyst for negative emotions, yet it was insufficient. "How do you propose to settle this? A duel with 2 first-years? Regulus was taken aback by Ellie's provocative stance. They had previously agreed that he would handle any conflicts to maintain their composure. Mulciber had no intention of engaging 2 first-years, especially with Malfoy backing them. He merely sought to vent his frustration over being mocked, intending to intimidate young Black. "How about a couple of minor hexes? Just like your brother often does to Slytherin." Regulus drew his wand to shield Ellie, not out of fear for her safety, but to prevent her from retaliating. Evan Rosier assumed a defensive posture as well. "Why not fight back? Is it because you cannot best him?" Ellie feigned ignorance. "Or is it that you hesitate to strike a Gryffindor?" "Oh, the ceaseless tide of disdain and fury, praise be to the master of rules." Mulciber was incensed, legs stiffened, armored protection. Regulus, ever vigilant, swiftly cast the shield charm, but the force of the spell's collision still sent him staggering back a step. Ellie restrained Regulus's hand, signaling him to remain alert to the others, while she swiftly raised her wand towards Mulciber. Shatter. Several neat incisions sliced along Mulciber's shoulder to his right arm, rendering him incapable of grasping his wand. Shatter to pieces. Mulciber's already mangled right arm crumbled further, and he could no longer withstand the pain, howling in agony. Eli's spells were unleashed with such swiftness that by the time the onlookers comprehended what was transpiring, the common room was awash with splattered blood and severed limbs. Chapter 13. Are you satisfied? Mulciber lay writhing on the floor in agony, and his friends appeared stunned by the scene, frozen in place. Ellie slowly crouched down, the tip of her wand gliding over Mulciber's neck, halting at his wounded shoulder before thrusting downward with force. "Ah!" The common room echoed with Mulciber's wails. He trembled in pain, yet dared not move, gazing fearfully at Ellie. "How shall we settle this? Are you satisfied, senior?" Mulciber opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. "It appears you are satisfied. Then this matter concludes here," Ellie spoke languidly. "Fear does not amplify strength, yet it brings forth delight." With a flick of her wand, she cast a cleansing charm upon herself and tidied up Regulus and Evan, who were nearby. A few upper-year prefects rushed in, clearly alerted by the commotion. "What has transpired here?" Lucius entered, startled, not expecting the lower years to wreak such havoc, especially with the 2 young Blacks at the center of it. He scrutinized them, finding no major injuries. Ellie, wishing to avoid troubling Lucius, said, "I apologize. In discussing spells with the older students, I've made quite a mess of the common room. I will clean it up." Her pale visage bore no color, her voice shaky, exuding an air of humility as she appeared ready to accept the consequences. Lucius glanced at Mulciber, now silent as a mouse on the floor, and eagerly nodded in agreement, preferring to keep the situation under wraps. "Everyone disperse, if injured. Proceed to the infirmary. House elves will clean the common room." Regulus was relieved that Ellie had refrained from employing dark magic, recognizing her emotional stability, and permitted her to return to the dormitory. Once the common room was clear of them, the remaining students finally dared to assist Mulciber in making his way to the infirmary. Back in her quarters, Ellie still felt unwell, the blood that had splattered on her not entirely cleansed by her charm. Indeed, dark magic proved far more convenient. She once again retreated to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing, and upon emerging, she unexpectedly encountered a disheveled Hall, her eyes rimmed with red. Ellie was uncertain whether she had been weeping, for her entire being was soaked. She had sequestered herself in the bathroom, and silence had reigned for quite some time. Perhaps she had forgotten to fetch a change of clothes, rendering her too embarrassed to emerge. Consequently, Ellie drew the curtain, allowing the rest of the dormitory space to remain available for her. Severus Snape and Lily Evans had been studying together in the library until nearly closing time. Fortunate to have evaded the bothersome Potter quartet that day. The atmosphere in the Slytherin common room felt particularly peculiar, with scattered students speaking in hushed tones, almost to the point of paranoia. He recalled hearing numerous discussions the previous day, rife with jealousy directed at the sickly scion of the Black family, with many malevolent curses cast upon Miss Black, wishing for her to meet Merlin at the earliest opportunity. Strangely enough, no one obstructed him on his way back to the dormitory. Had those individuals undergone a transformation of character? Perhaps they had discovered other amusements. The tide in Slytherin had shifted, for when the two Blacks took their seats in the Great Hall, an eerie silence enveloped the long table for a brief moment before normalcy resumed. The crowd surrounding Ellie and Regulus diminished, yet the negative sentiments persisted. Much to Elios' delight, it seemed you had frightened them yesterday. The older students did not appear fazed. Rather, they regarded you with admiration. Perhaps I might be recruited as a Death Eater ahead of time. Regulus struggled to keep pace with Elios' train of thought. I had thought you were averse to that individual. Do you wish to be recruited? I was merely jesting. Lucius is approaching. Lucius Malfoy was not seeking them, but rather a second-year boy with disheveled dark hair, garbed in an ill-fitting, tattered robe. His pallid complexion and greasy hair hanging limply by his face. His appearance was rather unfortunate, yet Lucius was always purposeful in his endeavors, suggesting he possessed some merit. Ellie observed and speculated. Severus Snape, second-year, half-blood, with a muggle father, displayed a remarkable talent for potions. Having received accolades from their headmaster on multiple occasions and had previous disagreements with Sirius, Regulus had been interacting with other purebloods, honing his skills in intelligence gathering. When did you acquire such knowledge, Rahl? You've matured in ways your sister cannot see. Ellie pinched Regulus's cheek, her expression a blend of pride and exaggeration. Regulus feigned modesty as he swatted her hand away, a basic etiquette for nobility. Huh, you're beginning to resemble Lucius. Regulus instantly masked his expression, reverting to his usual melancholic indifference. Over there, Lucius appeared to have finished his conversation and casually approached them. The spell you used yesterday was quite impressive. I believe Nymphadora need not worry about you two anymore. He had learned the entirety of the events from others the previous night, true to the Black lineage. Even the seemingly weakest were not to be trifled with. All thanks to Senior Malfoy's adept management of the house, we had this opportunity to act. Ellie mimicked his earnest compliment. I would not dare take credit. We still have the headmaster to contend with. Are you recruiting for the Dark Lord? Had it not been for his years of cultivated restraint, Lucius would have wished to cover Elios' mouth. Just a promising junior. His potion skills are exceptional. Perhaps you should ask him to enhance your potion's flavor. Elios' eyes sparkled with interest. Could he truly be that remarkable, being only a second year? Of course. His mother is a prince. I just had him modify my hair potion. Lucius proudly swept back his platinum locks. We have potions class this afternoon. Perhaps my own potion skills are commendable as well. Regulus felt inexplicably competitive. Aspirations are always commendable. I believe in you. Lucius wished not to dampen the child's confidence. By the afternoon potions class, Regulus indeed displayed the talent he claimed. To be precise, he exhibited a prodigious aptitude across all subjects. Ellie found the scent of potions particularly unpalatable after dealing with the bizarre assortment of potion ingredients. She feared she would develop a psychological aversion to consuming potions in the future. Most of the preparation was handled by Regulus, while Ellie merely followed the directions in the book, sequentially adding ingredients and stirring. ultimately achieving an outstanding grade. After the class, she had exerted little effort but felt utterly drained by the odorous fumes. If I memorize the book, can I be exempted from potions class? Ellie began to entertain whimsical notions. That might be possible. Black is a governor. I'll inquire with the headmaster. Regulus genuinely contemplated the feasibility of exemption. Perhaps not. This is part of school life. I shall search for a charm that masks odors. Shall we visit the library? It's the perfect time to finish our essays. The two then invited Evan Rosier to join them on their way to the library, where they encountered the marauders being expelled by the librarian at the entrance. The four seemed accustomed to being ousted, as James pleaded with the librarian. Upon spotting Ellie and the others, Sirius hurriedly greeted them before whisking his companions away. Is he avoiding us? Who knows? He has been making foolish choices for quite some time. With the school year having just commenced, the library was still sparsely populated. Drawing upon her rich theoretical foundation, Ellie swiftly completed her potions essay while searching for the charm that would mask odors. However, she soon returned, dejected. She had inquired with the librarian and discovered that the two books she sought had already been checked out. The borrower for Book of Spells was Severus Snape, and the other, Research on the Development of Modern Witchcraft, bore the same name. That name again, Severus Snape. Chapter 14, An Inevitable Divergence. A trip to the library yielded no fruitful results. With 3 days remaining until the next potions class, Ellie resolved to consult Professor Flitwick about the charm. The head of Ravenclaw was particularly reliable. On their return to the Great Hall, they encountered a throng of students from a distance. It sounded as though Gryffindor and Slytherin were embroiled in an argument. Ellie wished to move closer to observe, but Regulus was reluctant to let her venture into the crowd until they heard a familiar voice. Look at Slytherin. You really ought to clean yourself up. Sirius's words dripped with mockery, making him resemble a particularly nasty Slytherin. Lily, stop associating with that sniveling coward. I'm certain they're secretly practicing dark magic. You've gone too far. Potter, you shall not insult my friend. Severus is not what you claim. Lily Evans interposed herself among the group, her cheeks flushed with anger. Though her admonition fell on deaf ears, the opposing Slytherins had already drawn their wands. Lily, ignore those fools whose minds are filled with nonsense. The marauders had already made their move, with Sirius casting a binding spell, while James sought to humiliate their adversaries in front of everyone, quickly following with a minor curse. Filthy sniveler. Severus was prepared, dodging the binding spell and casting a protective charm, then swiftly retaliating with a tickling charm aimed at Sirius. Sirius attempted to evade, but with Remus standing behind him, he was caught unawares and fell victim to the spell. Damn that sniveling coward. What dark magic are you using? Upon seeing Sirius writhing in discomfort, James could not help but curse, while Remus and Peter rushed to assist, turning the four into a chaotic fray. Sev, is this spell of yours a tad excessive? Lily disapproved of the marauders bullying their classmates, yet witnessing Sirius's plight made her implore Snape to refrain from further retaliation. James is indeed seizing every opportunity, a truly nefarious Slytherin. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson. Severus scoffed disdainfully, then turned to Remus and Peter, saying, You too, do you wish to join in as well? Please, stop this. Enough is enough. Lily implored, desperate to put an end to this farce. She was thoroughly exasperated by Potter's incessant harassment, while Severus could never resist the provocations of the Seekers. Observing their antics, Ellie began to doubt the authenticity of the grand and noble adventure Sirius had once mentioned in his letters. Did you say he joined Gryffindor to openly confront Slytherin? I'm not sure. Should we help him? He looks utterly miserable. I'm contemplating which spell might halt their antics, Ellie declared, stepping forward, with Regulus and Evan closely following her. Stupefied, she surveyed her surroundings, and the two behind her instinctively displayed the arrogance and disdain characteristic of Slytherin, intimidating the onlookers who had gathered to witness the commotion. What are you doing? Bullying a female student? James retorted sharply, We are not. Just look at Sirius. It is that greasy little slime who is using dark curses. Nonsense. I was merely retaliating. Severus clenched his fist concealed beneath his robe, pondering how Miss Black would handle this situation. Would she choose to favor her Gryffindor brother? Sirius remained silent, seemingly embarrassed by his earlier humiliation. Ah, so you failed to bully successfully. I saw you cast a dark curse as well. My spell did not hit him. That was because he blocked it. Unable to comprehend this line of reasoning, Ellie questioned, Has your so-called noble behavior always been this juvenile? Harassing female students and bullying their friends? Sirius finally ceased his cowardice, feeling that since Ellie had aligned herself with Slytherin, her heart had also swayed towards their side. Juvenile? Are you unaware of what those Slytherins have done? They are all future Death Eaters. Our actions are, of course, to uphold justice. Do you possess a standard of justice in your heart? Has insulting an entire house become your modus operandi? Ellie had initially believed that Sirius opposed the pureblood ideology due to his own convictions, abhorring his family's conservatism. Now, it seemed the opposite was true. He appeared to be rebelling against the oppression of his thoughts by Voldemort, mistakenly believing that standing in opposition equated to being on the side of righteousness. Am I not the most aware of whether I insult Slytherin? The entire Black family is fond of dark magic. And how hypocritical are those pure-blood families? Don't say that, Sirius. Regulus interjected, frowning. He had always taken pride in being a Black. After all, it was his upbringing. This is a school. Let's stick to the facts. You are condemning a Slytherin for a fault he has not yet committed. But they all plan to pledge loyalty to that individual. Oh, I nearly forgot. They're Black. Sirius shot a glance at Regulus, including you, Mama's most obedient little darling. This matter allowed him to drag Regulus into the fray, and he was once again speaking of Rael. Ellie could now somewhat understand how Voldemort felt. He was indeed a stubborn fool. She had no intention of engaging him in a discussion about pure-blood ideologies. She merely wished for him to develop his own sense of right and wrong, and not to align himself with reckless arrogance simply to fit in as a so-called Gryffindor. Suddenly, Ellie felt a sharp pain in her heart, followed by waves of discomfort. Here we go again. She gently pressed her hand against her chest, taking shallow breaths to alleviate the pain. Regulus immediately noticed her change, deftly retrieving a potion from the small pocket of her robe, swiftly uncorking it and helping her drink it, while gently rubbing her back to ease her breathing. The potion's sour and bitter taste spread across her palate, and Ellie fought the urge to retch, striving to regain her composure and no longer wishing to converse with Sirius. Sirius was equally startled by her sudden episode, scrambling to assist but feeling helpless, while James and the others beside him anxiously observed. Nearby, Lily and Severus were equally astonished. Who could have anticipated that their confrontation would spark an internal ideological conflict within the Black family? Only by witnessing it firsthand did they realize that the seemingly invulnerable Miss Black was indeed as fragile as the most delicate of vines. Such an episode was commonplace for Ellie. A small vial of potion could restore her swiftly. She had always known that Sirius was a remarkably stubborn individual, having stubbornly labeled all Slytherins as adversaries, much like he had said about the Blacks. What drove her to the brink of emotional turmoil was that while she and Regulus endeavored to change their family's trajectory, Sirius had subconsciously chosen to abandon his kin. All right, she had to admit, it was because she couldn't bear to hear him speak ill of Rael. Ellie composed herself, feeling somewhat fatigued as she rested her hand on Regulus's arm. Rael, let us return. Sirius hesitated behind them, wanting to speak, but ultimately saying to his brother, I don't believe I said anything wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't have referred to Rael. She never likes it when I say that. I shouldn't provoke her. James, unsure how to console him, felt the weight of being the only Potter heir, completely devoid of such worries. After all, she is a Slytherin. Saying that will always upset her, just as we dislike it when others speak ill of Gryffindor. Perhaps next time you could apologize to them. After all, you are family. Remus sincerely suggested, with Peter eagerly nodding in agreement. Severus, uninterested in observing the three fools comfort that traitor, felt that he had not come off worse in today's exchange. Chapter 15, Potion Speculation. Always recalling Lucius's words, Ellie planned to consult that potion genius about improving potion flavors, who would willingly endure suffering when they could drink something palatable. Goodness, there truly were those who did not linger in the common room. Did he typically avoid engaging with Slytherins? There was something magical about how seekers could always find their rivals with uncanny precision. Several days later, she found him again at the Slytherin long table, still embodying that rather impolite demeanor. She rose and moved a few steps closer, taking a seat beside Severus. Hello, Senior Snape. May I have the pleasure of befriending you? The girl sat with an ease that did not compromise her poise, her deep gray eyes clear and lively, radiating focus and anticipation as she regarded him. Severus glanced at her before averting his gaze. Having heard of her reputation, I assume Miss Black would not be so bored as to seek friendship with an inconspicuous second year. Oh, such convoluted and lengthy phrasing. How very Slytherin of you. I heard from Lucius about your talent in potions. Can you improve potion flavors? Some commonly used healing potions. She knew well that due to her poor immunity, she had consumed the most mundane potions like invigorating syrups and cough mixtures. Improve flavors? Potions are not beverages. Do you think I would waste my time researching such trivial effects? Indeed, a carefree young lady. Ellie did not wish to reveal her weaknesses. She was already a fragile being, and to be willfully averse to drinking potions seemed overly dramatic. It is quite useful. Enhancing flavors can amplify the healing effects. She spoke earnestly, as if she were making an important case. Just as most magic relies on emotion, the efficacy of potions might also be heightened by the user's emotional state. Do you not think this worthy of investigation? Severus had never heard of such a notion, but upon deeper reflection, it seemed plausible. Noticing his hesitation, Ellie pressed on, I stumbled upon this idea in my family's potion compendium. I can fund your research and provide the raw materials and tools needed for the process. She bore the expression of a connoisseur recognizing a prized steed. As an aficionado of potion research, I was unwilling to forego the opportunity to validate this hypothesis. Thus, you ought to seek out the headmaster. Perhaps he is more suited to assist you in realizing this ambition. Truly, a Slytherin, not easily deceived. Professor Slughorn is more inclined towards the study of traditional potions. However, I hold high hopes for your future. You epitomize the innovation and future of potion making. It is indeed true that Professor Slughorn lacks the ability to refine potions. A few years ago, Black had already contacted him about this matter, and the headmaster is not proficient in this area. She continued to grasp Severus's arm with her left hand, her tone deliberate, her gaze unwavering. I shall provide you with all the financial support you require, including for your future potion-making endeavors. You will herald a new era in potion creation. The transformation from a peculiar being into a human prohibits the arbitrary application of suspicion rules, which troubled her for a time, leading her to form a habit of enhancing emotional engagement through touch. Evidently, this time was no exception. Observing the glimmer of aspiration that flickered in the depths of his dark eyes, Ellie couldn't help but smile, feeling a unique sense of satisfaction blossom within her. Severus was genuinely swayed. Someone supporting his passion for potions, coupled with the enchanting vision of the future she painted, was too alluring for a Slytherin to reject. Many potion ingredients indeed placed a financial burden upon him. Even if this young lady's whims were fleeting, he was determined to seize any opportunity that presented itself. Do you agree? Did you previously have a designated location for potion making? Yes, in the dormitory. No, he replied. I will expedite the preparation of the necessary space, materials, and tools, and I eagerly anticipate your performance. Ah, and one more thing. Regarding the outcomes of this research, I reserve the right to priority usage, management. Naturally, since the hypothesis was your inception and the expenses are yours as well. A pleasant collaboration. Ellie extended her right hand to him. A delightful partnership. Severus grasped her hand. Warmer and softer than he had anticipated. He had thought his ailing body would yield a cooler touch. This was indeed his first instance of physical contact with a female. Their hands clasped for but a fleeting moment, one he scarcely noticed for its awkwardness. Ellie returned to her seat, sharing the good news with Regulus. Is he truly that formidable? Regulus protested Ellie's solitary endeavors. I inquired with Lucius. It transpired during potion class. At the very least, we cannot optimize potion-making methods in our first year. I hope it proves useful. I do not wish to see you consuming potions as if they were poison. If we could indeed improve the flavor of potions, that would be splendid. If not, I shall continue to support you, after all. Lucius has high hopes for this potion prodigy, a venture with no risk. As for the hypothesis regarding flavor-enhancing potion efficacy, that remains merely a conjecture, does it not? Lucius, I fear he is not someone you can introduce to the Dark Lord, for I have already taken the initiative. He belongs to Black. Despite Ellie's concentrated demeanor, she could feel the fervent gaze from across the table, belonging to Ted Traffer, whom she had greeted at the opening feast. Initially oblivious to his negative emotions directed at her, she had dismissed him, but that gaze had turned ominous, almost palpable, leading Ellie to question whether the rules were still in effect. She lifted her gaze to meet Traffer's. Why do you look at me so? Traffer first lowered his head in a flustered manner before quickly regaining his composure. You should not associate with that half-blood. You are a noble Black. Ellie regarded him with exasperation. Given his tone, she almost suspected that Walburga had consumed a potion of confusion. We are all of noble pure blood. If you require assistance, I shall aid you. Traffer grew increasingly agitated, drawing the attention of other Slytherins at the long table. Regulus shot him an annoyed glare. Quiet down, Traffer. Since the beginning of the school year, Traffer had cast strange looks at Ellie. Regulus, wary of Traffer's status, had merely issued a warning after consulting with Evan. But it appeared Traffer had not heeded it. Regulus and Evan exchanged glances, already contemplating how to reprimand him. Calm yourself and lower your voice. Ellie experienced an unusual sense of embarrassment. It was peculiar to feel the need to remind others to maintain composure. Remarkably, Ted Traffer did indeed regain his tranquility, reverting to his typical aloof demeanor. In any case, Miss Black, do not allow those filthy half-bloods and mudbloods to tarnish your purity. His voice was low, his tone almost reverent. Ellie offered him a perfunctory smile, exchanging expressions with Regulus. What is his issue? Do you understand? Regulus responded with a reassuring glance, signaling that she need not concern herself. She turned her attention back to her meal, unaware of the silent exchange between Regulus and Evan. Regulus, what is going on with him? I should not have let him off the last time. Evan, we need to interrogate him. He is acting like a creep. Regulus, let us just give him a beating. It's vexing to see him every time. Evan, agreed. Let us take action once we return to the common room. Chapter 16. The Slytherin Rules. Aside from class time, Ellie had not seen her roommate for several days. She always returned later than Ellie and rose early, rarely appearing in the common room. To her surprise, when they finally met again, her roommate still looked disheveled. A group of girls led by Selwyn and Burstead encircled her, eagerly debating which dark curse to employ. Leigh Hall was curled on the ground, desperately arching her back to avoid being pricked by her rapidly growing teeth. Clearly having fallen victim to the leg-locking curse, her cheeks flushed with pain and humiliation. It was incomprehensible why a half-blood could even gain admission to Slytherin. She had heard that both of Hall's parents were also half-bloods. Selwyn watched Hall's struggles with disdain. Ha ha ha, isn't that just the most wretched mongrel? Echoing her sentiment was Burstead, a fallen pureblood who lacked even the qualifications to join the Death Eaters, finding her greatest pleasure in bullying half-bloods while clinging to those in power. The girls positioned themselves in the corridor of the girls' dormitory, brazenly engaging in this act of bullying without retreating to a corner. Upon seeing Ellie approach, they instantly fell silent, each lowering their heads as if searching for something. Ellie merely passed by, disturbed by their ruckus. The prefect's lounge was not far off, yet these girls showed no signs of restraint. Selwyn glared at Ellie's departing figure with palpable envy. What is there to be so arrogant about? She's merely a potion jar. The Black family ought to fervently pray that she lives for several more years. After all, she is a Black, supported by Galleons. Are you suggesting that Selwyn cannot compare to a Black? My brother has also joined the Death Eaters. No. It's that we can't be bothered to quarrel with her. Who knows if a mere touch might shatter her? Considering how anxious her family is about her, if she is so precious, why not just keep her at home? Familiar with Selwyn's volatile temperament, Burstead quickly offered a plethora of justifications, while several second and third-year girls trailing behind her chimed in with praise. Hall, kneeling on the ground, felt utterly hopeless. She should have realized that no one would come to her aid. These pure-blooded Slytherins were more terrifying than devils. Of course, Ellie did not leave. She would not miss such an opportunity to enhance the rules. The intense negativity exhibited by this group of young girls is utterly outrageous. Envy serves as the favored nourishment for malice, and the ire provoked within her by Sirius has found no outlet. She retreated to lean against the wall, quietly observing the group as they engaged in mutual flattery until one individual, upon noticing her presence, abruptly faltered mid-sentence, overcome by fright. Why did the conversation cease? Were they not enjoying themselves? Burstead stood frozen, as pale as a chicken with its throat constricted. I had thought that the Slytherin members might possess a modicum of intelligence. Yet it appears they have yet to learn to conceal their venomous fangs. Ellie approached Selwyn, deftly flicking a strand of hair from her forehead with her wand. It seems you harbor considerable grievances towards me. Is it jealousy? Selwyn's initially guilty expression morphed into one of rage, as the prior flattery had rendered her quite insufferable. As fellow purebloods and members of the Death Eater faction, why should she yield to this ailing wretch? What do I have to be jealous of? It is you who should feel envious. Your traitorous family member has undoubtedly caused you no small amount of trouble. Spare me your pretenses. Do you truly believe that the Black family remains as it once was? Her brother enjoys the Dark Lord's favor, and the Blacks have faced considerable disdain from many purebloods due to that Gryffindor heir, much to the Dark Lord's dissatisfaction. Yet again it is serious. And the Dark Lord as well. Indeed, one only comprehends the sting of the whip when it strikes one's own flesh. A swift confinement is in order. These fools require no further lessons. Shall I eliminate them? It would be troublesome, for they could still serve a purpose. Ellie deposited them in their dormitory, cast a spell to lock the door tightly, and reveled in their screams. Truly, joy is often founded upon the suffering of others. Hall stared blankly at Ellie's actions, her cursed teeth rendering her speech indistinct. Thank you, she managed to utter. I had no intention of aiding you. They simply provoked my ire. As Ellie turned to leave, she did not notice the spark of light igniting in Hall's eyes, for she was lost in contemplation, pondering whether she too had succumbed to the influence of the house sorting. Sirius was not entirely mistaken. Slytherin has indeed bullied students from other houses due to blood prejudice. Initially, she had wished for Sirius's choices to be unfettered by familial constraints, yet why had she allowed the biases of the house to sway her? The emphasis on house pride, stressed since the onset of their education, compels them to unconsciously aspire to be exemplary Slytherins. And the rule-abiding nature of Slytherin naturally breeds disdain for the rule-breaking Gryffindors. Why does this system of sorting education persist? Should she apologize to Sirius? No. Engaging with him would only bring herself unnecessary distress. If he wishes to uphold his notion of Gryffindor justice, let him do so. It is her task to widen this path, broad enough to encompass all the choices that Sirius might make. Since that incident, Hall no longer shunned her. She would now proactively greet her in the dormitory, though she still kept her distance in larger gatherings. Ellie admired her newfound sense of balance. As it appeared, Hall had discovered her own means of survival within Slytherin. Incidentally, Selwyn and her companions emerged from their confinement in a daze, each thoroughly frightened. Though the serpents bore no venom, they still scurried to the hospital wing, entreating Madame Pomfrey for antidotes. Ellie believed that such a lesson would suffice to instill some wisdom in them. The research facility prepared for Snape was an empty classroom, located near the Slytherin common room. In the basement, readily accessible upon request to the headmaster. Upon entering the transformed space, Severus displayed a rare expression of surprise. The workbench was adorned with an array of cauldrons of various materials, a large cabinet dedicated to storing ingredients, with ample space awaiting replenishment, and potion bottles arranged according to their materials on the shelves. This was a dream room for any potion enthusiast. Given the limited resources, I could only assemble a basic workbench. I trust you won't mind, Ellie remarked, somewhat dissatisfied, as she had seen more advanced workstations at St. Mungo's that could reduce preparation time, but her current allowance fell short of affording such customization. Limited conditions? I have no objections, Severus replied, his eagerness to begin evident. I am not an unreasonable person. You may concoct other potions here, but enhancing flavor must take precedence. What potions require improvement? Severus, not blinded by her previous compliments, remained aware of his own capabilities. The revitalizing draft and the cough potion. I know you possess a wealth of knowledge, so there is no need to rush. This requires extensive practical application. What flavor do you wish to enhance? Common fruit flavors, such as orange, Ellie replied, her demeanor unwavering. Severus frowned. While the cough potion could be experimented with, adding sugar to the revitalizing draft would compromise its efficacy. Then let us strive for a balance. The flavor should not be too peculiar. Ellie retrieved a stack of parchment from her satchel, manuscripts collected by the Black family, including instructions on how to brew the cardiac stimulant she had been taking for an extended period. Within this collection are many potions for rare ailments. First, master the cardiac stimulant, and then see if it can be improved, though no pressure is required for enhancements. Severus gazed at the manuscript, immediately recognizing its value. A treasure from an ancient pureblood family. This is far too precious. Do not be hasty in your rejection. This is the crux of research. What I have transcribed is not the original manuscript, and most of these potions are available at St. Mungo's, though they may not be common for personal use. Upon hearing that it was a research project, Severus ceased his refusals, carefully stowing the manuscript away. I shall not squander this information. Those ancient families have managed to dominate most of the magical world's resources through their collections. Knowledge is eternally the most invaluable treasure. Contemplating this, Ellie felt a twinge of curiosity. Are you aware that your mother hails from the Prince family? Indeed, Malfoy mentioned it, a family of potion masters. He had also learned last year from Malfoy that the princes were a pure-blood potion lineage, while his own mother had married a muggle and even chose to break her wand for him. I merely wish to convey that the Prince family must possess many tomes, so you need not overly concern yourself with these collections. My mother has relinquished her family ties. Those matters hold no relevance to me. She chose Severus. She chose the love she fantasized about. You borrowed the Book of Spells, did you not? Severus's train of thought was interrupted by her abrupt topic shift, and he nodded, albeit hesitantly. Will it take you a long time? I am in search of a spell. I will need considerable time. In truth, he was innovating spells to counter the quartet of marauders. Have you encountered a spell that can obscure the sense of smell? Direct inquiries yield swifter results than perusing through books. I had thought the Black family's library was sufficiently extensive. Severus regretted his words almost immediately. This particular Black was amiable enough, yet he could not resist his habitual sarcasm. It was evident that bloodlines still held sway. At times, Ellie, like Sirius, failed to discern the nuances in others' tones. Our family specializes in dark magic. Once the sense of smell is lost, it cannot be restored. The bubblehead charm can mask all odors, Severus recalled from his readings. Is there not a more dignified option? The bubblehead charm was hardly practical for everyday use. The entire potion classroom would be drawn to her bulbous head, and the very thought was too absurd to contemplate. You could brew a breath-blocking potion, which would conceal your scent for 12 hours. To drink the potion in order to avoid its scent is akin to relinquishing one form of demise in favor of another. I speak of curses. Severus pondered her persistence. As you mentioned, the alternatives would inflict harm upon the body. How is it that no one has devised such a practical charm? Perhaps I should seek out alchemical items that possess this capability. Perhaps I shall give it a try. Rarely does he express himself voluntarily in the presence of others, and Severus spoke in a somewhat hushed tone. What? I am attempting to innovate a charm. One that silences individuals. If you require it, I could also explore how to block the sense of smell. This proclamation left him feeling as though he were ostentatiously flaunting his knowledge, and furthermore, this charm was intended to deal with yet another Black. Of course, it is necessary. You can actually perform this? You are nothing short of a genius. Ellie felt as though she had made a remarkable investment, backing a potion prodigy who could also innovate charms. The ability to block the sense of smell is truly a triple benefit. Indeed, investing in medicine is never a loss. The girl's deep gray eyes sparkled as they regarded him, a vitality unlike anything she had previously encountered, leaving Severus at a loss for words. Even his fingers tingled. Was it the joy of being acknowledged? Or was it the realization that his words could be unconditionally trusted? Could it be that such a brooding self could bring hope to others? This revelation caused him to involuntarily curl his lips into a faint smile. You should not be so excited. Severus, quickly realizing something, regarded her disapprovingly. Ellie closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Splendid. Another individual had joined her cadre of stabilizing emotions. Are you and James both pursuing Lily Evans? No, we are merely good friends. At this, it was Severus who found his emotions in disarray, bewildered by her propensity for peculiar inquiries. He experienced a sense of incoherence for the first time. Did he harbor feelings for Lily? She was the first peer which he had known, a symbol of hope escaping his home. Her presence signified the existence of the magical realm. She was also his sole companion in Spinner's End, one who never mocked his peculiar attire, embodying his most cherished visions of light. This must be what it means to like someone. Wait, why does she refer to that Potter as James? Are they familiar enough to use first names? This approach will hardly win over a witch, though you should consider yourself fortunate. Your rival is quite the fool. Ellie envisioned James, perpetually disheveled, his hair resembling something that had been through an explosion. Perhaps he believed such an appearance set him apart. How did he manage to pursue Evans? Was it through sheer aggression? Could it be that love was ultimately overshadowed by wealth? The Potter family was indeed affluent. No. Upon reflection, perhaps it pertains to the Dark Lord. Would Slytherin truly align with Muggle-born wizards at this juncture? Lucius would undoubtedly introduce this potion prodigy to the Dark Lord. Evans's offspring could very well be the one to vanquish him. Logically, this does not add up. Evans marrying James would lead to the birth of a hero, so what relevance does this have for me? Could it be that I missed a critical detail in the story? Perhaps that survivor deserved a chance. Severus could see that the person before him was clearly lost in thought. What could it possibly be? Potter? His brow furrowed deeper. I have no intention of pursuing Lily. Do not furrow your brow so often. You should be bolder and elevate your appearance slightly. She recalled Sirius's derisive comments regarding his outward appearance. I apologize. Sirius and the others can be rather harsh with their words. You need not apologize on their behalf. Did you not have a quarrel? Have you forgiven him? Because he is family? Severus had no standing to pose such a question. But you truly must alter your appearance. Do not provide them with reasons to mock you. I believe I need not change myself for a few individuals I wish to avoid. This is for the sake of academic rigor, Ellie stated with utmost seriousness. She scrutinized him anew, noting his exceptionally clean hands, the second-hand robe that was already fading at the edges, and only his hair appeared somewhat greasy, his pallor betraying a lack of exercise. It seemed that Sirius and the others had exaggerated. Given his attitude towards potions, he should not be filthy. Why then was he dubbed a snotty little brat? Severus felt tense under her scrutinizing gaze. I believe a proper lady ought not to gaze so rudely. Perfect. No need for alteration. Ellie interrupted his derision. This individual was even more rigid than Regulus. He had expected her to offer some critique. Much like what Potter and the others often said, even Lily would comment on his hair. How could she use the word perfect to describe him? So, your aversion to washing your hair is because the shampoo belongs to the Potter family? Absolutely not. He replied through gritted teeth. He truly was a fool, indeed. He should harbor no expectations. He was, after all, the sister of that foolish dog, Black, who could effortlessly ensnare others in embarrassment with her innocent demeanor. In truth, you could utilize Lucius's hair potion. He should have informed you on its preparation. No need. Very well, do not become agitated. Chapter 18. Avoid him as much as possible. Recently, Sirius had been frequently seeking out Ellie, awkwardly neither apologizing nor speaking. His companions were always lurking nearby, appearing anxious, and Ellie found their indecisiveness quite bothersome. You had best say something before her patience runs dry. Regulus was compelled to remind his foolish brother. Sirius cast a fleeting glance at Regulus. He opened his mouth, then faltered, unsure of how to proceed. He had never apologized to Regulus before, yet he understood that he must first apologize to Real in order to earn Ellie's forgiveness. Is it truly so difficult to utter? Ellie recognized his pride. Aside from her, he had never bowed his head to anyone. Yet that was no justification for his repeated verbal injuries. Enough, Ellie, do not make it harder for him. Having grown up together, Regulus understood him better. I have grown accustomed to it. His desolate and restrained tone had an unusually profound effect. If you find it difficult, do not seek us out again. Ellie feigned anger as she grasped Regulus, intending to leave. Upon seeing this, Sirius shot a glare at Regulus, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He had been subjected to this tactic by Regulus numerous times throughout their lives. I was wrong. I spoke those words out of anger. He uttered apologies, his expression resembling that of a ravenous beast. Is this your attitude towards an apology? Indeed, how could the righteous Gryffindor ever err? No, I genuinely came to apologize, Ellie. I will not speak ill of Real again, nor should I quarrel with you. Noticing his change in demeanor, Ellie had no desire to make things difficult for him. I am merely upset that you directed your anger at us due to the biases of the house. I too have my faults. Sirius finally sighed with relief. No, you are not at fault. Ahem, let us not dwell on house matters. We must swiftly change the subject. He did not wish to see their recently mended relationship deteriorate again. Before the term began, Alfred bought me a broomstick. James and I plan to run for the position of seeker on the Quidditch team. You do not like playing Quidditch, do you? In the past, Sirius had always been indifferent to the various rules of Quidditch. Perhaps he preferred the sensation of flying solo. Very well, I knew I could not hide it from you. I am accompanying James to the tryouts. He adores Quidditch and will undoubtedly be the best seeker in Quidditch history. Then you ought to do your utmost for next year. Real will be eligible to apply for the Slytherin team. He will be the most formidable seeker. Sirius found himself at a loss for words regarding Elios' praise. Had he truly sounded like that when speaking of James? Cyrus, what prompted your choice of Gryffindor? Elios' suddenly serious tone rendered Sirius unable to jest. It was not my decision. The Sorting Hat proclaimed it the moment I donned it. He vividly recalled his initial panic, which transformed into overwhelming relief upon connecting with that circle of friends. Regulus, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat astonished. He, like the rest of the Black family, had assumed that Sirius had rebelled of his own accord. Is it your choice now? Indeed, he replied, gazing at Ellie, his expression unusually relaxed. Do you remember the question I posed to you that day? Do you possess a standard of justice in your heart? What standard? I do not comprehend. What do you believe Gryffindor embodies? Courage, justice, friendship, mutual trust, liberty, unbound by rules. Even Gryffindor himself would hesitate to proclaim justice. No house can inherently represent a stance. Just as you disdain the pureblood ideology of superiority, yet we pursue justice. One can only hope that is indeed the case, and that you have not merely chosen an identity to actively resist your family's oppression. Your admission into Gryffindor signifies your courage to defy. Do not impose excessive expectations upon it. Friendship and trust are cultivated through your own interactions, not merely because you reside in Gryffindor. If this is your pursuit of freedom, Regulus and I shall eternally support you. Sirius watched as Ellie and Regulus walked away, her words resonating within him, leaving him in a contemplative state. He did not fully understand. He only knew that he found camaraderie here, that he was happy and free in Gryffindor. Nevertheless, Ellie's sentiments brought him joy. Perhaps she cared for him. A rare expression of concern and affirmation from someone akin to family. Regulus too was puzzled as to why she felt compelled to share such thoughts, believing they would alter nothing. I merely realize he regards Gryffindor as a belief. Have you ever heard of idealism? He seems to dwell in a fantasy, perpetually blind to reality, thus seeing only prejudice. Well, I simply wish to convey to him that we shall always stand by his side. He need not face this battle alone. I sense he did not grasp this, nor will there be any change. Ellie felt a tinge of despondency. You always ponder matters I cannot fathom. Cease dwelling on him. Alfred remarked that it is his own choice, and each individual must bear their own responsibilities. Moreover, you ought to minimize your interactions with him. He invariably affects your mood. Regulus wished for Ellie to be free from the burdens of familial woes. He simply desired her happiness and aspired to master the family matters swiftly. Just as Sirius had mentioned, James was a prodigious chaser. After being selected for the Quidditch team, he became even more ostentatious. Ellie could hear their loud boasts even at the Slytherin table, and when he flaunted his prowess to Evans, he resembled a peacock in courtship. That she could endure such antics spoke volumes about Evans' remarkable temperament. Oblivious to Travers' disdainful gaze from across the table, Ellie thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle at the Gryffindor table. Many from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also entertained, for Gryffindor always seemed to be the center of attention. She could not help but glance towards Snape, and sure enough, she found him casting a look of utter contempt towards James. Severus, keenly aware of Ellie's gaze, returned a look of confusion. As Ellie contemplated inquiring about the progress of the concealment charm, she gestured to meet in the potions lab and withdrew her gaze only after he nodded in acknowledgement. Severus remained fixed on that direction. He had sensed someone observing him, but it was not Ellie, it was Travers, a first-year pureblood. His gaze bore a mixture of disdain and warning. Severus was certain he had not offended him. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility of some purebloods harboring disdain for half-bloods. It was only when Ellie turned away that he realized Travers had been fixated on her. Was it her interaction with him that incited such animosity? He slowly brushed his arm, feeling the wand concealed within his sleeve. Such arrogance among purebloods was truly irksome. Travers' stare was particularly unpleasant. Indeed, the young lady of the Black family was ever the center of attention. Chapter 19. He can be quite normal at times. Arriving punctually at the potions lab, Severus was already awaiting her presence. Ellie was not one for pleasantries. Have you made any progress on the spell innovation we discussed last time? The concealment of odors is challenging. It can begin with the essence of the scent itself. This inspiration stemmed from a muggle banishing charm. Severus brandished his wand to demonstrate, the target being an eye from a pufferfish. After casting the spell, the fish's characteristic foul odor indeed dissipated. It can be applied directly to a person, rendering the scent inaccessible. However, the drawback is that the subject will also lose their own scent. Ellie mimicked his earlier gestures and attempted the spell on herself, inhaling deeply, only to find an absence of any odor. She was thoroughly satisfied with this effect. The drawback seemed trivial in comparison. How audacious to experiment directly on yourself. Are you truly not a Gryffindor? Severus, though astonished, felt a sense of gratification at her trust in him. Given your urgency, I resorted to this method. My current repertoire of spells for sensory concealment is insufficient, and I cannot conceive of such a spell at this moment. What about the spell you mentioned that silences a person? Upon hearing this, Severus hurriedly interrupted her. That pertains to the sticking charm. It was more akin to a prank spell, and he regretted his earlier bravado. Have you succeeded? Not yet. Is it intended for Sirius and his companions? You are aware? Ellie observed the surprise on Severus' face. It was an easy deduction, for only they were consistently noisy and your adversaries. As a token of gratitude for your assistance, I shall teach you a spell. It will prove useful until you devise your new charm. After saying this, Ellie pointed her wand at Severus and uttered, Silencio. Try speaking. He attempted to produce sound, but failed, prompting him to cease his efforts. Oh, how meticulous the Slytherin is. The spell is quite practical in combat. If they always outnumber you, one could strike first to diminish their strength. Are you instructing me on how to deal with your brother? To be candid, Miss Black, even together, they would not pose a threat to me. How is it that you were just fine a moment ago, yet have reverted to your mocking tone? What have I said to provoke such sensitivity? I merely wish for them to face consequences. Sirius constantly emphasizes justice. They must realize that justice cannot triumph over evil. Severus found himself at a loss for words. This seemed more like a revenge for their previous argument. Perhaps she recognized that reasoning with Gryffindor fools was futile, and direct action was more effective. Then, even if he is your brother, I shall not hold back. I hope next time Miss Black does not emerge to dispense justice. Do you harbor some irreconcilable grudge? Severus had never engaged in bullying classmates, yet he had fought with Gryffindor more than anyone else. It was likely a mutual disdain. Recollecting their first clash aboard the Hogwarts Express, they had insulted Slytherin, their arrogance palpable. Yes, he had perceived their disdain at first sight. Then you are in trouble. Winning a fight will not resolve matters. They will persist in pursuing you. You have become a part of their quest to validate their righteousness. Just as no matter how much punishment Mother metes out to Sirius, he persists in his rebellious defiance. Let them come. It seems he relishes the confrontation with the marauders. Are you acquainted with Travers? He is the one who sits opposite me during meals, and I noticed him glaring at you. Severus lowered his gaze, deeming that glare more akin to a wish for me to vanish from existence. I see. Are you well acquainted? We are acquainted. He is an extreme blood supremacist, spouting rhetoric reminiscent of my mother. He constantly scrutinizes whether I associate with half-bloods, and should he trouble you, do inform me directly, and I shall address him. Observing the girl before him, who stood a head shorter and bore the evident marks of illness, Severus was amused by the stark contrast of her resolve to eliminate someone. He wouldn't dare harm me. I hardly believe I am so lacking as to require a first year as protection. Such sentiments cannot be entertained. If my presence incites trouble, it is my obligation to resolve it. Severus regarded her with skepticism, having never encountered a pureblood from Slytherin who would become perturbed over trifles involving half-bloods. The intricacies of relationships among purebloods are fraught with entangled interests, particularly among the Blacks, who are connected by blood to a significant portion of pureblood families within the British magical community. Very well, I concede. Primarily, Travers is quite difficult to handle. Rahl should have engaged in amicable dialogue with him, yet he remains obstinate. I ought to seek an opportunity for a serious discussion with him. The rise of the Dark Lord and the increasingly audacious blood supremacy sentiments have drawn many meddlesome individuals into Slytherin. Thus, it would be prudent for you to accompany your brother. You are correct. I shall proceed immediately. Thank you for your spell today. She only invites trouble upon herself, yet fails to provide any negative emotions. She abhors such uselessness. Severus watched as she departed with determination. Her demeanor, though initially slow, exuded an air of decisive urgency. Upon finding Regulus in the common room, he was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess with Evan. Ellie approached and seated herself between them. Do you know Travers? Regulus paused his game, inquiring about her intentions. Has he come to reprimand you again? Not yet. Did you inquire about his motives when you confronted him? I am not the only pureblood he targets. We did not confront him. No, he revealed nothing. The two spoke in unison, evidently failing to coordinate their responses. What is the matter with you two? Evan, having learned his lesson, chose silence, while Regulus adjusted his cuffs. We truly did not glean much. He was incessantly proclaiming how purebloods ought to behave, and we could not afford to be overly harsh. Is it because of Sirius? Are you concerned about his influence on me? I cannot shake the feeling that Regulus is concealing something from me. It should not be that. Then accompany me to confront him. I shall discipline him myself. He has gone to the library. Let us await his return. He still frequents the library? I assumed he merely preached blood supremacy. At times, he behaves quite normally. Raul, are you hiding something from me? It would be wise not to lie. Your little schemes will be exposed. Regulus felt his fingers stiffen under Eli's scrutinizing gaze. In truth, he likely admires you. He believes that our bloodline is among the purest of purebloods, and he has uttered many commendations about you. Oh, what sort of compliments? He remarked on your beauty, strength, and your embodiment of Slytherin ideals. So, you have chosen to overlook him? Nearly. He assured us he would maintain self-control. Upon hearing him praise Ellie, Regulus resolved to let him off the hook. To Regulus, it was only natural for someone to idolize his sister. It merely attested to his excellent judgment. Chapter 20, about Alice 1. My name is Alice. I have a mother who loves me dearly. I once had a remarkably happy family. But mother said father fell in love with another woman. Father began to frequently stay away from home, and when he returned, it was always to engage in quarrels with mother. I wished for him never to come back. Today, it is just my mother and me at home. We have washed up early, preparing for bed. I cherish the moments when mother holds me as we sleep, for during these times, she is at her most tender and loving. Alice, it's time for bed. Close your eyes. Mother, I cannot sleep. Then let me tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Once upon a time, there was a small town where a girl donned a red cloak every day. Everyone called her Little Red Riding Hood. Mother adeptly changed her tone, weaving the tale so vividly that I felt transported into that fairy tale realm. The big bad wolf asked Little Red Riding Hood, "Where are you going?" To which she replied, "I am off to my grandmother's house." Upon hearing her answer, the wolf concocted a scheme to deceive her. Suddenly, I heard the rustling of footsteps outside the door. Father had returned. Mother's voice abruptly ceased as she slipped on her shoes, exclaiming, "So you've chosen to come back? Did that woman not keep you for the night?" "What do you mean, that woman? Why do you speak so harshly?" "Lena and her mother reside in the outskirts. You know it is on the fringes of the safe zone, where one might inadvertently encounter those monsters. Stop pretending to be a good person. The moment that survivor's husband perished, you were quick to be with her, eager to play the role of a father to her child." Mother's voice grew increasingly hysterical. "I've told you before, there's nothing between us. You always overthink things. I grew up alongside Lena. I cannot abandon her. So you will neglect us? Do not overthink. You've been working too hard lately. I know you face immense pressure dealing with those people every day." I hid behind the door, watching this once peaceful home devolve into chaos, as father and mother shifted from arguing to throwing things, leaving the room in disarray. Father retreated to his room, while mother sat sobbing on the sofa. With the argument concluded, I felt compelled to tidy up the wreckage they had created. Mother yanked my hand away from the mess I was attempting to clean, causing me to fall to the floor. "What are you cleaning up for? What good is being so understanding? Your father prefers raising another wild child." I felt a sharp pain on my knee from the debris scattered on the floor. Sitting silently, paralyzed by fear, mother had reverted to her frightening self. At times, she would embrace me, professing her love, yet at other moments, she would strike me, leaving numerous marks on my skin, prompting father to intervene. When father was absent, she would say he no longer loved me, calling me worthless. They eventually divorced, and father moved to the outskirts. Mother returned to her previous self, occasionally taking me to the hospital where she worked. I was to have a new father. Mother dressed me in a lovely new dress to meet him, instructing me to behave. The monsters outside had multiplied. The new father could secure us a residence in the core district. The new father was fond of me, yet I disliked the way he looked at me. I did not wish to call him father. We managed to move into the core district as we had hoped, and mother's career flourished, making her busier than ever. The new father's surname was Carter, yet I still refrained from addressing him as father. He insisted I could call him Uncle Carter. Uncle Carter treated me well, showering me with many dresses. Yet, I felt his closeness was excessive. At 6 years old, I had already been taught many things by my teachers at school, and I sought to avoid being alone with him. After mother returned from work, I confided my discoveries to her. "Mother, he often touches me inappropriately. This is not right. The teacher has warned me. I did not notice the fleeting look of discomfort that crossed Mother-S face. He is your father. What is wrong with him hugging you? He merely wishes to care for you more. I shall speak to him about it. Do not worry. I strive to disregard the discomfort that lingers within me, cherishing the precious moments spent with my mother, moments that are hard-won. Mother, could you tell me the story of Little Red Riding Hood once more? My fondness for this tale is profound. Thus, I implore her to recount it again, once upon a time. Yet, the story remains unfinished as my mother receives an urgent notification. One of her patients has escaped from the psychiatric facility where she works as a doctor, currently holding the position of deputy director. Before long, my mother begins administering a certain medication to me, the tablets sour and bitter, making it nearly impossible for me to swallow. Mother, am I ill? I don't want to take this medicine. Be obedient, Alice. Your mother does this for your own good. You know I love you dearly. As time passes, I realize I am significantly shorter than my classmates, and my mother has not deceived me. I might indeed be unwell. Uncle Carter and my mother are arguing, a rarity indeed. The door to their room is ajar, and I, driven by curiosity, press my ear against the wall to eavesdrop. How I wish my mother could divorce him. Stop making excuses. You must have done something. Why does she behave this way? I told you she is merely ill. I can show you the diagnosis. Don't think I don't know. When you first brought her to me, you dressed her like that just for me to inspect. And now you feign superiority. Do you think your current status was granted by someone else's kindness? Please, you promised to wait until she grew a bit older. But she can no longer grow. Still, this situation has its advantages. I have yet to experience it. You shouldn't be home today. I imagine your work is quite demanding. I hear my mother gathering her belongings to leave, and in a panic, I rush back to my room, my blood running cold and a buzzing sound filling my ears. Leaning against the doorframe, I replay their conversation over and over, waiting for my body to warm up again. The sound of a car departing the villa drifts up from downstairs. My mother has left. Escape? Is it even possible? I press my forehead against the windowsill, fixated on the moving vehicle until it vanishes from sight, my mind racing with various escape scenarios. My previously chaotic thoughts suddenly settle into an eerie calm. No, I won't run. I shall wait for my mother to return. Uncle Carter is too foolish. He completely overlooked the obstacles I laid out on the floor. Just as I had anticipated, he trips over them. Shards of glass litter the ground, cutting him and causing blood to spurt from his wounds. In a daze, I am transported back to the moment my mother pushed me down, bloodied and paralyzed with fear. I stand there, looking down upon his anguished cries, knowing that no one will come to his aid, just as no one will come to mine. After all, my mother will not return today. I left the room for Uncle Carter. He has fallen asleep. After cleaning the stains from my hands, I change into fresh clothes and retreat into the closet, gnawing on the medication my mother provided. There remains over half a bottle. It seems I need not bother with dinner tonight. The following day, I awaken to my mother's screams. I wonder what might happen if I consume too many of those pills. My head feels foggy, and I desperately crave water. I push open the cabinet door, and my mother stares at me in terror, rendered speechless by shock. Mother, you're back. I am thirsty. I want water. She stands frozen, trembling, yet eventually pours me a glass, though she hesitates to hand it over. I must reach for it myself. As the cool water touches my throat, the bitter taste of the medication lingers, and a wave of nausea rises from my stomach, leading me to vomit. My mother rushes to support me, gently patting my back, and I succumb to darkness, allowing myself to faint. Little do I know that this is the last time I shall see her. Chapter 21, about Alice 2. I found myself residing in the hospital where my mother works, yet I never saw her again. The hushed murmurs of the nurses reached my ears, despite their attempts at discretion. So young, yet a murderer? How did she kill? Keep your voice down. I heard she was nearly attacked, acting in self-defense. It caused quite a stir, and now they are particularly attentive to children, so they didn't send her to a reform school. No, her mother was the former director, which is why she is here. It's all tied to their family. Now her mother has become the biggest beneficiary. Her father's pharmaceutical empire has essentially fallen into her mother's hands, the same company collaborating with our hospital on psychiatric trials. Are you talking about that group? How much is that worth? Right now, just our psychiatric medications are valuable. The survivors outside are waiting for that lifeline. I heard there are several upstairs. Don't pry. That child has been abandoned by her mother. I wondered why she was assigned a single room. It's not a deliberate arrangement. The first floor is filled with genuine patients. And she is the only one who made a mistake, and the director fears she might truly have tendencies toward violence. I see. Those who committed murder are on the third floor. I gaze at the medical record card atop the bedside table. Alice Carter, 9 years old, diagnosis, developmental delay, personality disorder. All of it is a fabrication. I have been forsaken. The patients in the hospital take their medications daily, and although mine is absent, my mind begins to spiral into peculiar thoughts. The events preceding my admission replay ceaselessly in my mind. I ponder the details. Why are there so many glass bottles in my room? Why are there knives? Why did they argue without closing the door? Those items have largely fallen into her mother's possession. How much is that pharmaceutical group worth? With the new father, we could reside in the core area. You brought her dressed like that to be inspected. Just obediently take your medicine. Your mother loves you dearly, you know. A cacophony of voices reverberates within my mind. Was this all orchestrated by my mother? Did she sell me to Uncle Carter? She administered the medication, providing me a means to survive. Yet, she no longer wants me. She placed me in the hospital, but hasn't given up on me. I question and then dismiss these thoughts repeatedly. Is this love? What is love? I cannot discern. I long for sleep. They should be distributing some medication to me. Nurse Raven is my favorite in this place. She seems oblivious to the age on my medical record and brings me plenty of treats. She tells me numerous fairy tales, as if soothing a child. And I never request a specific story, yet I hope for her to randomly recount Little Red Riding Hood, the bedtime story I have never fully heard. I also became acquainted with a patient from the neighboring ward, an older sister suffering from genuine personality disorder. She experiences episodes of madness, claiming it is a way to rediscover herself. Within her, several individuals reside, some willing to play with me, others who teach me lessons, and one who secretly takes me to steal food. However, the personality that once brought me to the cafeteria to steal food has vanished. Her name was Sasha, and she was killed by the medication given to the sister. The sister is now bound, and as I peer through the doorway, she discreetly hands me a stone, urging me to contact an organization for her rescue. But I lack the means. It is merely a stone. I cannot help her. I place the stone on the windowsill, praying that some organization might catch a signal. If only I were truly ill. During a moment of solitude, I hide in the kitchen of the cafeteria, reminiscing about the time spent with Sasha, until I see Nurse Raven entering. Has she come to find me, to drag me back? I observe her pouring several bottles of medication into the prepared ingredients, sweat glistening on her brow due to her anxiety. I remain still, hiding behind the shelves, hoping the goods will conceal me from her gaze. She does not notice me. Until I watched her exit from the kitchen area, I finally exhaled in relief. Cautiously descending from the shelf where I often lingered, it felt as though my feet barely touched the ground. Who caught me? It was Aunt Raven. Alice, why aren't you staying in your room? I detected a tremor in her voice as she forced a smile onto her wooden face. I sensed it. You've been watching me all along. I had no opportunity to voice my thoughts before she covered my mouth and carried me away, telling everyone that I was ill, though I was not. She brought me into a room that appeared to be her resting space. Trembling, she locked the door with one hand, her heavy breathing filling the air, accompanied by her whispered incantations. I must not be discovered. I must succeed in remaining hidden. All these people deserve to perish. She placed me in a chair, her eyes wide as if they might burst from their sockets. Why didn't you stay in your room? Look what you've done. You've seen everything. In any case, we're all going to die. Yes, we are all destined to perish. She did not afford me a moment to react. Seizing a pillow and forcefully covering my mouth and nose, I struggled desperately, but the lack of oxygen swiftly drained my strength. Don't blame me, Alice. They all deserve to die. My children, my husband, they perished here. They use people as test subjects. Everyone here is a devil. I could hardly reconcile the gentle voice of Aunt Raven, who once told me stories, with the words she now uttered, which sounded like the howls of vengeful spirits. My child. She came here for treatment, and she never returned. They tortured her to death. Alice, do not fear. Annie will accompany you. Hot liquid dripped onto my struggling hands, the temperature searing the fresh wound on my knuckles. It was then that I realized a mother could love her child so fiercely. Suddenly, I had no desire to resist. So this is what a mother's love feels like. Aunt Raven, could you tell me the story of Little Red Riding Hood again? Who am I? I seem to be called Alice. I am the embodiment of rules. Where am I? This does not appear to be my room. I should return to my own space. Alice attracted considerable attention upon her exit, her face flushed, eyelids darkened, and lips pale. Unmistakably the traits of one who is not alive. The fear she felt only delighted her. Her struggle to suppress laughter rendered her visage more grotesque. She strolled leisurely past the doors of each ward, as if surveying her domain, ultimately returning to her own palace. Chaos had erupted within the hospital. The drugs that Raven had mixed into the food began to take effect, and an untraceable fire engulfed the entire facility, except for Alice's small room. Not a soul in the hospital was spared. Alice faintly heard cries for help from the neighboring room. Who could it be? With a cheerful disposition, she listened intently. She relished the desperate screams. The stone on the windowsill continued to await the dawn that would never arrive. Before the hospital was reduced to rubble, death coiled into thick vines, and rules were born anew. The alarm in the core area's detection system blared. Attention, all survivors in the battle zones. A new advanced anomalous domain has been discovered at Rod's Psychiatric Hospital. Please be prepared for entry at all times. Chapter 22. I find your sister somewhat terrifying. How do you know he isn't saying this to avoid punishment? Ellie did not believe that one should revere someone while also dictating their conduct. It must stem from inadequate lessons and an overzealous sense of self-importance. His demeanor says otherwise. That doesn't make sense. He hasn't treated Rael like this. As they spoke, Travers entered from the lounge door, and the three of them turned their gazes toward him. Travers, bewildered, glanced around before pointing to his own nose. Is there something you need from me? Please sit. Ellie slightly raised her chin, indicating he should take a seat on the opposite sofa. The Slytherin common room was expansive. Pureblood families valued their privacy, and students from different circles seldom congregated. Travers could hardly conceal his excitement, resembling the fervor Bella exhibited when speaking of the Dark Lord. Indeed, he had noticed the Black siblings since the sorting ceremony, their striking resemblance and aura, both noble and mysterious. His father had once said that among the wizarding world, the girls of the Black family were the epitome of purity, and purebloods took pride in marrying a Black heiress. He had been captivated by her from the very first glance. She was unlike what he had imagined, too fragile, like a delicate black opal that required careful tending. Yet, her first strike had startled everyone, elegant and decisive, the blood adorning her like a macabre embellishment. Even the dim depths of the Black Lake could reflect the most radiant light. She was a born Slytherin, destined to be revered. Miss Black, is there something troubling you? It would be an honor to assist you. He struggled to control his emotions, his voice breaking slightly by the end. We are all first years in Slytherin. There's no need for formality with me. You've likely heard of my condition, or rather, my blood curse. I am merely a person fighting to survive, not someone worthy of your assistance. Moreover, you are meddling too much, impeding my experience as a student. Did that half-blood say something to you? I haven't yet sought him out for retribution. He certainly knows how to play his cards. Travers tightened his grip on his textbook, his gray hair becoming disheveled with his agitation. In hushed tones, Travers realized that Ellie had cast a spell and understood he had unwittingly caused her trouble. Quickly straightening his posture, I believe I possess a basic level of observational skills. What sort of person do you perceive me to be? Am I easily swayed by hearsay? No, absolutely not. And by what authority do you correct my behavior? It is not correction. I merely believe that individuals of our noble pureblood lineage. Does the Black family lack proper education? Do you need to instruct me? Or are you questioning the teachings of the Blacks? Upon finishing her words, Ellie recalled Sirius. Oh, questioning is indeed warranted, but you should best keep such thoughts to yourself. Very well. It was clear from Travers' expression that he had come to the same realization, yet he dared not voice a rebuttal. I make my own judgments and do not require your guidance on how to act. Do not create trouble for me. She leaned closer to Travers, lightly tapping his cheek with her wand. I detest trouble. If you cannot discern what you ought to do, or cannot control your actions, I would not mind engaging you in a thorough discussion about curses. After hearing Elios' warning, Travers, rather than feeling fear, appeared even more exhilarated. How peculiar. The desired effect was not achieved, and Ellie found herself struggling to restrain her inclination toward dark magic. It seemed she needed to adopt a different approach. Do you wish to work for me? Travers' eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded. Then you must become useful. You know, you cannot dictate my actions. Nor should you preach about noble purebloods. I seek not a mere theoretical empty vessel. I am not useless. I am the sole heir of Travers. Then what can you offer me now? Do you possess any skills that I might find valuable? Indeed, the Black family was already illustrious. Even Travers could not compare. Travers pondered earnestly, realizing that in terms of academics, he could not rival Regulus, and few would dare provoke the Blacks. As for her condition, the Black family possessed the finest resources, and he was of no assistance in that regard. Satisfaction gleamed in Ellie's eyes as she observed Travers succumbing to self-doubt. She approached him, lowering her voice. Before you can be of any use to me, you must obediently comply. Travers, lost in thought, echoed her. Yes, I must obey. I do adore those who follow instructions. Fulfill your duties, and I shall require your assistance. Travers fixated intently on Ellie, declaring, I will obey. Do you remember what I just said? Do not cause me trouble. Everything I do is purposeful. Upon hearing this, Travers hesitated in his response, prompting Ellie to continue. It seems you are still lacking in cleverness. Return and contemplate the significance of my actions rather than questioning me impulsively. Travers nodded apologetically, a pensive expression adorning his face as he retreated to his dormitory. Ellie returned her gaze to the sofa, convinced all was well. Her actions bore no deeper meaning. They were merely whims of her own design. Evan, observing nearby, was left astounded, while Regulus, already familiar with Ellie's manipulative tactics, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Do you treat me the same way? He mused, recalling her words with an unsettling familiarity. Certainly not, my dear brother. Never doubt the profound bond we share. It was merely a habit she had adopted while embodying Alice, a tendency to inadvertently sway others in her daily life. Regulus narrowed his eyes, tugging at Elias' cheek. You only resort to such endearing terms when you feel guilty. This revelation made sense of his own inexplicable bursts of ambition at times. Though it was clear Ellie had magnified her own aspirations. Reflecting on her recent remarks, he pondered how they bore resemblance to the whispers of a demon. In retrospect, this also explained her perpetual frustration with Sirius, who was both stubborn and foolish, rendering him unmanageable. Regulus simmered with irritation, yet after a moment of contemplation, he found resolution. What of it? He could see that Ellie relished this dynamic. Her foremost concern lay with Rael, and their shared commitment was to their family. No, it was more accurate to say they were united in their pursuit of the glory of the Blacks. Not angry anymore. Ellie observed the shift in Regulus' expression. Noting his demeanor had relaxed considerably, Regulus feigned exasperation, shrugging, "What can I say? You are my sister." Evan gazed enviously at the sibling duo. Being the sole child of the Rogier family in England, he had never experienced such warmth between siblings. "What's the matter, Evan? I wouldn't treat you that way. We are friends. At least I haven't had the chance to do so since the start of term." No, I didn't mean that, Ellie. You are quite impressive." In truth, Evan saw no fault in her actions. Exploiting the vulnerabilities of others, regardless of the means, was undoubtedly the mark of a commendable Slytherin. "From my years of experience, this is perilous. Evan, once you begin to admire her prowess," Regulus warned kindly. "I am now analyzing every word she utters." This was reminiscent of her previous advice to Travers, to consider the significance behind each of her actions. Evan felt a chill as he contemplated this. "To be honest, your sister is rather intimidating. Oh, I can be even more fearsome." Ellie versus Sirius, the pragmatist, foe, versus the esoteric idealist, I am justice. Chapter 23, A Plunderer Down One. Each year, Hogwarts hosts a Quidditch tournament, and as the upcoming matches approach, the students from all four houses become increasingly restless in class. This sport has the unique ability to ignite the enthusiasm of all participants, and even the self-proclaimed elegant Slytherins shed their usual reserve. Perhaps it was due to the fact that their adversaries were Gryffindor, once again. This year, the chill of autumn arrived earlier than usual, just yesterday. Regulus had advised Ellie to dress more warmly. In truth, there was no cause for concern. Ellie's attire was custom-made, featuring a temperature-regulating lining that, despite appearing delicate, was quite warm. Regulus, still apprehensive, wrapped her scarf tighter, employing several warming charms. "There's really no need. I'm actually a bit warm," Ellie remarked with an expressionless tone. "Feeling warm is normal. You'll soon find it chilly. The wind in the stands is quite fierce, and you're prone to illness." Their anticipation for the match plummeted to an all-time low, as the entire event turned into a personal showcase for James Potter. His exceptional flying skills and precise scoring abilities earned Gryffindor a chorus of cheers. In stark contrast, Slytherin struggled to thwart his impressive shots, leading to a cacophony of curses from the stands. The final score was 70-210, marking an overwhelming victory for Gryffindor. James soared around the pitch on his broomstick. Basking in his moment of glory, he flew before a red-haired witch, striking poses he deemed impressive, which incited laughter from the Gryffindor audience. It seems he truly is remarkable. Every previous victory belonged to Slytherin, Regulus begrudgingly acknowledged. "When you join the team next year, catch the golden snitch early." Ellie, while not well-versed in Quidditch, understood that capturing the snitch would conclude the match. "You have such confidence in me. I'm merely comforting you. Now off you go." There's a history of magic essay to write. Though he could always discern whether Ellie was lying, sometimes it was unnecessary to be so forthright. "Just kidding. I've told Sirius you are the best seeker. I also mentioned that this is their year to shine." After the match, Gryffindor began flaunting their victory indiscriminately, while Slytherin, with their acute sense of honor, found themselves embroiled in numerous altercations fueled by long-standing grievances. The head of Slytherin merely attempted to mediate, while Professor McGonagall of Gryffindor was overwhelmed by the chaos. Punishments such as point deductions and detentions held little sway over the impetuous young wizards. The hospital wing was perpetually crowded, not only with injured students, but also with visitors, much to Madame Pomfrey's chagrin, who had repeatedly suggested banning Quidditch matches. This situation persisted until the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, when a slight improvement was noted. "I finally comprehend what my mother meant when she said Dumbledore would not make a suitable headmaster." The conflict had not affected the first years, with each side experiencing their share of victories, leaving Regulus to learn the art of spectating. "I had always thought it was merely their prejudice against Gryffindor. After all, that headmaster has been relatively amicable towards Slytherin. At least he was friendly when we first met. He likely has his reasons for discretion. Many families in Slytherin support the Dark Lord," Evan offered insightfully. "Now, Sirius has truly become their house as protector. Slytherin students benefit from a more comprehensive familial education, employing diverse tactics, while the quartet of plunderers formed the core opposition against them. Wait, recently there has been one less member. That Remus Lupin is absent. Ellie had just realized, as Sirius's friend, this Lupin was exceedingly low profile. Perhaps he was injured during a scuffle. He has not appeared well for some time. Regulus, not particularly concerned for him, redirected his thoughts toward Christmas, anticipating the return of Uncle Cygnus to the family estate for discussions. I still haven't prepared Christmas gifts. There are too many family members, and it becomes a perennial worry. That's not what I meant. It's quite likely Sirius won't return home for Christmas this year, just as he did last year. Regulus held a deep admiration for Ellie's ability to miss the point entirely. The household would certainly be lively. Ellie was unconvinced, reflecting on his domineering behavior at school. Perhaps he had already toned it down at home. Later, they received a letter from Walburga, announcing a family matter. Bella was to be engaged, presumably to the eldest son of the Lestrange family. In the letter, Walburga insisted that they must bring Sirius back during the holiday. On the Gryffindor side, Sirius too received a letter, and judging by his sullen expression, the language used was likely quite impolite. Should we go and speak to him? Regulus glanced towards the long table in Gryffindor. No need, Ellie replied, her expression visibly darkening. Mother knows he will resist. Why must she insist on having me and Rail bring him back? It was clearly an affront to both sides, which was why Sirius occasionally lashed out at Rail. He perceived Rail as an extension of Walburga, much like wearing shackles at school. What has got you upset again? Is it about Bella? Regulus recalled the time Ellie was reprimanded for Bella's reluctance to become engaged. No, we needn't concern ourselves with Sirius. Nor should we bring up the matter of returning home in his presence. Ellie endeavored to maintain a pleasant demeanor in front of Regulus. Regulus was initially taken aback, then comprehended. Are you afraid he'll take his anger out on me again? Yes, you mentioned that this is his choice. He is still the elder brother. And this is a matter between him and Mother. Let them resolve it themselves. What is the matter? Weren't you the one who said we should make them behave? Now you want to ignore them? Regulus found amusement in Ellie's rare display of stubbornness. Ellie was rendered speechless by his question. Circumstances had changed, and her emotions were running high. Regulus patted her head, saying, I'll defer to you. Don't be upset, or you'll feel unwell later. Ellie leaned against his shoulder, slowly closing her eyes to calm herself. She was angry at her own helplessness. During this time, she had also discovered that the amount of rule power she could absorb was closely related to the intensity of negative emotions directed at her, commensurate with the target's magical strength. In simpler terms, these individuals either lacked sufficient malice or possessed insufficient magical prowess. It was too slow. Her body felt as if it had been punctured, the absorption inadequate to fill the void. She wondered if it was the Slytherin mentality of the strong prevailing. Those she had reprimanded seemed to harbor less negativity, though some forgetful ones resumed providing her with emotions after a day or two. At this juncture, one might ask, why not provoke those with formidable magical ability? That would require not only absorbing rules, but also guarding against the possibility of being obliterated by them. Perhaps she should attend some gathering of pure-blood families from Slytherin. After all, there would be more people present. How she longed to meet the Dark Lord. To wield dark magic without burden surely filled the world with malice. Chapter 24. This is the Dark Lord's intention. During this time, they acted as if they had never seen Walburga's letter, refraining from mentioning any plans to return home in front of Sirius. After completing her essays for various subjects, Ellie focused on selecting Christmas gifts. Before long, the Christmas holiday arrived, and as Ellie and Regulus entered the common room, Narcissa and Lucius were already waiting. Both of them had important exams this academic year, and Lucius was often preoccupied with recruiting for the Dark Lord, making him difficult to find. Good day, Rail and Ellie. You both appear quite well, Lucius remarked, his appearance as striking as ever, particularly with his hair, which always left a lasting impression. Good day, Regulus replied. Good day, Lucius. Ellie added, feeling a certain charm in conversing with him. One could not help but be drawn into his presence, almost instinctively addressing him as Mr. Malfoy. We must be off. You know, there are significant matters at hand, Narcissa gently reminded them. To their surprise, they encountered Sirius on the express train. Ellie noticed he seemed eager to speak, and after agreeing with Narcissa to meet at the station upon disembarking, she followed Sirius into their compartment. Sirius awkwardly scratched his hair, casting his gaze elsewhere. Ahem, why didn't you call me to come home with you? I mean, I know your task. If I don't return, you'll get scolded. Regulus raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this rare display of concern. Wow, how thoughtful of you, dear brother, Ellie said, her tone as flat as Professor Bin's reading from the history textbook. James, seated opposite them, beamed with joy. I had originally intended to invite you to my home in Godric's Hollow. Ellie peered further inside and indeed spotted the other two marauders. Do you all return home every Christmas holiday? Of course. Our family always celebrates Christmas together. Though I would love to stay at school, a holiday Hogwarts must be fascinating. James replied without hesitation. Remus Lupin raised his hand beside him, but his words were too late to intervene. Ellie forced a smile at Sirius. You'd better come up with a good excuse. Last Christmas, you wrote to me saying you were exploring an abandoned castle with friends. James, evidently oblivious to this detail, continued, Really? I went to James's house last year. Sirius regretted his slip. Who knew he would give himself away so quickly? Was it fun? It was beautiful. There's a small church, and there are muggles living there, just like in a muggle village. Dumbledore's house is also there. Seeing that Ellie showed no signs of anger, Sirius felt emboldened to elaborate. Would you rather spend Christmas at someone else's house than return home? Regulus observed the stark contrast in Sirius, wondering if home truly was that dreadful. Admit it, just as Ellie once said, deep down, you too wish to escape. As they disembarked, they spotted Orion and Walburga waiting at the station, their regal and proud stances, dressed in understated luxury, requiring no effort to locate. Lucius accompanied Narcissa, exchanged pleasantries, and then departed. Sirius wore a glum expression from the moment he saw his parents. Ellie discreetly kicked him from the side, thinking how fortunate he was to have someone waiting for him at home. Didn't he notice that some young wizards returned alone? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly locked eyes with Severus Snape, who was staring vacantly in her direction, utterly alone. Where were his parents? Where were his Gryffindor friends? Did none accompany him? Upon noticing Ellie looking at him, Severus snapped back to reality, averting his gaze and walking alone towards the station exit. What was he thinking? Of course, no one would come to greet him. His mother, Eileen, was probably searching for Tobias in some tavern, and his pride would not allow him to ride back with Lilia's family. Surely there was nothing to eat at home. He felt especially weary on the journey home today. When Ellie returned home, the entire Black family was gathered, except for the disowned Andromeda. Kreacher excitedly rushed out, clutching his tea towel, his head nearly touching the ground. Kreacher has finally seen the two young masters again. Without Kreacher's service, the young masters must be unaccustomed. Miss Ellie has truly suffered. Kreacher lamented, having not attended to Master Regulus for far too long. Be quiet, Kreacher. Sirius snapped, unable to tolerate the house elf's shrill and incessant voice, interrupting him before he could finish. Yes, Master Sirius, Kreacher does not favor this disgraceful family of traitors. But Kreacher must obey the young master's commands. Kreacher muttered in a barely audible voice, causing Ellie to question whether she had misheard. Why would Kreacher say such a thing? Was it due to having overheard her mother speak ill of Sirius? Kreacher should not speak ill of Master. Kreacher is a bad elf. Kreacher believes Master Sirius to be a traitor of filthy blood. Kreacher must not voice such thoughts about Master Sirius. Kreacher is a wicked elf. I must punish myself, he exclaimed, attempting to bash his head against the ground, but Ellie recognized that this conflicted with his own thoughts and magical contract. One must not make noise while punishing oneself. The young girl's voice was melodious, yet chilling, momentarily freezing Kreacher's actions. Kreacher responded tremulously, Why yes, Miss Ellie. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. What transpired? Regulus noticed Ellie had not followed. Kreacher had just insulted Sirius. How could this be? House elves are eternally loyal to their masters. You know, he possesses his own thoughts and feelings of affection or disdain. Sirius has always treated him poorly. I shall have a word with him. Regulus held a fondness for Kreacher, and the discord between his mother and Sirius had escalated to the point where even Kreacher was affected. Let me speak with him. Regulus hesitated. You're not going to. If you speak to him, he will not change. He will merely think, oh, young Master Regulus is ever so kind. He must have been deceived by the rebellious young Master Sirius. Ellie speculated while mimicking Kreacher's high-pitched voice. Haha, you imitate him splendidly. Very well. You may speak with him, but I want to observe. As the siblings conversed, they made their way to the dining room, where Ellie spotted Bella, who appeared somewhat thinner since their last encounter. She approached and embraced Bella, who, looking haggard, managed a faint smile in return. Once everyone was seated, Cygnus bluntly announced, In 3 days, Bella will be betrothed at the old manor to Rodolphus Lestrange. He is also an exemplary Death Eater. And this union is at the behest of the Dark Lord, who favors the alliances of pureblood families. Ellie noted a subtle mocking tone in Cygnus's voice as he continued. Many pureblood families will come to witness the grandeur of the Blacks, including the Daily Prophet. Bella, you must not present yourself as you do now. Understood, Father, Bella replied, her expression dazed. Seeing her in such a state, Ellie would have preferred the frenzied Bella who was devoted to the Dark Lord. Chapter 25. Do you not provide meals at work? Regardless of Ellie's inner thoughts, this was a cause for celebration among the adults. After dinner, Ellie knocked on Bella's door, unsure of what comforting words to offer. They simply sat quietly on the edge of the bed. For Bella, entering into a family alliance was her duty, and she could not refuse the Dark Lord's orders, even if it tore her apart. After a prolonged silence, Bella's voice wavered. He must know I have feelings for him, yet he remains indifferent. Lestrange is my best option, she murmured, as if recounting a tale, yet more like persuading herself. Perhaps Rodolphus is not so bad. He is the future head of a pureblood family, equally loyal to the Dark Lord. The Blacks require a similarly powerful family to enhance their influence. Will you marry soon? Perhaps we must wait another year. There is much to prepare. And this is no trivial matter. A favorable day must be divined. After marriage, will you still return home? Aunt rarely visits. Elias' aunt, Lucinda, married a pureblood from the Pruitt family after graduating, and though they were pureblood, they sided with Dumbledore. Ellie had seen her only a handful of times. Bella sensed Ellie's reluctance and gently stroked her hair. I would never do that. Even if I marry Lestrange, I will forever be a Black. But you haven't written to me in ages. Are you very busy with work? I am somewhat occupied. There are always families that fail to grasp the situation, and I must attend to them. It's not incorrect to label murder and arson as the work of Death Eaters. You've lost weight. Does the Dark Lord not provide meals? Ahem, I am not at school. There is no kitchen while on duty. Many of the properties belonging to the families we have dealt with have ended up in our possession. Bella fervently defended her master. Ellie was at a loss for words. As far as she knew, the only descendants of Slytherin were the Gunter family, who had little wealth, implying that pureblood families were funding him, and he was reaping the benefits with mere words. In earlier times, the pureblood families and the Dark Lord likely collaborated, but he had grown too powerful. Weaving a throne from their ambitions, and for greater gains, they were already ensnared. Will the Dark Lord attend your engagement? She was curious to see what allure this man possessed. Such trivial matters do not warrant his presence. I mean, it's merely an engagement. He places great importance on his Death Eaters. I did not imply he does not value them. Seeing you like this, do you intend to continue harboring feelings for him? It is merely an alliance. There is seldom any affection in pureblood unions. But you should temper your demeanor, at least allow Lestrange to maintain a respectable facade. We are somewhat familiar. I believe he does not care for such things. During Death Eater gatherings, she had never concealed her feelings. She had always loved openly. It would be best if you can find a way to interact comfortably. Sharing this with you has lifted my spirits. Bella had endured immense pressure during this time. First with Sirius joining Gryffindor, followed by Andromeda eloping with a mud-blood, and the mockery from other Death Eaters. She needed to achieve results to rid the Blacks of these humiliations. In this light, her union with Lestrange had become the best opportunity. Sensing Bella returning to her normal self, Ellie felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps she was a natural empath. There is still a patient requiring treatment tonight. Regulus awaited her in her room with a book. You've finally returned. Is she feeling better? Quite well. She merely needed someone to talk to. Next came the matter of Kreacher. I hope he does not continue to punish himself due to your words. I must state, do not interject or speak. No matter what I say, having grown up alongside them, Ellie felt Regulus regarded Kreacher more like family. Kreacher. Is Miss Ellie seeking Kreacher? House elves typically appeared with a loud pop, but before Ellie, Kreacher suppressed the sound. After having erred and been discovered by his master, Kreacher spoke with caution. Is Miss Ellie here to punish Kreacher? Kreacher is a bad elf. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Ellie sat on a single armchair, striving to match Kreacher's height, her tone earnest and formal. Of course not, Kreacher. What I am about to say pertains to the entire Black family, and you must not mention it to anyone, including mother and father. Kreacher cannot deceive his master. Indeed, you must not deceive, as long as no one asks. You must not bring it up. This is not deception. You are very clever, Kreacher. She had long observed that the quality of food Sirius received was inferior to that of Regulus. Sometimes, even his steak was smaller than Regulus's. At the time, she thought nothing of it, believing it was Kreacher's favoritism towards Regulus. In retrospect, Kreacher adeptly exploited the loopholes in the rules. Kreacher grew increasingly anxious. No, Kreacher cannot. Ellie grasped Kreacher's hand firmly. Kreacher can certainly do this. This matter is of utmost importance. Regulus and I trust you implicitly. Only you can assist us. Kreacher cast a troubled glance at Regulus, then shifted his gaze to Ellie, finally nodding hesitantly. We have only just learned that Sirius was not voluntarily sorted into Gryffindor. From the moment he donned the sorting hat, he fell victim to a cunning scheme. It was Dumbledore's conspiracy, aimed at drawing in the Blacks. Even if he failed, the Blacks would no longer be trusted by the Dark Lord or other pureblood families. This, of course, was a fabrication spun by Ellie, as evidenced by Kreacher's astonished and indignant expression, indicating that he had become emotionally invested. As he had surmised, Black was indeed profoundly affected by this turn of events. With many reveling in his misfortune, we have done so much for the Dark Lord, yet he allows Black to be ridiculed and trampled upon. tarnishing our noble dignity. Currently, Black is unwilling to align himself with Dumbledore and is estranged from the Dark Lord. We are like the first sacrificial lambs in a power struggle, with other purebloods waiting for our downfall to seize their share. Black's situation is precarious. Creature, do you comprehend? Creature's eyes widened in alarm, and he swallowed nervously. He understood. What should Creature do? Do not fret. The struggle has yet to commence. We still have a chance, and victory remains uncertain. Sirius's placement in Gryffindor may serve as an alternative retreat for Black. Creature's features contorted in dismay, yet Gryffindor is rife with mudbloods. You are the Black family's house elf. Do not be constrained by the confines of houses and bloodlines. You must recognize that Black should be your faith. Preserving Black is our duty. Black is my faith. Creature's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Indeed, this is knowledge known only to us, for Black, and for myself and Regulus. A family is defined by its members, and all within this household must thrive, including you, Creature. Creature is family. Miss Ellie declared Creature is family. Creature was moved to tears, droplets falling to the floor. Of course, Sirius is quite foolish. Observe how he suffers at home. This is his punishment for bullying you. But you must understand, he is also family. You may secretly berate him, but you must never harm him. Chapter 26. A shortcut must be taken. Bella's engagement party was unprecedentedly grand. The Black household had not witnessed such merriment in ages. Ellie also met Bella's fiancé, Rodolphus Lestrange, a tall figure with a rugged appearance, exuding an aura of seriousness and reliability. Walburga was eager to keep a watchful eye on Sirius, fearful he might cause a disturbance in such a setting. Regardless of external discussions, he remained the eldest son of the Blacks and had to make an appearance. Dressed in a tailored black suit with his dark hair cascading naturally, he embodied the essence of a gentleman, though his expression was rather unrefined, with his eyes nearly rolling skyward. Mother, nothing will go awry. Standing here only provokes him to act out deliberately. It is this excessive control that breeds rebellion. Regulus, keep a close watch on Sirius. Do not let him engage in any disgraceful conduct that tarnishes the Black family name. Walburga could not linger, as many guests awaited her attention. How peculiar. The Black family name? Such a thing exists? True to form, Sirius ignited Walburga's ire with his retort. Do not force me to discipline you in this setting. She hissed through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall have Creature dispose of your prankish belongings from your room. Ellie stepped on Sirius's shoe, stifling his retort. Only after Walburga departed did she relent. Why can't you be quieter? Does a single rebuttal cost you a piece of flesh? You sound utterly like an echo. Sirius widened his eyes in surprise at her choice of words. What do you mean? What family values do we possess? Dark magic? If you're so idle, why not eat something? Is that the younger son of the Lestranges? Ellie observed a figure at the door, as tall as Rodolphus, but with a somewhat more refined appearance. Regulus leaned closer to Ellie, whispering, that S him, Rabaston Lestrange, a 7th-year Slytherin. He has a good rapport with Lucius. Understood. A potential Death Eater recruited by Lucius. As time drew near, the guest list swelled, resembling a grand gathering of Death Eaters. Ellie also spotted Evan and recalled that Bella's mother was also a Rosier. Marriages among pureblood families often necessitate contracts to solidify cooperation between the two houses. After roaming outside for much of the day, Ellie absorbed a considerable amount of negative emotions, feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. Death Eaters certainly have their advantages. Attending such gatherings frequently might even lead to recovery. Perhaps gratitude is owed to the family, for the Black heiress holds considerable allure. Following the engagement, Bella busied herself once more. Ellie surmised that her motivation was less about work and more about wanting to see her employer sooner. Alfred had recently become enamored with the marketing psychology of Muggles, and as a result, the family business had doubled its profits, surpassing even Bella's direct raids on other families. However, the industries operable within the wizarding world remained limited. Pureblood families typically teach young witches and wizards brain-blocking techniques in advance, and the Blacks were no exception. Sirius had begun studying it last year, with results akin to having never studied at all. Learning brain-blocking requires emotional stability and mental clarity, which is immensely challenging for Ellie, whose thoughts are vibrant and emotions volatile. Yet, she was determined not to lag behind Sirius nor to be vulnerable to thought reading. When Ellie first encountered the concept of legilimency in her reading, she deemed it the darkest of dark arts, truly deserving of the title of an unforgivable curse. In contrast, Regulus found it relatively easy to enter the state. Sirius had completely given up, as he simply was not suited for this practice. Once a person struggles with learning, they tend to seek shortcuts, much like Ellie, who had spent an entire day in the library searching for dubious methods. Self-deception, engaging in psychological self-suggestion, yielding short-term effects, but potentially leading to long-term self-alteration. in simpler terms. It could lead to a split personality. Wait, am I the one being peculiar? If someone maliciously attempts to read my thoughts, I could simply employ suspicion to make them doubt all their memories, thus averting the threat. The good news is it has some efficacy. The bad news is it is not entirely effective. Individuals like her father, who practice legilimency to train themselves, are utterly impervious. Having discovered a shortcut, Ellie began to slack off. Now, only Regulus remained committed to practice, as mastering brain blocking was a lengthy endeavor. While Ellie cheered for Regulus, she also dispatched her Christmas gifts. She gifted Regulus a pair of black cat's eye cufflinks, Sirius a muggle board game, and Evan a complete set of wand care solutions. Bella and Narcissa's gifts were akin to previous years, handmade hairpins, as she had learned numerous crafting techniques from the Witch fashion magazine during her prolonged confinement. Regarding what gifts she would receive, Ellie held little expectation. They were invariably similar to those she had sent out. On Christmas Day, Creature was in the living room organizing the gifts while Sirius had yet to rise. The number of gifts exceeded her expectations. Ellie, as per tradition, began by unwrapping those from her family. As anticipated, her parents had gifted her a set of curse-repelling necklaces and bracelets. Narcissa the latest silk scarf from the Elegant Wizardry Boutique, and Bella a tome titled The Most Venomous Magic. Regulus presented a brooch shaped like a feather, imbued with protective enchantments, both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Evan, surprisingly, gifted a wand care solution. Perhaps great minds think alike. Sirius offered a quill, seemingly unremarkable, and she hoped it was not a prank. The other gifts were unwrapped with the assistance of cliché, many belonging to Slytherin students, likely a customary exchange among purebloods. Ellie had only sent gifts to a select few acquaintances, hoping no additional ones would be required. Among the gifts, the most extravagant was a black opal pendant brooch from Travers, a dazzling piece of artistry. After a moment of contemplation, Ellie decided to send out a brooch of comparable value. She rummaged through her gifts and noted, with satisfaction, that there was one person she had not sent a gift to, Severus Snape. She had thought that after their long collaboration, they might have considered each other friends. This holiday season had been particularly dreadful for Severus. The frigid weather outside did little to temper his father, Tobias Snape, who continued to indulge in drinking, returning home to unleash a torrent of verbal abuse upon Eileen. Severus secluded himself in his small room, pretending not to hear the chaos outside, until the door was suddenly kicked open. The stench of alcohol assaulted him as the man staggered toward him, cursing like a small fiend, demanding money. In an instant, Severus contemplated various methods of retaliation, but Eileen desperately clung to him, snatching away his wand, forbidding him from using magic. This only resulted in the two of them enduring a barrage of blows, and he numbly accepted the punishment, blood trickling from his forehead and clouding his vision. Why did he not resist? He possessed magic. Why not utilize it? Love, it seemed, was a foolish endeavor. Eileen appeared to fear that Severus might use potions against Tobias, confining him to his small room. In truth, he had no intention of leaving. He could only sit on his dilapidated bed, perusing his potion notes. Something loomed outside, casting a shadow over half his window, darkening the entire room. It was a massive owl. Chapter 27. It is my turn to perform. The owl's feathers were pristine and smooth, clearly well maintained. It tilted its head, gazing into the room, and the narrow windowsill seemed barely able to support its weight. It impatiently pecked at the window. At that moment, Severus remembered that today was Christmas. Looking at the large owl before him, he suddenly thought of many Slytherins and who might send him gifts. Upon removing the parcel, he was greeted by a familiar emblem, the black dog and shooting star, often seen in the potions lab, the Black family crest. Inside was a card, accompanied by a bottle of white essence and a bottle of muggle-packaged shampoo. Severus couldn't help but let out a mirthless laugh. He opened the card. The ornate lettering pleasing to the eye, Merry Christmas. Dear Senior Snape, I believe you may not be fond of the shampoos from the wizarding world. Fear not, for this one is developed by my uncle's company and is primarily sold in the muggle world, though it is also available in the magical realm with a few enchantments added. Additionally, I have included a bottle of white essence, guaranteed quality. Yours, Elios Black. He was merely engrossed in brewing potions, occasionally forgetting to wash his hair. When had he ever expressed disdain for shampoo? Perhaps this gift was not so bad after all. Despite the fact that he felt a tinge of embarrassment, was he truly so unkempt? Lily had mentioned it numerous times. Yet, no one had ever taught him such hygiene habits. Standing amidst the moldy confines of his room, he stared blankly at the bottle of shampoo, longing to return to Hogwarts. By the time he regained his senses, the owl had already taken flight, and he hesitated to consider whether he had any suitable gift to reciprocate. It was no longer a concern, as he lacked even an owl. Soon, it was time to return to school. Lucius had been devoting his attention to the upcoming nude examinations. Although destined to become a Death Eater post-graduation, as a Malfoy, He wished to leave a flawless academic record. With the absence of Malfoy's oppressive presence, many upperclassmen in Slytherin were eager to showcase their abilities. The Death Eaters acted with brutality and ruthlessness, and their behavior was emulated by others who treated mixed-blood and Muggle-born students with arrogance, often resorting to derogatory language, fighting for the best seats in class. The Marauders were not always mischievous. When Slytherins bullied others, they were often the first to champion justice. The reckless Lions acted without regard for the situation or consequences. Their intentions might have been noble, but the outcomes often worsened, such as when their fights inadvertently affected students from other houses. Hufflepuffs, known for their gentle nature, comprised the largest yet most united group. When bullied, they would not suffer in silence, typically resolving matters themselves or receiving assistance from older students in their house. The incident began with a routine Slytherin taunt. The Badger student being mocked had yet to respond when the Marauders stepped in, taking on a protector's role. With only a few words exchanged, a brawl erupted, and the little Badger was inadvertently injured amidst the chaos. Other Badger students soon arrived, rallying to support their fellow housemate. Alpheus had mentioned to me that students from his era had idolized the Dark Lord. Youthful experiences have a way of lingering in one's memory. Ellie observed the unfolding spectacle and, in a moment of impulsiveness, turned to Regulus and remarked, "What? I mean, it's my turn to take the stage, as a Black." Ellie waited for the Hufflepuff students to return before intervening to halt the skirmish. "Disarm your weapons." She cast spells solely at the Slytherin students, leaving Regulus bewildered, though he quickly cast a protective charm around her. "Stop this at once. Fighting is prohibited in the corridors. Haven't you noticed someone is injured?" James and Sirius, upon realizing it was she speaking, ceased their aggression but remained on guard with their wands raised. The Slytherin students, including the familiar fourth-year Electo Caro, remained unbothered, disarming her with ease. His expression was dark enough to reign, flanked by several unfriendly Slytherins. Ellie deciphered his intent. Someone had already alerted a professor, and they surely did not wish to incur demerits for Slytherin. Malfoy, as head boy, would prefer not to tarnish his final year with a loss of points for his house. The Slytherins exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with evident reluctance. "I apologize." Sirius and the others merely wished to help and inadvertently caused harm. Ellie expressed sincerely, her face reflecting remorse, while Regulus assisted the injured Hufflepuff. I'm not too badly hurt. I should be fine after visiting Madame Pomfrey." The honest little Badger blushed, surprised to receive aid from a Slytherin, particularly one as lovely as Ellie, who appeared to need the hospital wing more than he did. "He is of the Black family. I have a duty to help him bear the consequences. Besides, Slytherin was at fault initially. Let us first see Madame Pomfrey." The arriving Hufflepuffs quickly grasped the situation and rushed to assist. "You need not feel guilty. This is not your fault." Together, they proceeded to the hospital wing, exchanging names along the way. The injured Badger, named Neil Mason, was a Muggle-born wizard in his third year. The Marauders had intended to help. They were simply too reckless. The group then turned their attention to the marauding quartet, as James and Sirius felt somewhat awkward under the scrutiny of many little Badgers. "Apologies. Next time we shall be more cautious." Yet this incident stems from that Slytherin. Observe them, eager to argue, fearful that their voices might summon Madame Pomfrey. Several Hufflepuff students swiftly ushered them away. In truth, deep down, they believe that the usual antics of the Marauders are not much superior to those of Slytherin, as they often harass without regard for the setting, mockingly calling them dunce even when they merely wish to observe the commotion. The crowd cast sympathetic glances at Ellie, pitying her for having such a troublesome brother, still lingering in Slytherin. It was indeed a lamentable situation. A few had already offered words of comfort, while others expressed concern about her potential mistreatment within Slytherin. Fortunately, with the aid of Rael and her other friends, her own spellcasting skills were commendable. "At least you are a Black. They should think twice before overtly targeting you." During a visit to the hospital wing, Ellie had already made the acquaintance of numerous Hufflepuffs. Although many of their names eluded her memory, most Badgers were friendly and kind-hearted, admiring the frail yet brave Miss Black, who dared to assist despite the risks. And they were effusive in their praise for her ability to cast so many spells in her first year. As Ellie and Regulus exited the hospital wing, a throng of little Badgers gathered to bid them farewell. "Are you trying to win hearts? If so, we shall be ostracized in Slytherin. Hearts are indeed necessary. I wish to establish a club. As for Slytherin, there are certainly methods to deal with them. Should we take action? We cannot contend with so many. Especially not with Evan. Certainly not at this moment. For now, Slytherin is still under Lucius's command. Should we merely bide our time?" Chapter 28. What is the essence of war? As long as Sirius remains a Black, we shall always have reason to stand up for him. You ought to share your vision for this club with me. I will prepare accordingly. Regulus remained convinced that it was premature to establish a club. Typically, Hogwarts students form clubs in their 3rd to 5th years, when they possess greater influence. What is the purpose of war? Profit. Regulus felt an ominous premonition. Ellie was beginning to ask questions, and it was all too easy to be led astray by her inquiries. It is about resource plundering. This approach is merely temporary. There exists a foolish method of letting things develop unchecked, followed by continuous plunder. Yet it is prone to chaos, much like the historical uprisings of goblins. How do you envision maintaining control over resources in the long term? Through power, absolute power. Regulus paused at this thought, reflecting on the current wizarding world, where a significant portion of resources is controlled by purebloods. The power you speak of aligns with the ideology of the Dark Lord, yet he does not wield absolute authority. Why not elaborate further? Is it pureblood supremacy? It is an ideology, a belief system instilled in successive generations of pureblood families. However, this cannot endure, as is evident now. Contradictions have arisen. The number of half-bloods is on the rise, and with it, the emergence of many talented wizards who begin to seize the resources once monopolized by purebloods. Thus, the Dark Lord emerges to lead the purebloods. The purebloods currently require a Dark Lord to reinforce this ideology, yet this too is not sustainable and may ultimately fail. No one can possess absolute power. Is it due to the increasing number of Muggleborns? Muggles consistently bring forth new ideas. It seems the Dark Lord's campaign against bloodlines is not without merit. You have not ventured into the Muggle world. You cannot fathom how numerous they are, an endless supply. Muggles are formidable in their own right. The prevalence of half-bloods and Muggleborns will only continue to grow, an unceasing influx. Regulus blinked nervously. Would there still be room for purebloods to exist? Ellie looked at Regulus in disbelief. Why did he revert to the topic of purebloods again? Foolish. I have stated that purebloods exist for profit, for the propagation of ideology. You must recognize the essence of the matter. Regulus, praised by Hogwarts' various professors, felt a sting at being called foolish for the first time. So, we are to indoctrinate others with our beliefs? This is precisely the reason I wish to establish a club. The birth of ideas cannot be halted, but it can be effectively controlled. Not through the rigid indoctrination of pureblood supremacy, but through guidance, steering thoughts in a direction that benefits us. Brainwashing? How harsh. It is about allowing them to think for themselves. People invariably trust their own conclusions, often taking pride in them. Are you familiar with the concept of brainwashing? It is a rather popular term among Muggles. I came across it in the study room of Alfeed. Regulus's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling slightly embarrassed to admit he had read Muggle literature. Indeed, those political texts were quite intriguing, and the wars of Muggles warranted study. What can I assist you with regarding the club? Do you know any Ravenclaws? Their emphasis on thought and wisdom is a perfect match. We have always been together. Even in classes with Ravenclaw, we are grouped, leaving no opportunity for interaction. Then, starting from the next class, let us each find a Ravenclaw to partner with and infiltrate their ranks. Comparatively, Ravenclaws focus more on personal development and rarely engage in inter-house disputes. Yet who could refuse a charming Slytherin lad with perfect grades? Others may even assume we are at odds. Twins must occasionally separate. Rael, you cannot cling too closely to your sister. After reaching an agreement, the siblings plan to return to the common room, perhaps facing a hard-fought battle ahead. As anticipated, upon entering the Slytherin common room, they found someone waiting. Carlo, accompanied by a few others, including his sister Electo, characterized by her brown hair, round face, and diminutive stature, yet exuding an air of authority. The other students in the common room perked up their ears, though none dared to look their way. Both Carlo and Black belonged to the sacred 28 families and were among the Dark Lord's trusted lieutenants. This dispute was not one their small family could afford to engage in, lest they find themselves collateral damage. Ellie and Regulus showed no signs of retreat, leisurely taking a seat on the sofa near the fireplace, striking first. You should be aware that the Dark Lord is currently recruiting promising new talent. Ellie cast a glance at Carlo. I doubt he would appreciate a fool who makes enemies everywhere. There are plenty of pure bloods among Hufflepuffs. What are you doing? Pushing potential allies toward the opposing faction? Carlo's gaze turned serpentine, menacing. Who are you trying to intimidate, little Black? I am targeting that mudblood. As for your brother, it seems he has forgotten his surname since being sorted into Gryffindor. Whether he remembers or not is inconsequential. What matters is that he bears the name Black. Ellie was certain that the Carlo siblings would not dare to act against her, and besides, her defensive alchemical items were not merely for show, having just allied with Lestrange. And with Malfoy maintaining a hidden alliance due to Narcissa, they were among the families most trusted by the Dark Lord, and the Black family's status was at its zenith. Returning to the earlier topic, that Hufflepuff, if they were not at school, we could eliminate their entire family without any repercussions. They are merely Muggles. Ellie's tone dripped with disdain, as if crushing an ant. Yet you may not fully understand Hufflepuffs. They are quite willing to stand up for their fellow housemates. A young wizard represents the future of a family. Should you harm a pureblood who comes to their aid? Do you think their family would not side with Dumbledore? That family might be one we have yet to recruit, or perhaps they prefer to remain neutral. We only need to strike unexpectedly to obliterate them. Yet just now, because of you, we nearly created many more adversaries. What a waste of time. You are hindering the Dark Lord's grand endeavor. Ellie boldly accused Carlo. Regardless of whether her actions were justified, she felt compelled to demonstrate loyalty to the Dark Lord. You are utterly grasping at straws. Carlo could never have anticipated such a convoluted argument, leaving her to question her own actions under her intricate reasoning. I merely remind you to think carefully before acting. This is Hogwarts, and Dumbledore is the headmaster. Do not allow him to seize upon any missteps that might bring shame to Slytherin. Ellie proclaimed with conviction, her tone resonating with heartfelt concern, as if genuinely contemplating their welfare. The Carlo siblings fell silent, pondering whether her words held merit. Was she truly advocating for them? No, she was contemplating Slytherin's interests, perhaps even those of the Dark Lord. Had she truly averted them from a grave mistake? Could I still become a Death Eater? Surely, the Dark Lord would punish me. Yes, I deserve punishment. How could they harbor such feelings of guilt and remorse? Clearly, Ellie had employed the rules to instill doubt. Though her methods were not as effective as they once were, in her prime, she could incite self-destruction with mere words. To accept such casual assertions without scrutiny was riddled with fallacies. Who would believe that Hufflepuffs would align with the Dark Lord? Guiding them step by step felt far more satisfying. Chapter 29. You remind me of someone on his way back. Severus heard of the conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin. A commonplace occurrence, yet unusual for the absence of physical altercation. Numerous Hufflepuffs had attended to lend support, with young Black ultimately intervening to halt the fray. He had previously noted that Miss Black had a penchant for justice. It was obvious that the usual Gryffindor fools were behind the mischief. They would never foresee the troubles their actions could instigate for others. To his surprise, the common room bore no trace of tension. Carlo was notoriously unsentimental in Slytherin. Yet the two Blacks handled the situation with remarkable finesse. Only then did he realize, with a sense of irony, that he had been concerned about a Black being bullied. Was it due to her thoughtful Christmas gift? Or perhaps her ire at some individual's disregard for her fragile health? Perhaps Miss Black's patronage had led him to become overly sentimental. Her professed interest in potion research had hardly manifested in her presence, merely supplying him with a trove of materials for experimentation, a fleeting whim on her part. In an unnoticed corner, Severus stormed out of the common room with his robes billowing furiously. Soon, he found himself engaged in an astronomy class on Friday night, typically involving solitary observations followed by paired analyses. Regulus, unaccustomed to being separated from Ellie, nonetheless partnered with a previously encountered pure-blood, Mantalus Ackley, whose father was a researcher in the Department of Mysteries. Ellie, on the other hand, selected Crouch, the son of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. His father, Barty Crouch, vehemently opposed the Dark Lord, making him a natural ally. Are you observing the constellation Draco? It is not the optimal time for its observation, Ellie remarked, her knowledge of the stars extensive. Oh, which celestial body is currently suitable for observation? Young Crouch was puzzled as to why the two Blacks were not in the same group. Slytherins typically refrained from interaction with him due to his father's fervent desire to campaign against the Dark Lord for the position of Minister of Magic. How absurd. A man consumed by ambition devoid of familial loyalty, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. What distinguished him from those Slytherins? January and February are ideal for observing Orion and Canis Major. In the southeast lies the brightest star in the sky, Sirius. Sirius, the origin of the name for several generations of the Black family's eldest sons. Thank you for your suggestion. You truly embody the Black legacy. Too kind. You may call me Elios, Crouch. Barty Crouch could not fathom why he was deemed worthy of Black's acquaintance. If she sought to glean information regarding the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she was sorely mistaken, for he was not familiar with his father in that regard. I find dark magic far more intriguing. Might we discuss it further? Who said the son of the head of the enforcement department could not entertain an interest in dark arts? As for old Barty's objections and principles, what concern were they of his? Ellie detected the mockery in his tone, and a glimmer of amusement danced in her deep gray eyes. You remind me of someone. What? Confounded. He hoped she was not insinuating he resembled old Crouch. Sharing a name was already a misfortune enough. It is Sirius, my brother. Gryffindor? I cannot imagine where the resemblance lies. A spoiled and reckless individual. Are you insulting him? Do you harbor a disdain for your family? Ellie inquired while scrutinizing his expression. Was it a familial issue? Your father? Barty Crouch suppressed the feigned smile on his face. Was it his father's ideologies and policies he opposed? Or merely a desire to rebel against the man himself? Are you probing me, Miss Black? The experience of being seen through is quite disheartening. I merely perceived your fondness for dark magic. You seem to embrace it more as a means to provoke others' disdain. I lack the time for your riddles. Nor will I engage in any rebellious games akin to those of the Black Air. How do you know it will be a game? Ellie waved her wand, transforming the box that housed the telescope into a cube, then shoved the cube back into the box, the material yielding easily, its edges ground to dust, ultimately reduced to fragments within the box. I do not treat it as a game. Every individual is a sentient being, and enduring oppression naturally compels rebellion. You are not wrong to resist, but you must understand the reasons behind your actions. Barty Crouch gazed intently at the box, lost in thought until Ellie noticed the professor's gaze upon them and lowered her voice. Do not become like Sirius, who, in his rebellion, rendered himself unrecognizable. That would be a steep price to pay. Black, Crouch, you are to be penalized for damaging teaching equipment. 5 points deducted from each of your houses. The stern voice of Professor Sinistra startled them both. Ellie was grateful for the ample rules she had absorbed during the holiday, preventing her from succumbing to an episode of illness at such an embarrassing moment. Barty Crouch hung his head, concealing his face, lost in thought, likely mortified at being publicly penalized as a diligent student for the first time. For the remainder of the class, the two spoke not a word, dutifully charting the stars. Can you comprehend what I am saying? I believe we have much to discuss. After class, Ellie inquired once more, her skepticism about whether rebellious individuals were as obstinate as Sirius lingering. I shall consider your words carefully, although I am uncertain why you sought me out. Are we friends? Of course. Do you require me to revert your telescope box? This is mine. He had assumed it belonged to her, having previously thought it quite meaningful. Contemplating how to request it back, I can transform it back, ensuring it is identical. No need. My transfiguration skills are quite satisfactory. Regulus approached once the two had concluded their conversation, politely greeting Barty Crouch and assisting Ellie in stowing away the telescope. It seems you two have enjoyed a pleasant exchange. What transpired in class? I half expected a brawl. Due to their differing observational positions, Regulus had not witnessed their interactions. A minor incident occurred, but it was rather a delight. I refer to Crouch himself. I had assumed he would be averse to mingling with Slytherins. He harbors resentment towards his father. Perhaps he feels neglected or overly scrutinized. In any case, he is quite similar to Sirius. What a pity that he could not join Slytherin, Regulus remarked half-jokingly. He would have been a splendid fit for my circle, provided he does not exhibit the same obstinacy as Sirius. It appears that Ravenclaw is not so different from us after all. Chapter 30. You are first and foremost yourself. After conversing with Crouch, Ellie gradually grew more acquainted with him, as he possesses a mental acuity and resourcefulness that Sirius lacks. Crouch often invited them to study in the library after classes, and as fellow academic achievers, Regulus found much common ground with him. This facilitated Ellie and Evan's discussions, particularly in the realm of literary theory, which they could navigate with ease. So, did you once aspire to join the Death Eaters merely to vex your father? Ellie speculated that if Crouch were to support the Dark Lord, young Barty might very well find himself sorted into Gryffindor. Perhaps you should confer with Sirius about this. If not, maybe you could consider switching fathers. Setting aside the feasibility of such a swap, judging by the descriptions provided by the siblings, the situation within the Black family does not appear much better than that of the Crouches. Although our family supports the Dark Lord, you need not tread that path. Were I in your position, I would leverage your father's connections to secure a position in the Ministry of Magic after graduation, and subsequently usurp him to become the Minister of Magic. Wouldn't that please him? I certainly do not wish to be regarded as his trophy, paraded around as evidence of his educational success. The very thought nauseates young Barty more than swallowing a slug. Let him assist you. How can he govern you now? Would it not be far more enjoyable to discipline him more severely in the future? Truth be told, if self-interest were set aside, joining the Death Eaters could indeed be a commendable choice, for Barty possesses a certain knack for inciting ire. Barty Crouch observed Ellie and Regulus with a contemplative gaze, refraining from further comments due to Evan's presence. He sensed a troubling ambiguity regarding the Black siblings' stance. Any other Slytherin would either harbor suspicions or seek to win them over. Slytherin would not forego an opportunity to undermine a rival. Ellie discerned his concerns immediately, her gaze unwavering. We are friends, are we not? Your own thoughts must hold greater significance. Her eyes radiated sincerity, as if the individual before her were the most vital presence in her world. I will offer you the finest counsel. If it were Evan, I would equally support his independence. You must prioritize your own identity before all else. Young Barty felt profoundly moved by the earnestness reflected in her eyes, a pang of guilt washing over him for his previous doubts. Evan was taken aback to find himself included in the conversation. He felt a surge of gratitude at being valued by a friend. Could personal identity truly surpass familial loyalty? This was the first time he had heard such sentiments expressed. Then what do you hear most often? Ellie inquired. Contributing to the family, perhaps? Regulus, upon hearing this, leaned back in tactical retreat, eager to witness the downfall of his dear friend. Family above all else. Our glory is bestowed upon us by our lineage. We are duty-bound to sacrifice for our families, to take pride in our blood. This sentiment encapsulated the ideology of all pure-blood families. Just as Bella would marry for the sake of the Blacks, so too would Sissy. You speak truthfully, but those are merely slogans. We must translate our devotion into tangible actions. Every member of the family must contribute. Engaging with others necessitates a degree of agreement with their views to foster a sense of belonging, allowing them to discover and articulate their own dilemmas. Then why assert that the individual comes first and the family second? Because the future of the family is contingent upon the individual. For instance, the glory of the Rogiers resides within you. You embody that glory. Whatever actions you undertake, it is you who defines the Rogiers. Redirecting the conversation back to him heightened his sense of identification. Me? Evan gulped, pondering whether he truly held such importance. Indeed, the heirs of pure-blood families are few. You are the Rosier heir. As long as you endure, the Rosier legacy shall continue. Without you, can the family endure? No. Something felt amiss, yet her logic resonated. Precisely. The individual supersedes the family. It's not that the family lacks significance, but one must first cultivate their own identity to bestow honor upon the family. How can one advance while shackled to the ideologies of past generations? While subtly skewing the conversation, she interwove her own perspectives. But as a friend, your place in my heart will always eclipse that of the Rosiers. Evan appeared deeply enlightened, only to suddenly realize the profound nature of her words, feeling profoundly touched. It was not long before Regulus could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, how foolish. You now resemble someone who wishes to marry Ellie. He then reflected on whether he too had once been similarly naive. Evan's expression grew even more animated. Had Ellie influenced him? Yet each of her assertions rang true. How could he deceive himself? Do not heed him, Evan. I speak earnestly. He found himself in a quandary, fully aware that he ought not to believe her, yet unable to resist pondering her statements, already sensing a thrilling yet daunting desire to follow in her footsteps. After their parting, Crouch pursued Ellie. I wish to speak with you privately. He led her to a secluded spot by the Black Lake, employing numerous silencing charms, truly befitting a brilliant Ravenclaw. I initially feared I might be mistaken, but you do not align with the Dark Lord? Why do you say that? Ellie queried. Is it because I advised you against joining the Death Eaters? She had never intended to deceive Crouch. He was astute and observant. Every word you utter reveals that following the Dark Lord is a misguided choice. You do not share his ideology. That is partly true, yet more so. You remind me of Sirius. I do not wish for you to lose yourself in a struggle for rebellion. Perhaps there was also a hint of regret for failing to persuade Sirius to remain. Her expression remained impassive, yet it was far more agreeable than before. Why not follow the Dark Lord? The Blacks are among the elite of purebloods. As he claims, he can elevate pureblood status. Because his ideals are impractical and unsustainable, I can offer the Blacks more enduring benefits. Care to collaborate, my friend? What can you offer me? Perhaps a means to settle a score. For instance, seizing control of the ministry, preventing the minister from ever attaining his position, or assisting you in achieving a higher status while he loses everything. Or making him realize that despite sacrificing his family, he cannot attain what you possess at your fingertips. Each word from her lips was deliberate, as if she were painting a vivid picture. Yes, indeed. Let that man understand he is worthless. Shatter all his pride. Merely contemplating it thrilled him. To our fruitful collaboration. My friend, Miss Black truly possesses the gift of oratory. Feel free to call me Ellie. I rather enjoy having you as a friend. Crouch found himself momentarily speechless. He was not particularly fond of being called Barty or young Barty. Then I shall call you Barty, as I know no others by that name. I hope that whenever others hear it, they think only of you. Thank you. Thank you for your well wishes, irrespective of your reasons for befriending me. Or perhaps due to your fondness for my resemblance to your brother. The starlight has ultimately illuminated my path. Chapter 31, Lupin and the Full Moon. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, we are publicly still supporters of the Dark Lord. Ellie seemed to recall suddenly. So you could certainly use this to irritate your father. Perhaps by claiming you've befriended a Slytherin or something of the sort. Also, I genuinely have a passion for the dark arts. If you truly are interested, feel free to engage me in discussion. Batty felt as though she had embarked on a treacherous journey, pondering whether the multitude of words spoken prior had merely served to indulge her in a whimsical fantasy. Do not rush, she reminded herself, for after all, they were merely first years. You can forge friendships in Ravenclaw. I admire individuals like you, brimming with thoughts and talents, who prove to be invaluable. Following a candid exchange, Elias' speech became markedly more forthright. You are indeed quite unreserved. Heed my advice and inform Mr. Director that you have befriended Black. I could even present you with a book on the dark arts. It is truly effective. My mother nearly lost her composure upon witnessing the muggle items Sirius produced. I am not so naive. Then do not lament later. Ellie rolled her eyes inwardly, yet recognized the rebellious streak within her. As Valentine's Day approached, the air at Hogwarts was thick with the fragrance of romance. In contrast to the flirtatious ambience among older students, first years were more inclined to observe the spectacle. Ellie found it perplexing that Sirius received more Valentine-esque gifts than Regulus. Could it be that the mischievous boys were more favored, or was it perhaps his maturity? Being a year older than Reggie, that rendered him more appealing? It was evident that Miss Black was also exceedingly popular, her space overwhelmed with chocolates and cards. Narcissa suggested she should acclimate, for the Blacks were undeniably charismatic. Ellie had never tasted the sweetness of chocolate. Yet the mere scent was sufficient for her imagination to run wild. She meticulously selected a chocolate of relatively pleasing design, ensuring it bore no tricks before unwrapping it. Nearby, Severus observed her with disdain, cursing her lack of caution. Many foolish individuals would lace chocolates with potions of infatuation. Ellie, however, lifted the morsel to Regulus' mouth. "Help me taste this," quickly described the flavor. "It's rich, slightly bitter with hints of dried fruit," and melts away. Regulus frowned and took a sip of water, declaring it too cloying, causing discomfort in his throat and an urge to retch. "Very well, I am no longer tempted. Is this acceptable?" Severus, who had been watching the entire scene, struggled to maintain his composure, recalling that she was unable to consume chocolate. At such moments, the Gryffindor long table was always particularly lively. James stood out as a spectacle, preparing fireworks, flowers, and finally, a large platter of chocolates, resulting in a chaotic mess of petals and confections adorning Lily Evans' hair and attire. Frustrated, she grasped her hair, exclaiming that she had had enough. Having such a suitor was utterly embarrassing. Before she could retaliate, James was besieged by students aggrieved by the commotion, forcing him to flee in haste, with his friends too apprehensive to assist. "Lily, I'm so sorry. I truly like you." His voice echoed in the hall long after he had vanished, eliciting laughter from the other three houses. "I've truly botched this. Sirius," came James's dejected voice from around the corner. "Our plan was foolproof. Who mishandled the fireworks?" Sirius found the situation amusing, a prank that had swept through Gryffindor, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, perceiving his friend's dismay. "It is too late now. Lily must despise me. If Remus were here, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. He is always so meticulous." Speaking of Remus, Sirius hesitated to share his discovery with James. "What's wrong? You've suddenly gone silent. Have you noticed that Remus harbors secrets? He is shrouded in mysteries. Every time he returns, he bears injuries. Perhaps he is off playing some sort of superhero," James mused whimsically. "No, I mean, consider the duration of his absences. What have you discovered? Speak swiftly." Sirius glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, tugging Peter into the corner before whispering, "It occurs monthly, as we all know. But have you realized that last night was a full moon?" In truth, they had sensed something amiss since their first year, yet had always struggled to locate Lupin. His excuse of a sick mother seemed dubious, especially since he frequently sought Madame Pomfrey, and no ailment could account for such circumstances. They had even speculated whether it involved dark magic or a curse. What does the full moon signify? If you trace back the timeline, his last outing also coincided with a full moon. Many vile curses are associated with it. Sirius hesitated to admit that he had perused books on the dark arts. "When he next ventures out, we shall follow him stealthily in our invisibility cloak. We are his closest friends. He should not keep secrets from us. Perhaps we can assist him." The brave lion's heart was filled solely with dreams of friendship and adventure, entirely oblivious to the lurking dangers in the shadows. As the weather warmed, respiratory ailments surged, and it was during this time that Severus successfully refined his cough potion. He was unaware of the mindset with which he concocted it. Perhaps an orange flavor? His culinary skills had indeed seen significant improvement. Nevertheless, his precise calibration of potion ingredients proved beneficial. When he delivered the potion to Miss Black, she was reclining on the sofa nearest the fireplace, a small table beside her laden with refreshments and tea. She was engrossed in a rather substantial tome, while Regulus dutifully brought treats to her lips, making it apparent that Miss Black truly knew how to indulge herself. Ellie had recently become captivated by the book The Dark Arts that Bella had gifted her. Powerful tomes always held a certain allure. It was only when a shadow fell over her that she noticed Severus. His expression as dark as one might expect from someone owed a considerable sum. Severus placed the crystal vial on the table. Do not inquire why it was crystal. The Blacks were never in want of wealth, and all preparations were of the finest quality. For the first time, he grasped the essence of luxury. Yet using such exquisite glassware for the most basic of potions felt almost wasteful. The crystal vial could not be cleaned with a spell. It required a specialized brush. Adding to his troubles, clearly, Our Miss Black had forgotten her potion studies. Ellie had genuinely forgotten, as she had not been plagued by minor ailments lately, resulting in a reduced frequency of potion consumption. Yet, the term guilty conscience rarely appeared in her lexicon. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Do you have any expertise in the dark arts? The art of evasion was to pose another question. Severus was taken aback by her boldness. While discussions of the dark arts were not taboo in Slytherin, as students often gathered to learn in secrecy, such open discourse was rare. Do not be so surprised. I am a Black, and studying the dark arts is rather commonplace, is it not? What insights does Miss Black possess? I have observed your spellcasting. Your control over magic is quite precise. Do you have any methods to ensure that one remains emotionally stable while wielding dark magic? Ellie had little expectation, merely posing the question to shift the topic. Chapter 32, The Allure of Dark Magic. We define dark magic as malevolent spells that inflict irreversible harm upon individuals and possess controlling properties. Your physical condition renders you ill-suited for practicing dark magic. Severus' expression remained unchanged, gazing at Ellie with the sternness of a doctor addressing a disobedient patient. It was only then that he noticed the nature of her reading material. Indeed, the more hazardous the content, the more unassuming its appearance. Do you have any more practical advice, Therapist Snape? She was acutely aware of her condition, yet the allure of danger was intoxicating. The pursuit of dark magic was, at its core, a quest for power. Wait, I seem to have wandered into a misconception. The absolute dominion bestowed by immense power is precisely the path the Dark Lord seeks. Perhaps I should devise a guide for teaching dark magic. Ellie had been contemplating how to secure a strong foothold for herself and rail within Slytherin. Mere reliance on the Black name was insufficient, as she aspired to wield absolute authority. The British wizarding community harbored a deep-seated aversion to dark magic, lacking any systematic approach to its study. Slytherin students dared to clandestinely engage in its practice only after the rise of the Dark Lord, and what they did could scarcely be deemed study. It was more akin to sparring with peers. Would you have them consult their parents? Their elders might be proficient only in the unforgivable curses, for they are practical and favored by the Dark Lord. Thus, a dark magic mentor would naturally assume a position of leadership, with even the Dark Lord himself proclaiming to be the foremost expert in the field. Elios' gaze flitted between Regulus and Snape, the former instinctively shifting slightly to the side. I have a bold idea, one that pertains to the rise and fall of dark magic and the very state of the magical world. To be direct, what is required of us? Regulus spoke this with an air of calmness. At times, having a twin who understands you so well is not necessarily a boon. Two brilliant scholars. Would you be interested in composing a textbook? I have even thought of a title, Dark Magic from Novice to Mastery. Is Miss Black aiming to be expelled ahead of schedule? That would at least grant her some notoriety at the school, Severus remarked, his words as sharp as ever. It is not truly meant to be the title. It is a figurative name for the work. Do not be hasty in your rejection. Collective learning is far more efficient than solitary study. You must trust in Miss Black's aptitude for dark magic. Why this notion? Severus wished to inquire why she had chosen him, but sensed that should he ask, her reply would undoubtedly be that she valued his talent. Do you not perceive significant flaws in the wizarding community's policies regarding dark magic? The detriments of dark magic are glaringly apparent. Instead of seeking to address the issues, they opt for prohibition, yet the laws remain insufficiently stringent, and schools fail to teach genuinely useful skills. You wish to revitalize dark magic? Be audacious. I wish to redefine dark magic. In truth, she sought to alter the landscape of the magical world, to rewrite laws, and to establish new rules. That is impossible. Even the Dark Lord cannot achieve that. That is merely because he is unwilling to change the public perception of dark magic. How can one know whether it is achievable without attempting? Consider what Sirius and the others have said, the malevolent nature of dark magic. Do you not yearn to vindicate dark magic? Do you not desire the approval of your friends for your interests? Elios' inquiry struck with the force of a well-aimed arrow, piercing Severus's innermost desires. Demons have a way of unearthing a person's deepest yearnings. He longed for strength, but more so, he craved the validation of others, including Lily and all those who had belittled him. What is required of me? Severus found it difficult to encapsulate Ellie. A person who required potions to sustain her life dared to proclaim a desire to vindicate dark magic. He had never perceived Slytherin's ambition to be so resplendent. He regretted having likened her to a doddering flower. He wished that even if it were to bloom for but a moment, it would be the most magnificent blossom. Do not be impatient. Another individual is to join us. The following day after class, in the Hogwarts library. I refuse. It's not as though I am genuinely fond of dark magic. Barty Crouch was currently regretting his choices, wondering if anyone still remembered him as a Ravenclaw who pursued knowledge with fervor. What could be cooler than penning a dark magic tome as the future Minister of Magic? Each time a dark wizard proficient in dark magic emerged, a portion of the credit would belong to him. How many criminals would that entail? Surely, a certain department head would be at his wit's end. A person with vulnerabilities is remarkably easy to manipulate. The mere thought of that scenario caused Barty to struggle against a grin. Ahem, I have long told you of my keen interest in dark magic. Regulus was unaware of what Ellie had previously discussed with Barty that had rendered him so devoid of principles. Everyone is here. Allow me to introduce. This is Barty Crouch, a first-year Ravenclaw with exemplary grades. Barty feigned a polite smile. This is Severus Snape, a second-year Slytherin, possessing a remarkable talent for potions and considerable insight into charms and dark magic. Seeing that neither party was inclined to exchange pleasantries, Ellie pressed on. Thus, the Dark Magic Research Group is hereby established. She handed the prepared reading list to Regulus, stating, "You and Barty will compile according to the steps outlined in this list." Regulus took the list, filled with dense text. How to write a good book. A quick author's guide. 100 essential tips for aspiring authors. A step-by-step guide to writing your first book. You needn't regard me with such expressions. These are highly recommended by the librarian and are sure to be invaluable. I believe it would suffice to simply reverse the instructions from the Dark Magic Defense textbook. This was a basic maneuver for Barty as a contrarian. You assume that villains must possess a comprehensive approach. The specifics are for you to discuss among yourselves. After stating this, Ellie turned towards Severus. We shall be responsible for discussing the foundational principles and applications of dark magic. How much do you know about it? Not much. Most of my knowledge stems from books my mother once utilized, as well as a few from the restricted section. Regardless of the present circumstances, Eileen had once been a Slytherin, and it was only natural for the Prince family, as an ancient pure-blood lineage, to possess tomes on dark magic. Have you ventured into the restricted section? Can you perform the disillusionment charm? With the headmaster's signature, I could walk right in. What had that Gryffindor fool of a brother instilled in her, that her first instinct was to sneak in? Is it easy to obtain the headmaster's signature? Ellie realized she had posed a foolish question, for it was undoubtedly simple for a potions prodigy to acquire the signature of the potions professor. I believe we have more pressing matters to address rather than squandering time debating how to access the restricted section. Severus, after his sarcasm, still felt a twinge of concern. Do you truly wish to visit the restricted section? Only because I have heard it is quite fascinating. Are there many dark magical artifacts within? In truth, it was Sirius who had regaled her with tales of the Marauders' fantastical adventures within the restricted section. Actually, there is not much, primarily materials for upper-year students. Perhaps they are merely concerned that we may mishandle spells and conduct reckless experiments, which is why they are stored there. He rarely exhibited such patience in explanations to others. But you just mentioned having read dark magic books there. There are indeed several. I have documented what knowledge I possess regarding dark magic. Chapter 33, The Cowardice of Courage. My uncle has sent me numerous books. I am responsible for transcribing the useful information. The ancient tomes of magic contain counter-replication spells, necessitating handwritten copies. Severus could not help but envision her elegant, flowing cursive. Ellie suspected she had misread the situation. She seemed to observe Sirius and James. And while it was not unusual to see them in the library, it was peculiar to find them engrossed in reading. Have Sirius and the others been troubling you recently? Not much in these past few days. Does Miss Black wish to champion his cause? It had indeed been common to see her apologizing to those who had been bullied. Do you know what they are occupied with? I doubt I will overly concern myself with those inconsequential individuals. Severus frowned, feeling a wave of irritation at the mere thought of them. They are busy studying, perhaps with the aim of surpassing you in the end-of-year examinations. Ellie tilted her chin, gesturing for him to look back. Upon seeing the Marauders, Severus felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, lamenting the fact that they could be encountered anywhere. Perhaps it was the inexplicable connection between rivals that caused James to glance up just in time to see Severus. He noticed Severus whispering something to Sirius, who, upon hearing what seemed to be an unacceptable remark, turned his gaze towards them, his expression a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. Ellie observed their exchange, noting the tension. Before Sirius approached with a furious stride, the other Marauders trailing closely behind, their demeanor suggesting ill intent. Even Barty, who had been seated at another table, shuffled over with a look of eager anticipation, as if he relished the unfolding drama. Recalling Gryffindor's penchant for impulsive actions, Ellie cast a discreet silencing charm. That insufferable Snotty. He would never have noticed that Regulus was also present, as the angle from which he had been sitting conveniently obscured Regulus from view. Just moments ago, he had assumed that Snotty was entangled with Evans while attempting to charm Ellie. Now, seeing that they were not alone, he felt a sense of relief. James, perplexed by the sudden diminishment of his bravado, attempted to bolster his friend's position with a taunt. Why aren't you bothering Lily today, Snotty? Or do you think Slytherin suits you better? His expression was arrogant, as he added, Lily says you have no friends in Slytherin. Surely currying favor with Black would make you feel more at home? The venomous words struck Severus, causing him to grip his wand tightly, his earlier composure shattered. "This is none of your business, you arrogant fool." His contemptuous glare had a way of igniting fury in others. "You should have ingratiated yourself with us earlier. Perhaps your life wouldn't be as miserable as it is now." Sirius would never allow his friend to face such a confrontation alone. "We're merely studying, Sirius." Ellie interjected, weary of their fruitless banter. Her gaze settled firmly on the marauders, observing their mischief. James and Sirius were as unruly as ever, while Remus Lupin appeared disapproving but did not intervene. Peter Pettigrew, on the other hand, seemed eager to stir trouble, following behind others with a submissive demeanor. "Do your friends fawn over you as you claim?" she asked innocently, her curiosity feigned. Remus looked at her incredulously, while Peter averted his gaze, pretending to be intimidated. "Of course not. To suggest so would be an affront to our friendship," James quickly clarified, not wishing to create misunderstanding among his companions. "Then why the condescension? Are you proud of your lineage?" Ellie directed her gaze at Sirius, whose anger flared at her implied jab. He despised being identified as a Black. Yet he was incensed that Ellie, well aware of his aversion, would use it against him. He could not discern whether her curiosity was genuine or intentionally provocative. "You shouldn't associate with that filthy. Respect my friends." Ellie interjected, her tone steady yet firm. "I thought you disliked being controlled. I share that sentiment." "Ellie, I'm merely concerned that this snotty will lead you astray. He is far more cunning than he appears." "I think you should be more worried about him being influenced by me," Barty interjected with an unrestrained laugh, unable to contain himself. "Who is this?" Sirius shot an alert glance at Barty, who had gone unnoticed until now, but his instincts warned him that this individual was far from benign. Barty crouched from Ravenclaw. "You're interrupting our studies," Regulus remarked, puzzled by Sirius's sudden desire to play the protective older brother, interrogating his sister's friend. He had once admired Sirius, the praised heir, who had boldly challenged their mother's authority, envied his courage and ambition. Yet, upon entering Hogwarts, he realized that Sirius was weaker than he had imagined. Unwilling to confront his own mistakes, he too bullied classmates. His recent behavior with Potter mirrored that of those self-important purebloods. Surely, he must look down upon his former self. The indecisive boy who had to tread carefully to maintain familial ties, now shattered beyond repair. Upon learning Barty was from Ravenclaw, Sirius chose not to press further. He held no particular disdain for the bookish types. "I see you searching for something. Do you require assistance?" Ellie ventured cautiously. "No need. We can manage." The four marauders instantly tensed, their voices rising an octave, anxious that others might discover their hidden secrets. "You should focus on your studies. We have matters to attend to." Sirius seized the opportunity to excuse himself, not forgetting to issue a warning to Severus. "Don't even think of plotting anything nefarious. We'll be watching you. You insufferable fools." Severus seethed, gritting his teeth after the marauders departed. "Don't say that. It's actually a sign of admiration for your capabilities." "Damn admiration. Should I feel honored for that?" "James might have targeted you out of rivalry, but Sirius is a fiercely competitive individual. He must respect your prowess to consider you a worthy opponent." "Huh, what an honor indeed. Yet they would never dare face me one-on-one." Severus, momentarily caught up in his bravado, felt his ears flush with prideful arrogance, realizing how boastful he sounded. Perhaps they believe that such a small group working together holds more significance. Barty observed casually, noting the evident fissures within the marauders. He anticipated the impending collapse of their so-called friendship. "Do tell. They tend to overlook the shorter boy. Is he merely their lackey?" "His name is Peter Pettigrew. They refer to him as a friend." Barty tilted his head toward Ellie, employing a keen choice of words. "You've noticed it too. It's a significant issue. The title of friend they bestow upon him lacks the corresponding respect." Their mutual understanding sparked a shared smile, each recognizing the intrigue in the other's eyes. Chapter 34. Can the killing curse be defended against? Lily noticed that James Potter had been harassing her less frequently, while Severus had also reduced his visits to the library. She worried they might be bullying her friends in her absence. "Sev, what have you been up to lately? I hardly see you after class." Severus instinctively tightened his grip on the book in his hands. He could not reveal the truth. Like the rest of Gryffindor, Lily detested the dark arts. "Nothing much. Just studying with some friends," he replied vaguely. "You've made new friends? Are they Slytherins?" "Don't misunderstand. I hold no bias against Slytherin." She genuinely hoped he had found new companions, desiring her friends to be more vivacious. "Sort of, not entirely Slytherin. Are they people I know? I think we could study together. My other friends, like Mary, aren't fond of the library." Severus hesitated, unwilling to lie to Lily. He didn't see anything wrong with studying the dark arts. It was merely Lily's disapproval that troubled him, and he didn't want to jeopardize their friendship over this issue. "You've met them, the Black siblings." "It's them. They're quite nice, aren't they? They even stood up for you before." Lily clearly recalled the previous confrontation, having heard of their helpfulness and the good reputation they had with other houses. My first-grade courses have been quite satisfactory. Perhaps by studying together, I could assist them. However, I ought not to entertain such thoughts, for their knowledge may well exceed my own. Severus, who is not particularly eloquent in the presence of friends, finds himself unable to decline the enthusiastic invitation of the red-haired witch. He recalls what Ellie had mentioned about studying with friends, noting that their time in the library often involves gathering and organizing information. Those books on defensive magic against dark arts are unexpectedly useful. Ellie is not surprised that Severus has brought friends along, as friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is rather rare at this stage. She has long been aware of his unfortunate situation. To be admired by James, who has relentlessly pursued her since the first year, can only be deemed a stroke of misfortune for her. After a simple round of introductions, Lily appears less reserved than before. What subject are you researching? I believe I could lend a hand. Severus pauses in his flipping through the pages, takes a gentle breath, and fixates on a particular word in the book, anxious that the audacious Miss Black might utter something shocking. Have you read A Brief History of the Rise and Fall of Magic? I intend to write a paper based on this book. Upon hearing this, Severus feels a sense of relief. He is familiar with it, for it extensively critiques dark magic. I've read it. Is this for your defense against the dark arts assignment? No, it's a personal interest of mine, focusing on the drawbacks of dark magic. Do you have any insightful perspectives? Noticing Severus's tension, Ellie deliberately elongates her tone, then asks a more conventional question after he glances at her. Overall, it's quite dreadful. It's cruel, evil. Lily recoils at the mention of dark magic. I share your sentiment. What troubles me more is how we can prevent witches and wizards from studying or employing dark magic. Ellie displays a similar expression of distaste, subsequently seeking guidance. Lily casts a glance at Severus, seemingly addressing him directly, stating that it is wrong to dabble in dark magic. It's difficult to avoid. There are numerous avenues for learning, and the cost of studying dark magic is minimal, perhaps just a spell or a gesture. Young witches and wizards are often oblivious to its dangers. It is utterly unethical. How appalling. Thus, we must excel in defense against the dark arts, right? Indeed. Lily is astonished to discover that a Slytherin shares her disdain for dark magic. Evidently, the biases between the houses are unfounded. One can only hope to guard against the killing curse. Are you referring to the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses? Lily questions, slightly doubting her ears. Yes, do you think it is effective? We are still in our lower years. We will learn much more in due time. Lily, merely a second-year witch, has only encountered the killing curse due to the Dark Lord's brutal reputation, leaving her somewhat at a loss regarding the matter. You are absolutely correct. We must progress. The magical community requires advancement. Ellie refrains from further challenging Lily, which brings a sigh of relief to Severus while simultaneously surprising him. He and Lily have often quarreled over dark magic, yet it seems that a few words of agreement, coupled with a problem she cannot resolve, can sway her sentiments. Ellie, having discerned what kind of person Evans is, loses interest in conversing with her. Naive, excessively so. She possesses strong subjective opinions and her own moral standards, perfectly embodying Gryffindor's brand of justice. She is also quite considerate towards her friends, striving to dissuade them from engaging in what she deems harmful. Yet, she has not directly addressed a single question posed to her. Her responses merely express her views and emotions, lacking any substantiated arguments. They do not offer solutions to the problems at hand. This is evident in how she typically navigates conflicts between friends and bullies, voicing her discontent verbally, yet failing to take concrete action. Such a person must live an exceedingly comfortable life, one that allows her to eschew deeper considerations. Perhaps her family resolves her issues for her. Nonetheless, she possesses a commendable trait, opposing prejudice and discrimination. How could any society lack the enthusiasm and friendliness of a Gryffindor? To facilitate their endeavors, Ellie has repurposed the original potions laboratory. The spacious classroom previously requested is sufficiently large and can be divided for use. Most dark magic possesses a significant flaw. It adversely affects the user's psyche, and until this issue is addressed, promoting its use remains difficult. Overwhelmed with knowledge, Ellie finds herself exhausted, sitting against the wall in a rather ungraceful manner, her sapphire blue hair accessory precariously wobbling. Many spells exhibit highly overlapping effects. Resolving one can often resolve numerous others. Regulus, while tidying Ellie's hair, offers her solace. The irreversibility of harm is the primary reason for its prohibition. Severus unconsciously fixates on the two of them, harboring a lingering notion of creating dark magic with counter curses. Is this not a merit of dark magic? If dark magic is to be utilized, must there not also be a means of healing? Are you researching pranks? Ellie gazes at him as if he were a mischievous Gryffindor. This is merely precautionary. Should an accident occur, there remains a possibility of recovery. Indeed, One could inflict harm while simultaneously providing salvation, allowing the opponent to languish in the liminal space between life and death. What a mundane little tormentor he is. Ellie's words continually reshape Severus's worldview. He often feels out of place amongst them due to his lack of malevolence. Barty, unwilling to witness their reasoning veer further astray, interjects. Have you perhaps misunderstood? Most individuals are drawn to dark magic due to its sheer power, not for its capacity to inflict torment. The dark magic that impacts the mind is predominantly employed for torture. Chapter 35, Examination Routine. If one's sole aim is power, then this category of dark magic could easily be discarded. Yet, in many instances, one may feel compelled to torment another to satiate their vengeance. Picture such moments. What spell would you instinctively reach for? Barty immediately thinks of Old Crouch, exclaiming without hesitation, the Cruciatus Curse. This is humanity, forever governed by emotions. A person's habitual use of spells often correlates with their character. Take Severus, for instance. Restraint and perseverance are essential lessons in his life. Emotions can be controlled. The flaw you mentioned presupposes prolonged and excessive use. I believe humanity's greatest advantage lies in our capacity for thought, enabling us to overcome instinct. His perspective prompts varying degrees of contemplation among those present. Indeed, Ellie, from a normal person's standpoint, has considered this, in an uncanny world. Normal thought processes and controllable emotions are non-existent. Her own experiences over the past decade as a human, hindered by physical limitations, have not necessitated the suppression of her emotions. To encapsulate it in a single term, she has been willfully reckless. Her family has always cared for her, maintaining her in a state of emotional equilibrium, even when angered. She seeks opportunities to express her feelings directly. This is also a common trait among pureblood families, who, having lived in elevated positions for too long, forget the value of restraint, wielding countless methods to oppress others to voice their discontent. Indeed, differing positions and personalities ignite a diverse brilliance. The collaborative efforts of the four in their dark magic studies yield remarkable progress. No one anticipated that, having weathered the seasonal flu outbreak among young witches and wizards, Ellie would be escorted to the infirmary by her roommate on a bright and breezy morning. Recently focused on her pursuits, she has had little opportunity to absorb negativity, inadvertently allowing the virus to flourish. The improvement of the cough syrup rendered her suffering more bearable, yet the recurrent illness exacerbated the depletion of her physical energy. At this moment, Severus realized that her professed passion for potion making was nothing more than a ruse. The so-called potion experiments were merely an excuse for a pampered young lady to ameliorate her circumstances. At this juncture, Ellie lay listlessly on the sickbed, the unpalatable potion serving as the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. He contemplated that perhaps her delicate demeanor was not entirely unjustifiable. Surviving had proven so arduous that seeking to alleviate her own suffering seemed only natural. The potion contained numerous soporific ingredients, and when Ellie awoke, it was already afternoon. To her surprise, she found not only Rael but also Severus present. The midday sun was not glaring, and the two boys sat opposite each other. One engrossed in a book, their Slytherin robes bestowing an air of elegance and tranquility upon them. It was only after a considerable time that they noticed the patient had roused. To mitigate the frequency of her coughing fits, Ellie spoke infrequently during her illness, opting instead to communicate her thoughts through her gaze fixed on Severus, the meaning unmistakable. Outside, a Quidditch match was underway, with Gryffindor pitted against Ravenclaw. She had no desire to be inundated with accolades for Potter wherever she went. The boy's face betrayed his disdain, and his first words shattered the prevailing calm. Upon hearing of the Quidditch match, her attention shifted back to Regulus. Do not regard me as you do Sirius. Quidditch is merely a pastime for me. Certainly not as important as you. His tone was rife with dissatisfaction, perhaps indicating that unbeknownst to him, new tensions had emerged between the two brothers. Just as Ellie surmised, Sirius seemed preoccupied with some endeavor, having scarcely glanced her way. On this occasion, upon seeing her asleep, he had departed without a word, and Regulus did not impede him. He had never asked Sirius to be as attentive to Ellie as he was, yet disappointment lingered within him. The indelible bond of blood and the shared experiences of growing up together paled in comparison to the intimacy visible between her and a friend with whom she had spent just over a year. Regulus suppressed his discontent. Are you hungry? I placed a warming charm on the food. No matter her condition, Ellie's appetite remained unaffected. The mention of food slightly lifted her spirits, while Regulus observed with a sense of detachment. Having recently enjoyed a rare bout of health, Ellie had nearly forgotten her diagnosis. Once I recover, I shall endeavor to try a myriad of flavors. Her voice, though husky, brimmed with dreams of delightful experiences. Rael, I shall be well. This was no mere prayer, it was her solemn promise. By the time Ellie departed the infirmary, The end of the term was fast approaching, and students of all years were immersed in intense revision, a period when the four houses coexisted most harmoniously. The library was perpetually teeming with students, and tardiness meant forfeiting a good seat. Barty intended to revise in the Ravenclaw Common Room, reputed to resemble a vast library, fostering an ideal atmosphere for study. In the Slytherin Common Room, Ellie faced an overwhelming backlog of coursework due to her prolonged absence. The students of Slytherin exhibited two extreme dispositions. Some were fiercely competitive, striving to excel in all respects, while others, disinterested in study, relied on their pure blood status, waiting to bask in Slytherin's glory. How many years have these history of magic textbooks gone without an update? Why do they only chronicle the Goblin rebellions? This book could be summarized in a single sentence. Wizards have learned nothing from their failures. Evan was nearly driven to madness by the relentless memorization of magical history, cursing each chapter as he struggled to recall its contents. Ellie wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments, even feeling that many historical facts were illogical in their timelines and developments, seemingly cobbled together from folklore. The tales of the four founders remained hearsay, rife with conjecture and misunderstanding. Useful information was conspicuously absent, while an abundance of trivialities was recorded. You could list everything we've learned about the goblins in chronological order and weave it into a compelling narrative. That is how I remember it. Neither she nor Evan were particularly gifted academically, but she enjoyed seeking shortcuts, believing that similar methods would yield success. Merlin's tattered stockings. With such a study technique, why didn't you wait until after the exams to share it with me? The History of Magic exam is merely 2 days away. You didn't ask me. I could lend you my crafted narrative. So you've been writing creatively during History of Magic class? Quite intriguing. Regulus watched them with exasperation. If Evan continued studying alongside Ellie, passing History of Magic would be a formidable challenge. Ellie had applied for an exemption from the flying exam, and her other exams proceeded smoothly. After a year of diligent effort, she had adapted to potion making, capable of crafting potions independently, though the final product still fell short of Regulus's flawless standards. Moreover, she discovered an unexpected aptitude for transfiguration, with Professor McGonagall regarding her with particular kindness during the examinations. Following the conclusion of exams, students were not permitted to leave Hogwarts for an additional week, a time when students experienced their most relaxed moments. Chapter 36. You know too much. This period was not only a time of relaxation for the students, but also for the professors and administrators, who were less stringent than usual. Ellie planned to seize this opportunity to explore the restricted section. She had long desired to witness the entirety of what was deemed the most comprehensive library in all of Britain. To her astonishment, however, all professors prohibited first-year students from entering the restricted section, and regardless of her exemplary performance in certain subjects, she could not procure the necessary signature. So, you were deceiving me when you claimed to have a professor's signature to access the restricted section. Severus, confronted by her inquiry, felt a twinge of helplessness, surprised by her fervent insistence on this matter. The headmaster is not so strict. I suspect Miss Black's grades did not meet his standards, and I am making an exception. He spoke of potions with a newfound confidence that was unlike his usual demeanor. Can you still obtain it? I could go in and take a look for you. Just as Severus was about to utter something sarcastic, a familiar sensation washed over him. He swiftly covered Ellie's mouth, guiding her behind a statue in the corridor. Sure enough, moments later, several disheveled Gryffindors appeared, sneaking about. Ellie disliked this sudden movement. For a fleeting moment, panic enveloped her, and she nearly forgot to resist, but fortunately, the hand over her mouth was released shortly thereafter. We've truly found a way. Is that it? James's voice prompted Ellie to unconsciously strain to hear their ensuing conversation. I told you we'd find a way. I remember seeing it at home before. Sirius's voice brimmed with excitement and pride. Remus, now we can accompany you. You won't have to face this alone anymore. Remus's tone conveyed a hint of concern. I'm glad you can do so much for me. But this is too dangerous. You shouldn't come. Trust us, all right? We would do anything for our brother. There must be a foolproof plan. I'll search for that book when I return home for the holidays. But to be honest, I really don't want to go back to that house. Which book? Sirius interjected at the mention of this, and Ellie pressed closer to the statue, focusing intently. For Remus, such a sacrifice is warranted. Of course. It's just a pity I can't visit your house. I was planning to sneak away from home. Compared to Rael, you seem more like my true brother. My mother adores you as well. They all say you are another child of the Potter family. You resemble my true brother even more. Sirius's words rendered Ellie momentarily deaf to all other sounds. The icy chill emanating from the statue seeped deeply into her heart. What, then, are we? It is astonishing how difficult it is to accept such a statement from a loved one. Thankfully, Regulus did not follow. While she was aware of Sirius's profound regard for his friends, This could merely be a jest among comrades, yet an uncontainable and unfamiliar emotion surged within Ellie's heart. Her vision beginning to blur. She experienced a heartache unlike any she had ever felt before. What was this? It felt akin to a loss. The uncontrollable emotions left her disoriented, her breathing becoming increasingly labored, as the marauders stealthily slipped away when she was not paying attention. The hurried breaths brought familiar pangs, and Ellie perceived this ordeal to be more unbearable than any prior. Was it due to James Potter? Surely. It was his influence that sparked such thoughts in Sirius. He possessed all that Sirius yearned for: a loving family, parents who were not overly controlling, the freedom to act without the constraints of rules, courage, innocence, justice, the value of friendship, an idealized version of Sirius himself. If James had not existed, Sirius would never have uttered such words. The change in the girl was unmistakable. Sirius, for an instant, noticed the pallor on her face, the pain causing her body to gradually slide down the wall. Did you bring your potions? Sirius inquired as he began rummaging through her pockets. Yes. He recalled where she kept her medicine. He had witnessed Regulus tending to her in the past. He felt Ellie's grip on his robe tighten, her fingers turning white. Was she beseeching him for help? He was unaware that his own hand trembled with anxiety. After administering the potion, Sirius was drenched in cold sweat. He mimicked the breathing techniques he had observed previously, only then noticing the tear stains on Elias' face. Was this illness truly so agonizing? When he pried her fingers from his chest, he realized she had little strength left. Fortunately, her breathing began to regulate, losing its frantic pace, and as she relaxed, he discerned her murmuring something. "Kill James," she whispered. He looked at her in shock, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her inorganic gray irises glinting with an unprecedented madness. The Blacks were all mad. He suddenly recalled conversations from older students. How could she utter such words, affectionately invoking a person's name while simultaneously advocating for their demise? Surely, her anger had reached a boiling point. It was all that traitor's fault for uttering such foolishness that had unmasked this little lunatic. Time flowed quietly, and Sirius maintained a half-kneeling position, supporting Ellie against the wall. She had long regained her composure, her gaze appraising as if contemplating whether to silence someone permanently. Sirius watched her with a calm indifference, confident in his ability to remain unscathed. "You wish to kill him too, don't you? Good. It seems you have come to recognize the disparity in our strengths." "Who? What is happening now? Are you attempting to incite murder?" "James Potter. This time." She even used his full name. "We merely have some disagreements. I don't think killing him is necessary." Sirius wished to counsel Ellie to remain calm. Yet he could not utter a single commendation for Potter. He was always meddling, wasn't he? "Consider your friend Lily Evans." He persistently pursued her, making their entanglement known to all, as if branding her as his own. "Have you ever pondered that he does so deliberately? Potter is indeed loathsome. His actions, as Ellie articulated, have caused Lily distress, despicable and shameless. Had he not just learned of her intentions, he might have been swayed by her. She was adept at inciting discord. It is not that I look down upon him. He is merely a fool with a mind cluttered with chaff, and even with the marauders, such schemes are beyond their grasp." Was this an attempt to clarify his position to them? Yet it sounded more like an insult. Why was she so composed this time? Was it simply in an opportune moment? It felt as though his words paled in comparison to Potter's, or perhaps his own objectives were too apparent. "You know too much." Ellie, feeling defeated, pushed Sirius's arm away. Sirius, already weary from maintaining his position, stumbled slightly as she shoved him, his head striking the wall with a resounding thud that echoed in the quiet corridor. He rubbed the spot he had bumped, only to see Ellie leaning in with concern, her eyes betraying a barely concealed delight in his misfortune. "Ah, I apologize. What a treacherous little brat." Chapter 37, Equivalent Exchange. Do not speak of today's events to anyone, especially Regulus. Ellie left behind a final admonition. Sirius winced, touching the bump on the back of his head, the sound of her light footsteps fading away as he watched her silhouette disappear. Surely, she could not truly wish to kill Potter? This school is not a place for recklessness. Damn it, why was he worrying about a Potter? Ellie realized for the first time that she valued Sirius more than she had previously acknowledged. Why did a mere statement evoke such sorrow? Perhaps it stemmed from an imbalance of emotions. She and Regulus would feel injustice on behalf of Sirius for the punishment he received. Fearing he might truly be cast out from his home, even the slightest disparagement from creature, who cared for her most, would incite her to seek retribution. It became evident that Sirius did not regard them as equals. The premonition she had sensed from the beginning was not mistaken. She no longer had any justification to deceive herself. While she endeavored to make him more comfortable, he had leapt from his cage, abandoning them, perhaps out of spite. Ellie resolved to restore parity to this relationship. Amidst the anticipation of students from all houses, the final exam results were released. Regulus, as expected, ranked first in their year, while Ellie received an E in potions and O's in all her other subjects. At the end of year feast, Slytherin's point tally led Ravenclaw by nearly 100, securing a definitive victory for the House Cup. Hufflepuff placed third, while Gryffindor's points dwindled significantly due to the Marauders' efforts. Ellie quietly enjoyed her dinner, behaving as if that day's events had never transpired. She exchanged friendly greetings with James, even extending an invitation to visit her home during the holidays. Severus listened with a furrowed brow, questioning whether Potter would return alive if he accepted. I also brought a gift for Petunia. I hope she is no longer upset with me. Sev, are you listening? Lily noticed her friend's recent distractions. Following Severus's gaze, she spotted the detestable Potter. Are they bothering you again? No, not at all. Someone is about to give them trouble. Severus retrieved his focus. You'd best not give your sister anything related to magic. She won't appreciate it. Fine, I will choose a different gift. We always argue when we get home. I hope she comes with Mom and Dad tomorrow. Regarding the relationship between the Evans sisters, Severus refrained from further commentary. After all, it was merely jealousy from a muggle regarding her possession of magic. Speaking the truth would only lead to another quarrel with Lily. Are you going back alone this time? My parents won't mind. They're aware of your situation. After all, the distance from the station to Cokeworth was not trivial. No need. I am accustomed to walking back. The revelry of others only serves to amplify his solitude. It would be far preferable to be alone from the outset. Will yet another family come to welcome the Blacks this time? Ellie harbors little anticipation for the summer vacation, as Sirius has astonishingly refrained from opposing Walburga, clearly with ulterior motives, though it remains uncertain what tome he seeks. He not only frequents the library incessantly, but also engages in lengthy conversations with portraits, even neglecting the etiquette lessons Walburga has arranged for him, leading everyone to suspect he harbors some nefarious intent. Alfred has contacted Ellie via a two-way mirror, wishing to take them out for leisure while concurrently inspecting his estate. After much internal conflict, Sirius ultimately declined, leaving only the siblings to enjoy the outing. Observing Ellie's unperturbed demeanor, Regulus feels as though he has overlooked something significant. Do you know what he intends to do? I do not. Nor do I wish to know. As long as it does not harm the family, I shall remain indifferent. Has he vexed you once more? Or will his actions incite your ire? I sense something amiss with you. It's as if he has suddenly become estranged from Sirius. Regulus possesses a keen ability to discern Ellie's emotions. I merely realize that he is not as close to us as before. Just like now. He is concealing something from us, is he not? Do not dwell on him. This time is ours. Regarding their outing, Walburga merely cast a few glances at Ellie, offering little commentary before acquiescing. It is unclear what reason Alfred provided her, but her gaze upon Ellie suggested she believed their meeting with Merlin was imminent. Thus, Ellie could indulge in whatever pursuit she desired. Has Mother not relinquished her hopes? Surely, she does not believe Sirius has reformed, especially with the lessons she has arranged for him. Upon arriving at Alfred's estate, Ellie voiced her queries. Perhaps. She has even asked me to instruct Regulus in managing other enterprises. This is a quintessential model of primogeniture, where the eldest son inherits the family business while the younger son assists in its administration. However, Sirius possesses his own ambitions and will not easily acquiesce. Regulus is far more suited to be the heir of the Blacks. In truth, Alfred has a preference for Sirius. Yet he recognizes that Sirius is ill-suited to be the head of the family. The tradition of pure-blood families dictates that the eldest son inherits the legacy. Indeed, tradition. Self-proclaimed ancient families are forever shackled by these two words, yearning for past glories, believing that adherence to tradition will ensure their perpetual prosperity. The rule denying the younger son inheritance is vividly exemplified in the House of Black, where vast wealth and numerous heirs serve to prevent familial discord. Sirius is merely feigning compliance this time. It is unlikely he will maintain this charade beyond the holiday, and Mother will soon come to terms with reality. The matter of changing the heir is inappropriate for either Ellie or Regulus to propose. Alfred, too, is solely focused on managing the ancestral estate, remaining untouched by the family's politics and power struggles. However, speaking of power, I recently perused the Prophet, and it appears that several officials within the ministry have met unfortunate fates, likely at the hands of the Dark Lord. Might we have the opportunity to place some operatives within? I anticipated you would have such thoughts. Without the Black name, we can only insert a few minor employees. Alfred has dealt with numerous purebloods in business, and fabricating a few pureblood identities poses no challenge for him. High-ranking positions are filled with loyal Death Eaters. It would be far simpler if we had Father's support, allowing us to leverage the Dark Lord's influence openly. Alfred remains inclined towards stable development, as aligning with the Death Eaters will forever tarnish the reputation of the Black family. It is merely a matter of weighing the respective benefits. Are there suitable candidates to place? I selected two from the previous batch, Mia Anderson, who is organized and possesses strong execution skills, and Knox Brown, an adept negotiator. I have assigned them to the Ministry's legal department and the Department of Magical Cooperation, respectively. Ellie noted the satisfaction etched upon his face. It appears you are quite pleased with them both. Certainly, there are several positions that do not require my arrangement, as those that do not adhere to blood status wield little power. Furthermore, the Auror office has suffered significant casualties and is in dire need of personnel. Should we arrange for anyone to join? After all, cultivating a new cadre is no simple task, and we must consider the potential presence of individuals like Bellatrix among the malevolent Death Eaters. Risking lives for advancement is hardly a prudent strategy for a businessman. Chapter 38. We are never at a loss. The Auror office, not merely in the present but for the coming years, will be on the front lines as long as the Dark Lord remains active. How effective has their training been? The initial training regimen was specifically tailored in conjunction with the Muggle regular army, while Alfred provided numerous advanced spells known only to purebloods. Training schedules were established. Though individual capability and innate talent play a significant role, would you care to inspect their progress, my little commander? That sounds rather appealing. Ellie relishes various distinctive titles. Many among them have narrowly escaped the clutches of Death Eaters, and if they are willing, they may be permitted to participate. Only those who survive combat can truly be deemed capable, and if they do not survive, pureblood families typically shun ventures that yield losses, particularly the cautious Slytherins. And Regulus is no exception. I have stated that participation is voluntary. That is their choice. They must witness the stance of the Blacks, as they shall serve as witnesses to vindicate us in the future. If anyone genuinely wishes to join, they ought to cultivate the habit of employing offensive magic, for the Death Eaters will show no mercy. Blood and death are the catalysts for unlocking potential. Those who endure will emerge even stronger, while those who remain uninvolved will foster greater cohesion. In relative terms, we are never at a disadvantage. Moreover, have you forgotten? The Ministry is about to undergo a substantial turnover. Those who vehemently oppose the Dark Lord are already few, and they will dwindle even further with time. Will the Dark Lord command the Aurors to turn against their own? Ellie, were you a boy? I would undoubtedly rally the surviving members of the family to endorse you as the heir. Alfred finds himself repeatedly astounded by Ellie's ideas. I am not the heir, yet the future head of the family shall heed my counsel. Ellie, unperturbed by Regulus's admiring gaze, felt no embarrassment. Naturally, dear sister. I assure you I shall be dutifully compliant. Regulus, in an elegant and humble gesture, raised one of her hands to his chest in an oath, the motion graceful. Just like that, Regulus, you have finally shed some of your rigidity. I intend to train alongside them. Hogwarts is not as safe as I had imagined, and Slytherin is even less so. Regulus recalled Ellie's plans for teaching dark arts. Without strength, no one would heed them. Then I shall join as well, Ellie replied, meeting two pairs of disapproving eyes. With a slight pout, she amended her next words. Very well, we shall only practice conventional spells, with no physical training or dark arts involved. The training venue is divided into several locations, primarily centered in one facility, surrounded by mixed interference charms, which externally appears to be a food processing workshop. Ellie donned ordinary Muggle attire, while Regulus changed into relatively simple training garb, its tailored fit rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. His gait slightly stiff. Alfred stifled a laugh as he draped a cloak over him. In truth, Muggle clothing is far more conducive to movement, crafted from a special material for enhanced comfort. The individuals in the training area evidently remembered Ellie and Regulus, their prior encounter leaving a lasting impression. Compared to last time, these individuals have become considerably bolder, with some even approaching to greet them. They typically train early and late, working during the day. As they walked, Alfred continued his introductions. Have you arranged for them any holidays? Do not gaze at me so intently. Their tasks are rather simple, facilitated by magic and the assistance of house elves. For those with considerable talent like myself, I shall augment their curricular commitments. Where did you source these physical training instructors? Are they Muggles? Regulus observed their movements with a sense of intrigue. They are wizards. I sent them to the Muggle world for specialized training. Money proves invaluable regardless of location. He led Regulus to a robust man. Grant, you are to ensure he receives proper training, with a particular emphasis on enhancing his reflexes. He has a penchant for Quidditch. Leave it to me, Mr. Black, the man replied. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, his voice bore a youthful timbre. Alfie then introduced a woman clad in a black dress, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, with an extraordinary appearance and elegant demeanor. Greetings, my little darlings. I have come to instruct you in charms. Her voice was laced with mirth as she lifted her skirt to perform an awkward imitation of a Muggle greeting. This is Siviakal, a German which I have specifically engaged to teach you combat techniques involving charms, including some combination spells. Alfie seemed quite familiar with her. Will she also instruct us in dark magic? German witches are often graduates of Durmstrang, where the study of dark magic is not prohibited. Alfie promptly clarified, not you all. Just teaching Riel, you may observe their instruction. Given that not everyone could embrace dark magic, they ultimately opted for a separate room for practice. Regulus felt the day's exertion far surpassed that of the preceding decade. While Ellie was unable to partake in certain training sessions, she busied herself with Sivia, refining her dark magic curriculum. Initially, Sivia assumed it was merely a young witch's misguided efforts. However, upon closer examination, she discovered many audacious ideas and profound insights into dark magic. She promptly delved into her collection of dark magic tomes, determined to maintain her dignity as an instructor. Do not become overly fixated on dark magic. It is but one type of magic, she advised. My teacher once imparted that one must feel the flow of magical energy. Magic embodies a form of energy and is not static. Mastering its flexible control can yield countless unexpected effects. Have you felt the flow of magical energy? Ellie had never encountered such a notion before. No, that necessitates a profound understanding of spells, perhaps an absolute command over one's own magical power. Or it could be innate talent, or simply luck. Did your teacher feel it? Her words felt nebulous, causing Ellie to suspect she had been deceived by that instructor. Sivia discerned her skepticism. I know of individuals who can. Who? Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Sivia hesitated noticeably upon uttering the latter name. Dumbledore? Ellie refrained from inquiring further about Grindelwald. She sensed Sivia's deep reticence regarding that name, akin to the British attitude towards the Dark Lord. I have yet to witness the headmaster in action. The greatest wizard of this century, he certainly would not act capriciously. Sivia's tone, while ostensibly praising Dumbledore, lacked genuine reverence. Who is mightier, Dumbledore or the Dark Lord? I have not encountered the Dark Lord, but I have heard tales of his deeds. He surely does not compare to Dumbledore, who triumphed over Grindelwald. How could he possibly rival a mere upstart who only bullies muggles? If he is truly that formidable, why not vanquish the Dark Lord instead of watching him grow in power and wreak havoc? A hint of derision flickered at Sivia's lips. Who can say? Perhaps it is the justice and compassion of the White Wizard. Disdain for the Dark Lord, admiration for Dumbledore's prowess, yet a loathing for the man himself. Ellie could almost ascertain that Sivia was an adherent of Grindelwald. She knew she should not place faith in the biased rhetoric of a fervent loyalist. Chapter 39. The pureblood deception. Merely a month had passed since the holiday, and Sirius had already revealed his true colors. Ellie surmised he had either discovered the tome he sought or acquired valuable information. Walburga was berating her eldest son on the other side of the two-way mirror for his misdeeds. How dare he? Throwing dung into the teacup of the etiquette instructor. He has already driven away 3 of them. The Blacks have been utterly disgraced. I should send him to you for proper discipline. Riel would never behave in such a manner. Ellie and Regulus were drawn to her voice. Inching closer to Alfie's door to eavesdrop. Noticing their curiosity, Alfie beckoned them inside, silently signaling for them to remain quiet. He responded to Walburga with feigned indifference. You ought to have anticipated this. It is indeed within his capacity. Do not press the boy too tightly. Bellatrix's wedding is set for Christmas Eve. I must ensure he invites a pure-blood maiden to dance at the banquet. Sirius had always loathed attending gatherings. I must guarantee his behavior is impeccable. She had already lowered her expectations. Regardless, Sirius's future partner must be of pure blood. You need not worry. I have heard he is quite popular among the girls at school, including purebloods. Alfie's description instantly reminded Ellie of the whispers among the female students regarding Sirius. Even his habit of leaving the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone was extolled to the heavens. Bellatrix's wedding will be quite grand. I mean to say, Tom will also be in attendance. Walburga spoke that name with a mix of reverence and pride, yet her tone was tinged with condescension. Who is Tom? I have never heard family mention a relative or friend by that name. It seems far too ordinary for someone of purported pure blood. Alfie was taken aback by his sister's utterance, casting a hurried glance at Ellie and Regulus before clearing his throat to mask Walburga's voice. However, Walburga continued unabated. It will be advantageous to make an early appearance before him. It will facilitate future dealings. As the heir of the Blacks, Sirius must be utterly flawless. Indeed, he requires proper guidance. I mean, he could use flu powder to come visit me. Alfie was eager to conclude the conversation, as Walburga remained oblivious to the presence of the children, speaking so freely. Indeed, after he severed the connection through the two-way mirror, Ellie's inquisitive voice broke the silence. Who is Tom? No one of consequence, merely an ordinary friend. Alfie feared Ellie's perceptive nature might uncover something, yet he recalled that the individual had since changed names. A name that none dared to mention. Feigning nonchalance, he shifted the topic. Perhaps Sirius will visit soon. We can prepare a small welcome for him, rather than coming here. He might prefer to sneak off to the Muggle world. Regulus struggled to comprehend Alfie's sudden enthusiasm. Noticing they had ceased their inquiries about the previous discussion, Alfie felt relieved. oblivious to the exchanged glances of contemplation between the siblings behind him. For whom does Black serve? And why must that individual be approached with utmost caution? Indeed, whose name is destined to be Voldemort? It dawned on them that his birth name was Tom. He is not of pure blood, is he? Just as the trio was about to exit the room, Ellie's youthful voice rang out, possessing the tone of a statement rather than a question. Alfie halted abruptly, astonished at her insight. Regulus thought he had merely overheard the Dark Lord's name, but there was even more shocking news awaiting him. Before he could respond, Ellie moved closer to Alfie. I mean the Dark Lord. He is a half-blood. Thus, it becomes clear why you are so vehemently opposed to Bella's desire to marry him. It is due to the Black family's code, which upholds eternal purity. You both revere and fear him, yet harbor an innate contempt for him. Alfred opened his mouth, at a loss for words, realizing that Ellie had gleaned the truth from these subtle hints. He is but a tool for your consolidation of pure-blood status, a Parseltongue, the heir of Slytherin, the epitome of a pure-blood leader. Indeed, very few are privy to this matter. Scarcely any family can uncover the secrets of the Gaunt lineage. Initially, we entertained the notion of collaboration, yet we underestimated his power. Eventually, this secret morphed into an unspeakable taboo. Alfred struggled to counter her assertion, endeavoring to recount the past with as much calmness as he could muster. We were contemporaries in Slytherin, and he does not even bear the Gaunt name. The obstinacy of the Blacks seems almost laughable, clinging to ideals of purity while pledging allegiance to a half-blood, reluctant to relinquish the benefits he brings. It appears you need my assistance in preparing alchemical items to guard against the effects of legilimency. I fear I am now too well informed. Unlike Ellie, who found humor in the situation, Regulus felt his belief crumbling. He had once revered the Dark Lord, and even now, that pursuit of power was quintessentially Slytherin. From a young age, he had been taught that true strength lay with a pure-blooded leader, only to discover it was all a ruse. Yes, he should have noted the unmistakable superiority in his Uncle Cygnus's tone when discussing the Dark Lord. Observing his despondent demeanor, Ellie reassured him, Reg, do not dwell too much on this. If he, a half-blood, has achieved this much, it only signifies his true greatness. This revelation became a boon for her. It became evident that a family could selectively overlook bloodlines for the sake of profit, and that her parents were not the unwavering loyalists she had envisioned. Thus, she felt more empowered to take control of the Blacks. What mattered more to Black, bloodline or privilege? She would never underestimate Slytherin's ambition. The Dark Lord had similarly wielded his desire for power to bend purebloods to his will. When Sirius arrived at the manor through the fireplace, the three had already composed themselves. Accompanying him was Walburga, her brow furrowed in critique of the manor's decor, disdainful of Alfred's peculiar taste. Listen, whatever it takes. Make him obedient. After Walburga departed, Ellie sincerely suggested, why doesn't Mother simply use the Cruciatus curse? What could be more effective in ensuring compliance? Alfred winced at the suggestion. Who would cast an unforgivable curse on their own child? Even the Blacks, however deranged, would never treat their kin in such a manner. Left behind was a bewildered Sirius, his mind in disarray. Why did he find Walburga preferable compared to Ellie? At least it seemed she had never used a curse to punish him. Chapter 40, An Agreeable Disposition. The holiday flew by, and upon returning to school, Ellie and Regulus had advanced to their second year. The head boy of Slytherin was now the newly promoted fifth year, Carlo, which boded ill for Ellie, given their past entanglement. Regulus remained the top of his year. While the head of the third year had shifted to Mulciber, Severus had not participated in the competition. This was what Ellie admired, in terms of combat prowess. None in the third year could surpass him, yet he understood that without a prestigious lineage, it was challenging for a half-blood to command respect in contemporary Slytherin. He consistently recognized his place, skilled at avoiding the limelight. This is my refined version. You should take a look. I guarantee it will be immensely beneficial. Ellie presented him with the dark arts manual she had diligently studied during the break. Severus's gaze dropped to meet hers for a moment before he silently accepted it, then resumed his disinterest. At the age of 13 or 14, boys are rapidly growing, and he now towered over Ellie by a considerable margin. Even Regulus surpassed her by 5 centimeters. However, Ellie harbored no concerns. Her slow growth over the past 2 years was due to physical reasons. And given the heights of Walburga and Orion, it was merely a matter of time before she would grow taller. Did you consult your family? Do pureblood families teach these things? As soon as he spoke, Ellie noticed a change in his voice. It was no longer the clear tone she remembered, but possessed an added huskiness, as though he were consciously lowering it. Curiously, she continued to observe Severus's lips, making him uncomfortable enough to clear his throat. I consulted a professional teacher. Why has your voice changed? The adolescent boy blushed at her inquiry, still grappling with the fluctuations of his voice, uncertain of himself, and thus chose silence. He could only inwardly curse Miss Black's foolish ignorance. Ellie found his reaction bewildering, as if she had bullied him. Regulus sighed. Boys go through this. Haven't you noticed Sirius's changes? No, he's always so loud. It's hard to notice, Ellie replied honestly, for they spent nearly all their time together, making it difficult to perceive any shifts. A few Slytherins nearby were playfully shoving each other, appearing eager to converse, yet hesitant to approach. Mulciber, you go speak to him. Remember, I let you win in the last match, Avery proclaimed with conviction. Within Slytherin, there were numerous small factions dedicated to the study of dark magic, with older students often guiding them. However, purebloods typically possessed a strong sense of secrecy, often stashing away valuable knowledge, leading to competition and mistrust among the groups. Black's prowess in dark magic was already renowned within the wizarding community, and Avery and his companions planned to act preemptively to recruit them into their faction. Yet, the recent conflicts between them still lingered, and no one was willing to extend an olive branch. If you had mentioned that earlier, I could disregard this head position. As a victim from last year, Mulciber was adamant about not engaging with Ellie. Seeing his stubbornness, Avery had to shift tactics. Shall we approach Snape first? We are somewhat familiar with him. Familiar from bullying him, you mean? But we haven't continued that. He fought fiercely with the Gryffindors and never retaliated against us. Perhaps he no longer cares. After Malfoy openly befriended Snape, they had ceased their bullying, and Snape had since formed a good rapport with Black, occasionally exchanging a few words with them. He is a half-blood. Of course, he wouldn't dare retaliate against us. Mulciber was more convinced of his judgment. Regardless, we need to establish a good rapport with him. We still have quite a few fourth years. There's no need to fear them. In truth, Regulus Black should have a decent temperament. I haven't seen him resort to violence much. Ultimately, they concluded that they should approach him together. There are no permanent enemies among purebloods. Avery was the first to articulate their intentions. We wish to invite you to join our dark magic study group. He spoke while directing his gaze towards Regulus, striving to maintain a tone that was both sincere yet assertive. Is it just the four of us? Seated with them was Evan, currently engrossed in frantically completing homework for Regulus's Transfiguration class. Yes, if you have any other friends interested, they are welcome to join as well. Great. Remember to notify us of any activities. Noticing their nervousness, Ellie smiled and readily agreed. The events unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, leading them to speculate whether Mulciber had indeed overstepped last year, prompting even the affable Black siblings to take action. Once they were a considerable distance away, Regulus inquired, was it truly that simple to agree? Naturally, this spared us quite a bit of trouble. Organizing oneself is never as expedient as relying on ready-made arrangements. When the time comes, we shall summon those acquaintances in the house, including those eager to befriend the Blacks and Rosier. Perhaps it was due to the increased coursework upon entering the third year, but the Marauders had grown significantly quieter since the start of the term, seldom heard engaging in boisterous conversations in public settings. During a collective study session in the library, Lily noted that their recent harassment had diminished. Could it be the heavier homework load from the elective courses? Hogwarts introduced electives in the third year, with arithmancy and ancient runes rumored to be particularly challenging. However, the Marauders were not the type to become silent out of a newfound dedication to their studies. They had chosen care of magical creatures and Muggle studies, which required only preliminary preparation, as the professors of these subjects seldom assigned homework. In an effort to shield her friends from further contact with them, which could lead to more conflicts, Lily made an effort to discover the courses they had selected. Could it be true, as Regulus suggested, that all boys undergo a phase of voice change? That seemed implausible. Such a matter would not render them mute. Given their boisterous nature, they might even find it amusing. There must be some ulterior motive at play, perhaps related to the book Sirius intended to seek during the summer. Severus and Ellie exchanged glances, both instinctively averting their eyes elsewhere, as if they had both arrived at the same realization. Sev, why have you been hanging around Mulciber so much lately? I know I shouldn't speak ill of others, but they harbor disdain for those of Muggle descent and frequently utter derogatory remarks. Recently, the rapport between Slytherin students and Severus had improved considerably. Some even approached him after class for inquiries regarding potions and charms. Despite his brusque demeanor, he still provided answers. They sought me out, Severus replied, fully aware of their bloodline prejudice, having experienced it firsthand. Yet, he craved the acceptance of Slytherin to attain sufficient standing. He could not afford to antagonize them. He also wished to avoid the necessity of remaining vigilant upon returning to Slytherin. Lily ceased her pleas, yet her anger was palpable, as she feared that Severus would be influenced negatively by associating with them. Chapter 41. I harbor no malice. Severus and Lily remained steadfast in their opposing views. For one can never truly empathize with those in disparate circumstances. But don't your friends also harbor disdain for Slytherin? Why do you continue to associate with them? Ellie interjected, fanning the flames of contention with interest. That's different. They merely fear the bad students of Slytherin. Have they not advised you to refrain from associating with Slytherin individuals? Even if Severus has not bullied them, they will instinctively categorize him as a villain, despite your repeated explanations. Is this not a form of insidious discrimination? This was the first time Severus heard Ellie utter his name. She rarely addressed others, usually referring to Senior Snape. Was she defending him? Certainly not. Invoking Severus' name would resonate more with Lily, a persuasive tactic indeed. They do not discriminate, Lily retorted, her self-doubt evident. She began to introspect, realizing that Ellie's words held truth. Her roommates and friends frequently advised her to limit her interactions with Severus, often avoiding her when she was with him. Just as you are pursued by Potter, those you perceive as bad individuals also seek Severus's favor. Accomplished individuals invariably attract admiration. What a revolting analogy. Severus's expression darkened. As if he had consumed something foul, he suspected Ellie's intent was to provoke this very response. Yet, Lily found this explanation rather compelling. I'm sorry, Sev. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. Severus managed a strained smile, accepting her apology. Truly, if this was how conflicts were to be resolved, it seemed unnecessary. Meanwhile, the perplexed marauders were struggling to practice a spell, Animagus. Last semester, through their relentless efforts, they had uncovered a significant secret about Remus. It was no trifling matter. Merlin. They had been astonished to learn that Remus was a werewolf. How incredibly cool. To alleviate his solitary suffering during transformations, they sought a method to accompany him, which involved becoming animagi. However, they were stymied at the first hurdle. Merlin's beard. This is exceedingly difficult. I swallowed the mandrake. So did I, Peter timidly admitted, expelling the remaining leaves. James, this won't do. Our supplies are dwindling, Sirius exclaimed, his expression shifting. No, I chewed it up while I was speaking earlier. The mandrake leaves they possessed were pilfered from the school greenhouse, nearly leading to their discovery, making it unlikely they could procure more. Mandrake possesses formidable and irreplaceable magical properties, with its cultivation being stringently controlled due to its perilous nature, rendering private purchase exceedingly difficult. Practicing for Animagus requires one to hold mandrake leaves in their mouth for the duration from one full moon to the next without swallowing or expelling them. Otherwise, they must start anew. What shall we do? We cannot remain silent for a month, James, a notorious chatterbox, lamented. We can only wait until the next full moon to attempt it again. We must devise an effective strategy. Should we consult Professor McGonagall? She is the only Animagus at Hogwarts, Peter cautiously suggested, glancing around. In truth, he was hesitant to practice Animagus. The risks of unauthorized practice were substantial, and this failure provided him a sense of relief. No, we've already drawn enough suspicion by remaining silent for too long. We should attempt it ourselves first. Sirius countered his proposal. Remus felt deeply touched by his friend's efforts. He cherished this hard-won friendship, especially since they had not recoiled in fear or disdain upon discovering his furry little secret. Aware of the spell's difficulty, he refrained from uttering words of defeat that might dampen their spirits. Being able to attend Hogwarts to study magic and to encounter these friends was a fortune he would cherish for a lifetime. Avery soon communicated the timing of their activities, which would commence the following week, with the specific location having been altered. Previously, they had practiced in vacant dormitories, a choice shared even by the older students. While relatively concealed, the space was too cramped, due to Regulus's prior warning that he might bring a considerable number of people. The increase in numbers necessitated a change to a more spacious venue. They settled upon an abandoned classroom, locked away in the castle's dungeons, of which there were numerous. The lock outside the classroom was enchanted with an unlocking jinx, and the exit was concealed via a secret passage leading to a location near the common room's entrance. After all, practicing dark magic was strictly forbidden by the school, and Slytherin had not yet become brazen enough to act with impunity. Thus, they were particularly meticulous in their search for a suitable locale. The empty classroom appeared more orderly than it did from the outside, furnished with equipment for practice. There were 6 individuals on Avery's side, while Ellie had gathered 10. Ellie cast her gaze over to the newcomers, spotting a 4th year named McNeil, a 2nd year named Selwyn, and 2 others she barely recognized, likely also 3rd years. The numerical advantage afforded her the upper hand. What forms of dark magic do you all practice now? Or rather, how much have the seniors imparted to you? Her tone was casual, yet there lingered an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from Avery. Most of the spells were malevolent curses. Should I demonstrate? Give it a try? Do we need a partner for practice? Except for a few exceptionally gifted students. Most 3rd and 4th year witches and wizards lacked sufficient magical prowess, making it arduous for them to inflict lethal harm through dark magic. Avery enlisted a boy named Hudson, who had accompanied him, to showcase a few spells. They truly were merely a selection of malicious curses. The stinging hex was among the more harmful, while the others were mere pranks, like the toenail growth curse and the jelly legs jinx, rendering the fierce altercation between the Marauders and Snape rather tame by comparison. Avery noticed the indifference in Elios' eyes and, in a bid to preserve the senior's dignity, employed the Cruciatus Curse, though its efficacy paled in comparison to the previous minor hex. To be frank, it was utterly unimpressive. Before Avery and Mulciber could rebut, McNeil had already turned pale. Exhaling sharply, "How much can you do? On what grounds do you say such things?" He had never witnessed Ellie in action, yet he had heard tales. She was decisively brutal. How strong could a second year truly be? The tears and mucus he could not control, the burning sensation in his throat and nose, brought forth a wave of nausea and suffocation, and in that moment, he genuinely feared he might cry to death. Regrettably, this demise felt far too undignified. What a vile piece of dark magic it was. Merely a minor curse, categorized by the Ministry of Magic as dark magic, yet it should not have been. Ellie observed him convulsing on the ground, struggling to breathe, because when I used it, my heart held no malice. Finite incantatum, the spell ceased. McNeil remained shaken even after the incantation was lifted. Avery performed a cleaning charm on him and helped him to his feet. Ironically, the instigator continued to pose probing questions. What was that like? Chapter 42, Why aren't you laughing? What was McNeil's experience? Fear? Humiliation? Or perhaps relief? More than anything, it was an inability to comprehend. He too could cast that curse, yet the outcome in his hands resembled a child's prank, which is why he found it humiliating to succumb to such a minor curse. How did you achieve that? I mean, it transcended the potency of that curse. If truth be told, Ellie would attribute it to innate talent. From the moment she first wielded her wand, she realized that her execution of the same spells produced superior results. Beyond her inherent gifts, it was also a matter of her approach. Cleverness did not equate to impropriety. Her body could not endure rigorous training. Hence, she had grown accustomed to contemplating how to cast spells more efficiently, how to maximize effects with minimal magical energy. It depends on how you perceive magic. Do you believe the strength lies within the spell itself? For instance, certain dark magic, such as the unforgivable curses. Is that not the case? It is precisely because of their power that their use is prohibited. Not at all, Ellie interjected. It is their uncontrollability that leads to their banishment. It is the potency of magic coupled with your own inadequacy to manage the harm wrought by dark magic that necessitates prohibition. Do you truly understand dark magic? McNeil found himself at a loss for words, and he was not alone. Most attendees shared his confusion. Did they truly grasp dark magic? In the education of pureblood families, dark magic was regarded as a symbol of ancient nobility, a testament to how great ancestors triumphed over muggles and earned glory through countless battles against goblins and other races. Dark magic served to better intimidate and control those of mixed blood and muggle lineage, preserving the purity of the wizarding world. As for its drawbacks, how significant could they be? Were they greater than the glory it brought? Their family tomes documented it thus, and their parents echoed the same sentiment. The dangers were only for those with impure bloodlines. They were born noble. As Selwyn spoke, his gaze was haughty as he directed it towards several half-bloods near Ellie. You don't believe the lies of Dumbledore and his ilk, do you? We understand dark magic better. There is no such thing as backlash. How well do you understand it? How much dark magic do you know? Ellie approached Selwyn, placing her hand upon her face. Have you ever wielded the Cruciatus Curse? Do you know how to maximize its damage? Imagine inflicting excruciating pain on someone. Every inch of their skin, bone, and flesh is being slowly severed. Her hand glided along Selwyn's neck, gradually reaching her heart. Here, she experienced the most unbearable agony, to the point of convulsing and mentally unraveling. Selwyn felt goosebumps rise on the areas her fingers grazed, even through her robe, as if she were truly enduring such torment. Why do you wear that expression? Smile? Ellie demanded, forcing her lips upward. You should revel in the sensation of making others feel more miserable than death itself. Listen to them beg for mercy like a heap of mud on the floor. You should feel exhilarated. It is not merely the dark magic that compels you to feel excitement. This body is no longer under your control. It is magnificent, utterly intoxicating. Why do you not laugh? As Ellie slowly posed this question, Selwyn stumbled backward, unsure whether she should smile. Ellie released her grip. You cannot wield dark magic well in that state. Do you require me to elaborate on how to properly utilize the Imperious Curse? Selwyn swallowed hard, hastily shaking her head. The vividness of her description left no doubt in the minds of those present that Ellie was a seasoned master of dark magic. What they found difficult to accept was the possibility that Ellie spoke the truth. Their families served the Dark Lord, and they had all, to some extent, wielded the Cruciatus Curse. They had witnessed that frenzied reaction before. In truth, we are not overly concerned. The reverence for dark magic has persisted for centuries and continues to thrive. Mulciber thought it all seemed alarmist. The Slytherin mindset was deeply entrenched, not easily swayed by mere words. Of course, We are here to study dark magic, are we not? Yet, we must confront its drawbacks. If there are dangers, we must devise ways to mitigate them, and it is essential that we hold power in our own hands. Most importantly, a shrewd person should not leave themselves vulnerable. Mulciber's earlier rebuttal emboldened him. He felt less intimidated by this young Black. Do you have a solution? Finally, someone had asked the crucial question. Your foundation is far too weak. Even the basics of spell work require formal study, and the more advanced dark magic is no exception. You intend to teach us dark magic? McNeil finally grasped her intent. Although disbelief still lingered, no family would willingly share their secrets. No one questioned her abilities. Not only did she excel in spell work, but she was also likely proficient in the unforgivable curses. Several had begun to suspect that her frail constitution was the result of early exposure to dark magic's backlash. Do you wish to learn? After all, we will all serve the Dark Lord in the future, and even more so, for the glory of Slytherin. Interests will always fuel ambition, and a shared goal fosters trust among us. Then, I beseech you, Miss Black, enlighten me. Why should I be the one to teach? Those individuals may not readily accept guidance from a half-blood, especially that Travers, who had seemed to covet Selwyn's position yesterday and now had learned the art of subterfuge. In the potions lab, Severus, while preoccupied with cleaning cauldrons, appeared to speak nonchalantly. Certainly, it is evident that Senior Snape possesses an abundance of practical experience. Making him the most suitable candidate for this role, Slytherin holds great respect for prowess. The theoretical instruction will be undertaken by Ellie, as it is her forte. In response, the young man busied himself with organizing potion ingredients, not sparing her a glance. Ellie could only continue to lament her situation, declaring that she currently refrains from using dark magic, but in due time, Rael would join her. Teaching others simultaneously allows one to recognize their own shortcomings. She feigned interest while fiddling with the potion materials at hand, when unexpectedly, a pair of hands seized her. Are you a troll? You cannot touch this directly. Severus, in a rare display of heightened emotion, raised his voice, producing an unusual explosive sound. The atmosphere fell momentarily silent, as he, in a fit of vexation, released Ellie's hand. Torn between wanting to eject her and not wishing to create a commotion, Ellie desperately suppressed her amusement, adeptly steering the conversation elsewhere. Oh, Regulus has successfully passed the Quidditch trials and will require ample time for training. He is indeed the key to defeating Gryffindor. And you wouldn't want Potter to continue boasting throughout Hogwarts about Quidditch, would you? Upon hearing Potter's name, Severus's actions paused slightly. Do not be so confident. That fool Potter is well endowed in physicality. My Rael is no slouch either. He is trained during the holidays. The girl spoke with bright enthusiasm about her brother, her unabashed favoritism eliciting envy. Ultimately, Severus acquiesced to the teaching arrangement, though he had never truly declined from the outset. Chapter 43. My brother is the Seeker. Once again, Quidditch season is upon us, yet this time, the company I keep while watching the match has changed. The weather is not as frigid, but the wind remains robust, enveloping Ellie's long black hair in a thick scarf. Regulus has instructed me to stay close to you. Evan meticulously checked Ellie to ensure her well-being before accompanying her to the pitch. In truth, Severus had also been entrusted with this task by Regulus. I hate to disappoint you, but the first match is against Ravenclaw, so you will have to wait until the next game to witness Potter's downfall. I merely wish to remind Miss Black to maintain her composure, Severus replied, his expression as impassive as ever. I shall do my utmost. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced, and the Quidditch players engaged in their respective roles, each soaring rapidly on their broomsticks. Ellie, without the aid of binoculars, easily spotted Regulus, who appeared resplendent in his silver and green Quidditch uniform. Regulus ascended high above the pitch, scanning for the golden snitch. His agility honed during summer training and his adept broom-flying skills allowing him to deftly evade the bludgers flying towards him. His acrobatic dodges drew ecstatic cheers from the Slytherin supporters. Ellie waved a small flag, the provenance of which she did not know, joining in the jubilant cries. She was blissfully unaware of the individual beside her, who was intently monitoring her condition, concerned that she might become overly excited and fall ill again. The score on the field read 40-10 in Slytherin's favor when Regulus spotted the golden snitch, accelerating to pursue it, closely followed by Ravenclaw's chasers who were ever mindful of his movements. The speed at which they flew made it difficult for the naked eye to keep up, prompting Ellie to employ her binoculars, though the limitations of her view made her furrow her brow. Two figures, one blue and one green, raced across the field, with Regulus lowering his stance, gaining altitude and speed, ultimately outpacing his pursuers to seize the golden snitch. The match is over. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the young man triumphantly raised the golden snitch aloft. Ah, Slytherin. Black. Ah, we won. We won. Captured the snitch in under 10 minutes. Fantastic. Black. 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 The crowd erupted in a chorus chanting Slytherin and Black's names, and Ellie, caught up in the excitement, shouted, "Ah, rail." The flag in her hand whipped through the air. She embraced Evan and Severus joyfully, then took a deep breath to steady herself, eagerly making her way off the field to await Regulus. Evan also excitedly hurried after her, fortunate that Ellie was not walking too briskly and was mindful of less crowded paths. Severus remained behind, momentarily frozen in place, still holding the position from which he had been embraced. No one had ever engaged with him so intimately. Only at such proximity could he catch a faint whiff of orange blossom. At this moment, the calming scent of orange blossom, rather than soothing him, stirred his restless heart, and the raucous crowd could not drown out the powerful thrum of his heartbeat. Is she a troll? How could she so unladylike embrace a gentleman? Severus fought to quell the inexplicable irritation within him, his gaze searching for the uncouth Miss Black. Meanwhile, Ellie was happily enveloping Regulus in a warm embrace, showering him with compliments. "Rael, you were magnificent, a genius seeker. I mean, the way you soared above capturing the golden snitch was simply splendid." Evan expressed his desire to see the golden snitch, and Regulus, uncharacteristically shy, ruffled his hair. "I handed it over immediately after the match. It slipped my mind. Next time I catch one, I'll buy it and gift it to Ellie." "Excellent. From now on, you must keep everyone you catch. I wish to create a display case exclusively for them." The girl's expression radiated a rare joy, her deep gray eyes shimmering like stars under the sunlight. Regulus thought to himself that if Ellie could remain this joyous and healthy forever, he would cherish the hope reflected in her eyes. "Then I shall strive to capture each one, so I can fill an entire display case." The buoyant mood was infectious, and as Severus approached, witnessing the scene, his own tumultuous thoughts quieted inexplicably. Sirius stood at the foot of the stands, observing the close bond between the siblings, feeling as though he had lost something. Why hadn't he been informed of Rael's selection for Quidditch? Why had he not been invited to watch the match? Was it because he was not a Slytherin? They seemed to have forgotten him as their brother. James, noticing his brother's despondent demeanor, exclaimed, "Hey, Sirius, your brother is quite the seeker. It seems I must take the upcoming matches seriously." "Of course, we cannot afford to lose to Slytherin," Sirius replied absent-mindedly. "That one looks like a snotty little brat." "Huh. I had no idea he was even interested in Quidditch." James was often able to spot his rival amidst the raucous crowd. Sirius found himself chuckling at his words. Glancing in the direction James indicated, "Indeed, it is him. Who would have thought? Did he not claim that flying was a pastime for those with well-developed limbs?" As he spoke, he suddenly halted, his expression darkening. "What happened, brother?" James inquired, perplexed, a smirk still lingering on his lips. "Nothing. I hope I am mistaken." Sirius's expression contradicted his words, for he had certainly seen something in the direction of the snotty brat. Did he not fancy Evans? Why then did he possess such a gaze? He could only hope he was mistaken. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to confront the oblivious Slytherin. "Sirius, are you here to watch Rael's match?" Ellie was taken aback to see Sirius there, her inquiry casual, as if their relationship remained unchanged. Seeing them so at ease, Sirius felt that his earlier sense of estrangement was unfounded. "Of course, Rael is remarkable. Upon witnessing his victory, I came to find you all. Then you must prepare yourself. James, Slytherin and Gryffindor will inevitably face each other soon." Ellie merely cast a fleeting glance at James before turning her attention towards Sirius. "Whom will you support when the time comes?" This posed a dilemma for Sirius, yet he harbored hopes for his house's victory. "Of course, it's Gryffindor. I shall give my all during the match." James, blissfully unaware of the subtle implications in Ellie's words, spoke with fervor and determination. "Foolish lion." Ellie regarded James with a curious gaze, bemused by his naively innocent demeanor. "Let us showcase our respective skills on the field. The houses must have prepared for a celebratory event, so we shall take our leave." Regulus made a token threat before finding an excuse to whisk Ellie away. Upon returning to the common room, Regulus finally voiced his lingering suspicion. "Do you have an issue with that James Potter?" "Indeed, I do. After all, he is a Gryffindor." "How do you know this?" Ellie replied cryptically, her eyes discreetly glancing towards the silently reading Severus, suspecting he might have uttered something inappropriate. At that moment, Severus appeared engrossed in his book, having drifted off in thought, completely oblivious to Ellie's gaze. Chapter 44, Not the Only Friend. "His gaze resembles that of someone contemplating an affair," Regulus mused, likening it to a husband with a mistress. Evan was momentarily amused by the analogy, laughing heartily. Severus, jolted back to reality by the laughter, regarded them with a puzzled expression, his eyes wandering vaguely in Ellie's direction. "It is quite comparable," she noted. Although Ellie seldom ventured outside, she was not entirely naive. It was common knowledge among purebloods that many had mistresses. Evan could not resist asking, "Whom has he seduced?" "Which husband are you referring to?" "What husband?" Whose husband? He was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how he had missed so much. Indeed, pureblood families often became engaged or married at a young age. Severus, perplexed yet expressionless, pressed his fingers firmly against the pages of his book. Sirius. Potter is perpetually entangled with him, he thought, unwilling to return home. If Sirius were to answer her query, it would undoubtedly be in favor of Potter. Severus finally relinquished the page of his book, methodically turning to the next. Regulus, bemused, remarked, "You always speak to those two with such biting sarcasm. I thought they had upset you." Regarding the teaching of dark arts, Ellie categorized them based on different types of magic. The intricate and convoluted theoretical knowledge leaving the members of the dark arts study group in despair. Who would have imagined that studying the dark arts would entail writing a 6-foot-long dissertation? The outcome of such learning was an improvement in spellcasting skills, yet a diminished interest in dark arts. Isn't this an effective means of control? The more something is forbidden, the more it incites inner rebellion. When the pros and cons are laid bare, unexpected results may ensue. In the days leading up to Halloween, Ellie and Regulus received an invitation to the Slug Club. This social event, hosted by Professor Slughorn, was rumored to invite promising young witches and wizards from various houses, typically those in their 3rd year or above. Though exceptional 2nd years might also receive an invitation. I don't recall having excelled in potions class. If it were up to Ellie alone, she could only achieve a satisfactory level. Perhaps he has heard of your commendable performance in transfiguration or charms. Evan also received an invitation. He belonged to that category of students who struggled to retain theoretical knowledge but excelled in practical skills, relying on borrowed content for essays, yet mastering potion brewing and spell application effortlessly. I suspect he is more interested in Blake and merely extended an invitation to me. Regulus had attended numerous gatherings since childhood. Feeling little enthusiasm for this particular event. It is scheduled for the day before the Halloween feast. Shall we attend? Yes, I plan to form a club soon. And perhaps I could meet some new friends at the gathering, perhaps some Ravenclaws. The more rational Eagles were Ellie's first choice for recruiting club members, as they prioritized personal development and contemplation of life. What has Barty been up to? I haven't seen him much since the term began. Have you assigned him a new task? Not a task per se. You know how Ravenclaws cannot resist their thirst for knowledge. In truth, Ellie had noticed that Barty seemed rather downcast each time he returned to school after visiting home. Considering Sirius's demeanor while at home, perhaps the Crouch household was equally stifling for him. She had recommended several Muggle novels to help alleviate his mood, and since then, he had seldom been seen. Barty had indeed become engrossed in the plots of the novels Ellie had lent him, all revolving around themes of vengeance, with their conflicts and dramatic developments rendering them utterly captivating. He felt compelled to learn how to make his father's later years as painful as possible. Ellie's response was somewhat evasive, and Regulus could tell she was up to no good. You had better not impart any peculiar notions to him. Severus had not joined Ellie and the others. He was unaware of the reason. After that embrace, he felt increasingly uneasy around her, instinctively nervous in her presence. This unfamiliar sensation made him want to retreat. This week marked Hogsmeade Day, the only all-wizarding village in Britain. Students in their 3rd year and above could visit with parental consent, and Lily had arranged to go with him. What Severus awaited was not just Lily Evans, but also her roommates and friends. The scene was dominated by glaring red scarves, and the boisterous Gryffindors halted their chatter upon encountering the Slytherin, clearly unwelcoming. Although Lily's friends begrudged the idea of accompanying a Slytherin, they refrained from voicing their discontent out of respect for Lily. Oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, Lily enthusiastically shared their plans for the day. Sev, I intend to visit Scribulous Ever-Changing Ink first. I've heard of a quill that corrects mistakes automatically. And then we should head to Honeyduke's. No, we ought to go there first. The popular items are prone to sell out quickly. Her friends chimed in. I was thinking the same. We should hit Honeyduke's first. 5th year Pat always brings back a huge bag of sweets, and I plan to buy some for my brother. After that, we must visit the 3 Broomsticks. I've been eager to try butterbeer. The girls' chatter soon filled the entire train compartment, while Severus frowned. A growing sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. Was it not always this way? Lily was never without friends. The train swiftly arrived at Hogsmeade. Marking the first Hogsmeade weekend of the term, students of all years filled the bustling streets. They hurried to Honeyduke's, which was already teeming with people. The counters were laden with a myriad of confections, some varieties snatched up as soon as they were displayed, a testament to their popularity. This lively atmosphere felt utterly out of place to Severus. He regretted following along. With that thought, he bid Lily a brief farewell and stepped outside to wait. Lily did not keep him waiting long. Once she had made her purchases, she emerged with her friends, for there were still many places to visit. She eagerly grabbed some of the sweets from her recently acquired bag, portioning them into a small pouch before handing it to Severus. Now that we're here, you can't leave empty-handed. I couldn't let you wait around without anything. These sweets are quite good, I plan to send some to Petunia. Perhaps I can come back before the Christmas holidays and buy even more. Severus had no intention of accepting Lily's offerings. He had no particular fondness for sweets. Just as he was about to decline, a cacophony of irritating voices filled the air. Perhaps he is unable to afford anything. Lingering here in hopes that you might provide for him. Sirius's words dripped with his customary malice. James, consumed by envy at the sight of that bag of sweets, seethed inwardly, thinking, detestable little toad, this is not your place. Return the items to Lily. Upon encountering those infuriating individuals once more, Lily thrust the candy into Severus's hands, placing her hands on her hips as she confronted James. Severus is my friend. This matter is between us, and it is not your concern. You are all utterly insufferable. The school regulations state that one may visit Hogsmeade with a signed permission slip. Furthermore, you are not permitted to insult my friend. Apologize to him. Lily's fiery declaration radiated intensity, her vibrant red hair seeming to blaze with fury. Chapter 45, The Dull Tea Party. James could hardly bear to hear Lily speak on behalf of that toad. He had intended to invite Lily to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, but she declined, citing a prior engagement with a friend, though that friend certainly could not be Snape. We are merely stating facts. Just look at his tattered clothing. It is evident he cannot afford anything. Lily, do not be deceived by him. You are going too far. Lily's chest heaved with indignation, while Severus restrained her from advancing any further. Ignore them. They are merely a group of muscle-bound fools, having just exited the school and surrounded by people. He had no intention of retaliating. Their words had not truly struck a nerve. In his second year, he had collaborated with Lucius to brew hair potions that earned him galleons. His life was no longer one of destitution. Nor did he hold high aspirations for his living conditions. He had planned to save up to purchase rare potion ingredients for practice, but with the added support from Ellie, he found himself free from concerns about materials. Moreover, he had earned a fair amount by brewing potions during the holidays to sell at the shop. While he remained unprovoked, the group of bullies continued their relentless taunts. Toad, afraid to confront us now? Only capable of hiding behind a girl. Sirius's attitude towards Severus had grown increasingly hostile. Previously, he might have merely defended his brother, but now his words were laced with venom. You are the real cowards, too afraid to face me alone. Severus brandished his wand defensively. After all, there were always those among them who delighted in ambushes. The tension escalated, but fortunately, the Gryffindor prefect happened to be nearby, purchasing sweets for his girlfriend, and intervened to prevent an altercation. With the immediate threat averted, Lily felt a sense of relief. Yet Severus's refusal of the candy sparked her ire once more. Is it because of what they said? Do not listen to them. I have no intention of providing for you. These sweets are merely a gift between friends. I do not enjoy sweets. It would be a waste to give them to me. Perhaps James's words had truly affected him, for he had never previously declined gifts from Lily. Sweets are not exclusively sweet. You could share them. Lily began to speak, but then recalled that Slytherin was not like Gryffindor. She struggled to remember which of Severus's friends might be worthy of sharing. In that fleeting moment, Severus thought of Ellie, recalling how she had yearned for chocolate on Valentine's Day, wishing to indulge but finding herself unable, resorting to self-deception instead. How foolish. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes for the briefest moment. Well, you should indeed make more friends. I have friends in Slytherin, he explained for perhaps the first time, as if trying to prove something. You mean the little blacks? Are you going to bring them gifts? After all, they are only in their second year. I had longed to visit Hogsmeade last year. Lily was quite taken with them, as they were among the few Slytherins she had encountered who treated her kindly, despite her Muggle heritage. Should I prepare gifts then? He certainly was not the understanding, caring upperclassman she might have hoped for. As he pondered this, several friends who had come out with Lily called to her from a distance, clearly reluctant to continue their outing with a Slytherin after the recent confrontation. Compared to their opposing house, they were more inclined to trust the words of their fellow housemates. Moreover, James was a Quidditch star, with countless admirers for his dashing heroics and mischievous antics, making him quite popular among Gryffindors. Severus took the initiative to express his desire to be alone, having only made arrangements to return with Lily. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Avery and Mulciber. Having participated in activities together this term, they had grown somewhat familiar. The four of them made their way to the Three Broomsticks, where the butterbeer was a touch too sweet for his liking. The venue for the Toad Club was Professor Slughorn's office. When Ellie and Regulus first entered, they felt somewhat out of place amidst the velvet drapes and gilded cutlery, the entire ambience resembling a misadventure into Malfoy Manor, albeit lacking a degree of refinement. Although clad in ordinary Slytherin robes, the arrival of the brother and sister duo drew considerable attention. The Blacks possessed an intimidating beauty, and even these two, regarded as the gentlest among their kin, exuded an innate aristocracy when devoid of expression. Professor Slughorn extended brief greetings to nearly every student in attendance. He inquired about their family backgrounds or the current status of their family patriarchs if he recognized their surnames, lavishing praise upon those with outstanding academic records. How curious it was to wonder who was more formidable, he or Mr. Ollivander. The remainder of the time was spent listening to him boast about his educational experiences, the notable figures with whom he was acquainted, and the remarkable achievements of his students. To Ellie's surprise, Lily Evans, Potter, and Sirius were all present. Yet the most accomplished potion maker, Severus, was conspicuously absent. The number of students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was noticeably sparse, given the headmaster's disposition. It was unlikely they had not been invited, but rather that those houses simply preferred to avoid such superficial gatherings. This headmaster was indeed a quintessential Slytherin, utilizing students of prominent lineage to expand his network, showcasing the talents of those with exceptional abilities, while the more gregarious ones were tasked with enlivening the atmosphere. Noticing Ellie's lack of enthusiasm, Regulus, concerned about the food at the banquet, casually concocted an excuse to leave with her early. Poor Evan, having pondered for ages, finally managed to fabricate a rather clumsy excuse to escape the festivities. Upon exiting, he discovered the two others waiting not far off, and as he approached, he could not help but grumble, "Why didn't you take me with you? This was the most boring gathering I have ever attended." The headmaster's social skills leave much to be desired. After the three of them emerged from the cellar, they settled upon a stone in the corridor. "I see you were rather enjoying yourself. He arranged for a rather lovely girl to sit beside you," Regulus teased, clearly reveling in Evan's discomfort, having witnessed how flustered he became while conversing with her. Evan raised his voice in protest. "Of course not. That was merely out of courtesy, and besides, she is a half-blood. Ahem, actually, I already have someone I like." As he said this, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Wow. It was understandable that their reactions were muted. Evan usually spent his time with them, and they had never seen him interact with a girl before. The siblings were rather oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, perceiving such interactions with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Evan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, "Do you not believe me? Well, it's not quite love. My father mentioned that she might be my betrothed in the future. Which family does she belong to?" Ellie endeavored to keep her tone serious. Evan's face flushed crimson. "She belongs to a pureblood family from France, the Durans. She is a year older than me, incredibly gracious and gentle. How unfortunate. However, finding someone you like through an arranged marriage can be considered a stroke of luck. Do you think she likes you?" Whenever this matter arises, Ellie invariably thinks of Bella. "I cannot explain why, but we share a delightful rapport. She has even sent me several letters." As Evan spoke, he began rummaging through the inner pocket of his school robe. Regulus swiftly restrained his actions, insisting, "No, we aren't that eager to see." Ellie, amused by their antics, suddenly felt something hurtling towards her from the right front. Defendo. Chapter 46, Buzzing Honeybee Candy. Wingardium Leviosa. A warm male voice echoed alongside Ellie's, revealing that what had been thrown at them was a stack of books. One volume, perilously close to Ellie, lay shattered on the ground, while several others floated in midair, steadied by a young man. Regulus and Evan paused their playful banter to observe the newcomer, a seemingly introverted Ravenclaw with unkempt brown hair and a somewhat worn school robe, clutching a hefty book in his arms. "Apologies, I wasn't paying attention and stumbled, causing the books to fall. Thankfully, I did not injure you," he stammered nervously, lowering his gaze, his words tumbling over one another. His perspective allowed him to see the scattered remnants of his book, and his pupils widened in distress, clearly pained by the sight. "Now, I must apologize to you for damaging your book," Ellie said, picking up a fragment from the ground. "However, I will do my utmost to restore it." "No, there's no need," the Ravenclaw replied, visibly more anxious. Ellie examined the material of the pages and discovered it to be an ordinary Muggle book. She raised her gaze once more, perplexed by his attempts to dissuade her. A non-magical book can be repaired with a simple mending spell, reparo. The tip of her fur wand glimmered with a soft white light, and the fragments rapidly converged, ultimately reassembling into a complete book. Only then did Ellie discern the title, The Fateful Battle Between Werewolves and Vampires. "Thank you. I just wanted to study more about vampires. Muggle books can be quite fascinating." The young man attempted to elucidate the source of his interest, aware that Slytherin was widely regarded as disdainful of Muggles. But his explanation backfired, making his fascination with the dark magical creatures sound even more peculiar. The book he cradled also pertained to dark magical beings, and the Ravenclaw's thirst for knowledge often transcended societal norms. Beginning with Muggle literature is indeed a commendable choice. One might uncover numerous clues. For vampires cannot shield themselves from Muggles, and thus might be exposed to certain revelations. Ellie merely offered an objective perspective. The young man's eyes lit up, You think so too? This book contains remarkably detailed battle descriptions, as if one has truly witnessed them. He was elated that someone could comprehend his line of thought. Do not place too much faith in Muggle novels. They tend to exaggerate. For instance, vampires are not as fearful of garlic or silver as they are portrayed. Ellie possessed extensive reading experience regarding such literature. Of course. I merely consider it as a reference. It seems you have a profound understanding of the Muggle world, he remarked, noting Ellie's lack of disdain for Muggle artifacts. He appeared less anxious now, his smile still shy. I do have some interest in research. There is much we can learn from Muggles. Then we shall have plenty to discuss. I am Elios Black, a second-year student. I wonder if I might befriend an upperclassman like you. It would be my utmost honor, Miss Black. I am Quirinus Chilo, a fourth-year Ravenclaw. Chilo was thrilled to meet a like-minded companion, even more so to find someone who appreciated his interests. Ellie took the initiative to steer the conversation, extending their discussion of vampires to encompass other dark magical creatures. Regulus, seemingly aware of his sister's intentions, occasionally interjected, creating an atmosphere of unspoken harmony. Evan, uninterested in the topic, remained aloof, yet he was convinced that every action of Ellie's bore deeper significance. As dusk fell, Ellie suggested parting ways under the pretext of dinner, though Chilo clearly felt there was more to be said. We can talk again next time. I intend to establish a club to discuss these magical topics freely. Would you like to join, Chilo? She endeavored to present the club's purpose simply. Is that permissible? It sounds intriguing, yet I sometimes struggle to engage with others. Our dialogue has been quite fruitful, has it not? Your unique insights should not be overlooked. Once I have set it up, I will reach out to you. Those yearning for validation are often unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Ellie did not afford him the opportunity to decline. Some individuals require a gentle push to discover their potential. After Chilo departed, Evan could no longer contain his curiosity. You intend to create a club? For what purpose? Can I participate? Some individuals always manage to keep pace with evolving trends. He was uncertain of Ellie's intentions, but sensed it would be an event not to be missed. Certainly. I hereby appoint you as the secretary of the Slytherin liaison for this club, Mr. Rogier. I look forward to your contributions. Ellie's confident tone made it seem as though she was not merely forming a club, but orchestrating a powerful institution. I will ensure the task is completed. Evan straightened his outer robe, responding with resolute conviction. I wonder what position I might hold. Given that I am your younger brother, my status cannot be inferior to his. Regulus, mirroring Evan, donned an expression of eager ambition. Very well, I shall appoint Mr. Black as vice president, considering our familial bond. Furthermore, Batty should not be left idle. It is time to summon him for some serious business. The following day, during defense against the dark arts class with the Eagles, the siblings intercepted Batty as he attempted to return to the common room, leading him toward the castle's main building, the headmaster's office. Throughout the journey, Ellie articulated their purpose, perfunctorily conducting a vice presidential appointment ceremony. Batty could not suppress a roll of his eyes, fully aware he had boarded a sinking ship. Yet he showed no inclination to resist, resigned to follow the pair. This marked their inaugural visit to the headmaster's office, the entrance concealed in a secluded corner, guarded by a grotesque stone beast. Regulus had already arranged for Dumbledore to be informed of their arrival, reciting the distinctive password, buzzing honeybee candy. The stone beast abruptly leaped aside, revealing a hidden spiral staircase. As the trio ascended, the stairs began to rise slowly towards the headmaster's chamber. There was no need to knock. The door had already swung open automatically upon their ascent, granting them easy access to the kindly old man seated within. Ah, children, I hear you seek my counsel. Would you care for some sweets? Dumbledore inquired with a warm smile. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. But we wish to request a vacant classroom for our club activities, Regulus stated plainly. Oh, there is no need to rush. Let us sit down and discuss this leisurely. Dumbledore gestured with his fingers, and 3 Gryffindor-colored chairs appeared opposite him. Ellie raised an eyebrow, impressed by his adept use of nonverbal magic. Once they were seated, Dumbledore unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth. Would you not care to try? The taste is rather delightful. A common tactic to test patience? Ellie felt a hint of melancholy as she gazed at the treats, casting a glance of appropriately timed envy at the upper table. Dumbledore sheepishly withdrew the candy from his hand, his eyes filled with concern. My dear child, please pardon my negligence. How is your health? As you can see, I am still alive. Chapter 47 MCS Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by this candid response. Miss Black's physical condition, as she articulated, was indeed reduced to merely surviving. She appeared even worse than when he first encountered her. Her labored breathing was unmistakably indicative of the gradual wilting she was experiencing due to the passage of time. After all, magic is not omnipotent. Dumbledore removed his glasses to wipe the corners of his eyes. Now, could you enlighten me about the society you wish to establish? The Magical Cultural Exchange Society, abbreviated as MCES, was a name that Regulus and Ellie had agreed upon early on. It was a rather vague title, sounding entirely innocuous. However, with two blacks at the helm, Dumbledore could easily associate it with a cultural exchange of dark magic. And there is also a young eagle, a child of the Crouch family, who often hears old Crouch boast about his child's excellence. Was he overly sensitive towards the children of Slytherin? You require an empty classroom, correct? The headmaster had no reason to refuse. Do you plan to recruit a large number of members? Yes, Professor Dumbledore. I aspire to establish a society focused on the development of magic, where everyone learns together and progresses mutually. At that moment, a voice emanated from the wall of the headmaster's office, exclaiming, "Oh, what a splendid child! Which Black is it?" The voice belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black, who had once served as the headmaster of Hogwarts. He was Ellie and Regulus's great-great-grandfather and was infamously known as the least popular headmaster among students. The portraits of previous headmasters hanging on the wall were also stirred awake, each craning their necks to see who it was. "Great-grandfather, it is I, Ellis." This particular great-great-grandfather's portrait was the most lively even within the Black family. "Oh, little Ellie, have they not yet prepared a portrait for you? I believe we shall soon meet within the frame. Be sure they find a painter of considerable magical prowess for you." Phineas spoke as unappealingly as ever. Were he not a relative, Regulus would surely have cast a jinx upon him. Even Dumbledore cast a disapproving glance at Phineas. "Indeed, I wish to leave behind more traces of my existence within this fleeting life, hence my intention to create a society." Ellie seized the opportunity to subtly urge the headmaster. Several sentimental portraits, upon hearing her words, had already begun to discreetly wipe away tears, compelling Dumbledore to approve. "I hope you will achieve resplendent accomplishments within the society," he sincerely wished. Ellie finally understood why so many young wizards admired Dumbledore. When he looked at you, it was impossible to resist the brilliance sparkling in his blue eyes. It was the trust of a great wizard, and at least in that moment, he genuinely hoped for her to fulfill her aspirations. The approved empty classroom was located on the second floor of the castle, a venue that could be used openly, which was quite comforting. The cleaning and arrangement tasks could all be entrusted to the house elves. Thanks to Ellie's amiable nature, the society swiftly recruited numerous Hufflepuffs upon its establishment. The Badgers were indeed quite fond of learning and had a natural affinity for this type of interactive collective activity. Ellie assigned the recruitment efforts for Hufflepuff to Neil Mason, the unfortunate little badger who had been injured during the Slytherin-Lion confrontation. Although he hailed from a Muggle background and his grades were merely average, his character was commendable and he possessed a strong ability to rally others, as evidenced by the large number of Badgers who rushed to his aid when he encountered trouble. The recruitment efforts for Ravenclaw proved to be far less straightforward. Aside from Barty and a few second years they had met in class, the numbers were sparse, barely exceeding 10, including Chilo. "I did my utmost. They show no interest in joining the society. There is no rush. Some issues cannot be resolved by one person or a handful. Perhaps we should deliberate on problems that elude resolution by anyone, and Ravenclaw will naturally be drawn to us." When Ellie contemplated this notion, she suddenly realized she had been confined by the stereotypes of the houses. Courage, ambition, diligence, and a thirst for knowledge. These qualities are possessed by nearly everyone. The Sorting Hat merely categorizes young wizards based on their inner desires, reflecting which quality is slightly more predominant. Ultimately, each individual is composed of a myriad of traits. No need to worry. I have devised a plan. What greater challenge is there than debate to stimulate the diversity of thought? Slytherin and Gryffindor are both characterized by deep-seated biases, making it difficult for them to view issues rationally. Most importantly, their opinions are currently beyond Ellie's control. Discussions of ideology could easily devolve into inter-house conflict. Regarding Slytherin, she intended to invite only a few acquaintances. The pureblood family's attitudes towards other houses are notoriously difficult to navigate, particularly with the older students, primarily led by Carlo, which imposed significant restrictions on her. What she needed to accomplish now was to foster a sense of trust and belonging in the society among the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. Hufflepuff, as expert spectators, often approached problems from an observational standpoint. An order should be maintained by relatively rational individuals. She needed to establish and refine this order before the entry of Slytherin and Gryffindor. To Ellie's surprise, upon returning to the common room, her roommate actively approached her. Hall had shed the timidity of her first year, speaking directly into Ellie's eyes as if resolved to a certain determination. "Can a half-blood like me join the society? I wish to serve you." Last year, when she first entered the school, was the time she felt the most helpless throughout her more than 10 years of life. She had never encountered such malice. Daily, she was tormented by those purebloods as if she were a mere mouse. Whether through verbal insults or cruel hexes, she found it unbearable. She had attempted to inform the headmaster, but to no avail. He merely offered a few words of admonition, which resulted in even harsher punishment from those pure-blood demons. She longed to remain in the common room all day, for the Black Miss would not bully her, and no one dared to cause trouble on Black's territory. She wished to drop out, but her father vehemently opposed it. Mr. Hall was not actually a half-blood. Rather, he was a mute who had been abandoned by his family and stripped of his surname. The fact that his daughter possessed magic made him feel as though he had finally brushed against the threshold of Hogwarts. The identity she fabricated did not alleviate her struggles significantly, yet it was the best she could conjure. In the wizarding world, purebloods were few and far between, and only half-bloods went unexamined. Once again, it was a game, and in her despair, she could only yearn for Merlin's favor. In her most wretched form, she crawled upon the ground, and the appearance of Miss Black was akin to that of a deity. Those purebloods who had been reprimanded became much more subdued. She did not seek refuge from Ellie due to the potential trouble it could bring to the already beleaguered reputation of the Black family. Instead, she began to learn from other half-bloods how to survive within the academy. She would observe Ellie's every move, for perhaps Miss Black would eventually find use for her. Whatever the task, she was already prepared to dedicate everything to her divine savior. Chapter 48, I shall excel in my guise. This was the first, no? It should be the second person to express a desire to serve me. You wish to serve me? Do you know what I intend to do? Ellie's tone remained calm and unwavering. I do not know. How can you ascertain that my endeavors align with your standards of conduct and interaction? I shall adhere to your criteria. Hall responded without a moment's hesitation, as if her reply had been meticulously rehearsed. In this instant, Ellie began to appreciate this individual. As she perched on the edge of the bed, her scrutinizing gaze returned to Hall, who remained still, allowing her to observe. My standards? Are you certain it is I? Rather than Blake, who is the benchmark? There exists a significant distinction. Hall promptly revised her address. I wish to follow you. Whether it pertains to your person or Blake is entirely contingent upon your decision. Such a flawless response. It seems she had acquired considerable eloquence over the past year. Prove your assertions to me. I am prepared to take an unbreakable vow. Hall nearly exclaimed in her eagerness. Are you aware of the implications of an unbreakable vow? Many novices might perceive it merely as a game of promises, oblivious to its consequences. Of course, Leigh Hall understood. She approached Ellie's position and knelt with near reverence. I vow upon my life to exhibit unwavering loyalty to you. This fervent pledge of allegiance was reminiscent of what Ellie had only witnessed in Bella towards the Dark Lord. Was she truly about to acquire her own follower? As you wish, I shall procure a witness to finalize your oath, but prior to that, you must demonstrate the value I seek. The unbreakable vow necessitates a third-party witness to be fulfilled. I intend to utilize those half-bloods within the academy. Though they are a minority in Slytherin, the fact that the Sorting Hat relaxed the founder's stringent rules implies they possess distinctly superior Slytherin traits. I shall certainly accomplish this. In fact, most half-bloods hold a favorable view of you. This task may prove challenging, yet for Hall, it was merely a matter of course. She was intimately acquainted with the half-bloods within the academy. In contrast, half-bloods are often the most ruthless in their pursuit of survival. Many would go to great lengths to curry favor with purebloods, but purebloods are typically disdainful of such sycophancy. To gain the approval of those individuals, numerous half-bloods would seek to suppress Muggleborns to assert their superiority. They seize every opportunity to ascend, and all that is required of them now is to extend this olive branch. Cease maintaining this posture. Where did you acquire such archaic etiquette? Ellie had longed to voice her thoughts. Hall's demeanor and those fervent declarations of loyalty were truly cringeworthy. Perhaps the Dark Lord had corrupted the atmosphere. Oblivious, Hall continued her performance, a scene she had envisioned countless times in her mind. Yet she complied with Ellie's words and rose. I wish for you to perceive my attitude through this formality. It is an honor to serve you. Ellie questioned what peculiar role-playing she had stepped into. After all, they were merely classmates, and such behavior was unnecessary within the academy. Hall seemed to have received a directive. Yes, I shall don a disguise, and will not be a burden to you. This interpretation sufficed. Irrespective of initial intentions, achieving the desired outcome was paramount. The MCS Club had already hung a sign bearing its name at the entrance, with activities scheduled every Saturday afternoon. The club had just been established, and Ellie had no intention of broaching sensitive topics. This session would take the form of a flexible debate with the theme surrounding the authenticity of magical history. Participants were required to provide theoretical foundations or analysis of real events when stating their viewpoints. Given Ellie's desire to attract more participants, the event was postponed until the following week. The sociable Badger could seek assistance from knowledgeable Ravenclaws. The Eagle House and Badger House had entered an astonishing state of interaction. Ravenclaw placed greater emphasis on the historical validity documented in texts. However, the more one read, the more one could uncover the inconsistencies within the records of magical history. with events occurring at the same time differing across various texts. Historical accounts often reflect the subjective thoughts of their authors. Additionally, some forms of magic can alter thoughts, rendering the manipulation of history feasible. For instance, the records of the witch hunt differ between Muggle history and magical history. Badger House students, in their quest for gossip and obscure histories, would not hesitate to interrogate passing ghosts. Professor Binns, who taught magical history, had reached a point where he would evade Hufflepuffs. As the memories of ghosts are selectively preserved due to obsession and the passage of time, there were matters he could not substantiate. Nevertheless, this dynamic fostered enthusiasm for learning among the students and strengthened the bond between the two houses. It could be said that even before the MCS activities had formally commenced, it had already garnered considerable influence. Some Slytherins even inquired of Ellie about joining the club. Ancient families, with their portrait legacies, naturally held an advantage in their understanding of magical history. This not only showcased the heritage of pureblood families, but also served to overshadow the other two houses to a certain extent. Consequently, Ellie was compelled to announce that the current participants had been determined, and those interested could attend as observers. After dismissing those with ulterior motives, Evan leisurely placed his arms behind his head. I told you, the issues surrounding magical history are substantial. The resonance of this topic indicates my contribution must be acknowledged. Indeed, the formulation of the first topic had preoccupied Ellie for quite some time. It needed to garner attention from all houses while showcasing Ravenclaw's strengths, encouraging their participation without inciting discord. Otherwise, Dumbledore might summon her for a discussion once more. Ellie deemed many topics unsuitable for discussion at this juncture, at least not while the club was still in its infancy. Your contributions are invaluable. I intend to document each topic discussed in the club, with particular emphasis on your name. Ellie began to spin her web of persuasion without a hint of guilt. Just think, should the club flourish and endure, your name could appear in the annals of history. Evan's lips curled into a smirk, and he resolved to dedicate himself to the club's success. Enough of this revelry. We must prepare for the impending debate. When it came to serious matters, Ellie knew she had to rely on Regulus. To that end, she had already devised a plan. I shall outline your responsibilities. Crouch, as vice president, you shall serve as the chairperson for this competition, responsible for announcing rules, managing proceedings, and maintaining order. Such a significant task assigned to me. This position sounds exceedingly busy. Your surname appears quite impartial. What could be more persuasive than the son of the chief warlock? Lay will handle the record keeping. I have already prepared a quick notes quill. The club members were already familiar with Lay Hall, given that she had previously escorted Ellie to the infirmary, and her inclusion was met with unanimous acceptance. Rail will oversee all logistical coordination, assisting in maintaining order. After Regulus nodded in agreement, Ellie continued, as for Evan, as the sole Slytherin participant, ensure you are prepared to shine. The judges shall initially be myself and Mason. There should be a considerable audience for this event, and we may need to incorporate public evaluation depending on the circumstances. Chapter 49, The Initial Argument Presentation. Hogwarts does not schedule classes on Saturday afternoons, and while students typically seize this opportunity to rest, this week they hurriedly flock to the second floor of the castle. We must arrive early. I hope to secure a good seat. A Hufflepuff girl urged her friend to keep pace. Her companion echoed her sentiments, regardless of the competition. I hope Alan triumphs. He has been poring over books in the library for days. I never knew he had such a passion for reading. The Alan she referred to was her boyfriend and one of the contenders. Upon their arrival at the MCS activity room, they noted that numerous seats remained unoccupied in the viewing area, adorned with a large banner proclaiming the historical debate on the history of magic. The participants had yet to assemble. At that moment, Ellie was diligently categorizing the competitors alongside other club staff. To cultivate individual thought, it was imperative that fixed debate positions be avoided. The distinction between the affirmative and negative sides would be determined just prior to the competition, effectively ensuring that only ideologies, not houses, were divided. Once the debaters were positioned, they discovered that the audience area had filled to capacity. The competitors occupied a modest portion of the seating, arranged on either side, while the spectators were seated in a tiered formation to facilitate visibility from the back rows. As the chairperson, Barty stepped onto the stage first. He had been in a foul mood since yesterday, due to Ellie's remarks. He questioned how order could be maintained, pondering whether unconventional methods were necessary. Ellie suggested they emulate the usual demeanor of Director Crouch. This remark successfully irked him. Ultimately, at Ellie's insistence, he attempted to adopt a stern expression. It indeed proved effective. Barty ascended the podium with unwavering focus, his expression impassive as he waved his wand, invoking the spell Sonorous. Silence. Welcome to the inaugural MCS debate. I am your chair, Barty Crouch, and I hereby announce the rules of the competition. This debate will primarily employ a flexible and free-form style, with each debater articulating their viewpoints in turn. Each speaking opportunity is limited to 4 minutes. During the free debate period, participants may activate the switch in front of their seats to speak. Once illuminated, they may commence, but must not arbitrarily interrupt other speeches. It is crucial to emphasize that articulating viewpoints should not rely solely on subjective thoughts. Objective theories or factual evidence must be presented. The theme of this debate concerns the veracity of the historical accounts of magic. The affirmative asserts that they are factual, while the negative contends otherwise. Debaters, please prepare, and let the competition begin. The candidates were already eager to commence, and almost at the instant the competition was declared open, they began to grasp their manuscripts and prepared materials. The first to speak was a third-year Hufflepuff student, who, understandably nervous, felt as though the entire room could hear the rapid thumping of his heart. I am the affirmative debater, Owen Macmillan, discussing the historical accounts from the 1289 meeting of the International Wizarding Association during the medieval period. This debate could easily be regarded as an exercise in knowledge dissemination, with sharp issues raised concerning the Goblin rebellions and the establishment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Each debater gathered materials from diverse perspectives to support their arguments, while the audience listened intently, seemingly reacquainting themselves with the subject of magical history. During the free debate segment, a Ravenclaw Muggle-born wizard raised questions regarding the Muggle Protection Act, presenting arguments that were nothing short of revolutionary. Many young wizards had never ventured into the Muggle world, and those who had possessed only a rudimentary understanding of it. The discussion extended from magical history to societal development. Did Muggles truly require protection? This was a commendable inquiry, as identifying issues is the first step towards resolving them. However, the implications were vast. Neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry of Magic would permit children to discuss the Statute of Secrecy during such contentious times. Ellie was taken aback by this development, and before further queries could arise, she promptly concluded the discussion on this topic. Concerning the Muggle Protection Act, we can initiate a separate discussion in the future. For now, let us remain focused on the theme of magical history. Ellie made a note of the Ravenclaw's name, Jonas Hell. The debate persisted for over an hour, culminating in a segment for audience questions, which invigorated the entire assembly. The outcome would ultimately be determined by audience votes. As a judge, Ellie awaited Mason's commentary before delivering her final summary. I am delighted to see everyone taking this competition seriously. I believe that through this discussion, we can rekindle our passion for this subject. The history of magic is intrinsically linked to societal change and is of utmost importance. I trust we can glean valuable lessons from it, ensuring we do not repeat past mistakes. We will document all the participants' viewpoints, and should there be any further contributions, we welcome your submissions. I believe that through our collective efforts, we can create a sufficiently authentic record of magical history. It has been an honor to partake in this splendid debate. Thank you all for your support, and thus concludes the MCS event. As Ellie's words resonated through the room, a wave of applause erupted. Although the debate had ended, its impact continued to ripple outward, most notably evidenced by an increase in Ravenclaw membership within the club, where students had even formed a group dedicated to revising magical history. To encourage them, Ellie consolidated the questions raised and submitted them to the magical history columns of the Wizarding Weekly and the Daily Prophet. As for whether the points raised during the debate touched upon ideological issues, Ellie remained unperturbed. This was a relatively broad topic. The factual basis of the Goblin rebellions essentially perpetuated bloodline theories, all stemming from struggles of interest. She had already made her stance clear, urging everyone to avoid repeating history. As for Slytherin, they were likely eager to regale tales of old grievances, perhaps even believing that she was inciting students to overturn the Statute of Secrecy under the guise of discussing magical history. The purpose of this event could only be interpreted variably, and no one would dare accuse her of any wrongdoing. She simply needed to keep the doors wide open, as new young wizards would join the club daily. However, an unexpected guest arrived today, with tousled hair, oversized round spectacles, an eclectic robe, and an array of peculiar accessories. Ellie had never encountered her before, but she had certainly heard of her, Sybil Trelawney. Even in the uniquely eccentric Ravenclaw house, she was considered an oddity. Now in her 7th year, Ellie, who was not particularly tall, had to look up to meet her gaze. Barty was responsible for the recruitment efforts in Ravenclaw, so Ellie refrained from speaking immediately. Rather than approaching Barty, Trelawney advanced towards Ellie, her eyes narrowing before suddenly widening, and she began gesticulating wildly. Beware. My inner eye reveals ominous tidings for you. Her voice fluctuated uncertainly. Those still present in the club turned to look. Another individual marked by Trelawney's premonition of misfortune. Again, it was she, constantly murmuring about others' ill fate. It was impossible to count how many had been subjected to her death omens. She was nothing but a fraud, devoid of any true prophetic abilities. The crowd openly discussed their disdain for her in front of the very person they deemed a charlatan. Ominous. Perhaps not untrue. What could be more foreboding than the bizarre? Regulus abruptly stood, positioning himself between Ellie and Trelawney, glaring at her, even if she were a fraud. He did not wish such words to fall upon Ellie. Chapter 50. You bring misfortune. Trelawney gazed at Regulus, her expression becoming vacant. Her tone shifted to a nervous pitch as she unexpectedly placed her hands on Regulus's shoulders, her voice hoarse. The darkness shall ultimately consume the stars. Deep within the shadowy waters. Suddenly, a torrent of water enveloped much of Trelawney's face, the abrupt sensation of suffocation striking her, forcing her to cough and interrupt her half-finished ramblings. Cough, cough. Awakening as if from a trance, she adjusted her glasses, perplexedly wiping the water from her face. What darkness consumes the stars? Ellie did not appreciate this phrase and certainly did not wish for Black to become the subject of anyone's deception. She had barely heard this line before she felt compelled to interject. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself utterly incapable of speaking, not even able to move. Something was amiss. Whatever she intended to say must be stopped at all costs. Ellie sensed an unsettling chaos within her, unable to distinguish whether she was wielding rules or magic. It was only when the incantation escaped her lips that she realized she had invoked a silent, wandless water charm, one she had scarcely employed before. Was it a mere instinctive reaction? Perhaps it was the optimal solution. Sister, mind your words. As Trelawney regained consciousness, Ellie discovered that she too had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Though perhaps not entirely, the power she had absorbed through the rules had vanished completely, leaving her in a state more dire than any she had previously encountered. Trelawney seemed to have forgotten the events that had transpired moments before, mistakenly believing she had merely expressed her discontent towards Ellie, whom she deemed ominous. What transpired? You attacked me. That was a harbinger of doom, predetermined. Are you cursing me? Ellie interrupted once more, her hand trembling as it pressed against the table, unnoticed by those around her. Trelawney resumed her cryptic ramblings. No, this is what I have seen. Prophecy, fate is already sealed. Sealed? So your utterances cannot avert the ominous from occurring? Why are your prophecies always shadowed by misfortune? Ellie spoke slowly, her breath somewhat labored, as if mimicking Trelawney's style of speech. Trelawney refrained from continuing her discourse. She wished to retort, yet the people surrounding them appeared to have embraced Ellie's conjecture. Some had already begun to avert their gazes, as if fearing contact with her. Was she not merely issuing a warning? How had she become the harbinger of misfortune? She sought to incite a measure of panic, but not to the extent of inducing terror at her mere presence. Children, I believe this is merely a harmless jest. Quite amusing, is it not? A voice, aged yet mischievous, shattered the atmosphere, and Ellie felt too weary to lift her gaze. Before her appeared a face adorned with a profusion of white whiskers, none other than the esteemed headmaster. Dumbledore had been present, listening quietly, aware of Trelawney's lineage. A descendant of Cassandra, gifted yet prone to histrionics. Ravenclaw's children were often a bit eccentric, reveling in their uniqueness. Miss Black, eloquent as she was, had nearly inverted the truth with a few words, almost isolating the child. He had no choice but to intervene. The creation of a multi-person organization, coupled with a knack for stirring emotions, it was all too reminiscent. It was not his oversensitivity. Slytherin always left one feeling uneasy. Ellie, on the brink of collapse, managed to whisper rail before she could no longer sustain herself and fell to the ground. A prophecy had been uttered, one foretelling that a boy born at the end of July would vanquish the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord had heard it, marking the boy as his chosen one, destined to become an orphan. In her unconscious state, Ellie dreamt of that survivor recounting tales of the hero and the Dark Lord. It was not her memory that faltered. It was simply that the survivor's storytelling prowess was woefully inadequate. Thus, the prophecy she had interrupted, was it truly concerning Rael? Did Trelawney possess the ability to foretell the misfortunes of others? Was she also the seer of the hero? By speaking the prophecy, had she fulfilled it? The state of prophecy was inescapable, akin to a vessel for death itself. Thus, she was not mistaken. Prophecy was inherently a curse. The future might remain unknown, but it could not be predetermined, at least not for Rael. If she could not restrain herself from uttering what should remain unspoken, it was akin to a ticking time bomb. Ellie had resolved that it was a catalyst for accelerating misfortune, and she must extinguish its source, leaving no potential threat unaddressed. What is happening? Why is this child in such a dire state? She was not in such distress during her last visit to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey tirelessly cast diagnostic charms, beams of light enveloping the figure on the bed. Dumbledore could not have anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. The child he had doubted mere moments ago now lay on the sickbed, barely clinging to life. Could it indeed be true, as she had claimed, that Trelawney had ushered in misfortune? No, He could not allow himself to doubt another child. Regulus had already informed Walburga, who now anxiously lingered by the bedside. Despite having administered a potent restorative potion, why did she remain so feeble? Soon, Walburga and Orion arrived, weary and disheveled, utterly devoid of their usual haughty demeanor. Walburga suppressed her rage, refraining from howling until Madame Pomfrey concluded her spell work, before stepping forward to inquire. No signs of an acute illness had emerged. Yet the overall condition was alarmingly frail. It was likely that she had but a year left. Madame Pomfrey lamented her findings. Walburga understood that this medical expert was regarded as a master healer even at St. Mungo's, and could only muster a strained smile, offering a quiet thank you. They had long since prepared themselves for the prospect of losing her. The room was now occupied solely by the family of 4. It was then that Walburga spoke. What is going on? In truth, Dumbledore had already provided an explanation outside, dismissing it as a trivial conflict among children. She did not trust the old wizard's words in the slightest. It was a Ravenclaw, Trelawney, who claimed to have seen ominous signs concerning Ellie, who in turn asserted that she was the bringer of misfortune, and thus it had unfolded. Regulus pondered for a moment before adding, no curse was detected. Orion suddenly interjected, what is your intent in forming that organization? He had heard much on the way there, and he did not believe that a child from the Black family would engage in meaningless endeavors. It is Ellie's organization. She will explain it to you. Walburga then realized that someone was missing. Where is Sirius? I sent word to him. He should arrive shortly. Sirius, who was soon to arrive, was currently embroiled in a fight. Indeed, he had once again clashed with that dark, snotty creature. This fellow had recently acquired allies, often associating with Avery and Mulciber, making him all the more formidable. They were indeed delving into the study of the dark arts together. The one seeking Sirius was Barty, who was breathless from running around in search of them. Black. Ellie has fainted from a curse and is now receiving treatment in the infirmary. Upon hearing this, both parties promptly ceased their tussle. Sirius hesitated for a moment, then dashed toward the infirmary. Avery, astonished, turned to Mulciber, who was powerful enough to curse Little Black. He turned to look again, only to find that Severus had vanished from sight. Where did he go? He ran off with Black. Chapter 51. I simply do not believe it. Severus had not encountered Ellie for several days. He despised the feeling of being out of control, especially when it came to his heartbeat. However, his avoidance affected only himself. Miss Black was far too preoccupied to notice anything amiss. She was so busy that she had left the entire dark arts study group in his hands, perhaps also adding Travers. She truly knew how to exploit resources. Miss Black had formed a society, excluding Slytherin, perhaps with her own ulterior motives. She always seemed to act spontaneously. The Slytherin members held considerable objections, yet dared not voice them. Who would have thought that the already notorious Miss Black, in the eyes of others, had yet to wield any dark arts? No one would underestimate her. Her small society had nearly stirred the ire of 2 houses. Severus had attended the competition that day, observing that as long as she desired, a slight display of goodwill could earn her the admiration of all. She had even revitalized a course. Even Lily had started to emphasize the importance of history of magic. It was already sufficiently vexing, and now Potter had to come and stir up trouble, while Black spoke more and more harshly, like a rabid dog. Look at what he has heard. How foolish. A curse? Severus shot a glare at Crouch, utterly perplexed as to how this friend could have such a position. He had been unable to protect her despite always being by her side. It turned out to be true. Trelawney really could curse. The headmaster had been jovial, yet she spoke of ominous portents, which had indeed come to pass. Merlin. How terrifying. I thought she was merely a charlatan. Professor Dumbledore claimed that Trelawney was only jesting, and then the headmaster fainted. Do you believe that? I certainly do not. By the time Severus and Sirius arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance to the infirmary, their animated discussions providing them with a rough understanding of the situation. Sirius was ushered inside immediately, while Severus was barred from entry. Everyone should disperse. Too many cannot enter. The patient needs tranquility, Madame Pomfrey stated sternly at the door. Madam, is Miss Black all right? Severus felt something constricting in his chest, neither here nor there. Madame Pomfrey wore a sorrowful expression. Do not worry, child. There is no danger to her life. But her condition is quite poor, and she is yet to regain consciousness. Not yet awake? Severus did not wish to return. He opened his mouth, struggling to find a justification for entering. Snape? Here to see Ellie? Came Evan's voice from behind. You must wait a moment. Uncle and Aunt Black are inside, and they require space to speak. Severus said nothing, following him to sit against the wall. Would he see her parents here? Severus discreetly ran a hand through his hair. Perhaps he should tidy himself up, as this was basic etiquette when meeting elders. He quickly dropped his hand, thinking no, they might find his half-blood status repugnant. Yet he did not want to leave without seeing her. Perhaps she wished to see him too? The two did not wait long before they spotted Regulus emerging behind a couple. Sirius was unprepared when Evan quickly approached to greet them. "Good day, Uncle Black, Aunt Walburga." Evan had seen them several times at gatherings and greeted them with ease. "Oh, good day, Evan," in front of outsiders. Walburga assumed the demeanor of the matron of the Black family, and then turned her gaze towards Sirius, inquiring, "And who might this be?" Feeling scorned no matter what he did, Sirius found his earlier nervousness dissipating as he politely introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Black, Mrs. Black, I am Sirius Snape. A third year from Slytherin." Snape. Walburga squinted, repeating his surname, having already deduced that he was not pure-blooded. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Orion and decided to take their leave, completely disregarding Sirius. "Regulus, I believe you ought to know what sort of individuals you should befriend." "I know. I shall uphold the traditions of the Blacks." Regulus never contradicted Walburga. Sirius maintained an air of calm, as if he had not comprehended their underlying meanings. Watching his parents depart, Regulus turned back toward the infirmary. "You can go in now, but be quiet. Ellie just woke up, but she has fallen asleep again." The two behind him did not respond, but they lightened their footsteps. Upon entering, Sirius's gaze was drawn to the figure on the bed, pale as a sheet. Her lips devoid of color, her breathing not the usual rapid and heavy, but rather weak and slow. He could not help but frown, quietly observing her shallow breaths. "You little snot, what are you doing here? Get out." Sirius could only mutter angrily, mindful of the sleeping girl. "You imbecile." Sirius did not wish to argue with him at that moment, only regretting that he had not been more forceful during their earlier scuffle. "If you speak again, it will be you who must leave," Regulus admonished Sirius in a hushed tone. Sirius's eyes widened in disbelief. Regulus was like a different person now. Obedient in front of their parents, yet authoritative toward his brother once they were gone. "I am your brother. How dare you side with this outsider?" His voice was so agitated it cracked like a boiling kettle. This successfully roused Ellie from her slumber. She had awakened the moment Sirius had spoken. He truly could not maintain a low profile. "Ellie, did I wake you?" She now appeared weak and could only half open her eyes to respond. "It's nothing. Just a lack of strength, not tired." Regulus fetched a glass of warm water from the side table and offered Ellie a sip. "It's all this snotty-nosed Sirius's fault," he argued weakly. "Sirius, he is my friend. Do not give others such unpleasant nicknames. Do you know what others call me?" Sirius's lips twitched. He certainly knew. Having overheard it several times, both Gryffindors and Slytherins had been on the receiving end of his wrath. "I apologize." This apology surfaced due to the painful memories it evoked for her. Ellie remained silent, turning her head away. What could she say? "You are not the one who should apologize." He would not listen, just as he would blame others when he erred, failing to see the facts and only acknowledging those he felt remorseful toward. Though it was an inopportune moment, a secret joy blossomed within Sirius. This unpleasant nickname, having been uttered so often, he no longer cared for it as much. But she cared. She even stood up for him. That sensation seeped into every inch of his skin. Ellie, however, was reflecting. Had she been influenced by Walburga? Why did she always impose various standards upon Sirius? Or perhaps she inherently possessed a strong desire for control. "I apologize, Sirius." Though she often professed the need to grant him freedom, deep down, she believed Sirius was in the wrong, which was why she consistently denied him, attempting to persuade and change him. Was this any different from Sirius's belief that they were ensnared in darkness? Merely a difference in perspective. Sirius was baffled by her capriciousness. Had she not just been displeased? Why was she apologizing again? Yet he, being magnanimous, quipped, "Did you secretly do something wrong to me? Haha, we both apologized. So that makes us even." Chapter 52, The Inevitability of Prophecy. Regulus recalled the earlier rudeness of his parents. "Sirius, my mother has some biases regarding blood status." Hearing this, Sirius donned a sarcastic smile, as if he had no doubt that Regulus harbored unkind thoughts. They certainly would not allow their daughter to befriend someone of impure blood. It seemed he was hinting at something. What happened? Ellie felt somewhat lethargic at the moment, opting for brevity in her speech. Sirius disliked lamenting about fate and had no intention of sulking silently. Regulus had already recounted the earlier events and conversations. "How did you respond?" "I said I would uphold the traditions of the Blacks and learn from them." Regulus had learned to navigate the duplicity, his words flowing more smoothly. Ellie exchanged glances with him, raising an eyebrow in mutual understanding, before breaking into soft laughter. A clever wordplay indeed. The siblings evidently thought of the half-blood Dark Lord. So befriending a half-blood was traditional as well, was it not? Others did not comprehend what the two were laughing about. Twins could occasionally be inexplicable. "Seniors, do not be angry. They truly do not care much about blood status." Ellie felt it necessary to comfort her friend who had faced discrimination. Her parents had indeed been rude. "Humph. Have you truly mastered the art of speaking untruths with your eyes wide open?" Sirius, with insubordination coursing through every fiber of his being, finds it unbearable to remain silent regarding the matter of Walburga. Are you addressing me? Then do respond. Severus cast his gaze downward, concealing his displeasure. He was utterly exasperated with this fool who incessantly clamored without regard for the setting. You simply do not understand them. As if I am not eager to comprehend. Have you come solely to bicker with me? This time, Ellie need not feign vulnerability. Regulus silently observed this familiar scene. In truth, this was the usual dynamic between Ellie and Sirius. Since childhood, they had continuously found fault with one another, neither willing to yield, yet ultimately making concessions in various ways. So, are you truly cursed? Evan could hardly believe that someone would dare to engage in such acts under Dumbledore's very nose. Certainly not, but the final outcome is nearly the same. How does one explain this? In truth, she herself was perplexed as to why magic was employed while the rules were depleted. Can rules be transmuted into magical energy? How is that even possible? At that moment, her senses felt as though they were shrouded by some transcendent force. And what of the prophecy concerning Rail? Is it destined fate? She recalled a tome that warned altering a prophecy could lead to dire consequences. Does her action constitute an alteration? Is an unuttered prophecy still a prophecy? Nothing could be more terrifying than losing Rail. Regulus assumed Ellie was gazing at him in hopes that he would elucidate matters, and he was quite understanding. If you prefer not to speak, then you need not fabricate anything. No. Ellie hesitated, turning to Sirius. The words she was about to utter were wicked, unfit for the ears of such a paragon of righteousness. Sirius, do you Slytherins no longer conceal your discussions of wicked deeds? Or perhaps you do? Hence my need to step aside. Families ought to be candid with one another to minimize misunderstandings. Sirius, incensed, felt it his duty to prevent his sister from sinking deeper into turmoil. What is there that I cannot hear? Then let us return to the Slytherin common room to continue this discussion. Ellie tugged the blanket upward, declaring her fatigue. She needed rest, urging them to depart. Regulus joined her in ushering them away. Sirius, unable to resist their insistence, left reluctantly, but insisted on watching Evan and Severus exit as well. After merely 2 days in the infirmary, Ellie requested her discharge from Madame Pomfrey. Potion remedies had proven futile. Negative emotions were her true sustenance. There were few suitable locations for clandestine discussions, and the potion lab was the most fitting. Apart from Regulus, Ellie invited only Barty and Severus to accompany her. It is worth noting that Severus had not been summoned. He merely happened to be in the lab when the trio arrived. Trelawney had made a genuine prophecy that day. Ellie asserted with unwavering conviction. Recalling the details, Regulus hesitated. Is it about me? He posed the question, already harboring an answer, and indeed saw Ellie nod in affirmation. How can you be certain that it is a prophecy? Such matters are ultimately unprovable and unverifiable. Severus had heard of that individual, known for inciting panic to instill unwavering belief in her divinations. I could not intervene. I was rendered speechless. I could only disrupt her with silent, wandless magic, and thus suffered the backlash. This explanation should suffice, as most of what she claimed was factual. Prophecies cannot be altered. Barty, not well versed in such nebulous matters, inquired. Should we eliminate her? He and Ellie were always on the same wavelength. Such unpredictable factors were ones they preferred to err on the side of caution rather than allow to persist. At the very least, she must be rendered incapable of speech forever. The two of them casually deliberated a person's life and death as though they were demons. Severus, maintaining a modicum of rationality, cautioned them. I doubt this would yield any results. Regardless of whether she made a prophecy, the predetermined fate remains unchanged. It is indeed useful. Once a prophecy is uttered, it must come to pass. I can accept the objective unfolding of events, but that progression cannot be driven by her spoken prophecy. You are deceiving yourself. Severus felt she was merely unable to accept the truth and now sought to instigate change. What you wish to do is precisely to interfere with that development. If you truly believed, you would become a part of what her prophecy propels. Ellie met his gaze with unwavering seriousness, asserting that her actions regarding the prophecy were, in essence, an intervention in fate. I am striving to prevent the prophecy from manifesting. She locked her eyes onto Severus's dark orbs, narrowing her gaze. Furthermore, if she indeed possesses the sight as she claims, witnessing the misfortunes of others must be profoundly painful. I am assisting her in ending that suffering, am I not? Severus found himself momentarily captivated by her gaze, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his expression as he averted his eyes. He did not believe she would genuinely extend kindness to another, yet he was oddly swayed by her twisted reasoning. If fate is fixed, the very moment a prophecy emerges signifies a shift in that fate. Altering fate would trigger further chain reactions. Who can say what the destiny was before the prophecy? Perhaps it became worse precisely because of the prophecy. Something was amiss. Yet he could not articulate it, nor alter her perspective. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to. For the life of a Ravenclaw meant little to him. Over this duration, He had realized that whenever Ellie encountered matters concerning Regulus, she became exceedingly obsessive. Even more unsettling was her logically coherent madness. Regulus had not engaged in their discourse, nor had he allowed himself to be steered off topic by Ellie. He was deeply engrossed in pondering a question. A line from the records of mysterious matters states that prophecies possess an irresistible force that cannot be interrupted midway. So how did Ellie accomplish this? Chapter 53, Aconite. The text further mentions that interrupting a prophecy will invariably result in backlash. Ellie's situation was too textbook, as though she had crafted the consequences precisely as described in the book. Of course, the possibility that this was indeed factual could not be dismissed. This could be Ellie's intentional concealment. It seemed necessary to question her privately and ideally avoid causing her any harm. Meanwhile, Severus had become ensnared in Ellie's convoluted arguments. Seizing the opportunity while he organized his thoughts, she unexpectedly posed another query. Why has wolfsbane suddenly appeared among the potion materials you have been studying recently? Have you finally decided to poison Potter? This was a question Ellie had only just recalled to ask upon arriving at the potion lab. The toxicity of wolfsbane is formidable, and its preparation or large-scale sale necessitates a license. If Miss Black had examined closely, she would know that wolfsbane is not solely for crafting poisons. Moreover, I do not require the root of the plant. Wolfsbane is one of the most toxic raw materials in the wizarding world, and both the roots and flowers can be used to create poisons, although the roots are more commonly utilized. Barty, confident in his potion-making prowess, speculated. Are you attempting to brew a wolfsbane potion? It would be an utter waste of time and lacks a market. I am not so ignorant, he retorted, noting that the additional materials did not include the other ingredients necessary for the wolfsbane potion. Ellie felt compelled to maintain her facade as an aficionado of potions. Very well. It certainly cannot be for the purpose of saving someone. Barty, unwilling to undermine her stance, added, should you ever come to realize that you wish to poison Potter, we could collaborate. Only Regulus, with his extensive knowledge, regarded Severus with contemplative eyes. If his memory serves him right, the toxicity of the monkshood flower is relatively mild. When used medicinally, it can alleviate pain and soothe the heart. He sincerely hopes he can concoct a potion that offers some relief to Ellie. Recently, Hogwarts has been rife with gossip, particularly concerning Trelawney's alleged curse-casting abilities. With Ellie's case as a precedent, and given the few individuals among those she prophesied misfortune for who indeed suffered dire fates, those who remain unscathed are filled with trepidation, fearing that calamity might befall them at any moment. An increasing number of students have begun to shun her, with even the Ravenclaw students keeping their distance. Merely avoiding her is considered a show of good temper. Many, incited by rumors, have demanded she be expelled from Hogwarts. Trelawney receives a multitude of shouting letters and threats daily, likely out of genuine fear of being cursed, as most are sent anonymously. Behind this, of course, lies Ellie's influence. Slytherin would not be foolish enough to resort to outright violence. She has thwarted Walburga's intentions to retaliate against Trelawney's family, reasoning that if one cannot strike decisively, then further oppression is utterly meaningless. With the eyewitness accounts of MCS members and the unintentional promotion of such events, compounded by the Slytherin students' instigation, the situation has escalated alarmingly. Trelawney now spends her days confined to her dormitory, too terrified to venture outside, even contemplating withdrawal from her studies. She is convinced that she possesses a prophetic intuition, a gift inherited from her lineage of Cassandras. Yet, no one has ever believed in her divinations. In this instance, even she begins to question her own abilities. Indeed, why does she always perceive only misfortune? Has she been the harbinger of this ill fate for Black? She vividly recalls the frail figure that collapsed that day. She harbors no desire to harm any living being. The wind swirling about the Ravenclaw Tower cannot dispel her confusion and distress. Suddenly, a round-faced owl alights on the windowsill, bearing a striking envelope upon its leg. Trelawney, alone in her dormitory after having skipped classes for several days, hesitates to reach out for it, fearing it might be another shouting letter. The owl impatiently pecks at the sill, prompting her to summon the courage to remove the letter. The envelope is adorned with an ornate, antiquated design, and from its style, she can discern it is yet another missive from a Slytherin, filled with vitriol. Trembling slightly, she opens it. To Senior Trelawney, I sincerely apologize for the distress my actions have caused you. I believe you were merely offering a well-intentioned warning, not seeking to harm me. And I must acknowledge your remarkable prophetic talent. Regarding that incident, I was overwhelmed with fear, which led me to utter many unkind words. I wish to assist you in resolving your current predicament. If you have the time, I would like to meet with you privately to discuss this matter. Yours sincerely, Elios Black. If you wish to see me, please discreetly come to the MCS activity room at 7 o'clock this evening. In the potions research room, Regulus is meticulously grooming Crocus's feathers. The workload feels scant, and the gray owl has grown noticeably plumper since he acquired her. She has agreed, he muses. I thought you intended to eliminate her, yet it seems your plan is to recruit her. Ellie lays down her response, cautioning. Do not portray me as a psychopath like Barty. He is the one who revels in violence. It is more reassuring to hold danger in one's own hands. This is merely a temporary measure, as I need to ascertain her true worth. That implies she must still be dealt with if she proves useless. I will meet her alone. I fear she might make another prophecy upon seeing Regulus. She does not possess the strength for another encounter. No, no. The two voices interject simultaneously. Regulus, concerned for Ellie, fails to notice Severus's descent, the latter realizing he has somewhat lost his composure and feigning nonchalance. You cannot go alone. I can wait for you outside. The two pairs of nearly identical eyes lock onto each other, both resolute, revealing their mutual concern. Ellie turns to Severus, who is busy cleaning crystal potion bottles. Regulus cannot accompany me. Could you escort me instead, Senior Snape? After a moment of silence, Severus responds, very well. Regulus seems to agree that Severus is a reliable companion, finally relenting to Elios' departure. She feels immense relief. The activity room is located on the second floor, and in her current state, a slow, meandering walk there would hardly exhaust her. Severus, despite his seemingly unapproachable demeanor, walks alongside her without a single complaint, maintaining a respectful distance 2 paces behind. Upon reaching their destination, Trelawney is already waiting at the door, appearing to have just arrived. She anxiously tugs at her disheveled hair upon seeing Ellie. Are you all right? She stammers, struggling to utter the word curse, which has become a psychological shadow for her. I attempted to visit you, but Madame Pomfrey would not permit it. Ellie distorts the truth from the outset. I certainly believe you never intended to harm me. I just do not understand what transpired. Trelawney hastily clarifies, no, I did nothing. I swear. I know. But I seek to understand. Do you recall what happened at that moment? For instance, what did you say? Ellie probes further. I said I saw an omen of misfortune. Was that all? Only that. I merely wished for you to believe me. Trelawney is merely recognizing that panic-induced psychological pressure can lead one to believe more fervently in their own insights. She concedes that she sometimes exaggerates, but she genuinely possesses a gift for divination. She does not tarnish the esteemed legacy of being a descendant of Cassandra. Ellie is now convinced that Trelawney has no recollection of her own prophecy. Chapter 54. A prophet is not necessarily a sage. Do you truly possess the gift of foresight? Upon this inquiry, Trelawney is eager to validate her abilities. Of course, not everyone can achieve this. Yes, it is an innate talent. As she delves into this topic, she resumes her enigmatic and profound demeanor. Ellie cannot bear to interrupt her immersive performance, yet she revels in piercing through others' fragile defenses. So, can your foresight only perceive misfortune? Trelawney abruptly falls silent, evidently apprehensive that Ellie might allude to the misfortune she foretold. No, that is merely the most authentic reflection of fate. Indeed, the end of fate is often predominantly tragic. It is easy to be influenced by this. Life itself is a transition from existence to non-existence. A look of confusion crosses Trelawney's face. What influences me? You are influenced by your own beliefs. Must destiny be synonymous with tragedy? People fear tragedy and the inexplicable, which compels you to dramatize misfortune and disguise how terrifying and mysterious your prophecies are. You are squandering your talent. Ellie steps closer, the height difference between her and Trelawney becoming more pronounced, a perspective ill-suited for Trelawney's performance. Trelawney, dazed, is pulled along by Ellie, and they sit face to face. I have squandered my talent? You possess great talent and need not disguise it. However, your pessimistic thoughts have already tainted your foresight, which is quite disheartening, as it may even give rise to curses. At the mention of curses, Trelawney instinctively grips Ellie's hand tightly. No, I must not be influenced. Severus furrows his brow, biting his lip to refrain from interrupting at this moment. Do you not realize? The results of divination are not definitive. They depend on how you interpret them. If your foresight has been compromised, is what you interpret still correct? Or is it incorrect? Trelawney was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. She was well aware that divination was fraught with uncertainty. Yet she could not help but reflect on how unequivocally she interpreted the fates of others, each forecast steeped in absolute tragedy. She was undeniably influenced. Having long forgotten the fundamental tenets of her craft, she, who prided herself as a renowned seer, instinctively believed that what she perceived must be accurate. In her fervent pursuit of fortune-telling, she had lost the rationality characteristic of a Ravenclaw. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, crashing into her heart like a wake-up call. What am I to do? Her voice trembled, sounding more like a supplication. Have I become too reliant on the sight, neglecting the importance of knowledge? No. It is your understanding of knowledge that is too rigidly confined to the pages of books. How long has it been since you truly observed the world around you? Ellie reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, urging her not to interpret destiny through mere texts, but to witness the unfolding of fate with her own eyes. Until your perspective shifts, refrain from using the sight. But I cannot control its activation. Perhaps you must remain silent for now. Your current misinterpretation is a desecration of fate. Trelawney's pupils constricted as Ellie continued. I am here to assist you. A potion or an unbreakable vow could suffice. An unbreakable vow? Must we go to such lengths? Should the vow be broken, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, much like the incident where I fainted, perhaps the chaos of the sight affected me. We cannot guarantee that the next time you speak, another victim will not emerge. No, let us resort to the potion instead. The mention of a victim sent a shiver down Trelawney's spine. Very well, I have several at home. I shall deliver one to you in a few days. The fact that she did not choose the unbreakable vow concealed Ellie's disappointment. Thank you. The gratitude expressed by Trelawney was profoundly sincere. She never anticipated that someone she had inadvertently burdened would offer her assistance during her most trying times without harboring resentment. No need to thank me. Would you care to join my society? Witness fate's transformations alongside me, successfully persuading Trelawney to join her group and sending her on her way. Ellie leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. She was not adept at prophecy or divination. It required considerable mental exertion, and even she found it arduous to untangle her thoughts. She had not noticed the crimson marks marring her fair skin where her right hand had been gripped moments ago. Does your hand not ache? Sirius observed her as if she were impervious to pain. Upon hearing his words, Ellie lifted her hand to behold the injury, finally registering the throbbing sensation. It isn't too painful. Do you know healing spells? Her recovery ability was rather poor, and her sensitivity to pain was comparatively dulled. I do. Sirius approached, lifting her hand to inspect it. There were no wounds, and the healing charm might prove ineffective. Let us give it a try. She was reluctant to return and endure Regulus's incessant chiding. Episky. The swelling diminished slightly, yet it remained evident. Ellie intended to head to the hospital wing. She had prepared an array of potions for severe ailments and had never prioritized such minor injuries. Sirius sighed softly, retrieving a bottle of white essence from the inner pocket of his robes, gently taking her hand and carefully applying it to the affected area. Why did you not bring out the potion sooner? Would it not be more convenient to use a potion directly? I forgot. Sirius lowered his gaze, belatedly aware of the softness of her hand, his movements stiffening momentarily as he applied the remedy. Do not disclose this to Regulus. Observing him halt his ministrations, Ellie withdrew her hand. Sirius's fingers twitched slightly, and he gingerly returned the potion bottle to its original place. The effect is indeed remarkable. No wonder you treasure your potions so dearly. Perhaps in the future, I could suggest he marry a potion, and the Black family would acquire a devoted potions master. Sirius raised his voice slightly in protest, asserting that he did not treasure them, but his words trailed off into silence. You seem off today. We should return. If we linger too long, Regulus will grow anxious. He could only remind her with an impassive expression. This tactic proved effective, and Ellie finally tucked away her scrutinizing gaze, striding toward the common room. It was only natural that she did not notice the somewhat mournful look cast in her direction. Perhaps Miss Black's mind is entirely consumed with devising flowery words to deceive. She cannot even recognize what she has given away. Perhaps it was merely something she carelessly tossed in, or she may have lost count of how many she has bestowed upon others. Regardless, she has a knack for winning hearts. Rumors regarding Trelawney at school transformed. She became the victim of a curse. Following the emergence of the tale that she could not speak to dispel the curse, various versions of her tragic experiences circulated. Never underestimate the storytelling prowess of students. Correspondingly, due to previous isolation and bullying, her peers felt a twinge of guilt, and she was now far more popular than before. Ellie gifted her a potion-imbued necklace that could silence her. When she needed to speak, she could rotate the circular ornament to lift the silence. Of course, her intentions were not entirely altruistic. The potential for manipulation through an alchemical item was vast. From the moment Trelawney donned it, her fate lay firmly in Ellie's hands. Chapter 55, Poisoned. Alfred contacted Ellie via a two-way mirror that evening, lamenting her failure to inform him of such a significant curse. Ellie recounted the recent events in full detail. As long as you can manage it on your own, that suffices. Alfred had great faith in the abilities of the two children. Additionally, there was another matter. Sirius had requested a substantial amount of mandrake leaves, and she hoped he was not plotting something nefarious with the polyjuice potion. The polyjuice potion allowed one to temporarily assume another's form, and mandrake leaves were among the primary ingredients for its preparation. The Blacks had a dedicated potion-growing estate, while Ellie's family required mandrake roots to concoct a heart-strengthening potion. To avoid dependency, they had long since applied for permission from the Ministry of Magic to cultivate them. It is highly unlikely. He could simply request the polyjuice potion directly from you. Setting aside whether they would brew the potion, Ellie doubted Sirius possessed the patience to spend a month crafting it. Although the international statute of wizarding secrecy mandated strict control over the polyjuice potion, the Blacks were hardly law-abiding citizens. A matter soon confirmed Ellie's suspicions. James was hospitalized in the infirmary due to poisoning from accidental ingestion of mandrake leaves. Ordinarily, such an incident might not become widely known, but it inconveniently occurred during herbology class. Professor Sprout finally identified the thief who had previously stolen and damaged the greenhouse, consequently deducting 20 points from Gryffindor and assigning them to labor in the greenhouse until the end of the term. As for why they had not been poisoned during their earlier consumption of leaves, it was because they had pilfered unripe mandrakes, whose toxicity was negligible. Another failure. It seems we shall have to wait until next month to try again. After receiving the antidote, James returned to his usual lively self. You should count yourself fortunate that this time it was merely dizziness and nausea, without any disruption of magical power. Remus felt a lingering sense of dread, regretting not having thoroughly investigated the toxicity of the mandrake. Peter huddled at the foot of the bed, once again reconsidering his attempt to become an animagus. Sirius, however, felt that discovering the toxicity of the mandrake was a significant breakthrough. Do not be too disheartened. We can prepare the antidote in advance next time. The courage of Gryffindor lies in their unprepared yet relentless attempts. Danger only serves to ignite their fervor. During this period, the half-bloods of Slytherin have been drawn into MCS by Lie Hall, and Ellie has only one stipulation for them: to express their personal opinions while treating members of other houses with utmost cordiality. She also hopes to somewhat redeem Slytherin's reputation through these individuals. Lie, as per her insistence, has made a solemn vow, witnessed by Regulus, pledging unwavering loyalty and fidelity. Currently, the themes for MCS activities are proposed by the members themselves and decided through voting. Ellie intends to establish the rules for topics once the membership stabilizes. She refrains from excessive interference in discussions, maintaining a balance between rigidity and flexibility. The previous session on the history of magic garnered immense interest and consequently spawned numerous secondary topics. For instance, the history of Hogwarts founding, closely tied to every student. And the tales of the four founders are subjects of lively discourse. This assembly is no longer conducted in a debate format, but rather as a relaxed discussion. Some members elucidate the founders' achievements, while others speculate on the gossip among the four founders, often mentioning Salazar Slytherin. He left Hogwarts due to ideological differences, specifically the supremacy of pure-blood ideology, which has incited current societal discord. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, unlike the other two houses, have chosen to sidestep this contentious topic, which Ellie anticipated. Discussing such matters poses significant risks. They neither support nor openly oppose it. However, their silence does not prevent Gryffindor from broaching the subject. A group of fourth-year Slytherins overheard their Gryffindor peers disparaging Slytherin by the Black Lake. Salazar Slytherin is nothing but an old lunatic. If it were not for his promotion of pure-blood supremacy, the world wouldn't be in such disarray. Merlin. My family's shop in Diagon Alley can only dare to open its doors in secrecy. Those arrogant snakes should seek help at St. Mungo's for their sanity. This contemptuous portrayal of their house compelled the Slytherins to teach them a lesson, stealthily launching a surprise attack. The Gryffindor students were startled by the sudden appearance of the snakes, tumbling unceremoniously into the Black Lake. Reacting quickly, the other Gryffindors drew their wands, and old grievances flared into a brawl, with some calling for the Slytherin prefect, Carlo. It is well known that Slytherin is fiercely protective of its own. Carlo, without hesitation, intended to administer a small punishment to the Gryffindor students under the pretext of insulting the founder of their house. Subsequently, Gryffindor's prefect, Lombard, was summoned. As I arrived, Carlo and Lombard were already embroiled in a scuffle. Avery, panting heavily, recounted the events to Ellie and Regulus. You should seek the headmaster. Has she perhaps been too ostentatious in front of these individuals? They cannot possibly think she can best the Gryffindor prefect. Avery exclaimed indignantly. That bunch of Gryffindors insulted our house. The dignity of Slytherin is not to be trampled upon. The headmaster only seeks to smooth things over. He intends to call Ellie for support, given her formidable prowess in dark arts. You go fetch the headmaster. We shall take a look first. This situation does bear some relation to her, and inter-house conflict should not involve the founders. Moreover, it could serve to temper Carlo's arrogance. This is an opportunity not to be missed. A crowd had gathered by the Black Lake, and Professor McGonagall arrived to quell the conflict between the two houses. I have never encountered such a deplorable incident. Two prefects leading a brawl. The fury in Professor McGonagall's chest heaved, 20 points deducted. Each. No, Professor, I was merely retaliating. Carlo intended to punish Pat with a vile curse. He is just the Slytherin prefect. He has no authority to do so. Lombard protested, unwilling to see his house penalized for his actions. They were the ones who insulted Slytherin. Carlo retorted, his face contorted with defiance. Pat will also lose 20 points. Carlo, for your abuse of power across houses, you are suspended for a week. You all will report to the administration office for community service. Professor McGonagall was cautious in her punishment of the Slytherin prefect. This situation was rather unfortunate. It appeared as though both sides had suffered equally. Yet in terms of points deducted and injuries sustained, it seemed Gryffindor had come off worse. This could create an impression of Slytherin's tyranny and Gryffindor's defiance against authority. After all, the weaker party often garners sympathy. Not to mention Carlo's expression was one of sheer malice, as if being punished alongside Gryffindor was an affront to him. What a fool, to still be penalized despite having such a clear advantage. Professor McGonagall, Carlo prefect may have misspoken earlier, Ellie interjected, her voice soft yet deliberate, ensuring all present could hear her clearly. Professor McGonagall, who held Ellie in high regard and did not alter her demeanor due to her Slytherin affiliation, patiently awaited her continuation. It was the Gryffindor students who first insulted our house's founder. Ellie glanced at the Slytherin students, and Avery immediately understood, whispering beside her, Bird. Senior Bird acted out in anger, and while we acknowledge that fighting is wrong, Gryffindor must apologize. The Gryffindors began to stir with indignation. Although they could maintain composure in McGonagall's presence, their words were laden with frustration. Why should we apologize? We have not erred. The very castle we learn in was contributed by Salazar Slytherin. Every founder deserves respect. He was the one who proposed the pureblood doctrine. Before those in front of Ellie could retort, a Gryffindor from behind boldly interjected. His demeanor was more agitated than those engaged in the scuffle, hinting at personal connections to the persecution of half-bloods. Are you aware of the witch hunt? His advocacy for blood purity was meant to protect young wizards. At that time, there was no secrecy law. Muggles persecuted wizards indiscriminately, and many half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards were exploited by the Muggle Church, with no guarantees against exposing the entire magical world. Can you imagine the peril Hogwarts faced if discovered? Can you fathom what your existence would be if Hogwarts ceased to exist, a target for all? This castle, which allows us to study in peace, was forged with the blood of the founders and our ancestors. Ellie did not intend to highlight the persecution of wizards by Muggles. Hence, she emphasized only the Muggle Church of that time. The Slytherins stood tall, pride swelling in their chests. Yet the fervent Gryffindor remained unmoved. Who knows if what you say is true? You purebloods and those in power have likely distorted much of magical history. Very well, the boomerang has returned to strike you. Who would have thought the first casualty of the club would be its president? Then you ought to recognize that history is written by the victors. This merely attests that our ancestors brought victory to the magical realm time and again. Everything we possess is earned through their sacrifice, and we bear no guilt. What relation does this bear to you? You merely inherited their surname. You are now the parasites of the wizarding world. Gryffindor's obstinacy was well known. Yet Ellie was accustomed to navigating such encounters. Her words were not directed solely at this individual. If one were to speak of current contributions, Ellie cast a glance at the height of the Gryffindor student, surmising that he must be from a higher year. Throughout the years, every lesson attended, every teaching aid or material utilized, and every ingredient served at the dining table had been either funded or directly provided by the 12 school governors, most of whom belonged to our pureblood lineage. This included the upkeep of the school's buildings and the replacement of brooms for flying lessons, expenses we bore. Must each item bear our family name for you to recognize Slytherin's contributions? Ellie dismissed the individual, her gaze shifting to the few who had been bickering moments earlier. As long as you remain students of Hogwarts, learning within these castle walls, you are in no position to insult Salazar Slytherin. Now apologize. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden applause shattered the tense atmosphere, revealing Dumbledore, who had arrived unnoticed. Mr. Black is correct. We ought not to hastily judge the four founders. We cannot erase Slytherin's contributions, nor should we be confined by the animosities of history. Old fox, why must you infuse your words with ulterior motives? Ellie had no intention of inciting hatred between wizards and muggles. I am grateful to the headmaster for his support of Slytherin. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. This child's words were rife with ambiguity. How could he be construed as supporting Slytherin? Ellie continued addressing the Gryffindors. Professor Dumbledore requests you apologize to Slytherin. Huh, is that what you meant? The group exchanged glances between Dumbledore and their own head, then bowed their heads in silent apology. Dumbledore smiled at their actions, his gaze deepening. Slytherin students were often excessively clever. The quartet of marauders, observing from a distance, exchanged bewildered looks. James, is Ellie for real? Sirius suddenly felt an overwhelming distance from his family. Wasn't she opposed to pureblood ideology, just like him? Did she truly take pride in her family And in Slytherin? It seemed he had never truly known her. No way. She was the best at deceiving. She had always played her parents against each other at home. Yet, Sirius chose to trust his instincts. However, her words regarding the 12 governors must hold some truth. Olymp was indeed one of Hogwarts' governors. Being raised in a pure-blood family, Sirius understood that a family's governance usually came with power or status. Ellie had deftly sidestepped the issue of the benefits derived from pure-blood families, as if they were selflessly contributing. His sister had truly grown up. This discourse left the other students present quite shocked, realizing that the entire operation of the school relied on pure-blood families, which left an unpleasant taste in their mouths. Perhaps they should treat Slytherin better. One cannot benefit from others while disparaging them. Yet, it seemed that Slytherin had always been the unfriendly party. As long as they did not bully others, that was commendable enough. Those who earned honor for the house rightfully deserved respect from all. Even those who typically followed Carlo began to alter their attitude towards the Blacks. Setting aside their lofty airs of upperclassmen, Carlo had not returned. He had gone to the headmaster's office to explain the situation regarding the week's suspension of his duties as head boy. This was a poignant moment for reflection. Ellie remained silent, the previous exchange having drained her energy. She leaned back on the sofa in the common room, closing her eyes to recuperate. She had signaled Regulus on the way back, indicating he should take the lead with the fuse. Senior Bird, today's incident was instigated by you and involved the head boy. When did Slytherin begin to act as recklessly as Gryffindor? I had a conflict with them. It was a moment of impulse. Ederson Bird felt uncomfortable finding excuses, knowing that had it not been for Black's intervention, Carlo would have lost face. And he would surely face repercussions later. Those familiar with Carlo's style knew he could turn on a dime. I did not see any of Slytherin's cunning and caution in your actions. There were numerous ways to resolve the issue. Please, be more adaptable in the future. We cannot allow the other 3 houses to laugh at us. Compared to Elios' sharpness, Regulus' tone was more tempered. As he still had to navigate social circles with these purebloods, it was evident that not all Slytherins were astute. Those filthy half-breeds and muggle-borns. How dare they mock us? Their only claim to fame is their lineage. Ellie lazily lifted her gaze to the speaker, Axley, whose family had connections within the Ministry of Magic. You ought to accomplish something yourself. You wouldn't want your surname to be tarnished because of your actions, would you? Chapter 57. She will be delighted. Aside from others, Electo Caro's attitude towards Ellie had improved significantly. Afterward, Narcissa approached the siblings, praising their handling of the situation. Blacks need not concern themselves with anyone in Slytherin. I have just over a year until graduation, which limits my ability to intervene, but that does not mean Blacks can be bullied. Lucius joined the Death Eaters after graduation, gaining prominence due to his formidable social skills. Narcissa had already been betrothed to Malfoy during the summer, which naturally elevated her status as the future mistress of the Malfoy family. Furthermore, many matters could be resolved independently, rendering Narcissa's intervention unnecessary. I came to remind you to be cautious of Carlo, specifically Electo, that female Carlo. Narcissa gently took Elios' hand. Is she formidable? Narcissa wrinkled her nose in distaste. No, she is simply mad. For Black to label someone as mad, she must indeed be quite deranged. I've observed her brother's recent change in demeanor towards you. She may seek to harm you because of it. She resorts to unsavory methods. Ensuring no one was within earshot, Narcissa continued in hushed tones. Her possessiveness over her brother Electo is almost pathological. She fancies her own brother? I am unsure. They exhibit no intimate behavior. But she cannot tolerate Electo being cordial with other females. While many pure-blood families are related, leading to a number of close marriages, such proximity is rare. Narcissa tenderly brushed her fingers across Elios' forehead. If not for your health, you would have no need for concern. The actions of a mad person are incomprehensible to the sane. They lack logic and restraint. I will be vigilant. From now on, you must remain by my side at all times. Regulus wore an expression of utmost seriousness. In truth, I may have never truly lived independently. Fortunately, I am not like Sirius, yearning for freedom. Otherwise, I would go mad. As December arrived, snow began to fall outside. After dinner, it was time for the week's defense against the dark arts practice. Regulus, disliking the cold, dissuaded Ellie from joining him, waiting for her to return to the dormitory before continuing his activities. When they returned, it was nearly curfew, and the Slytherin common room was brightly lit. Upon entering, they could hear laughter emanating from within. This was ordinarily unremarkable, but when Evan overheard them discussing the Blacks, he lightened his steps, quietly urging Regulus to approach, followed closely by Travers. As you mentioned, she is indeed remarkable. As the matriarch of the Caro family, she undoubtedly possesses the capability to manage all familial affairs adeptly. It is Amicus Caro, his gravelly voice unmistakable. Severus and Avery, who entered shortly thereafter, observed the furtive demeanor of the 3 ahead, though they were unaware of the context. Evan, concerned that an influx of onlookers would lead to their discovery, gestured for the others to remain silent. But brother, you know she cannot sustain this, huh? She may not last until the day she marries you. From their vantage point, the three could clearly see Electo Caro, who exaggeratedly imitated Eli's sickly appearance. Provoking hearty laughter from the group engaged in conversation. You are correct. I proposed a union with the Blacks to my father, but he rejected the idea, stating that our family does not engage in unprofitable ventures. Amicus took a sip of tea, lamenting, what a pity, is it not? He genuinely believed Ellie was capable. A woman of her caliber would undoubtedly bring prestige as a matriarch, and the wealth and influence of the Blacks made them a coveted alliance. What a shame. A natural failure. Electo's round cheeks were crinkled in a smile, her eyes betraying a veiled sarcasm. They were discussing Ellie, reducing the Black family's little princess to an unwanted commodity. While hiding behind the sofa, Evan keenly observed Regulus's expressions. Should Regulus lose his composure, he would be ready to assist immediately. With so many of them acting in concert, they could potentially overpower the Caros. Regulus, aside from his initial frown, remained remarkably composed thereafter. Trafford, trailing behind, breathed heavily, his eyes reddened with fury, gripping his wand tightly. No, he must remain calm. He considered how she would handle the situation. He certainly could not contend with Caro, and might even face humiliation or trouble for her. Trafford, as if grasping for a lifeline, felt the contour of an oval object against his chest, his hand brushing it through the fabric of his robes until his emotions began to stabilize. Do not rush, do not rush. One must resolve this the Slytherin way. Serpents hunt with patience. Regulus discreetly stood and retreated to the doorway. He would become the future head of the Blacks. No one could arbitrarily dictate Eli's marriage. Not the Caros, nor anyone else. But are we not to teach them a lesson? Evan felt anger swell within him at such words. Suspecting Regulus was merely feigning composure or had devised a more intricate plan. I shall relay their exact words to Ellie tomorrow and let her handle it. She enjoys playing these games. This statement was meant literally. Regulus had known since childhood that Ellie was different. Unlike her other sisters, who delighted in flowers or dolls, she was enamored with stones and insects, using stones to dispatch the latter. In the garden, beneath the trees, she would find various methods to eliminate one tiny creature after another, observing their futile struggles for life, offering them a glimmer of hope only to extinguish it, watching as they either desperately attempted to flee or foolishly spun in place. This was the only source of amusement she could find while maintaining emotional equilibrium. Are you certain she will not be angry? She will only be pleased. Pleased to have found new playthings. Are you sure? One should not be too pleased. It is not good for her health. Evan's worried voice faded slowly as they moved away. Severus trudged back to the dormitory, now capable of securing a better living arrangement. Yet he felt that this solitary space provided him with a sense of security. His hearing was acute. Those individuals had not made an effort to lower their voices. Even without deliberately eavesdropping, he could discern most of their conversation. These pureblood families had a tradition of early betrothals. The Blacks must be quite sought after. When he heard Caro propose a union, his heart plummeted into icy depths, only to surge back to life upon hearing the rejection. They spoke of vile matters. And though he felt anger, he was also relieved deep down. He had to admit, his essence was as despicable as Tobias Snape's. He longed for someone to share in his mire. He dared not delve deeper, nor pursue such thoughts. The gaze of Mrs. Black pierced his sensitive pride. Consider their family motto, always pure. Reflect upon your identity, a half-blood with no lineage, while she was the daughter of an extremely pure-blood family. Severus, you are finished. Chapter 58, Emotions in Place. Severus had forgotten how long it had been since he had rummaged through his trunk. It was the last remnant of his mother and the magical realm, the surface leather worn beyond recognition, its original patterns long obscured. Inside lay 2 potion notes, a spellbook, a battered silver mortar and pestle, and a green gemstone hairpin. It remained resplendent, untouched by the decay of its surroundings. This was the first time in nearly 3 years he had taken it out. Perhaps having been stored in the cellar for so long, it felt cold to the touch. Yet holding it felt incredibly real. Severus had always known it was there. He had thought that by not opening it, he would forget. This was no failure. It was the most exquisite treasure. He sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at it, lost in thought for some time. Eventually, he sighed deeply, returned it to its place, and locked the trunk, resolving not to think of it again. The next day, Ellie attended her classes as usual, while Evan wore an expression that suggested he was bursting to share a secret, yet mindful of the occasion. Ellie, torn between a desire for gossip and amusement at Evan's inability to articulate his thoughts, stared at him intently, though he remained silent. Finally, after the day's lessons concluded, Ellie was led to a secluded corner. Following Evan's vivid performance of multiple roles, Ellie responded flatly, "They have a point." Evan was left dumbfounded. Something was amiss. For this was not Elios' character. Had her illness dulled her edges? You cannot say that about her. Even if she is destined to die, the Caros do not deserve to covet you. Trafford had been stealthily trailing them, listening for some time, and finally could no longer contain his rage. Regulus furrowed his brow, remarking, "Well said, next time, keep your mouth shut." Ellie rolled her eyes, realizing that a normal person could not comprehend the twisted. "Are you angry? How is your recent practice of dark magic going? I want to assess your progress." I'm still capable, if it comes to dealing with the Caros. My effectiveness would be heightened." Trafford resembled a student caught off guard by a professor's question, for he was indeed not the best. The spells he cast currently could not even graze Regulus. "I shall teach you properly later, but for safety's sake, we need to bring someone else." "Who?" Trafford expressed regret that he could not count on the most capable ally. "Senior Snape." Trafford struggled to mask the malice in his eyes. It was that half-blood again. When they found Severus, he was indeed in the potions lab brewing concoctions. "Give me 10 minutes. His demeanor was calm and unperturbed, his movements methodical. "Can you gifted ones predict how long until the potion is complete?" Ellie had expected to have to persuade him further, but was surprised by his rapid acquiescence. Could he truly best the Caro siblings? A third year? Travers had always harbored animosity towards Snape, striving to find topics that would capture Elios' attention. I had previously witnessed Caro engaging in combat, trading blows with Sirius and his companions. By comparison, it should be rather similar. At that time, Caro led a few Slytherins in a skirmish against the Gryffindors, which should suffice. Are you skilled in the Flaying Curse? Not at all. Nowadays, very few practitioners employ such an ancient and malevolent spell, known for inflicting persistent physical agony, albeit for a limited duration. Its torment less severe than that of the Cruciatus Curse. Precisely, it is the lack of proficiency that allows for practice. Evan squeezed himself between the two, questioning whether using the Flaying Curse might be excessive. Caro currently enjoys the Dark Lord's favor. They would not divulge this. The Caro family's brutality and cruelty align with the Dark Lord's ideology, and their unwavering loyalty has secured them a place of importance. However, their lineage is insufficient. They are merely a family of thugs elevated by the Dark Lord's patronage. Surely they are not foolish enough to overlook their own advantages? Very well, let us proceed. Severus had tidied everything up, interrupting their conversation. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 minutes? We have only waited 8. Even geniuses can miscalculate time. The group had devised a strategy on the way. Ellie merely needed to lure one of the Caro siblings, and the other would inevitably follow. This way, they could resolve the matter at once, sparing themselves from prolonged complications. A madman? She relishes toying with emotions. Is this acceptable? Does it convey a sense of shyness? No. Simply maintain your usual demeanor. Do not heed Evan's nonsense. Faced with this somewhat affected expression, Regulus felt an overwhelming urge to strike Evan. Evan proposed that Elios' bashful call for the prefect would yield better results, allowing them to lower their guard. It soon became evident that Regulus was correct. Without any elaborate schemes, the Caro siblings followed out one after the other. Yet again, I had overestimated the duo. Electo's reflexes were swift, and upon sensing something amiss, she brandished her wand, but her spellcasting speed could not rival Severus's. The battle-hardened third year quickly ensnared the Slytherin prefect with a binding spell. Soon, the siblings found themselves confined to an abandoned classroom. They were bound to 2 desks propped upright, their protective gear confiscated. Ellie began to demonstrate the curse before them, ossifragium, flesh-bearing, her wand tracing a Z pattern in the air as she envisioned his skin being torn apart. Of course, Ellie did not wield her wand during the demonstration. She was not seeking a death wish. The winter wind whistled through the empty classroom, chilling the Caro siblings to the bone, unprotected and without spells. The desk stood only a meter high. Electo's legs curled on the ground as Ellie squatted beside her. I heard it all yesterday. Do you truly wish to ally with the Blacks? If so, shall I take you along to accompany him in death when I meet Merlin? Electo involuntarily shivered at the thought, her gaze fixed on Elios' gray eyes, which scrutinized her like a predator observing prey trapped in a cage. She was unworthy. No, the atmosphere I had just created. Ellie turned her glare towards the interrupting Travers, who was glaring furiously at Electo. Excellent. The emotions are palpable. Let us test the spell on him now. Starting with the hands. That should sting quite a bit. Ellie pushed forward, indicating the spot for Travers to cast ossifragium, flesh separation. Bastard. Let go of my brother. The 2 abrupt screams sent a jolt through Elios' heart, causing her to frown in discomfort, while Severus swiftly cast a silencing charm. Regulus, supporting Ellie, discreetly retracted his wand, which had been halfway through the incantation. At that moment, an overwhelming malice alleviated Elios' discomfort emanating from Electo Caro. This presents an excellent opportunity for experimentation, does it not? Just how much power can be derived from extreme negativity? Could it potentially shatter the constraints of magical ability? After all, the magical prowess of these siblings is quite mediocre. Alecto remained silent in her silent lament, so let us conduct a small experiment. After signaling Regulus that she was unharmed, Ellie crouched beside Alecto, gently caressing her face and whispering in her ear, "This is all your fault. I merely wished to see your anger, thus I punished your brother. All this suffering is due to you. It is you. It is you, not me." Alecto's expression turned frenzied, her eyes filled with hatred and terror. Why was there no empathy? Why was she not weeping for her beloved brother's pain? Such complex emotions. This was far from love. Chapter 59. You remain as diminutive as ever. Such cowardice. Is this not your favorite game? Practicing magic on others. Many students from Slytherin follow suit, using this pretext to bully the weak. At least it is 2 against 2, and considering Regulus might not appreciate such behavior, Ellie refrained from overindulging. Moreover, Alecto's fear took precedence, rendering any further experimentation impossible. Human emotions are invariably intricate. She would require extensive time to decipher them. Nevertheless, there were some gains. Fluctuations in negative emotions are ultimately limited, and the strength of one's magic is the key to enhancing the rules. Travers, still reveling in the thrill of dark magic, appeared insatiable. The feeling of wielding control over life and death is far too alluring, gradually eroding one's self-discipline. It is not that pure-blood families possess an inherent talent for dark magic. Rather, those who benefit over time experience diminished moral sensibility, feeling no psychological burden when unleashing malevolence, thus rendering their dark magic far more formidable than that of ordinary wizards. Should we employ the Oblivion Charm on them? Simply releasing them back would leave Evan somewhat uneasy. His first thought was of Azkaban. I have never used it. Who knows if it might render them imbeciles? Ellie claimed she would not use it, yet her expression betrayed an eagerness to try. No, we will not speak of this. I promise. Upon hearing the possibility of becoming foolish, the Caro siblings fervently shook their heads in refusal. The internal conflicts within Slytherin will not be disclosed. No one is foolish enough to publicize the house's disgrace. Pure-blood families value their reputation above all. This is something Ellie need not worry about. Even if it were to be revealed, allowing the entire school or all purebloods to know that the Caro family has produced 2 inept individuals who were toyed with by a few underclassmen would be preferable. It would be best if it reached the ears of that esteemed figure, so he may witness your foolishness. Ellie sincerely offered her advice, smiling with a sense of assurance. She enjoyed observing the resentment in the Caro siblings' eyes, as she would temporarily rely on their negativity to sustain herself. Naturally, she could not employ the Oblivion Charm. As if genuinely terrified of their suffering, at least on the surface, neither Caro sibling spoke. Yet, it was evident that when Black was present, they scarcely voiced their opinions. The power dynamics within Slytherin seemed to have undergone an invisible shift. The unceasing snowfall heralded the approaching Christmas holiday. Walburga had spent several days penning letters to Sirius, who regarded them with disdain. What a union, merely a transaction of interests among pure-blood families. It was nauseating. He yearned to escape this household, stubborn and antiquated, everything suffocating him. Only at Hogwarts did he find the opportunity for unrestrained growth. Sirius, your expression resembles that of someone who has just tasted a foul Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. James laughed heartily. Sirius forced a slight smile. If only he could be more like James. I dread the prospect of returning home. My cousin, the Death Eater, is to be wed. It will inevitably devolve into a grand gathering of Death Eaters. Remus patted his shoulder sympathetically, at a loss for words of comfort. He couldn't resort to the same sardonic remarks as Sirius regarding his family. That would be rather impolite. Don't be like that, brother. Why not view it as an adventure? A ruckus at a Death Eater wedding. James had a knack for concocting outrageous ideas. Haha, I might not return in one piece. Although aware of the impracticality, Sirius couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of such a scene. Perhaps you're right. I must do something. Remus hesitated, sensing that it would be wiser not to stir trouble in such a setting. Yet, seeing Sirius in rare good spirits, he ultimately swallowed his unspoken advice. On the day of their holiday departure, Sirius was brimming with energy, akin to a hero ready to charge into battle. It was evident that he intended to cause mischief, and once home, he would undoubtedly act out of character. No, perhaps this was merely his true nature. Ellie resolved to keep a close watch on him during this time. While Bella may not have been thrilled about marrying Rodolphus Lestrange, it was her wedding, and Ellie wished for it to proceed undisturbed. As her gaze inadvertently followed the figure departing the lounge, Severus rose to head to the potions lab. This holiday, he had no intention of returning home. Having declined Lily's invitation to accompany her, it was his first holiday spent at school. Going home felt more like self-torment, each time clinging to a faint hope for warmth, only to be met with disappointment and, at times, physical reprimands. With this time, he would rather remain at school to study potions. After all, he had always been alone. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was unchanged, and Ellie had anticipated some alteration, but Walburga seemed to prefer maintaining an air of antiquity. As the wedding date approached, Bella had yet to return, with only the elder family members placing any significance on the occasion. Alfred had previously gifted the three siblings Christmas presents, alchemical items for the protection against the Imperius curse. Sirius and Regulus received matching family crest rings, while Ellie was given a small silver pendant, each inscribed with their initials on the reverse. Just in case, she had heard. I understand you and Sirius have given up on mastering the occlumency. It appeared the Dark Lord was quite adept at using the Imperius curse and relished employing it. Though Sirius was pleased to receive a gift, he stubbornly insisted he had no secrets worth hiding. Ellie had yet to learn occlumency, otherwise she would undoubtedly put it to use to scare him. It wasn't until the eve of the wedding that Ellie finally encountered a weary Bella. With half her long hair tied back, she appeared haggard yet still spirited, embracing Ellie warmly upon their meeting. Darling, you're still so short. The Blacks were all tall, and Bella was considered the standout of the family. Time flies. Soon I shall be residing at the Lestrange estate. Bella seemed entirely indifferent to the prospect of marrying someone she did not favor. If you wish, you may always stay here. A sudden silence enveloped them. Bella sighed softly. It's nothing to worry about. We are now colleagues, frequently undertaking tasks together. Even without mentioning names, both understood she referred to Rodolphus Lestrange. Why do people marry? Is it merely to preserve the so-called pure bloodline? It is the duty of the Blacks, Bella murmured. She could not dismiss the notion that Ellie would understand in time. Perhaps all children have heard this phrase, but Ellie had not, and they could not convey a future that did not exist for her. In truth, he treats me quite well, with great respect, including his family. Bella spoke as if to reassure Ellie and perhaps to comfort herself. I have a gift for you. You will surely adore it. Without dwelling on the weighty topic further, Ellie took Bella back to her room and retrieved a square box she had prepared in advance. Inside lay a platinum-colored crown, adorned with 9 sapphires arranged by size, the band encrusted with countless equally sized diamonds. It shimmered brilliantly, dazzling to behold. Do you like it? Try it on. The question was unnecessary. Bella's eyes lit up as she gazed at it. It's stunning. No woman could refuse a crown. Chapter 60. Do not bow your head. The woman in the mirror had a mane of dark, tousled hair, deep-set eyes, and lips that appeared naturally crimson. Her striking beauty complemented the resplendent crown perfectly. Bella stared in astonishment at her own slightly weary reflection, questioning how she had become so disheveled. She quickly rubbed her cheeks and smoothed her unruly hair, adopting an air of haughty dignity. This is how it should be. This composed and noble demeanor is fitting for a Black. Thus, I am worthy of such an exquisite crown. May I wear it tomorrow? She wished to present herself in the most elegant and beautiful manner for her final day as a Black. Of course, it was meant for you. For you shall wear not only a crown, but also a heart nurtured by ambition for power. The seed may not necessarily sprout, but it shall undoubtedly take root within your soul. On the day of the wedding, the entire Black ancestral home rose early. Walburga had already instructed Creature to scour Sirius's room, ensuring no prank items were present before she could relax. However, her sense of security was premature. Sirius lingered in his room until the banquet was nearly set to commence, emerging clad in an outlandish Muggle outfit, only to be yanked back by Regulus after taking a few steps. Ellie followed him in and locked the door behind them. I will keep a close watch on you. Do not even think about causing trouble. Change into something more appropriate. This outfit is perfectly normal. Everyone outside is wearing it. Indeed, Muggles outside number 12, Grimmauld Place donned such attire. Regulus rummaged through his wardrobe for a formal suit. You had best change quickly. The banquet has already begun. Perfect. We need not leave at all. Sirius crossed his arms defiantly, unyielding. Your actions will change nothing, but they will bring shame to the Blacks. Bella's wedding may become a laughingstock for purebloods and Death Eaters alike. Perhaps that is his intention. All I know is, as the eldest son of the Blacks, I must go out and greet that bunch of Muggles slaughtering Death Eaters. Or we could just take matters into our own hands. She is eager to see the Dark Lord. Ellie narrowed her eyes, threatening, Don't force us to strip you ourselves. You may not stand a chance against Regulus. You are a girl. Sirius blatantly ignored the latter half of her statement. Oh, you need not wear Muggle clothing. Perhaps nothing at all would be more effective, allowing everyone to behold the Black heir's physique. Ellie appeared to be genuinely offering him advice. Upon hearing her suggestion, Sirius's jaw dropped, and he turned beet red. Get out. I can change myself. He intended to wreak havoc, but did not wish to suffer social embarrassment. Once assured he had no ulterior motives, Ellie was satisfied and pulled Regulus out of the room. The banquet hall was already teeming with guests, and the preferences of pureblood wizards leaned heavily towards dark hues, with the few bright colors present becoming the focal point of the gathering. For instance, the Malfoy family, in their moon-white formal robes and distinctive platinum blonde hair, appeared untouched by the passage of time. Ellie had only encountered Abraxas Malfoy during the engagement banquet of Narcissa in her childhood. From the moment he entered the banquet hall, it was evident that his stature among the Death Eaters was formidable, as numerous guests approached him with greetings. He made a beeline for the head table, where he engaged in conversation with Walburga and Orion, exuding a blend of cunning pride and effortless elegance. The wizarding wedding was quite unadorned, as the magical vows alone sufficed to seal the contract. Bella, clad in a black high-collared gown adorned with intricate dark golden embroidery, radiated an air of noble coldness, complemented by a diadem that accentuated her regal beauty. Her husband, Rodolphus, donned a black wizard's robe, his only ornament being an ancient and opulent brooch, the emblem of the Lestrange family, depicting a skull entwined with a rose. Their heights and demeanor were indeed complementary. After the ceremony, a ball was to follow, but Sirius, contrary to Walburga's expectations, did not extend an invitation to a pureblood witch for a dance. It was commendable enough that he remained seated. At that juncture, it fell to Regulus to step in, as it was essential to graciously entertain the guests in the Black family stronghold. The underage wizards present were predominantly heirs of pureblood families. Travers hesitated, casting a lingering glance in Ellie's direction, seemingly contemplating an invitation to dance, but ultimately remained a mere observer. Evan, unburdened by such reservations, approached her, extending his palm upward and bowing slightly, the implication clear. Ellie arched an eyebrow, conceding, "All right. You know the drill, take it slow." Just as his hand was about to clasp hers, Sirius intervened, his expression dark as he glared at Evan, as if fearing this young Death Eater might corrupt his sister. "Absolutely not. He looks far too reckless," Ellie thought, bemused. She cast a fleeting apologetic glance at Evan, who merely shrugged in understanding before nodding and departing. "I just can't shake the feeling of unease. We've practiced together since childhood." He exaggeratedly gestured an invitation, prompting Ellie to suppress an eye roll, albeit reluctantly clasping his hand. Sirius eliminated all flourish from their movements. What they called dancing resembled a leisurely stroll more than anything else. As the ball approached its conclusion, the Dark Lord made his delayed entrance. Upon his arrival, the entire banquet hall felt as though it had been struck by a spell of silence, with all eyes fixated on the sound of his footsteps. Ellie glimpsed a tall, imposing figure, his voluminous black cloak nearly concealing his visage. The crowd's gaze followed him, as though he were the true focal point of the evening. When he stood before the assembly, Ellie finally discerned his appearance. The first detail that struck her was his crimson eyes, brimming with a chilling ruthlessness that instilled dread. His pallid skin and sharply defined features were almost waxen, an unsettling sight. Was this Bella's idea of handsome? How could she find him alluring? Ellie struggled to mask her disappointment. It was not superficiality, but rather a stark contrast to Bella's descriptions. As if sensing her scrutiny, the Dark Lord's scarlet gaze turned toward her, an unsettling sensation akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. "Wow," Ellie nearly gasped, her expression shifting to one of fervent admiration. She clenched her fists in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, a surge of power coursed through her limbs, awakening a sense of exhilarating vitality. She inhaled deeply, reveling in the newfound ease of her breath, far surpassing her expectations. Immersed in the joy of this exhilarating energy, she failed to notice as the Dark Lord coldly averted his gaze. Sirius, standing nearby, relaxed only when he realized that the Dark Lord's attention had shifted, though he was already drenched in a cold sweat beneath his opulent attire. He had been apprehensive that Ellie might provoke the Dark Lord, but it appeared she had not. Silently observing her, a profound sense of helplessness welled within him. Was his sister, the one most likely to stand by his side, now destined to descend into darkness? That fervent gaze was all too familiar. She too would become a zealous follower of the Dark Lord. This enigmatic madman had shattered the last remnants of hope he held for the Blacks. Chapter 61. That's quite satisfactory. The guests in the banquet hall seemed to regain their senses, a sea of black-clad figures prostrating on the carpet. Walburga and the Lestranges hastened toward the front, flanked by their respective family members. My Lord, Malfoy, Black, and Lestrange family members knelt on one knee, their spines rigid, perhaps wishing to maintain the last vestiges of pureblood dignity. Bella, entranced since the Dark Lord's entrance, remained fixated on him. She and Rodolphus were the stars of the evening, kneeling closest to the Dark Lord, fervently kissing the hem of his robe. As they rose, the Dark Lord surveyed the room, those who met his gaze either displaying fervor or bowing their heads in fear. Today marked the alliance of the Blacks and Lestranges, a celebration of the glory of pure blood, destined to yield an even more powerful progeny. His voice resonated through the hall, deep and elegant, akin to a serpent's hiss. Noble blood ensures our strength. Those filthy ants are gnawing away at our innate power. This is not merely for gain. It is a mission embedded within our very veins. For the resurgence of pure blood. For our collective benefit. Regulus had silently positioned himself beside Ellie before the Dark Lord spoke. Observing the impassioned rhetoric of the Dark Lord, he felt a tumult of emotions. How ironic. A half-blood invoking the purging of bloodlines, compelling a throng of purebloods to worship him. At this moment, Sirius fell silent. Having not yet succumbed to folly by directly provoking the Dark Lord, he kept his head bowed, fists clenched tight, his inner turmoil a bittersweet concoction unknown to anyone else. The Dark Lord spoke only briefly before departing. The guests remained in their previous positions for a while before gradually dispersing. Before leaving, Bella embraced Ellie. Take care of yourself. My dear, I shall return to visit you. During dinner, Sirius remained in his room, refusing to emerge, while Walburga unleashed a torrent of curses, chastising him for his abysmal performance that day. It was unfathomable to think they would rely on him to continue serving the Dark Lord. Regulus set down his fork, perhaps unable to conceive that their family would one day find itself groveling at another's feet. Clang! Walburga's silver spoon clattered against her porcelain plate, producing a jarring sound. She gazed incredulously at Regulus, astonished that such words had escaped the lips of her obedient younger son. Real, how could you utter such a thing? As if unable to accept that Regulus possessed his own thoughts, she exclaimed, This is for the family. Go kneel before the family tapestry. She would not tolerate any challenge to her authority. Look at those burned holes. Do you wish to become like them? Regulus instinctively considered moving his legs, but restrained himself, silently resisting. We should not kneel before the tapestry, but rather before the family portrait. Ellie faced Walburga defiantly. Perhaps they too had fortified the family through servility. As her daughter and son turned against her, Walburga could no longer contain her fury. What could you possibly understand? That is Slytherin, the mightiest Dark Lord. Both of you shall kneel. This time, one must not be obedient. Ellie firmly grasped Regulus's hand and swiftly approached the wall adorned with a series of portraits. Orion cast a glance at Walburga, his concern prompting him to follow closely. Walburga, having vented her frustrations, felt a twinge of regret for punishing Ellie. Yet the children's unruly behavior filled her with dread. Forgive the intrusion, esteemed ancestors. The fate of the Blacks hangs in the balance. And I hope my grandfather and great-grandfather can provide clarity. Upon reaching the designated spot, Ellie tapped the frames with her wand, awakening the slumbering ancestors within the portraits. The first to stir was her great-great-grandfather, Phineas. Little Ellie, you had better have a matter of great importance to disturb our rest. Upon hearing his voice, Ellie placed a hand to her forehead, recalling how she had momentarily forgotten about him. Great-great-grandfather, I wish to discuss a private matter regarding the Black family. Might you kindly vacate the premises, perhaps to the frames at Hogwarts? She had heard that the portraits at Hogwarts were bound by magical contracts, and she had no desire to take any risks. I am a Black. Fear not, I am the headmaster. Once was, at least. Phineas insisted on proving his reliability, declaring that no one could demand anything of him, not even Dumbledore. The surrounding portraits awoke, some grumbling at him, while others affirmed the validity of his words. Rest assured, he will not utter a single word detrimental to the Blacks. Now speak. What is the matter? The voice belonged to Elios Black, who had once suggested mounting the heads of house elves on the wall. She was a figure of considerable influence among the speaking portraits. At that moment, Orion and Walburga approached. Fearing intervention from the two, Ellie hastily recounted. You may have heard of recent developments. There is a Dark Lord in the wizarding world, and the Blacks are in his service. To demonstrate our loyalty, we must refer to him as Master and kneel to kiss the hem of his robe. Perhaps we Blacks shall be his servants for generations to come. The moment her words left her lips, the portraits erupted in a cacophony of outrage. What? The noble Blacks are to serve as other slaves for eternity. No, the Blacks are finished. Who is the current head of the family? What a disgrace. Orion, inexplicably receiving a tirade of insults, dared not speak. It is my grandson. I tell you, that boy has no backbone. The portrait of Sirius too appeared somewhat abashed, seemingly ashamed of such progeny. Orion could no longer remain silent. Ahem, do not heed the child as foolishness. You had better clarify. The portraits, being elders, were staunch traditionalists. Their attitudes far from lenient. He is a descendant of Slytherin. He will purge the blood traitors and mudbloods. Following him is for the benefit of purebloods. More importantly, our ancestral estate has increased by half. As a fellow Black, Orion understood the sentiments of these portraits all too well. What he did not mention was that the recent generations of heads had squandered and mismanaged their wealth, resulting in a significant loss of their inheritance. Oh, Slytherin. That is splendid. A portion of the portraits immediately shifted their stance. However, others maintained their position, stating, Slytherin never made us slaves. Not even Salazar Slytherin himself could. We Blacks are equally noble. Elidora could not abide her descendants' apparent lack of ambition. At this juncture, Walburga interjected to alleviate her husband's distress. The Dark Lord is far too powerful. He possesses the most formidable dark magic talent. You have not witnessed his prowess. He was remarkable even in his youth. Despite their reluctance to admit it, they feared his might. With a mere flick of his hand, he could extinguish lives, for the first time. She felt the fragility of a wizardess life. It seemed that there were wizards who wielded magic with such finesse, as though it were an innate gift. Supporting him could yield boundless benefits and supreme glory. Why should the wizarding world belong to purebloods? Those honors, we could achieve on our own. What he can accomplish, I can surpass. Chapter 62, What Melon? The voice of the young girl was innocent, yet resonant. My talents are not inferior to his. Orion marveled at his daughter's audacity. She dared to place herself on par with the Dark Lord. No, you do not comprehend. Only strength can silence Slytherin. And Ellie understood this well. Confringo. She interrupted Orion with the incantation, blasting a significant portion of the wall opposite the portraits. Ellie did not cease there. With a flick of her fingers, she cast Reparo. The shattered wall returned to its original state, as if time had reversed, the entire structure appearing untouched by the assault. Walburga's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting from sheer astonishment. It was not merely Ellie's youthful magic that astonished her, one must remember. This was the Black ancestral home, where even the ordinary walls were imbued with magical properties. Ellie could not only destroy but also restore with such ease. Could the Dark Lord accomplish such feats in his second year? This exceeded the magical prowess of an adult wizard. The portraits fell silent, momentarily stunned, before erupting into jubilant celebration. I knew it. Well done, little Ellie. A genius. It is time for the Blacks to dominate the wizarding world. Merlin bless. This is my great-great-niece. Ah, just as I expected. Oh, spare me. She is my great-granddaughter. Flesh and blood. The old man in the portrait, with his gray-white hair, removed his hat and lunged at the adjacent frame. I fear you not. After all these years, you still fail to recognize your own strength. In truth, employing a silent spell for a more intimidating effect would have been better, but Ellie could not guarantee the wall would return to its original state. Of course, this was not solely her own magic. It was the result of absorbing the Dark Lord's malevolent thoughts during the day, enhanced by the power of rules, using just enough to maintain her bodily functions. But deceiving her parents and the portraits was sufficient. Not just them, Regulus gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape, completely shedding his usual melancholic princely demeanor. No way. Could it be that Ellie was merely humoring me during our practice? Was she intentionally provoking Mother while I was being punished? There had been no discussion regarding this charade. Even I was kept in the dark? Orion's reaction surpassed even Regulus's. Recovering from his shock, he scrutinized Ellie from head to toe, seemingly unable to believe he had sired such an exceptional child. This is truly astonishing. Once the two adults regained their composure, a wave of profound regret washed over them. Such a rare talent, yet the Blacks lack the ability to retain it. But we do not wish to deceive you, my child. We are powerless regarding your condition. The portraits, reminded by their words, forcibly calmed themselves. I knew it. How delightful. Do not look at me like that. Ahem, I mean, it is still quite remarkable. At least we once had it. Phineas could no longer endure the glares from the other portraits and reluctantly amended his statement. Oh, I am well aware, but I have already discovered a method of treatment. Ellie spoke with an astonishing calmness, as if this were the most ordinary matter. Walburga and Orion were incredulous, yet inwardly, they hoped her words held truth. This is inconceivable. After years of searching, what other avenues could there possibly be that I am unaware of? Muggle heart surgery? The words of Ellie fell upon the ancient pureblood family like a bombshell. What nonsense. Are you mad? How could one possibly believe that those fools could save you? In the eyes of pureblood families, Muggles are merely a group of simpletons to be easily deceived. The witch hunts they conducted led to the demise of ordinary Muggle women. Incapable of distinguishing between wizards and Muggles, Orion, who managed the family estate, possessed more knowledge than others in the family, for after all, pureblood enterprises must also cater to half-bloods and Muggle-borns. Yet he could not fathom that Muggles could achieve what even wizards could not. This is utterly impossible. How could you even come into contact with anything Muggle? It must be Sirius. He has undoubtedly led my Ellie astray. Walburga lamented. Convinced that her obedient daughter had been duped by that wayward son, Ellie furrowed her brow, immensely relieved that Sirius was not present, for otherwise, a quarrel would have been unavoidable. He does not know as much as I do. It is Alpheus who would never harm me. In an effort to enhance her credibility, she resorted to mentioning a more reliable adult, yet she underestimated Walburga's resourcefulness and overlooked the existence of the two-way mirror in the magical realm. Even if she were to summon Alpheus for confrontation, Ellie was certain she would not be exposed. Walburga hastily rummaged for Alpheus's two-way mirror and immediately bombarded Ellie with questions. Ellie could only pray from the corner of the mirror that Alpheus would catch her subtle signals. Perhaps this reliable adult would share a moment of telepathy with her. Among those present, only Regulus could sense Ellie's anxiety. Despite the serious nature of the situation, he dared not meet her gaze, fearing he might burst into laughter. Indeed, it was so. Unfathomably supportive of Ellie, Alpheus instantly acknowledged the matter. This is impossible. How could muggles possibly compare to wizards? It is medical technology, an emerging industry of muggles. Fortunately, due to Elios' investment insights, he indeed possessed some knowledge in this area. I do not care what industry it is. How can you trust anything from muggles? Skepticism aside, Walburga was also somewhat irked by Alpheus's unilateral decision. Ellie wished her mother would cease posing such trivial inquiries. There were already numerous successful cases in the muggle world, with relevant data available from her uncle. She feigned sorrow, asserting that perhaps you all simply do not wish to save me, unwilling to even attempt it if given the chance. How could noble purebloods survive by relying on the lowly muggles? This was an utter disgrace to the blacks. Perhaps this is the destiny of the blacks, forever relegated to a lower status, unable to seize the opportunity to ascend to greatness. If I were to survive, all the Malfoys and Slytherins would have to step aside. The magical realm would be dominated solely by the Black family. What a pity. Regulus embraced Ellie, as if mourning the brevity of her life, while simultaneously reflecting on the fate of the Blacks. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, broken only by the profound bond between the siblings. Ahem. We did not say we would not save her. Orion awkwardly interjected, unable to admit that Elios' words had stirred him deeply, exchanging a discreet glance with Walburga. Perhaps we could give it a try. We merely wish to ensure that muggle methods are genuinely effective. Walburga's gaze shifted away, her tone markedly unnatural. Who would not desire to wield power themselves? Moreover, Tom is merely a half-blood. It would be splendid if we could save our daughters simultaneously. Chapter 63. I support the family. The portraits on the wall began to bicker excitedly, growing increasingly animated. Yes, indeed. I was just about to suggest we should give it a try. I can hardly imagine the Blacks being able to surpass Slytherin. Coward, I dare to imagine. Hee. I would advise against being overly optimistic. What if she fails to measure up against that Dark Lord in the future? They cannot even manage to become servants. Phineas interjected with a cold splash of reality, only to be met with a barrage of curses from Elidora. Only Ellie understood that should there be even a sliver of hope for competition, Walburga would seize the opportunity. They would not be content to remain beneath the authority of a half-blood. They might temporarily compromise for the sake of profit, compelled to yield out of fear, yet would ultimately choose betrayal driven by ambition. Before I matured, the family still relied on the Dark Lord, and we must wisely utilize the advantages he provides us. In truth, this did not require Ellie's emphasis. Orion's secure position among the 12 board members was not without merit. With Dumbledore still opposing the Dark Lord, now was not the time to rush into prominence. The Blacks simply needed to support quietly and develop their strength. Have you harbored such thoughts for long? Orion recalled Regulus mentioning that the organization was founded by Ellie. After all these years of growing up beside her, it seemed today was the first time he truly recognized her entire being. No, perhaps this was merely the persona she wished to project when she ceased to conceal herself. Her words radiated confidence as if issuing commands, compelling others to instinctively trust her. A natural leader. He had only witnessed such confidence in the young Dark Lord during their student years. Ellie appeared to possess even more assurance. But then again, how could a child raised by the Blacks not exude confidence? Certainly not one who could be compared to that half-blood. Fortunately, she is a Black. Unbeknownst to Sirius, the future trajectory of the Black family had quietly begun to shift. Upon returning to her room, Ellie promptly retrieved the two-way mirror to contact Alpheus. As soon as the connection was established, Alpheus's complaints filled the air. You should have greeted me first. There was no time. It was proven that we shared a remarkable understanding. The incident was sudden, the most opportune moment to persuade Walburga and Orion. Why deceive them? Muggle medical technology is not yet mature. Alpheus feared offering them hope without subsequent results. Do not worry, I already have a plan. The priority now is to forge a surgical record that would convince them. It need not be overly professional, as they would not comprehend Muggle matters anyway. This should not be difficult. First, tell me what you have in mind. I mean regarding your health. Of course, the rules could not be exposed. Ellie had to fabricate a response, claiming it was Merlin's favor upon her. Did you not notice that I appear much better? Alpheus had only just discovered that her complexion was indeed much healthier, a transformation not present during their daytime encounter. Do you believe this reasoning? It would be better to refer to that dark magic of heart transplantation you mentioned before. Excellent idea. We shall adopt this explanation moving forward. Upon realizing that Ellie could indeed resolve the matter, Alpheus ceased his inquiries. Gaining Orion's support would save them considerable effort. After a long day, Ellie lay down in bed, swiftly entering a state of slumber, completely oblivious to the fact that tomorrow was Christmas. It was only upon receiving a plethora of gifts the following morning that she recalled she had not sent out a single gift herself. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, hoping that it was not yet too late to send them out now. Among the gifts received, the one that took Ellie by surprise was the key to a manor from her father, Orion. It was the first time Ellie had ever received a gift of such magnitude. In pureblood families, real estate is not casually bestowed. The transfer of property signifies the possession of inheritance rights. The prospect of having her own private domain delighted her immensely. Yet, she pondered whether Sirius and Regulus had received the same gift. Would their parents relinquish authority so soon? Unlikely. They must have recognized their own worth. Before she could fully unwrap her gift, the furious voice of Walburga erupted from the next room. Sirius had slipped away again, leaving behind his luggage and wand, everything he had brought from school, resulting in Creature's frantic discovery of his absence. Just as Ellie stepped inside, she heard Creature's head thumping against the floor. It's all Creature's fault. He failed to keep young Master Sirius in check, allowing him to escape. Sirius had a wealth of experience in running away, always catching Creature off guard. They had already contacted Alfred, confirming that Sirius had not gone to him. Ellie speculated he might be seeking out Potter. After Ellie sent a letter to Potter, Walburga remained engulfed in her wrath. Mother, there's no need to constrain Sirius so harshly. It's entirely normal for him to visit friends during the holidays. What was not normal was his failure to inform his family before leaving, perhaps because he realized that notifying them would mean he could not depart. He is running away from home. As the heir of the Blacks, I must impose strict standards upon him. Otherwise, how could I entrust the family to him in the future? Walburga's anger escalated. If Ellie were not aware of her mother's almost obsessive need for control, she might have believed her. It was akin to how Walburga always sought to bind herself and Regulus under the family name. Regulus had no desire to be the heir. Why not simply pass the mantle to Rail? In the past, voicing such a thought would have earned Ellie a reprimand, perhaps even dragging Regulus into the fray. Yet now, Walburga genuinely seemed to consider her opinion, placing her in a relatively equal position. The family must be inherited by the eldest son. This is tradition, I understand. Ellie interjected, but does adhering to tradition guarantee correctness? Isn't there a living example? The Gunter family, now merely a footnote in history. At the mention of Gunter, Walburga's eye twitched, and she hesitated to respond, sensing Ellie knew something. Ellie wrapped her arm around Walburga's, speaking earnestly. Mother, think about it. Entrusting the family to an unambitious Gryffindor, how will it flourish in the future? Do you expect Sirius to collaborate with other pureblood families? As she followed this line of thought, Walburga's brow furrowed deeper. Merlin's beard. That is simply unimaginable. He might as well bring dung to negotiate business with others. At that point, it would not be a matter of cooperation, but of enmity. The mere thought made her shudder. The Black family could be utterly ruined. A millennia-old family's reputation tarnished, pureblood status compromised, and those ancestral possessions. No, that is too dreadful. Suddenly, she appeared to have an epiphany, her gaze towards Ellie wavering. Are you supporting Rail? Of course not. I support the Blacks. I merely propose the most advantageous recommendations for the family. Do you remember our goal? Walburga's eyes darted, the matter significant. I will discuss this thoroughly with your father. Aside from certain untimely deaths, the Black family is traditionally inherited by the eldest son. If only Ellie could remain a part of the Blacks forever. She would not have to fret over such matters. Chapter 64. She is professional. After Christmas, Hogwarts remained cloaked in a blanket of silver. On the way back to Hogwarts, Ellie noticed a change in Sirius's demeanor towards her. His greeting was hesitant, almost as though he were deliberately avoiding her. After a brief moment of surprise, Ellie felt a sense of relief wash over her. This outcome had been anticipated. The rift between them had begun the moment Sirius made his choice. Just as all her plans had been concealed from him, this was for the best. She could exploit the situation without remorse. As the future of the Blacks might require a principled Gryffindor to alter their reputation, the more rebellious he appeared, the quicker she and Regulus could assume control of the family. However, in truth, Walburga's favoritism towards the family heir far exceeded Ellie's expectations. In the Slytherin common room, when Severus next encountered Ellie, he sensed a difference. Her breathing had changed. The rhythm had returned to its initial shortness. Yet it was more vigorous. Had she taken some newly concocted potion? Contemplating this, Severus inquired aloud. Noticing the confusion in Ellie's gaze, he elucidated further. You appear healthier now than before the holidays. Ellie's eyes widened in astonishment. His perceptiveness was remarkable. Is it that obvious? To maintain her facade, she hadn't altered her physical appearance significantly. Being too eccentric would only lead to repercussions, even in the wizarding world. At least her exterior remained unchanged. For someone studying invigorating potions, it would be unwise to fabricate tales of new concoctions. Severus's lips moved slightly, then he shook his head. It's actually not that apparent. Oh, perhaps it's just a fleeting resurgence. Knowing she needed to lie, and recognizing that Severus was not easily deceived, Ellie decided to concoct an even more outrageous story. Regarding the question at hand, Regulus had already heard 2 different versions of her tale. She had honed the art of speaking differently to different audiences to perfection. Yet Regulus had never pressed her for the truth. He understood that once he did, Ellie would find it challenging to deceive him. He wished for her to cease worrying about concocting excuses. As long as she survived, the method was inconsequential. Silently critiquing her evasiveness, Severus had no intention of probing further. He was simply eager to develop a more effective potion. Surely, any investment should yield some value. Thank you for your Christmas gift. The potion notes are immensely helpful. Shifting the topic was a tactic Ellie employed frequently. Perhaps Professor Slughorn will grant me extra points in our next potions class. She had gifted Severus a pocket watch that would chime at set intervals, a reminder to keep time accurately while brewing potions. She had noticed his struggle with timing during their last class and hoped this gift would aid him, as potion making demanded precision. No need for thanks. A flicker of pleasure crossed Severus's eyes, though his demeanor remained composed. When selecting a gift, Severus had hesitated. The only item he could present before the Blacks with any pride was his potion notes. Thankfully, she was not particularly adept at potions, and fortuitously, she needed them. Recently, Ellie received a response to her letter sent to the Daily Prophet, which had rejected MCS's submission, stating the content must be sufficiently gossip-worthy and entertaining. As for the Wizarding Weekly, they had attempted to publish an issue, returning 10 galleons as payment. Academic articles typically commanded higher fees, ranging from 20 to 50 galleons. But the articles she sent did not reach that caliber, and they expressed a desire to continue collaborating. Both platforms were well established and would serve as excellent avenues to bolster the Society's visibility. Holding the freshly received payment, Ellie sought out the Magical History Research Group to share the news with them. The remuneration for this manuscript is the culmination of our collective efforts. Given the challenges of equitable distribution among our numbers, it may serve as funding for our group. A few members of the group exhibited surprise, having not anticipated receiving payment. Most of them have never earned money on their own, and it's worth noting that 10 galleons is a significant sum for an average student. President, I believe this cannot be regarded as group funds, as much of it reflects the viewpoints of the debaters from that time. We merely synthesized information based on their foundation. Spoke a Hufflepuff girl named Gemini Winderos, who was responsible for the final review of the manuscript. After a moment of contemplation, Ellie responded, "Then let us allocate 60% as group funds, with the remainder belonging to the Society, considering we will continue to submit works in the future." Seeing no objections from the others, Ellie proceeded to present the requirements of the Daily Prophet. When I study history of magic, I often weave the material into narratives, which makes it far less tedious. I can write. Before Ellie had finished her sentence, an excited girl interjected, "President, what a coincidence, I do the same. I always score an O in history of magic." Upon realizing that everyone was staring at her, she embarrassedly tucked a strand of her short hair behind her ear. "Apologies, I got a bit too excited. I'm Nora Ellie, a 4th-year Hufflepuff. I'm quite adept at writing such things, and I'd like to give it a try." "Ellie, Nora is quite talented," Winderos chimed in to endorse her. She was Nora's roommate and best friend. While others may not be aware, Winderos knew that Nora had gained some renown within Hufflepuff for her magical history tales, which were widely circulated among their house. Of course, you should have perused the Daily Prophet and familiarized yourself with its writing style. Aim for titles that are somewhat sensational. As Ellie offered her suggestions, the others eagerly chimed in with ideas. Our objective is to revise the history of magic, ensuring we create without altering the primary content. It's best to cite references at the conclusion of the manuscript. Incorporate some dramatic emotional elements. Everyone enjoys those. "Oh, mate, you're from Ravenclaw, right? You needn't worry about that. Nora specializes in writing emotional scenes. You must not have read her masterpiece about Merlin and King Arthur." "Ahem, let us keep it serious." Hearing the conversation veer off course, Nora widened her eyes and hurriedly interrupted. Writing is one thing, but listening to others discuss romantic plotlines in her presence made her toes curl in embarrassment. To be honest, Ellie was quite keen to continue listening. Hufflepuff's sources of information have always been well developed. Perhaps there were indeed secrets she was unaware of. In a matter of days, Nora approached Ellie, visibly bearing dark circles under her eyes, supported by her friend Winderos. Trembling, she handed over a stack of parchment, appearing as though she had slept in 2 days. Which was, in fact, true. Upon seeing Ellie accept the manuscript, she finally succumbed to her fatigue and fell asleep. Winderos explained nonchalantly, "Don't worry. She's always like this. When inspiration strikes, she can't put her pen down, otherwise it's hard to pick up again. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Ellie mused once more about the robustness of wizards. Upon seeing the large title on the paper, she realized that her society had acquired a true talent. Chapter 65, Authority. One glance at the title reveals that it could potentially spark a trend in literary nomenclature. Upon awakening, I find myself a deserter on the battlefield of the Goblin Rebellion. The narrative unfolds from a first-person perspective, chronicling a wizard's struggle for survival during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. The plot is thrilling, with exceptionally detailed combat descriptions that immerse the reader as if they were on the battlefield. The conflicts arising from the duality of human nature and the greed inherent in goblins, juxtaposed with the mindset of those oppressed, create a stark contrast that leaves Ellie yearning for more upon finishing. The conclusion presents an open ending for the protagonist, intertwining tragedy and hope, making it impossible to definitively ascertain right from wrong. A clever approach. The Ministry of Magic does not permit anyone to publicly challenge the authority of wizards. An ambiguous stance allows for publication while simultaneously enhancing the story's controversial nature. Without delay, Ellie dragged Regulus to the Society's activity room. After discussing with the other members of the History of Magic group, Ellie submitted the manuscript to the Daily Prophet, but only half of it, as the entire work could suffice for 4 installments. Why expend such effort on this matter? Batty inquired, seated across from her, deep in thought, yet unable to grasp her reasoning, ultimately deciding to directly ask. This will not alter public opinion. The majority of History of Magic has been distorted by the Ministry, and they will not permit the truth to emerge. Even in the absence of others, Ellie employed a silencing charm. What truth? I merely wish for MCS to enter the purview of most wizards. Upon her statement, Batty understood. You aim to manipulate public opinion? A wise individual is easy to converse with. It may be premature to say, but I plan to establish my own weekly or daily publication to achieve widespread recognition. I must leverage the existing prominent weekly to attract readers, and then independently reveal the truth. Batty was fervently interested in matters that could undermine the Ministry. Why are you so intent on unveiling the truth? Director Crouch will not ease his oversight merely because the Ministry's reputation has collapsed. I simply do not wish for him to have it easy. Batty shrugged nonchalantly. What truth is there, anyway? The loopholes we've discovered, the documents we could use as evidence, are primarily left by purebloods. How much of it can be deemed authentic? Ellie leaned closer to Batty, scrutinizing his expression. Are you also consumed by the quest for truth? People are often enamored with such cognitive breakthroughs, as if they seek to prove they have not been deceived. Perhaps there is also a sense of superiority in challenging authority, imagining oneself more enlightened than others. Do you aspire to be the one who leads everyone to such breakthroughs? This is merely the first step. I intend to guide thoughts with truth. I want others to associate MCS solely with one notion, authority. For the first time, Batty felt he had underestimated the ambition of Slytherin, realizing the endeavor was quite formidable. He had been diplomatic in his assessment. It was not merely difficult, but fundamentally impossible. The Ministry does not impose requirements on publications, yet the influence of mass sales would undoubtedly provoke intervention from the Ministry. Moreover, the Dark Lord lurks ominously. He cannot abide the existence of another authority unless it serves his purposes. Wait, Black still appears to be working for the Dark Lord. Do you intend to utilize the Dark Lord's name to advance yourself? You must be mad. He could not believe that Ellie's painstakingly established society was intended to serve the Dark Lord. The Society's members would not agree, and Dumbledore would certainly not acquiesce. Don't be so agitated. In the early stages, I will only publish neutral statements, such as critiques of the Ministry. The Dark Lord would hardly take notice of these. Of course, it must not be excessive. If it truly raises suspicions, I will inform the Dark Lord that this is his new mouthpiece. A serpent will always choose to conceal itself before devouring its prey. Surely he will understand. After all, he had established a society in his youth as well. In recent years, the Dark Lord has grown increasingly powerful, and Bella now belongs to the Lestranges. Black is no longer an indispensable part of the Death Eater ranks. Perhaps Black requires a new Death Eater to express loyalty. Let us set aside that matter for now. How might the Dark Lord permit me to join the Death Eaters ahead of schedule? Regulus, who had remained silent until that moment, furrowed his brow in response to the question. Barty questioned his own hearing, beginning to wonder if the ambitions and ideals that Ellie had previously shared with him were mere fabrications. Yet, such reasoning seemed illogical. The aim was misaligned, for he had originally intended to become a Death Eater. Did you not profess your disapproval of him? I, too, harbor reservations. However, my intentions may incite his wariness. Ellie's assertions were quite self-evident. Then I shall become a Death Eater as well. Regulus opened his mouth, poised to express his willingness, only to be interrupted by Ellie. No. Death Eaters bear the dark mark. a form of dark magic that surely serves purposes beyond mere summoning, as he claims. Eli's expression turned grave. If she were the Dark Lord, she would undoubtedly ensure that her subordinates retained some form of leverage over her. Applying this notion to herself, she concluded that the mark was decidedly intricate. What will you do then? To Barty, Eli's methodical approach suggested that there was no need for such haste. Is it due to your health? Hence your eagerness to pave the way for Black. He swallowed hard, finally voicing his concern. Are you not long for this world? He held a genuine fondness for Ellie. Her way of thinking and her style of action often resonated with him, and her demise would surely be a matter of great regret. Ellie fell into a moment of silent contemplation. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, she would have said, but Regulus clenched his teeth and answered for her. In truth, Ellie had tasted the fruits of her recent encounter with the Dark Lord. She yearned for shortcuts, weary of exertion. From the moment she first glimpsed the dark mark on Bella's arm, the thought had taken root in her mind. A permanent dark magic, it essentially embodied a tangible manifestation of negative emotions. One could even say it was her reservoir of energy. Yet, the criteria for joining the Death Eaters were exceedingly stringent. It is my plan, and I wish for your counsel, Ellie reiterated. Stop dreaming. You cannot even wield dark magic at present, nor can you undertake any tasks. To him, you are utterly useless. Your addition to the Death Eaters would diminish their overall caliber. Barty's expression remained impassive, his words striking Ellie like arrows aimed at her heart. I too believe it is unfeasible. You would do well to abandon such notions. Regulus's tone was resolute this time. Did Bella not mention that the bestowal of the mark is excruciating, with some ineffectual individuals fainting from the pain? He was uncertain how much Eli's affliction could be healed, but presently, she was certainly incapable of enduring it. Noticing Regulus's frustration over her lack of self-care, Ellie approached him, wrapping her arms around him in a conciliatory gesture. Do not be angry. I was wrong, Raul. I should not have entertained such thoughts. Yet, I may do so again next time. Sensing the warmth of his return embrace, Eli's eyes sparkled, for she understood precisely how to placate Regulus. Chapter 66. I am very fond of you. Within a few days, Ellie came across Nora's submission in the Daily Prophet, where the column on magical history had surprisingly gained a sudden surge of attention. Such a type of article had never before graced the wizarding world, heralding a new era for historical fiction. In no time, magical history became a vibrant topic of discussion among wizards. With the relationship between fairies and wizards becoming a subject of fervent debate, even Hogwarts students were engrossed in speculating on the narrative's subsequent developments. Subsequently, this tale birthed scholars dedicated to character relationship analysis. Not only did the Daily Prophet experience a meteoric rise in sales, but the author, Nora, also achieved instant fame. For safety reasons, and to avoid disruption to her school life, Ellie employed Nora's pseudonym when submitting her piece. The fees from the Daily Prophet comprised a base payment along with sales, but they had already sent her 50 galleons in advance, accompanied by a letter urging her for more submissions. The outcome exceeded Ellie's expectations. In response to the frequent activities of the Death Eaters, the Ministry of Magic opted to downplay reporting in an effort to mitigate panic. Wizards felt compelled to subscribe to the newspaper for a sense of security. The captivating article became their source of solace and nourishment for the spirit. This unexpected success could be attributed to a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. The most elated of all was Nora. The recognition of her work invigorated her, propelling her rapidly into her next round of creation. As the weather warmed, Regulus resumed training with the Quidditch team. The entire Slytherin Quidditch squad extended their practice time, for their upcoming opponents were Gryffindor, with Potter as their rival. Each team member was resolute in their determination to erase the disgrace of last year's loss. Ellie sat in the stands, practicing the silent transformation charm while awaiting Regulus. She had specifically consulted Professor McGonagall regarding advanced transfiguration. The more she delved into this subject, the more she grasped its intricacies. With a flick of her wand, anything could become a weapon in her hands. Particularly after witnessing Dumbledore's wandless magic, her eagerness to master transformation spells only intensified. She was not alone in her observation. Thanks to his remarkable flying skills and striking appearance, Regulus had garnered quite a fanbase, and today, their numbers were particularly high. As Regulus executed impressive maneuvers during practice, the girls erupted into excited shrieks, causing Ellie to stifle a laugh. When Regulus finally ceased training, they rushed towards him, only to scatter away in a flurry, leaving him with his hands overflowing with chocolates, needing one hand free to grasp his broomstick. It was only then that Ellie remembered it was Valentine's Day. As several of the younger girls passed by her, they began to fidget nervously, with two girls awkwardly extending chocolate gift boxes toward her. Do I get one too? Ellie was taken aback by their thoughtfulness. One of the young witches appeared even more flustered, unsure of where to place her hands. No, it's not for you. It's especially for you. I really like the senior sister. You are amazing. I also adore your club. And your brother. She blushed deeply, her words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. Realizing her own embarrassment, she disregarded her friends, hastily covering her face and fleeing. Left behind, Ellie exchanged bewildered glances with her companions. Please thank her for me. The girls, too, flushed crimson and pulled each other away, retreating while their faint squeals echoed in the distance. She is so beautiful. This is the closest I've ever been to such a gorgeous face. Her voice is lovely. She even thanked us. No wonder she is the sister of Senior Black. They resemble each other so much. It feels as if Senior Black is speaking to me. In truth, Regulus, who had long been overlooked, found himself at a loss for words, at times. He truly did not comprehend the thought processes of these girls. Ellie accepted the chocolates he could barely hold on to, realizing that Quidditch was indeed quite popular. This year's gifts would likely surpass those of the last. I don't like eating them. Having stated this unfortunate truth, Regulus turned to distribute the remaining chocolates from his hands, as well as those in Ellie's grasp, to the Quidditch team members. You cannot eat them either. Hurry back. I wish to change my clothes quickly. This is merely a ceremonial aspect of the holiday. You need not observe this occasion. I see you are just seeking an excuse to indulge in chocolate. Regulus teased Ellie as they walked, seizing the rare opportunity to openly enjoy sweets. He was well aware of her lack of self-control. Once she felt even slightly better, she would begin to indulge. As her thoughts were punctured, Ellie sighed inwardly, reluctantly resigning herself to the situation. Hogwarts was not vast, and from a distance on their way back to the common room, they spotted Sirius. The three siblings had not exchanged words in quite some time. It was akin to a window pane that had previously obstructed their view. One day, they realized it was not as sturdy as they had thought, and a mere gust of wind could shatter it. James Potter was once again professing his affections to Lily Evans, this time employing a far more sophisticated approach than the last. A shower of flowers filled the air, accompanied by a magically enchanted golden snitch delivering love letters. The romantic ambience was palpable, and Ellie glanced towards Remus, who stood behind them, a smile gracing his features. Having an external brain certainly made a difference. Noticing Ellie's desire to linger and observe the spectacle, Regulus quietly cast a cleansing charm upon himself. Lily Evans appeared flustered, her face flushed, clutching a letter in her hands, eager to leave, but intercepted by James. Evans, may I invite you to Hogsmeade this weekend? Although he still maintained the demeanor of a conceited young lord, sincerity tinged his tone. However, Lily was not swayed by his charm. Potter's declarations felt more like a mockery of her. Each time, they thrust her into an uncomfortable position, utterly disregarding her feelings. I cannot. I have made plans with someone else. Her rejection was resolute, yet James perceived it as an obstruction caused by another. That's Slytherin. You cannot go with him, he exclaimed, casting a glare towards Lily's right side. It was then that Ellie noticed Severus, standing in the corner with a scowl, a book in hand. Feeling an unethical thrill at witnessing her friend's drama, Ellie hesitated for merely a second before continuing to watch, her conscience untroubled. Severus stiffened at Ellie's glance, failing to deliver his usual scathing remarks aimed at Potter. What gives you the right to say that? Potter, has your brain been damaged by a bludger? I can choose to go with whomever I please. Lily's words were unyielding, a reflection of her frustration at being constantly belittled by Potter, who always wielded his arrogance against her. This time, Severus refrained from any derogatory comments about him. She could not allow them to insult her friend without consequence. He is a dark magic freak. Lily, you don't understand. We have seen him discussing dark magic with Avery. Chapter 67, The Delusion of Redemption. James spoke with misplaced bravado, merely having observed them huddled together, yet he was convinced they were up to no good, perhaps even delving into dark magic. Ellie cast a puzzled glance towards Severus, as if questioning his lack of discretion. Upon receiving her look, Severus remained composed, subtly indicating that he would not be so careless. No. His terse response made James appear increasingly unreasonable. Lily was taken aback. This time, Severus had not resorted to his usual biting sarcasm, and she harbored doubts while still defending her friend. Do you have any evidence for your accusations? You cannot malign him merely because he is a Slytherin. There are good people among Slytherins, are there not? As she spoke, she turned to glance at Ellie, whose sparkling gray eyes brimmed with admiration for her. Indeed, young Black was a fine Slytherin. She was encouraging her to voice her impartial stance. Upon seeing Ellie and Regulus, Sirius's eyes flickered with conflict, ultimately silencing James's rebuttal. Let us go, James. Perhaps you can try harder next time. Sensing his brother's discontent, James ceased his pursuit, but not without casting one last reminder as he left. Lily, trust me, the slimeball surely has ulterior motives. You must see through his true nature. Sirius was at a loss, uncertain of how to approach Ellie. He found himself unable to offer her any comforting words. If Regulus idolized the Dark Lord, he would attribute it to the influence of family ideology, perhaps a result of his excessive compliance to Voldemort. But Ellie was different. She possessed her own convictions and held disdain for blood purity. Thus, her admiration for the Dark Lord could stem from a singular motive, a pursuit of power. After all, she had always been fascinated by dark magic, had she not? She was a Slytherin, a Black. How could Evans perceive her as a good person when she consistently defended Slytherin and turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by Death Eaters, such as Bella? He found himself at a loss for a way to reach out to her. Lily breathed a sigh of relief only after the marauders had departed. Yet her brow remained furrowed, clearly burdened by unsaid thoughts. She recalled her friend's habits. When Severus wished to avoid lying, he often opted for silence. However, she did not want Severus to feel that her doubts stemmed from believing Potter's words, so she refrained from being too direct. You should avoid associating with Avery and his lot, and I've told you before, studying dark magic is wrong. She subtly cautioned him, hoping he would not become too entangled in it. Lily, you don't understand. Not all dark magic is as you perceive it. Severus was reluctant to engage in a debate. Lily could not comprehend his passion, as he merely enjoyed the academic study of dark magic. He could not deny its insidious nature, yet he was irresistibly drawn to its danger and power. I don't understand. It only brings harm to others. Do you know who employs those spells? Death Eaters. Lily believed he was obstinately fixated on his views, glancing at Ellie for support, sensing Lily's plea for assistance. Ellie was taken aback by her trust. She had never encountered someone so naive and easily deceived. Even more astonishing was Severus, whose expression spoke volumes of his bewilderment. Had Ellie's ruse been too convincing? If he were not acquainted with her, he would have questioned her mental faculties. Since you both hold differing opinions, why not approach it this way? Let dark magic be a topic for MCES, allowing more individuals to judge it, though it will be placed at the end of the agenda. Ellie proposed a compromise, suggesting they consider how to persuade one another. Lily felt that Ellie was subtly aiding her, as the collective viewpoint on dark magic was evident. Elated, she nearly embraced Ellie, only to remember her own vulnerability, transforming the gesture into a firm handshake. Of course, that idea is simply splendid. May I call you Ellie? You can call me Lily directly. Am I now considered part of your club? Absolutely. We welcome your participation. She reciprocated Lily's handshake, her smile radiating warmth. Severus found the scene exceedingly peculiar, sensing that Lily would soon recognize the harsh truths. Both parties were confidently convinced that Ellie's support lay with them. After parting ways with Lily, Severus hastened to catch up with Ellie and Regulus. Hesitantly, he lowered his voice to inquire, "Why did you choose this topic? Are you intent on vindicating dark magic?" He certainly did not narcissistically believe that Ellie was acting on his behalf. Perhaps this was a plan she had devised long ago, merely seizing the opportunity to present it. Yet, was it not too soon to embark on this endeavor? Is that a problem? I want to go overboard. I merely wish for everyone to gain a proper understanding of dark magic. Ellie maintained her calm demeanor, seemingly unaware that what she intended to undertake was a matter that could alter the wizarding world. Dumbledore would never permit you to proceed with that. The club activities would certainly be halted. Regulus felt a twinge of skepticism regarding Ellie's motives and wished to dissuade her from this notion. Then let us summon Professor Dumbledore. He too can share his insights, and we shall each rely on our own abilities. Something felt amiss. Ellie typically exuded immense confidence when making such statements, often fixating on the eyes of the person she was persuading. Yet, during that opportune moment, she had failed to glance his way. Regulus quickened his pace, positioning himself before Ellie to meet her gaze, and as expected, she diverted her eyes. Are you attempting to capture that individual's attention? He began, only to realize the presence of others and opted for a more cautious phrasing. It was perilous. Ellie surrendered her struggle. Very well, let us set this plan aside for now. Twins truly do possess a form of telepathy, do they not? Is Rael a mere worm? He could hardly conceal anything from him. Seemingly irked by her failure to honor her assurances, Regulus could not restrain himself from pinching her cheek. Ouch! Ellie feigned a gasp of pain, and indeed, Regulus released his grip. She genuinely wished to undertake more endeavors to attract the Dark Lord's favor. She had observed that the young Death Eaters who garnered the Dark Lord's attention or favor shared a common trait, exceptional prowess in a particular domain, rendering them useful to him. For instance, Lucius, and also Severus, who had been groomed by Lucius. One possessed remarkable social skills, while the other boasted a natural talent for potions. What value did she possess? To facilitate a broader acceptance of dark arts and then subtly manipulate the weekly publications would essentially amount to tacitly endorsing the Dark Lord's brutal actions. As for whether this would raise suspicions among her peers regarding her stance, it would ultimately depend on how she chose to explain herself. However, a significant risk loomed. her insufficient understanding of the Dark Lord's character. What if he could not tolerate a fellow charlatan of his caliber? Severus observed the playful banter between the siblings, his gaze inscrutable. What matter was so profound that he was not even deemed worthy of knowledge? It was a sobering thought. After all, they were merely collaborators in friendship, and a lack of trust was to be expected. Yet, there remained an undeniable disappointment in his inability to fully integrate into their camaraderie. Chapter 68, You're Begging Me. As Severus continued on without catching up, Ellie and Regulus halted to await him. Are you still fretting over your relationship with Evans? At such a sensitive juncture, maintaining the friendship between Gryffindor and Slytherin was indeed arduous. Yet, from their everyday interactions, Ellie discerned no future for this relationship. It was less a matter of interference from Potter and his cohorts, and more a fundamental clash of their beliefs. No, not at all. The response felt somewhat stilted. Severus had not anticipated her inquiry. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the crux of the issues between him and his friends. To him, it was merely a minor divergence, one that Lily would inevitably come to understand. Presently, he was troubled by other matters, as Ellie seemed to misconstrue his feelings for Lily. Had he not sensed his own peculiar emotions, he would have previously dismissed his feelings for Lily as mere affection. Was there truly a need to clarify what was non-existent? Explanations often appeared overly contrived, and subconsciously, he was reluctant to expose his hidden sentiments. In truth, Ellie had not contemplated this at all. Do you both genuinely regard each other as friends? She found it incomprehensible how one could befriend someone with differing ideologies and perspectives, particularly when that individual could not even fathom her own. Slytherins typically gravitated towards those with shared interests, thereby preemptively filtering out unnecessary complications. Yes, we have known each other for quite some time and have always been friends. She is my first wizard friend. He genuinely valued his friendship with Lily and held their bond in high regard. Your actions do not align with your words. Reflecting, Ellie paused momentarily. You should be able to recognize her aversion to dark arts and her disdain for blood purity. Yet, it seems you do not regard this as significant. You fantasize that she will embrace all aspects of you, including your affinity for dark arts. This was not directed at Lily, but rather at his idealized version of friendship. Unperturbed by the shift in Severus's demeanor, Ellie continued, As for Evans, she has not considered your perspective, merely imposing her notions of right and wrong upon you. She fails to acknowledge the plight of a half-blood in Slytherin, and the public friendship with a muggle-born Gryffindor is tantamount to a blatant provocation to those of pure blood. Not to mention the complications brought forth by Potter and his friends. Both of you are far too self-absorbed, lacking mutual respect. I only remind you of this because I can see how much you care for Evans. If you wish to sustain this relationship, some changes must be made. Were the situation LES, she would have countless ways to persuade the other party. This could hardly be deemed a conflict. After all, Evans was quite amenable to reason. If one spoke to her seriously, she would listen. Yet, ironically, the protagonist of this matter only resorted to sarcasm. Her incisive analysis left Severus momentarily speechless, revealing how self-righteous he had been in matters of the heart. The shattering of his illusions and the ensuing reality proved difficult for him to accept. Severus understood that both he and Lily might persist in their respective stances. At the very least, he would not alter his beliefs and ideals for this. He appeared even more troubled, as Ellie had not anticipated that her admonition would yield counterproductive results. Identifying a problem is the first step toward resolution, is it not? Do not be disheartened. If you plead with me, I can place you both in the same camp. The girl's tone mirrored that of purebloods when they bullied others, her smile suggesting she was in high spirits. You should trust in my capabilities. He certainly did. She had yet to enact anything and could already ensnare Lily in her web. Her deep gray eyes seemed capable of enchanting hearts, making one unwittingly eager to fulfill her capricious demands. I beg you. He uttered the words almost as a mantra, attempting to swallow hard against the rapid thumping of his heart. Ellie's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated him to utter such a plea so readily, and her smile broadened. Leave it to me. I will certainly help you charm Evans. She spoke with unwavering confidence, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance. Severus found himself curving his lips into a subtle smile. Was it truly so simple to find joy in a mere phrase? Such a low threshold for satisfaction. Regulus glanced back and forth between the two, sensing something peculiar, yet unable to articulate it. He stepped in between them, wrapping an arm around Ellie's shoulders. Let us hurry back. I still need to change. Ellie feigned distaste, poking him with a finger. You must be all sweaty from training. Don't get me dirty. I'm not dirty. I just used a spell to clean myself. Through Ellie's relentless efforts and repeated practice, she had finally executed a silent transformation spell, albeit a basic one for transmuting objects. Evan found her obsession with the silent spell perplexing. You don't understand. This will make me appear quite formidable. At least until she could truly wield great power, She needed to maintain her reputation as a prodigy in her family's eyes. The silent spell could reduce casting time, easily intimidating anyone below 6th year. The transformation spell was one she wielded with remarkable finesse and practicality, and she felt she might soon discover new applications for it. Would you care to accompany me to the library to return the book? This copy of the Theory and Application of Transfiguration had been in her possession for nearly 2 months. The Quidditch match against Gryffindor took place in early April, and Regulus found himself investing more and more time, unwilling to leave Ellie waiting in the stands. Accompanying Ellie in her studies became Evan. Let us go. Once we return the books, we can head to the Great Hall for dinner. Upon their arrival at the library, the librarian was diligently organizing books with her wand. She appeared to be of considerable age, her silver hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, with wisps meticulously arranged at her temples. We've come to return some books. Madam Cooper, you look as elegant and enchanting as ever today. Ellie was a frequent borrower, and their familiarity was evident. Are there any advanced books on transfiguration that you could recommend? Madam Cooper, who had a fondness for Ellie, who was both beautiful and well-read, sweet-tongued yet polite, enthusiastically gathered several volumes for Ellie to peruse. As Ellie flipped through the selections, she was unexpectedly struck by a familiar handwriting on the borrowing record of one particular book. It was the ornate script practiced by every member of the Black family, uniquely styled by Sirius. His letters, though elegant, bore a certain hurriedness, reflecting his somewhat restless nature. The record indicated he had borrowed it twice during the current academic year, with lengthy loan periods. She glanced back at the title, The Animagus Transformation Guide. This made sense. He must have procured some mandrake leaves from Alfred and was secretly practicing to become an animagus, perhaps along with the other 3 marauders. Such audacity. It's easy for even mature wizards to make mistakes with animagus transformations. These fools were attempting it without guidance. One could hardly be surprised. After all, they were Gryffindors. Turning the pages to review the specific practice steps, Ellie felt a lack of enthusiasm and returned the book. Such transformations held little utility for her. Setting aside the inherent risks, the inability to use magic in animal form was unacceptable, as it would render her far too passive. Perhaps if her health improved in the future, she might consider attempting it during moments of boredom. Soon, the highly anticipated Quidditch match against Gryffindor commenced. A long-standing rivalry fueled by historical grievances and current tensions. Slytherin had the newly recruited seeker Regulus, while Gryffindor boasted the exceptionally talented chaser, James. Ensuring the match would be captivating. Not only students from the 2 participating houses filled the stands, but spectators from the other 2 houses also joined in, resulting in the highest attendance seen in 2 years. Seated in the stands, Ellie could feel the palpable excitement emanating from the Slytherin supporters. The match began with Gryffindor swiftly seizing control of the ball. Unlike Slytherin, who often exploited loopholes in the rules, Gryffindor excelled in scoring through skillful teamwork. They quickly established dominance over the game, directing every opportunity to score towards James. Slytherin's keeper struggled, and the score began to widen in favor of Gryffindor. Yet, the elusive golden snitch remained absent, denying Regulus a chance to shine. With each goal by James, the Gryffindor crowd erupted in cheers. Ellie watched anxiously. Although she had reassured Regulus that the outcome was unimportant, witnessing his efforts go unrewarded was disheartening. Regulus, however, remained composed, skillfully dodging bludgers while surveying the field. When the score reached 160-40, the golden snitch finally appeared. Regulus and Gryffindor's seeker raced towards it, a blur of red and green streaking through the air. At that moment, James Potter scored 2 consecutive goals, capturing the audience's attention, and the Gryffindor cheers echoed loudly. This meant that unless Regulus caught the snitch, Gryffindor would secure victory. Beside Ellie, Evan was too nervous to utter a sound, especially as Gryffindor regained control of the ball. Ellie clenched her clothing, her gaze fixed on Regulus. The stands fell into a hushed silence, all eyes trained on James Potter. Then, in a sudden twist, the referee's whistle pierced the air just as James threw the quaffle through the hoop. Regulus had indeed caught the golden snitch. The score was solidified at 180-190, and Slytherin emerged victorious. Oh, Slytherin, we won. We did it. Oh, Black is so handsome. Slytherin is the best. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin side, with some supporters even moved to tears, while others disregarded decorum and tossed their robes into the air. Evan, overjoyed, embraced Ellie in celebration, his voice nearly hoarse from cheering. Severus, though striving to maintain an impassive demeanor, clenched his fists and subtly curled his lips in a smile, internally harboring a flicker of anticipation. Yet, his hopes were dashed as Regulus descended on his broom and presented the snitch to Ellie. "Magnificent job, Regulus," Ellie exclaimed, giving him an appreciative hug. After releasing him, other players and Slytherin students surrounded Regulus, showering him with praise. Ellie, however, discreetly slipped away with the golden snitch, leaving the throng behind. The other students who attended the match departed in high spirits, having enjoyed the spectacle and drama of the game. The atmosphere among Gryffindors was also relatively upbeat. Despite their loss, they rallied together, encouraged by James, reminding themselves that it was merely one match and that they could reclaim victory in the next. As the match concluded, the Easter holidays loomed, a time when students typically remained at Hogwarts, as the school would host an Easter feast. Professor Slughorn often organized a gathering for the Slug Club during this period, and Ellie and her friends received their usual invitations. Their previous dismal experience at the last gathering lingered in their minds. Evan was particularly reluctant to endure another round of discomfort. Neither Ellie nor Regulus intended to attend, opting instead to remain in the common room to plan future topics for discussion, a task typically handled by Barty. The themes he proposed were rather conventional. Ellie's primary challenge was to devise a topic that would provoke thoughtful discussion without infringing on various interests. Are you suggesting we discuss the Sorting Hat? Wouldn't that undermine the very foundation of our houses? The Sorting Hat would certainly object. Barty scoffed as he reviewed her proposals. And this one, the blood purity debate. How dare you? If you bring that up, Dumbledore will undoubtedly disband the club. Not necessarily. What if the final argument is in his favor? Ellie countered nonchalantly. And by the way, let us be polite. He should be addressed as headmaster or professor. Every question you propose seems to have ulterior motives. I genuinely fear one day we might find ourselves imprisoned in Azkaban. Perhaps the one coming to apprehend us will even be your father. And I can't decide if that would be a source of irritation for him or a point of pride for the ministry. Barty chuckled at the thought, unexpectedly finding it amusing. This is merely a plan. I'm sifting through what can be utilized now. If you can't assist, at least help me with my essays. She still had assignments for defense against the dark arts and astronomy to complete. During astronomy class, when tasked with charting star maps, she often found herself striving for perfection. Yet her hands and mind rarely collaborated harmoniously. You ought to have mentioned this sooner. Remember to imitate my font. I know you possess that ability. Their tranquil study time did not last long, as Evan, breathless and panting, burst through the door. He was utterly exhausted, yet his eyes sparkled with yearning, and his voice was laced with uncontainable excitement. The Dark Lord had arrived at Hogwarts. Indeed, the Dark Lord, right at Professor Slughorn's. He was likely still there, as all the Slytherins invited to the gathering had already departed. The Dark Lord. Ellie would gladly refer to him as the source of her very existence. Her eyes immediately gleamed with fervor, and we should go too. Such a significant event could not be overlooked by Black. Naturally, we nearly missed this grand opportunity. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed guest would visit the headmaster's club? The younger generation of pure-blood families idolized the Dark Lord, and to behold his imposing figure was already a privilege. Ellie turned her face towards Regulus and Barty. Do I appear as sincere as they do? Will I leave a favorable impression on the Dark Lord? After all, this could pertain to her future career prospects, considering the Dark Lord favored loyal allies. Regulus hesitated, while Barty raised an eyebrow in bemusement. Your authentic self is more than sufficient. Sincere? What a trivial description. Her current demeanor could only be described as fervent. Even more ecstatic than the first time she tasted ice cream. Chapter 70. We cannot choose our heritage. Upon arriving at the Nosebleed Club, they noticed a table surrounded by numerous onlookers. Professor Slughorn's smile had not faltered as he engaged in an animated discussion with a seated figure, undoubtedly the Dark Lord. A few Gryffindor students lingered at a distance, their expressions decidedly grim. Among them was Lily Evans, who, upon spotting Ellie, seemed poised to say something. But Ellie shook her head to stop her. The Dark Lord was clad in his customary black robes, without a hood, presenting a surprisingly modest appearance. Yet, the aura of danger he exuded was impossible to ignore. He sat comfortably at the head of the table, surrounded by a throng of students, patiently explaining a problem to a Slytherin upperclassman. In that moment, he appeared not as the bloodthirsty Dark Lord, but as a learned professor. The students nearby gazed at him with reverence, including several Ravenclaws. Was the Dark Lord personally recruiting Death Eaters now? Perhaps this was part of his strategy, seeking more capable new blood, but there were undoubtedly other motives at play. Professor Slughorn, previously underestimated, seemed to command a different level of respect from the Dark Lord than others. It was plausible he sought to recruit Professor Slughorn as well. Once the Dark Lord concluded a topic, the plump headmaster waved them over, seemingly wishing to introduce some promising talents to the Dark Lord. Do not misinterpret. He was only introducing Regulus and Barty, both favorites of the potions master. Ellie was merely an afterthought alongside them. These two are the Blacks, you may know them. The children of Orion. Regulus consistently excels in potions, adding considerable prestige to our Slytherin house. The headmaster affectionately patted Regulus's arm, briefly mentioning Ellie with a casual remark. This child, Ellie, is quite commendable as well. He then draped an arm over Barty's shoulder. This is young Barty Crouch. His father works in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He displays remarkable ingenuity and intelligence. Upon hearing Professor Slughorn mention old Crouch, Barty's brow furrowed slightly. Unable to suppress his disdain, the Dark Lord's gaze swept over the three of them, pausing momentarily on Ellie's face before shifting to Barty. Your father is Director Crouch? Oh, yes, he is quite formidable, very strict. His words were imbued with a concern akin to that of a nurturing elder. This struck a nerve with Barty, who struggled to maintain his composure. Ellie feigned fascination, gently squeezing his wrist beneath her voluminous robes until she felt Barty subtly respond before releasing her grip. Anticipating his silence, the Dark Lord continued in a deliberate, steady tone, yet he is somewhat overly absorbed in his work. Yes, we cannot choose our lineage, but I believe you shall surpass him in due time. Barty's expression transformed, disbelief mingled with a flicker of joy at the unexpected praise. I am grateful for your tremendous expectations. There is no need for self-deprecation. I can discern that you possess your own ideas. Upon hearing this, Barty's eyes shifted from joy to reverence. The Dark Lord, observing the change in him, narrowed his eyelids, concealing the darkness and calculation lurking beneath his crimson gaze. Exiting the Nosebleed Club, Ellie's excitement was palpable. She felt empowered enough to vanquish a small cow with a mere kick. Her hands were restless, yearning to wreak some havoc to prove her strength. The Dark Lord, truly an invaluable asset. Regulus was somewhat taken aback by her intense emotions, especially since there were no signs of an impending episode. Your expression resembles Bella's quite a bit. You wouldn't be developing feelings for the Dark Lord, would you? He mused, his gaze turning serious, nearly betraying his disapproval. Of course not. I believe my taste remains rather conventional. However, Alf once mentioned that the Dark Lord was exceedingly handsome in his youth. Perhaps Bella's infatuation stems from all the praises she has heard. Regulus felt a sense of relief. He could not bear the thought of Ellie associating with that old and unattractive man. Yet, he seemed fond of Barty, consistently inquiring about his well-being. Ellie regarded Barty with a teasing glint in her eyes. The initial pleasantries exchanged, one being exceedingly strict, were enough for her to deduce the source of the father-son conflict. It was also unfortunate for young Crouch. He could not maintain his composure when this topic arose, leaving a glaring vulnerability exposed. Barty, recalling the earlier events, felt a surge of irritation at his own ease of emotional manipulation. He despised the sensation of being seen through and then exploited. In the past, he might have indeed fallen for the Dark Lord's deceptive flattery. The Dark Lord, like a father who cherishes his child, lavished praise without restraint, occupying a high station while still perceiving the thoughts and worth of a young wizard. We cannot choose our heritage, he certainly knew how to articulate. If given the choice, he would never wish for old Crouch to be his father. Yet, those praises, huh? Ellie, in her quest to motivate him, had uttered every commendation without repetition. Moreover, the Dark Lord's mention of having one's own thoughts left him skeptical. He doubted much remained, for Ellie had nearly emptied his mind. Each day was spent either devising strategies for her or brainstorming topics for the club. The value unseen by his father had all been unearthed by her. Perhaps he had pondered too much out of sheer boredom. This indicated that he was indeed a rare talent, desired even by the Dark Lord. Barty endeavored to awaken Ellie's conscience, urging her to refrain from burdening him with trivial tasks. Your performance was commendable. Your emotions unfolded layer by layer, nearly deceiving me. Regrettably, Ellie did not acknowledge his remark. Oh, I was merely mimicking your foolishness from earlier. Then you have indeed surpassed your mentor. Meanwhile, Voldemort was decidedly displeased with this outing. This may well be his last opportunity to enter Hogwarts, for Dumbledore would not extend another welcome. Thankfully, Professor Slughorn remains as vain as ever, perpetually inviting successful individuals to embellish the Slug Club. Alas, the Gryffindor's sword still eludes him. Slughorn's habitual pretense and superficial charm ultimately led to naught. However, he did encounter a number of intriguing young personalities. The young Black bore an uncanny resemblance to Bellatrix. Perhaps he would grow to be a loyal servant. He had no need for frivolous emotions. Then there was young Crouch, who surprisingly harbored resentment towards his father. He found that obsessive, hateful glare quite appealing. Old Crouch was indeed a formidable character, and perhaps he would bring unexpected surprises. Chapter 71, I disagree. In the third year at Hogwarts, elective courses would increase. After consulting with Regulus, Ellie chose care of magical creatures and ancient runes, purely because the other subjects sounded rather dubious. Divination relied on talent, while arithmancy was merely psychological suggestion coupled with confirmation bias. Both only made sense after events transpired. To put it plainly, she held no belief in them. As for Muggle studies, if there were any real knowledge to glean, the wizarding world would not remain as it is. The following days became a time of examination preparation for the students. After enduring a week of tests, Ellie finally achieved her first set of all OS since enrolling. By sheer luck, she also excelled in potions. It must be said that the notes provided by the potions prodigy were indeed invaluable. The house cup would, without a doubt, once again belong to Slytherin, for the little snakes were ever so proactive in earning points. Ellie had already devised her summer plans. Her new estate would make for a splendid choice. She intended to assess whether the manor required renovation before deciding to invite friends over. As none of her companions were fond of remaining indoors, Sirius and James parted with great reluctance, their expressions akin to those facing execution. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. For it was Walburga and Creature who had come to fetch them. Walburga regarded them with disdainful scrutiny, her eyes roving over them, mocking the very individuals present. "Sirius, look at the company you keep," she exclaimed, forcibly dragging him away with a firm grip, vanishing them both with a disapprobation. Faintly, one could still hear Sirius's muttered protests. Regulus harbored no fondness for the other members of the Marauders, had it been anyone else. He might have offered apologies to maintain superficial decorum. However, he had little time to consider others' feelings, for Ellie had remained silent since stepping out of the carriage. Creature, with an excited tone, greeted the siblings and escorted them back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Ellie was taken aback to sense a wave of negativity emanating from Walburga. The station was overcrowded, a bustling throng of people. For the first time, she felt the oppressive weight of rules could be utterly revolting. It was exploitation, it was greed. Though faint and almost elusive, it permeated every corner, wrapping around her like suffocating dust, making her feel as though she might choke. Upon reaching the Black ancestral home, her eyes immediately found Orion. Sensing no emotions emanating from him allowed her heart to settle somewhat. "What's wrong?" Regulus whispered in her ear. "I don't know," Ellie replied ambiguously. She was uncertain what had caused Walburga's sudden change towards her. Perhaps it was her newfound potential for profit. During dinner, Walburga continued to regard Ellie with a charitable gaze, clearing her throat, evidently preparing to speak. "Each of us must contribute everything for the family, just as your father and I have done, to safeguard the interests of the Blacks and the honor of purebloods." She extolled the family ideals as she usually did, while Sirius hastened his eating, unwilling to endure her lengthy discourse. "Ellie, my dear, I believe you can understand that you must begin to plan for your future." Noticing Ellie's apparent disregard for her words, Walburga inhaled deeply. "We intend for you to remain within the Black family. What do you think of Sirius?" Though her words were indirect, everyone present grasped the underlying implications. Absurd. Me and Sirius? How is that even possible? Was she attempting to use this relationship to bind her forever to the Blacks? Or did she believe the heir must be Sirius? Regulus gazed at Walburga in disbelief, taken aback by her decision. In an instant, he comprehended her intention to control Ellie and ensure the Black family continued along the traditional path she envisioned. She was accustomed to wielding power over all. Regulus silently tightened his grip on his cutlery. Bang! The most explosive reaction came from Sirius, who leapt from his seat, causing his plate to slide across the table. "You must be mad. I refuse to comply. Do not think to manipulate us any longer." He had grown weary of these antiquated and revolting customs. Walburga's earlier fervor flickered momentarily, her features twisting in a rigid expression of agitation. "Your father and I too were a union arranged by the family, yet we have fulfilled our marital duties well enough. Maintaining blood purity is the responsibility of the Blacks." Once again, it was family honor and that damned responsibility. Always cloaked in grandiloquent rhetoric, it was merely the incompetence of these adults that forced all burdens upon the children. Ellie could sense the burgeoning wrath within her. She disregarded Walburga entirely, her gaze fixated on Orion. "Is this the outcome of your discussions?" Orion averted his gaze, remaining silent. Retracting her eyes, Ellie leisurely wiped her fingers with her napkin. "There is no precedent for this in the Blacks. It is hardly dignified. Does my mother wish to be ridiculed by other families behind closed doors?" The entirety of the Blacks was riddled with contradictions, self-proclaiming pride, while readily sacrificing dignity for gain, all the while striving to maintain a facade of hypocrisy. Who would dare mock the Blacks? Walburga's intentions were transparent. She wallowed in the glory Ellie had previously described. Yet before rising to power, she foolishly sought to wield authority to intimidate gossip. Having held the reins of discourse for so long, she had forgotten who truly governed this household. The last to attempt such a maneuver was Gellert. Was the Dark Lord born in this manner? No wonder his powers were so formidable. Walburga's movements froze, her expression a mixture of doubt and surprise as she stared at Ellie, her lips trembling. "Why do you bring up Gellert? Why does this child always invoke his name? Do you know something?" She faltered, realizing she could not allow the children to learn the truth about the Dark Lord's origins. She would not permit any cracks in her authority within this household. "Is he a Parselmouth? I don't recall any other descendants of Slytherin." So was his original surname Gaunt? Ellie pressed on relentlessly. Though her gaze lacked any trace of curiosity, she leisurely relished Walburga's anxious demeanor as she desperately attempted to conceal secrets while her brow twitched in distress. Of course, Walburga sought to obscure the Dark Lord's lineage. She needed to emphasize her sound decisions to uphold the Elder's authority. Acknowledging that the Dark Lord is of mixed blood would be tantamount to subverting the ideology she has long instilled in them. How could an adult ever concede to being in the wrong? One must refrain from discussing the Dark Lord excessively. Once you have dined, retreat to your chambers. Walburga commanded with feigned composure. Sirius cast a defiant glance over every individual present, his tone brimming with insolence. You would do well to abandon such intentions. I shall not comply. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away to his room, the stairs echoing beneath his footsteps. Yet, Ellie showed no intention of departing. Father, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Let us go to the study. Some individuals are simply suited to obey directives, fully aware of their inadequacies in decision-making. Henceforth, you shall dutifully acquiesce. Chapter 72. I did not divulge it to her. Which members of the Black family currently hold positions within the Ministry of Magic? Ellie chose not to broach the previous topic, instead inquiring about family affairs. Her question caught O'Leary off guard, and before he could ponder, he responded. The primary connections lie within the Department of Mysteries and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I have not assigned key family members there. Upon realizing his words, he felt a pang of regret. Whenever Ellie spoke in such a manner, he found himself inexplicably swayed. Are they trustworthy? They are not key personnel, merely related by marriage. Trustworthy, their families' enterprises are entirely dependent on the Blacks. The primary networks still rest within the family. Without the Blacks, they would be utterly paralyzed. Many resources and technologies within the magical realm are monopolized by pureblood families. To say they rely on them is no exaggeration. As for the two departments O'Leary mentioned, Ellie was quite knowledgeable. Numerous members of pureblood families are employed within the Department of Mysteries, though the silent ones working there are of little utility to the family, serving instead as a symbol of ancient status. Regarding the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures are treasure troves, and this department boasts substantial resources. Collaborating with various industries, the Blacks primarily choose it for its lucrative benefits. Organize all your relationships and ancestral projects. From tomorrow onward, gradually transfer them to Rail. O'Leary was taken aback by Ellie's direct assertion of authority. You are the head of the family. You cannot simply heed your mother's wishes, especially after witnessing her decisions today, which resemble your previous attempts to control the Dark Lord. Ellie nearly uttered the words, overreaching aloud. O'Leary fell silent at her words. Indeed, it was reminiscent of pureblood families striving to install a puppet to solidify their position. Now, having evolved to this point, their relationship had reversed. Yet they dared not voice any dissent, uncertain whether their earlier decisions had been correct. Many enterprises were overseen by your mother. He did not wish to highlight his own ineptitude before his child, but after several failed decisions, he had gradually lost his sense of balance. Walburga had always been keen on managing him, and he had slowly grown accustomed to following her counsel. Ellie glanced at the ring adorning his left pinky finger. It was a black alchemical artifact engraved with the Black family crest, a symbol of the head of the family's authority. Father, I am the one who can bring glory to the Blacks, the moment you decided to no longer yield to the Dark Lord. You should have placed your faith in me, and only in me. O'Leary stared blankly at his confident daughter, suddenly bursting into silent laughter. In truth, I wasn't entirely inclined to agree with your mother. Even pureblood families cannot accept such close-knit marriages. He seemed relieved as he confided in Ellie, his demeanor much brighter than before. Father, managing such a vast estate must be arduous. Clearly unqualified, yet burdened with heavy responsibilities, fearful of constant mistakes. He had relinquished authority to his wife, whose ambition for power was excessively fervent. This was the first time O'Leary had been asked if he found his role burdensome. His eyes unexpectedly glistened. To shed tears before his child would indeed diminish a father's image. He ruffled Ellie's hair and jested. Fortunately, I will have Rail to share the burden. I know he is quite intelligent, and I must ensure he remains engaged. Do not overlook him. He has learned much from Alpheus. At that moment, Alpheus, mentioned by Ellie, was currently facing Walburga's interrogation. You haven't spoken to Ellie about anything inappropriate, have you? Walburga had become acutely aware of her brother's rebellious nature, sharing everything with the children. What could possibly be inappropriate? You haven't disclosed the Dark Lord's matters, or his lineage, to Ellie, have you? Walburga's tone was anxious, deeply suspecting Alpheus of feigning ignorance. I did not tell her. She deduced it herself from your words. It cannot be considered my revelation, Alpheus thought to himself. Then why does she keep mentioning Gunter? She must know something, yet she remains silent. Walburga seethed with frustration. This was precisely the outcome Ellie desired. A secret unveiled was rendered meaningless, as they would remain oblivious due to self-interest. So fond of concealing truths, they would forever live in fear of this shroud of shame. In families like the Blacks, many matters are handled personally by the head to solidify their rights. Organizing the family's enterprises cannot be accomplished in haste. Ellie proposed that she and Regulus first visit her estate. Sirius's eyes brightened at the prospect of an outing. He had been troubled by how to sneak away, especially since Creature had become increasingly vigilant upon their return. Ultimately, the three siblings ventured out together, with Walburga voicing no objections, fearful that Ellie might pose yet more peculiar questions. The estate, gifted by O'Learian, had been meticulously designed to Ellie's tastes. Though modest in size, the estate was adorned with flourishing gardens and corridors, perfectly suited for relaxation and rejuvenation. It also included a house elf, who, upon seeing visitors, effusively showered them with compliments. After confirming everything was in order, Alpheus drove to the estate, his demeanor suggesting he intended to transport them elsewhere. Sirius, bewildered, climbed into the car, observing the surroundings increasingly resemble the Muggle realm. Where are we going? Are you planning to venture into the Muggle world? You should have mentioned it beforehand. I haven't donned the latest Muggle attire. To the hospital. Ellie cast him a mischievous glance. I intend to examine my future husband's intellect. I do not wish to marry a fool. Are you genuinely considering taking her advice? We are siblings. Have you all lost your minds? At that moment, Sirius, feeling particularly sensitive, failed to recognize Ellie's jest, scanning the faces in the vehicle in a panic. Intending to fling open the door and leap out. I care not for your opinions. I shall not yield. Regulus leaned back against his seat, rolling his eyes in a decidedly ungraceful manner. You might genuinely need to assess your faculties. Alpheus, in the front seat, was already chuckling uncontrollably. Yet he maintained his composure to drive safely. Once he had laughed his fill and remembered his role as an elder, he finally spoke up. Fear not. We are merely taking you for a checkup. This was proposed by Ellie. Ever since Walburga mentioned marriage, she recalled this notion she had previously entertained. She worried that Regulus might possess some undetectable ailment. Put your mind at ease. Muggle studies indicate that consanguineous marriages tend to precipitate numerous hereditary diseases. My poor health is a consequence of this. In truth, mother and father are second cousins, which should theoretically prevent such occurrences. Ellie believed that these long-standing internal unions among pureblood families inevitably led to some genetic issues. Muggle hospital examinations tend to be protracted, and during this interval, Ellie seized the opportunity to have Alpheus escort her to the Crouch residence to collect Barty. She had previously extended an invitation to Barty to visit the manor, but he responded that his father was reluctant to allow him out, expressing a hope that Ellie would come to fetch him personally. Ellie was already aware of his intentions, which were merely to leverage the name of Black to vex old Crouch. At this moment, she harbored considerable resentment towards such irresponsible parents who sought to control their offspring. Chapter 73. Is achieving all O's not enough? This outing was purposeful, and Ellie had chosen a hospital conveniently close to the Crouch residence. Following the address provided by Barty, they soon arrived at a quaint villa on the outskirts of London. After Alpheus knocked, a young house elf answered the door, greeting Ellie and Alpheus with utmost respect. May I ask if you are Miss Black? Young master instructed that Shimmer would be receiving guests today. Indeed, is your name Shimmer? Such a delightful name. Kindly inform your master that Miss Black has come to pay a visit. Although she had previously sent an invitation, Barty seemed intent on denying the minister any opportunity for courtesy, opting instead for a more provocative approach. Miss Black actually praised Shimmer's name. Miss Black is the kindest young which Shimmer has ever met, and Shimmer is utterly delighted. Shimmer will summon the master. After a high-pitched exclamation, Shimmer vanished with a soft pop. Ellie's brow unfurled. Compared to Creature, this little elf could be deemed quite composed, at least not prone to banging its head against the floor. I see no merit in engaging with the Blacks. Crouch will never be one of them. Old Barty Crouch's presence was heralded by a voice that resonated with authority, approaching from a distance. Upon realizing that the visitor was not the familiar face of Black, he ceased his remarks. Having only dealt with Olymp, and having heard of Mrs. Walburga Black, he had never encountered Alpheus, let alone the young which accompanying him. Good day, Mr. Crouch. I am a close friend of Barty's. Ellie, seemingly unfazed by his piercing gaze, greeted him with a smile. Very well, the pretense is evident. One can tell she has been raised in a pureblood family. Old Crouch furrowed his brow, recalling his son's mention of preferring friendships with Slytherins, and glanced back at young Barty, who stood at the staircase. Since you are a friend of Barty, do come in. He assumed the demeanor of a classmate's parent, his expression revealing neither joy nor displeasure. Observing Ellie's polite and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at the recollection of his son's behavior during the holidays. Why are you standing there like a statue? As a member of the Crouch family, You must not be so timid. I am not. Barty exploded when faced with Old Crouch's reprimand. Barty Crouch, mind your manners. He certainly did not wish to disgrace himself before Black. I am not being rude. I have done nothing wrong, yet I am still criticized. No matter what you do, you will be scolded. At this moment, the minister felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand his child. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his fury. Once both parties were seated, Ellie succinctly articulated her purpose. Mr. Crouch, I have come to invite Barty to my home for a visit. Before Old Crouch could sharply refute her, she added with a smile, to my private estate. The revelation of a private estate suggested that the young lady before him was indeed favored among the Blacks. However, he was disinclined to associate with them. I am terribly sorry, but he cannot go. Even during the holidays, he should not neglect his studies. Old Crouch's gaze towards Ellie was akin to that of a teacher scrutinizing a lackadaisical student, implying that Barty had not performed adequately and needed to exert more effort. Upon hearing this, Barty's expression darkened further. The old man had never paid attention to his grades. What right did he have to critique him so grandiosely? Sensing his agitation, Ellie cast him a calming glance, prompting him to temper his emotions. Isn't achieving all O's commendable? Are there even stricter standards at the ministry? The education at Hogwarts consists merely of the fundamentals. The ministry places greater emphasis on one's practical abilities. Ellie's inquiries were incisive, yet to Old Crouch's surprise, he found himself appreciating her forthrightness. Who would have thought a minor which would dare to question me with such logic? Mr. Crouch, could you elucidate why there are so many dark wizards? Ellie's penchant for unconventional discourse shone through, since he had broached the topic of practical abilities. She was eager to gauge the competence of this high-ranking ministry official. Old Crouch's brow furrowed deeper. What sort of question was this? Did she, as a Black, not comprehend the nature of dark wizards? Pureblood families ought not to be so naive, because there will always be families that embrace dark magic. And what is the purpose of your Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Why do you not intervene? She pressed on. Or is it that you permit the dark wizard's misdeeds to ultimately validate the ministry's worth? Ellie's relentless barrage of questions escalated, her tone layered with increasing skepticism. She observed the transformation in Old Crouch's expression from distrust to disappointment, tinged with a hint of exasperation. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement upholds justice, young Black. We have always sought to curtail the transgressions of those Death Eaters. Your words are an affront to all the sacrifices made by Aurors. Aurors were undoubtedly admirable, but that did not absolve the decision-makers of their faults. Old Crouch rose, disregarding decorum, as he countered, suspecting that this Black was simply seeking to provoke him. On what grounds do you dismiss our efforts? Are you not also dismissing your own child? Old Crouch bit back his tongue, pondering for a moment before regaining his composure. He is my son. I have the right to ensure he performs better. Yet, his tone lacked the earlier conviction. I still belong to the wizarding world. The Blacks have contributed a considerable sum to the ministry. Do your capabilities warrant the trust of all wizards in Britain? Old Crouch appeared visibly enraged. While Barty's expression had become increasingly uncontrollable, his lips curling upwards. Have you never reflected upon this? Is it the law itself that lacks clarity? Or is it the enforcement that is insufficient? She understood fully that the blame did not rest on a single individual. However, this was not an excuse for their adherence to tradition. Old Crouch's defeated gaze did not elicit any mercy from Ellie. It is the same with children. Without companionship, there is only criticism and reproach. As a minister, your competence is lacking, and as a father, you are equally failing. Old Crouch's countenance darkened to an extreme, his mouth opening, yet finding no rebuttal. How could he articulate that this was indicative of the systemic corruption within the ministry, a problem he felt powerless to rectify alone? He had endeavored to enforce the law stringently during his tenure, apprehending more dark wizards than ever before. Yet, he was acutely aware that the wizarding world was spiraling into chaos. Barty discreetly gave Ellie a thumbs up beneath the table, his demeanor now a stark contrast to his earlier gloom. Ellie raised an eyebrow at him, not having forgotten her original intent. You ought to strive diligently. Barty needs to venture out more to learn significantly. Those lacking in capability cannot adequately teach him. The implication was unmistakable. He was to accompany her. After venting her frustrations, Ellie resumed her politeness. She approached Barty and whispered softly, "Where's your mother?" She had never heard him complain about his mother's shortcomings. And when inviting someone else's child to play, it was customary to pay a visit first. She has a gathering to attend and is not at home. Barty mimicked her and quietly reminded, no need to scold for this. Chapter 74, for the club. Barty descended with his luggage, which had long been packed, while Old Crouch stood nearby, appearing somewhat at a loss. Did you speak with your mother? He hesitated before managing to ask. Yes, she agreed. Barty preferred brevity, wishing to say no more than necessary. Watching his son depart, Old Crouch returned to the living room sofa. His silence was not a refusal to engage. As an adult, he found it unnecessary to quibble with a child. Perhaps, as she suggested, he had not balanced work and family well. His authority was limited, and the influx of rodents into the ministry was growing. He never expected that a minor wizard could see through these matters. The Black family had indeed produced an extraordinary individual this time. He hoped Barty had not befriended the wrong crowd. Barty, who had left with Ellie, had never felt so joyful. I intentionally chose to have you come over when he was home resting. If my mother were here, you wouldn't be able to express yourself fully. Have you learned how to communicate with him now? In truth, Ellie wished to convey how to silence him. Yet she felt Mr. Crouch was not deserving of such contempt. She did not wish to use his dismissive words to question his capabilities. But she might not excel at this. Perhaps in other matters he could, but when it came to facing his father, he found it challenging to remain rational and articulate a clear rebuttal. Rest assured, I will find a professional to teach you. Seeing the smile on Ellie's face, Barty sensed she had ulterior motives. Since meeting her, he had come to realize that there was no such thing as a free lunch. What are you going to teach me? The law, and how to better manage a club. As one of the few key members of the club, it was imperative to enhance personal skills. You just want to exploit me. And why law? You can't expect to overpower Mr. Crouch without any effort. Ordinary rhetoric fell short. Ellie resorted to her tried and true tactics. Don't you want to crush him from all angles? Especially in his area of expertise. What could be more satisfying than defeating him in a field where he excels? This was no longer the whisper of a deep abyss demon. Barty found it impossible to refuse. Ahem, for the club. She knew he would comply, and Ellie grinned widely. Learning management was immensely beneficial. Muggles excelled at analysis and summarization across various domains. Mastering these skills would not only aid in club management, but also provide invaluable experience should Barty aspire to join the ministry in the future. As for studying law, she had more long-term plans in mind. A new order required a comprehensive set of rules for maintenance. The car swiftly returned to the hospital, where Sirius and Regulus had completed their examinations and were waiting for them at a nearby restaurant. On the way, Ellie recounted the absurd ideas of Walburga, making Barty gaze at her with pity. When the two brothers saw Barty enter, they turned their attention to Ellie. His father expelled him because his end-of-year grades tied with Regulus South for first place. When we arrived at his house, we overheard his father insisting that Crouch must do his best. Now, the one receiving pity was Barty, and Sirius regarded him with a sense of shared understanding. Is your family situation really that much better than mine? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled old Crouch indeed saying similar things. Regulus, however, was entirely unconvinced. He nodded at Barty as a form of greeting. After enjoying afternoon tea, the group planned to return to the estate. However, as their vehicle descended from the bridge, they heard the sounds of multiple collisions behind them, and chaos ensued. Alpheus, sensing danger, quickly sought a relatively safe place to park. The scene of the accident was filled with piercing screams and the explosive sounds of colliding vehicles. Through the car window, Ellie witnessed a flash of green light from a wand, followed by heart-wrenching cries. Several individuals clad in black wizard robes, their faces concealed by iconic masks, were present. They were Death Eaters. They selected a few unfortunate muggles, torturing and then killing them, their laughter echoing with frenzied delight. Afterward, they disapparated, taking a few muggles with them, leaving behind a scene of corpses and wrecked vehicles, the mingling of blood and fire attesting to the recent atrocities, while the surrounding crowd remained engulfed in panic and disarray. Let us go. The ministry will arrive soon, and we cannot get entangled in this. Alpheus had no time to consider whether the children were frightened as he drove away from this perilous place. Ellie's expression was remarkably calm. Having witnessed countless deaths, many of which she had personally participated in, she remained unfazed. As for Barty, perhaps it was merely his robust psychological resilience. After an initial frown, he returned to his usual demeanor. Regulus felt the remnants of their earlier meal churning in his stomach, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit, his eyes reddening from the effort. Noticing this, Ellie offered him a bottle of water. Sirius, seated in the front, was on the verge of an outburst. Hearing about the Death Eaters was far different from witnessing their actions firsthand. The brutal behavior of the Death Eaters replayed in his mind, relentlessly assaulting his sense of justice. He contained his emotions until they returned to the estate, at which point he angrily questioned, "Is this the purification of muggles you all long for? Look at what the Dark Lord and his minions have done. So what? Do we have any other options? Are you planning to lead us to Albus Dumbledore?" Ellie's tone was unusually severe. Would Dumbledore trust the Blacks? If the Dark Lord or other pureblood families chose to strike, would he be willing to protect the Blacks? Could he even protect them? What was there to protect about the Blacks? Their repulsive traditions? That tattered old tapestry? Was family truly that important? Sirius could not comprehend Ellie's insistence. All this talk of family and pureblood glory was but a facade for their plunder and brutality. What mattered was protecting family, home, and every portrait in the old manor. Because my family provided me with a life of privilege, had I been born into a common family, I might not even exist today. You can make your own choices, but you have no right to belittle family. The Blacks have no alternative. Be prepared. I may not only support the Dark Lord, but might also become one of those perpetrators in the future. Ellie's words rang with sincerity, as if she were genuinely prepared to sacrifice everything for her family. For someone who felt no familial ties, Ellie would not extend much trust. She would not be foolish enough to divulge her thoughts and plans to Sirius, who knew if he would turn around and share them with his Gryffindor friends. Since they had begun with mutual distrust, she would solidify in his mind the notion that the Blacks leaned towards the Dark Lord. Would he steadfastly choose to oppose his family? Would he betray them for his beliefs? Would Gryffindor truly trust a Black? The trial of humanity awakened a long-lost thrill within her. How eagerly anticipated it is, Sirius. Chapter 75. Were they not sated? After listening to Ellie's words, Sirius chose to take his leave. Alpheus arranged for him to be transported to Godric's Hollow. The Ministry of Magic's cleanup efforts were prompt, with the chaos wrought by the Death Eaters being reported by the Muggle News as a terrorist attack. Such malevolent events occurred simultaneously in multiple locations, their audacity escalating, perhaps in a bid to breach the statute of secrecy. Notably, there was no mention of this in the Prophet. This was beyond Ellie's purview. She had employed several university professors at great expense from the Muggles, specifically to impart knowledge regarding management and law. Universities typically offer summer camps or specialized academic lectures, though some require prior registration and most impose age restrictions. Investing a little more money allows for a more convenient and effective learning experience, especially considering that the Blacks are not lacking in funds. After 2 months of relentless tutoring, Ellie's mind brimmed with countless plans for the future. The most arduous of these was Regulus, who not only attended classes with Ellie and Barty, but also had to carve out time to learn about managing the family estate with Orion. Alpheus was tasked by Ellie to register a publishing house at the Ministry of Magic. The chosen address was number 19 on the southern side of Diagon Alley, which was originally the Black shop, surrounded by stationery and bookstores. Regulus took on the responsibility of sourcing other materials and handling printing and publishing. Ellie prioritized hiring this year's graduates from MCES for her staff, surprisingly including Trelawney, whom she had almost forgotten about as a potential liability. Ellie had previously warned Trelawney to refrain from uttering anything beyond necessary spells. This was not a suggestion, but a caution. The alchemical necklace she provided was cursed. Whether she survives will depend on whether fate chooses her once more. Regardless of the outcome, akin to the prophecies Trelawney makes for others, it is ultimately a choice of destiny. This holiday marked their busiest period yet. Barty, with his mind saturated with knowledge, was now singularly focused on making grand plans. Upon returning to school, they would be in their 3rd year, and besides the requisite school supplies, Ellie also needed to be refitted for a new robe. Having grown significantly taller than the previous year, perhaps her health had improved, allowing her to absorb nutrients more effectively. However, she still had not surpassed Regulus, as everyone around her continued to grow as well. This time, only Orion accompanied them to school. During this period, Walburga gradually realized she had lost her influence, her temper becoming increasingly volatile. Ellie chose to limit her interactions with Walburga, unable to confront her mother with a normal demeanor. The concept of rules weighed heavily on her, as the Blacks' inherited paranoia and extremism rendered her unable to face this impure affection while simultaneously struggling to harbor genuine dislike for her mother. Even in Walburga's absence, the mere thought of her would still affect Ellie's mood. The atrocities committed by the Death Eaters had indeed impacted Hogwarts, with some students' families already suffering harm. The other 3 houses regarded Slytherin with complex expressions. Even if the identities of the Death Eaters remained concealed, they were undoubtedly closely connected. Slytherin students took pride in this, savoring the fearful or resentful glances directed at them. Should they be reprimanded? Ellie, who had laboriously endeavored to rectify the house's reputation last year, was reluctant to see Regulus' efforts go to waste. Ignoring them was preferable. Preaching to most Slytherins was futile. They would only learn from genuine hardship. The true issues lay with the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. As long as the root cause remained unresolved, Slytherin would continually bear the brunt. Without further concern for inter-house conflicts, Ellie proceeded to the club activity room on the 2nd floor after the opening feast. She affixed the position registration form to the notice board at the entrance with a spell before returning to the common room alongside Regulus. The common room fell momentarily silent upon their entrance, quickly reverting to its usual ambience. Carlo was extolling Slytherin's superiority to the first years. Upon seeing them, his voice dropped significantly, and after a few perfunctory remarks, he hastily concluded his speech. Young Black rarely concealed her emotions, and today, her expression was devoid of any sign of cheer, likely indicating a somber mood. Carlo was not keen on providing them with another reason to clean up after him. He aimed to establish his authority before the newcomers, not to become a tool for others to exert their influence. Under his deliberate lowering of voice, Slytherin experienced one of its quietest head-to-head debates in recent years. What was amiss? Had they not had enough to eat for dinner? Evan wore a perplexed expression, utterly baffled by this strange behavior. Who knows? Perhaps they had simply overindulged. The individual in question was evidently unaware of the immense pressure her serious demeanor exerted on others. In truth, her mood had significantly improved since arriving at school. She merely lacked the inclination to display her feelings. Standing not far from her, Severus caught their conversation and allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips before swiftly regaining his composure. Yet, this moment did not escape Eli's peripheral vision. Were you just smiling? Caught in the act of peeping, Severus' heart skipped a beat in nervousness, having believed his actions were well concealed. He forced himself to maintain an air of calm as he glanced back, realizing that Miss Black still seemed oblivious to her influence within Slytherin. After uttering this, he felt a twinge of regret that his tone had seemingly carried a hint of mockery. He found it difficult to look at her. It was not entirely Carlo's fault. Ellie had not only grown taller, but her features had also matured, rendering her visage more defined. Her eyes had become large and deep-set, the dark gray irises resembling a thin layer of ice forming on the Black Lake in winter, exuding an air of detachment. Yet, when she spoke, her gaze sparkled with life, perfectly balancing her cold elegance with an inviting warmth. Ellie could not discern whether his lengthy statement bore any mockery, but she had grown accustomed to his lack of candor, interpreting it as a compliment. I must indeed be remarkable. This she stated without a hint of modesty, fully aware of her own excellence. Narcissa observed this scene with a sense of relief, realizing that she need not worry about her younger siblings after her graduation. They were capable of handling their own against other purebloods. This was splendid. Slytherin would always have a place for the Blacks. She regarded Ellie with tender eyes, embodying the sentiment of a proud mother witnessing her daughter coming into her own. Who would have thought that the little one, who had always been surrounded by potions, was now capable of standing on her own? Wait, had her memory faltered? Ellie was now 13, though still somewhat frail. She was far from the predicted fate of not surviving past 14. Regulus, who had been inseparable from her, did not appear sorrowful either. Was it Merlin's blessing? Narcissa dared not ponder further, but if she could survive, that would be a blessing indeed. She collected her thoughts and approached to remind Ellie. The third year will bring an increase in coursework. It would be wise to return and rest early. After attending a few days of classes, Ellie discovered that it was not just the number of courses that had increased, but also the length of the assignments. Chapter 76, Boggart. Hogwarts changes its defense against the dark arts professor each year. However, the pace of the third-year curriculum remained unchanged, with the first lesson dedicated to learning how to fend off a Boggart. The newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor bore the surname Bane, rumored to be a friend of Dumbledore, and appeared to be quite advanced in years. His grizzled beard was meticulously groomed along the contours of his cheeks, and his stern gaze swept over each student present. I am unaware of the caliber of your previous professor, but that is of no concern to me. Today, we shall delve into the intricacies of confronting a Boggart. His demeanor starkly contrasted with his appearance, as he frequently veered into tangential topics unrelated to the lecture. Who among you is familiar with what a Boggart is? This semester, the defense against the dark arts class continues to be shared between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Students from both houses were eager to accumulate points, with many raising their hands in a fervent desire to respond. Oh, you all know? Since that is the case, I shall forego discussing this matter. Professor Binns observed the students with expressions of mockery, breaking into a cheerful laugh. Ha! I was simply eager to answer. A Boggart manifests as our most profound fears. He abruptly began to read from the textbook about the characteristics and habits of Boggarts, leaving the students to confirm that this year's professor was yet another unreliable one. By the time he had finished teaching the required spell, the class had already passed the halfway mark. There would scarcely be enough time for each student to experiment. This was fortuitous for Slytherin, who valued privacy. No one relished the idea of publicly revealing their fears. However, the new professor had no intention of adhering to convention and chose to start with Slytherin. Fear not. Be brave, children. As he observed the Slytherin students inching backward, Professor Binns had to urge them forward. Gryffindor students standing nearby could barely contain their laughter, some even attempting to scoff. Yet, as soon as Professor Binns directed his gaze toward them, they promptly lowered their heads, as if attempting to decipher the intricate patterns on the floor. Very well, we shall proceed in reverse alphabetical order. Ha! It seemed he took delight in toying with the students. For Slytherin, concerns revolved around lineage, honor, and power. The students who had gone before were relatively normal, with some fearing disownment by their fathers and others anxious about failing exams. When it was Selwyn's turn, She took a deep breath and stepped forward, only to have the black mist transform into the visage of Ellie. However, the apparition bore little resemblance to the real Ellie, her eyes dark and brooding, reminiscent of a malevolent specter from a horror film. The entire assembly turned their incredulous gazes toward Ellie, seized by a sudden desire to perform. Ellie widened her eyes in disbelief at Selwyn, then adopted a heartbroken expression. Regulus, speechless, pursed his lips and feigned concern by patting Ellie on the shoulder. Slytherin students averted their gaze, seemingly fascinated by the classroom's architecture. Selwyn let out a small shriek, staring in shock as the boggart drew nearer. After being prompted by the professor, she tremulously uttered the incantation, ridiculous. Upon being struck, the boggart morphed into a small bunny, prompting Selwyn to exhale in relief as she stepped aside. Turning back, she locked eyes with Ellie, causing her to tremble and emit a scream even louder than before. Selwyn, Ellie, transform into. Observing the fear etched on her face, even Ellie began to doubt whether she truly appeared so terrifying in everyday life. Fortunately, after Selwyn, no other boggart emerged resembling her, and when inviting someone else's child to play, it was customary to pay a visit first. The students ahead of Ellie clutched their wands tightly, shutting their eyes to banish thoughts of their fears. As her turn approached, she glanced back at Ellie, who offered her a reassuring look. In that moment, it was as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness, and Hall felt tears welling in her eyes. In truth, she was already on the verge of sobbing. She had discovered her purpose, and even if others were to learn of her disreputable origins, she would not be abandoned. They shared an unbreakable bond sealed by the closest of oaths. If she were to cower at such trivial matters, how could she claim to stand by her side? Ellie witnessed Hall glance at her, first with tears of excitement. Then her expression transformed into one of resolute determination as she decisively approached the boggart. No, had she conjured some dreadful scenario in her mind? In exasperation, Ellie closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead, even hearing Regulus's soft laughter beside her. Gritting her teeth, she poked Regulus, fervently hoping she would not witness another boggart morph into her likeness. Hall's boggart took the form of a gaunt, disheveled man, glaring down at her with malevolent intensity. Upon realizing he could not speak, Hall visibly relaxed. After she cast the spell, the boggart transformed into a familiar silhouette, once again, Ellie. However, this Ellie radiated a divine light, as if kissed by the sun, exuding an air of noble, unapproachable beauty, her gaze downcast yet imbued with unparalleled gentleness. Wow! Oh my Merlin's beard! How dazzling! Students from both Gryffindor and Slytherin could not help but exclaim at the sight. Ellie's heart sank. Why was it that others faced the boggart while she remained the one to feel embarrassment? At that moment, she longed to obliterate the entire classroom, ensuring no one could escape its confines alive. Silence. Next, the professor's voice interrupted Ellie's dark musings, simultaneously rescuing her from her predicament. As it neared Regulus's turn, Ellie had been whispering suggestions to him from behind. I will survive. I am well. Think of something else, perhaps the Dark Lord. She was terrified that Regulus's greatest fear might be her demise. Whether her words bore influence was unclear, but before Regulus appeared the visage of Walburga. She alternated between tenderness and fury, employing her most common tactics of manipulation, sweet persuasion laced with threats when they misbehaved. Regulus regarded her with a relatively calm expression as he recited the counterspell. A peculiar headpiece appeared atop Walburga's head, resembling a grotesque Jack Russell Terrier, reminiscent of the Muggle toy Ellie had once gifted him. Her entire face was obscured by the headpiece, and despite her frantic efforts to remove it, she was utterly helpless. The sight was undeniably comical, and several Slytherins, recognizing it as the Black Matriarch, stifled their laughter. Regulus, however, chuckled softly. In that moment, he felt as if the shackles binding him had vanished. Ellie always managed to render his mother speechless, and defying her seemed far less daunting. Ellie let out a sigh of relief and joined in his laughter, curious about what she might witness next, for she believed she had no fears to confront. When the boggart faced Ellie, it instantly dissipated into black mist, scattering in all directions. No one materialized. Instead, an empty hospital room emerged, desolate save for a solitary bed. Perhaps a stone rested on the windowsill, a remnant of her time in the psychiatric ward, a memory she had nearly forgotten, now resurfacing in its stark simplicity. What was this? She felt no fear. In fact, she could recall the thrill of manipulating emotions during that time. This was not a prison to confine her. How could she possibly be afraid? Chapter 77. You already possess it. Professor Binns observed Ellie's perplexed expression from the front of the classroom, his own confusion surpassing hers. What was that expression? Not a hint of fear. How could someone be unaware of their inner terror? Or perhaps the boggart they had captured was defective. Regulus, equally bewildered, had never encountered this room. Ellie's prior accommodation had never been so Spartan. Ellie had no intention of wasting time, raising her wand to cast the spell when she suddenly paused, unable to conceive of anything absurdly comical. To articulate more precisely, she found it inconceivable how this room might transform. In her peculiar state, she felt sufficiently content here. There was no death, no pain, no labored breaths. She would not feel wronged or sorrowful enough to weep, nor would she obsess over unfulfilled cravings. There was no heartbeat, hence, no one would fret over their irregular pulse, nor would anyone feel compelled to survive, gently stroking their head and laboriously convincing themselves to take their medicine. Memories that slipped from her eyes began to well up like tears, surfacing and flooding her consciousness. It seemed she had come to grasp the essence of her fears. There was no need for trepidation. You have already attained it. Now, it was time to bid farewell to this quaint little room. Ellie raised her wand anew, her tone resolute, ridiculous. The vacant chamber expanded like a wisp of smoke, transforming into an ordinary muggle dwelling, with the number 12 inscribed upon the inky black door, its silver handle glimmering. There was neither a keyhole nor a mailbox. This was number 12, Grimmauld Place. The boggart retreated into the cupboard amidst the girls' cheerful laughter, a joy Ellie had never before experienced. The defense against the dark arts class held an undeniable allure. By the time the Slytherin students had taken their turns, little time remained for the lesson, and the Gryffindor students harbored a mix of eagerness and trepidation. The instinct to shy away from confronting fear is a natural defense mechanism, not a source of shame. The professor of the class took this matter seriously, allocating the next lesson exclusively for Gryffindor, a prospect that meant they would endure a week of anxious anticipation. The previously disgruntled Slytherins suddenly felt a wave of relief. After class, Evan made a point to comfort Ellie, as the focus of the lesson had been squarely on her, yet the glint of schadenfreude in his eyes was unmistakable. Don't take it too hard. At least you got to see what it would be like to grow to 2 meters tall. Not everyone has that experience. You might just be the tallest in your family, he said, referring to the radiant, holy vision of Ellie he conjured when facing the boggart. And she remembered how loudly she had laughed at his amusement. She glanced behind Evan, her eyes widening suddenly as if she had encountered something particularly dreadful. Drawing her wand, she cautioned him, "Don't move. You might want to turn around. Your method of retribution is rather inept. You won't fool me," she added. Evan, seemingly unfazed, appeared to see through her ruse with a smug expression. Suddenly, he felt something long and creeping, starting from his neck and crawling towards his face. The dense sensation made him hesitate to contemplate further. He slightly shifted his rigid head, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a centipede the size of a hand. "Ah!" His scream echoed through the corridor before the classroom door, drawing the attention of nearby students who witnessed a boy flailing his limbs chaotically. The onlookers were utterly baffled by his peculiar behavior. "I told you to turn around. If you had listened, it wouldn't have crawled onto your face," Ellie stressed, genuinely having warned him, and with a flick of her wand, she transformed the centipede back into the button on his chest. Indeed, Evan S. Boggart was a giant centipede, but the one she conjured was far smaller. Once the crisis had passed, Evan hastily straightened his attire, resuming a serious demeanor. "When did this become your purpose for practicing silent transfiguration? Truly devious." "Oh, not everyone can boast of such an experience, dancing in place under the gaze of so many." Ellie mimicked his earlier sardonic tone. "I admit my fault. I surrender." One need not see him to know that his words were spoken through gritted teeth. Thanks to the notice Ellie had posted on the bulletin board, this weekend's club meeting was bustling with members, nearly filling the entire activity room. She also noticed several figures clad in red. It was Lily Evans and her friends. Gryffindor's participation has always been robust, and since becoming a club member, Lily eagerly took part in every activity. She cherished the harmonious atmosphere within the club, where the divisions of their houses seemed to dissipate. When Barty spotted the siblings approaching, he waved them over. "Quite a few have come to register. I have someone I wish to recommend. I'm uncertain whether to place him in the finance department or the outreach department, as both would suit him well." As he spoke, he nudged the boy standing beside him, a gentle-looking young eagle. "President, I am Calix Aconite, a 5th year from Ravenclaw." His voice and demeanor exuded a comforting aura, neither overly ostentatious nor overly shy. Aconite, one of the Hogwarts governors? Regulus, having recently taken over the family estate, was familiar with this lineage, known for its wealth and enigmatic presence in the wizarding world. Aconite glanced at Regulus with surprise, quickly realizing that being a Black made such knowledge reasonable. "Yes, my grandfather is one of the governors. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with the Blacks." He initiated with customary pleasantries, but then recalled that this was a club setting, rendering such formalities somewhat disingenuous, as his roommates were not particularly fond of his mannerisms. It was evident he possessed considerable social acumen. "Then you shall take on the role of outreach minister. 5th years have their OWL's exams, and the current phase of public relations will be comparatively lighter. Ellie paused briefly before continuing to outline the basic situation. I plan to create a weekly publication with the club members. The publishing house is already registered, and your responsibility will be to liaise with external contacts. This was simpler than Aconite had anticipated. Is that all that is required? This is just temporary. The responsibilities will gradually increase. Publishing a weekly is a means of public discourse, and at this stage, it is all they are capable of. She has a gathering to attend and is not at home. Barty would handle the selection of ministers for the other departments, and if he faced difficulties, he could allow the club members to vote on the decision. Ellie directly approached several members of the History of Magic group, as they were the current driving force behind the club's development. She was well acquainted with them, having engaged with them the most within the club, and spoke with candor. I bring good news. I intend to establish a weekly publication. Everything is in place, and we only await your contributions. She had long devised the positioning of the weekly, and after 2 months of learning from the Muggle professor, she had identified the most accessible resources. Education is indispensable, regardless of context. Starting with children's literature, engaging gossip articles, academic papers, and even textbooks all require updates. Human understanding is finite. One's thoughts evolve with the knowledge acquired. The wizarding world had languished in decay for far too long. Chapter 78. The Inception of the Weekly. Are we going to publish our own book? This is fantastic, President. The most elated about the weekly was Nora, whose writings were quite popular, yet each time the Daily Prophet would modify them before publication. They were always wary of certain sensitive terms drawing the ire of the Ministry of Magic. Even though she had already crafted her pieces with sufficient subtlety, critiques were acceptable, and manuscripts could be returned, but direct alterations were intolerable. Even the slightest change felt as though her characters had lost their very souls. Can you write a long piece? After all, a continuous narrative is far more captivating than a series of short stories and can enhance reader engagement. This is precisely what our fledgling weekly needs. Absolutely. In fact, I have always wanted to write a novel. Having diligently gathered materials alongside the History of Magic group for such an extended period, Nora was already brimming with ideas. Eagerly anticipating the release of your masterpiece, I shall reserve the most prominent position in the weekly publication for you. Windrose waited for them to finish speaking before inquiring, President, we have reviewed the bulletin board. Where do we belong within such a structure? It was indeed challenging to define, as the entire MCS could be classified as an academic department. I suggest you consider the publicity department, as History of Magic falls under educational courses, and cultural promotion is also a form of publicity. In truth, Ellie would prefer Windrose to become the head of publicity, given that all manuscript reviews for the History of Magic group were her responsibility, showcasing her undeniable leadership abilities. With this thought in mind, she boldly asked, would you like to be the head of the publicity department? Windrose, without any hesitation, readily agreed. She could perceive that the president was a person of great ambition, and her plans were not merely empty words. She intended to act on them. As a half-blood living in the Muggle world, she yearned to remain in this wondrous magical realm. By working alongside the minister, perhaps she could eventually secure a position at the president's publishing house. The young Hufflepuff was still preoccupied with concerns about her future livelihood. Little did she know that from the moment she chose to follow Ellie, her destiny would extend far beyond a mere publishing house. Please search within the group for anyone proficient in children's literature. I do not intend to publish just one weekly edition. I can write, but what I produce may not be well received. Windrose hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her lack of confidence did not stem from her writing skills, but rather from the fact that she had primarily read Muggle literature since childhood, leading her style to naturally lean towards a more whimsical tone. In contrast, children's literature in the magical realm tends to be darker and more oppressive. For instance, the Tales of Beetle the Bard, which aims to alert children to the dangers of dark magic, contains content that could leave lasting childhood traumas. We can experiment. Incorporating themes of history of magic into educational narratives will always attract parental interest. Since the president had already presented the opportunity, Windrose did not continue to decline. Who would not desire recognition? Alolan Privet was the final individual Ellie sought today. He was one of the earliest members to join the organization and a participant in the History of Magic group, consistently attending discussions on related topics. The scholarly papers submitted to the Wizarding Weekly were collectively produced by the group, yet each member would first draft their own version prior to collaboration. It was during this process that Ellie happened to notice his work. Unlike the neatness of others, his papers were filled with dense annotations, many reflecting his personal insights. He was evidently passionate about the history of magic. Even when faced with dry and tedious original texts, he could extract profound meanings. Hufflepuff truly was a breeding ground for talent. This individual was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for crafting new textbooks on the history of magic. Unbeknownst to Privet, who had been summoned by the president, his forthcoming years would be devoid of leisure. Are you willing to co-author a new chapter in the future of the history of magic with me? The bashful and easily embarrassed Badger was wholly captivated by the president's vision of achievement and vowed to contribute to the magical community. Here, the significance must be articulated with greater gravity: time, place, characters, background, process, and impact. Following my guidance on these 6 elements, succinctly and accurately describe each historical segment. Alongside him, others from the History of Magic group were also enticed. Even the quills were nearly smoking from the rapid writing. Eli's insights were drawn from the essence of Muggle history books, indeed alleviating a great deal of their troubles. After delving deeply into various topics, they discovered the nuances and began to collaborate, with Privet handling final annotations and additions. Even so, the workload remained substantial. Barty and Regulus had already selected leaders for other departments, such as finance, organization, and planning. The club members also joined departments according to their abilities or preferences. MCS had finally begun to take shape as a multi-party assembly. The president and vice president were no longer in question. Hall had ascended to the position of secretary. Believing that her performance in defense against the dark arts had caught Ellie's attention and demonstrated her determination. Fortunately, Ellie was unaware of her thoughts. Otherwise, she would likely have been dismissed. Hall's previous role as recorder was handed over to Hufflepuff's Quinonori, who belonged to the organization department. The head of the organization department was Mason from Hufflepuff, a natural fit for the position. The finance department was temporarily managed by Regulus, while Evan served as the head of the planning department, and Windrose led the publicity department, with Aconite overseeing external relations. Except for the latter 2, who were appointed by the president, the rest were elected through voting. Evan was one of the few cheerful personalities in Slytherin, and his diligent efforts within the club had not gone unnoticed by others. This arrangement resulted in a relatively balanced distribution of positions among the houses. Ellie did not intend to isolate Gryffindor. She merely recognized that changing perspectives could not happen overnight, and most of them had recently joined the club, making immediate positional assignments impractical. Courage, when wielded wisely, often becomes the most loyal blade. Once everything was organized, Barty briefed Ellie on the club's current situation. There's an issue that arose during our last discussion. Our activity room is too small, causing spectators to spill into the corridors. The activity room was of standard classroom size, sufficiently accommodating when there were no topics at hand. However, during events, due to the high level of interaction, many non-member visitors came to observe. After all, human nature is drawn to excitement. Increased attention is beneficial. The club needs to expand its influence. We should approach the principal to discuss possible solutions. It would be a good opportunity to talk about our next topic. Barty could tell from her expression that she had already devised a plan. She intended to seek the principal's approval directly. He was too weary to comment. Knowing that Ellie's enthusiasm indicated the topic was anything but simple, he mentally reviewed the proposals Ellie had previously crafted, struggling to find one that would persuade Dumbledore. Almost. I plan to discuss dark magic, and it would be ideal to invite the entire school community to participate. Promoting this viewpoint was one aspect. She also hoped to glean some leeway from Dumbledore. He was undoubtedly the greatest wizard of the century, possessing immense power. In their previous encounters, she had subtly attempted to provoke him, yet nothing had changed. He seemed to interpret her actions as those of a young wizard seeking to prove herself. Or perhaps he was simply exceptionally tolerant. Acting on impulse, Ellie retrieved a piece of parchment and began drafting a letter to the principal. Chapter 79. Can this be said? In the principal's office, Dumbledore was troubled as he perused the letter in his hand, sensing an ominous premonition. Whenever Miss Black sought him out, it usually entailed considerable trouble. Yet, he felt compelled to accept her invitation. Neglecting this child would leave him even more uneasy. Who could say if the next dark wizard might emerge? He began to chastise himself for briefly feeling relieved that she was unlikely to achieve anything of great significance. Burdened with guilt, Dumbledore inscribed the password for the principal's office. Familiarity bred comfort. This time, 3 individuals stood at the office door once more. Honey lemon water. Ellie recited the password from the note, and as the trio entered the office, Dumbledore had already prepared 3 cups of tea on the table. The principal was exceedingly gracious, greeting them with, "Ah, my dear children. It is good to see you again. Professor Dumbledore, we require your assistance." A familiar and irresistible opening line that was hard to decline. Dumbledore opened his mouth, hesitating whether to advise her to slow down, as it pertained to his ability to maintain control over the negotiation. Why had he subconsciously assumed a negotiation was at hand? Ellie had already seated herself, lifting a teacup before her, appearing quite at ease. Regulus and Barty positioned themselves on either side of her, mimicking her demeanor. "Oh, I was too hasty. Let us converse at a more leisurely pace." Of course, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. All he intended to say had already been articulated by Ellie. The number of students attending our club activities has increased, and the classroom space we applied for last time was insufficient, so I wish to borrow the school auditorium. Upon concluding her statement, Ellie seemed to feel a twinge of embarrassment and quickly added, only during highly interactive discussions. Dumbledore exhaled a sigh of relief internally. Borrowing the auditorium was not a significant issue. Besides being used for meals, many young witches and wizards often gathered in the auditorium for discussions and study. That is acceptable, but it would be best to have a fixed schedule. Perhaps we could use it once a month, primarily on Saturday afternoons when there are no classes. In truth, the club had previously convened once a month, and preparing topics and gathering materials required considerable time. Dumbledore's instincts warned him that it would not be this straightforward, and indeed, he soon heard Ellie continue. There is one more matter. I wish to invite you to participate in our next event, which will take the form of a debate. I hope you will serve as one of the judges for this competition. Oh, that sounds quite intriguing. Dumbledore could not discern her intentions and refrained from immediately agreeing. In addition to the professors, I also plan to invite the heads of each house to serve as judges. I would prefer to understand the topic of the debate first. While the previous topics had been rather conventional, the recent change of venue compelled Dumbledore to exercise caution. The topic this time is whether to prohibit the use of dark magic, Ellie stated nonchalantly. Our club primarily relies on public voting, but the judges play a crucial role. Children, it is perilous. I believe laws already exist regarding this matter. Dumbledore's expression turned grave once Ellie mentioned dark magic. He had anticipated trouble. This does not preclude us from discussing the issue further. You are correct, but many fail to realize how dangerous it is. We should cultivate a deeper understanding of dark magic. The more righteous Ellie appeared, the more Dumbledore furrowed his brow. If she were eager to counter, he could guess her thoughts. Slytherin always had its convolutions. In truth, he largely agreed with this perspective. One should not shy away from discussing dark magic. However, Slytherin inherently represented ambition, and they often found it challenging to resist temptation. I cannot prevent an individual from pursuing power, just as, even with the knowledge that power corrupts, some will still choose the path of darkness. This is not a matter that a simple debate can resolve. The portraits on the walls behind Dumbledore, each straining to listen, were all ears. Ellie noticed her great-great-grandfather had made his way to a lower frame, winking at her with an expression of encouragement. Regulus turned his face away, and Ellie chose to disregard him. Is this not an opportunity to intervene? Do you wish to witness more young witches and wizards go astray? A clever provocation. Yet Dumbledore regarded her with a knowing gaze, showing no signs of relenting. Very well, if you choose not to attend, we can still discuss dark magic defense amongst ourselves. Ellie merely sought a compromise, intending to continue the topic under the guise of dark magic defense. However, her words struck a sensitive chord within Dumbledore, reminding him of Tom's previous application for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. I agree. Before Ellie could finish, he had assented. The more challenging the curse to defend against, the more it would appeal to Slytherin's admiration for strength, especially given that they had a persuasive speaker. The resolve of young witches and wizards was generally tenuous. Rather than allowing them to converse freely, he could oversee and guide them. Moreover, a voice within him insisted that this child was different from Tom. Perhaps she genuinely sought to alter Slytherin's trajectory? The trio emerged from the headmaster's office, still somewhat bewildered. Had he agreed so easily? Ellie had many fallback strategies yet to be articulated. In truth, she had long struggled to comprehend Dumbledore's stance on dark magic. Perhaps he did not oppose children learning about it. Severus had once remarked that much of his knowledge of dark magic came from the restricted section of the library. Would someone who deemed dark magic dangerous place it in a restricted section? How was this any different from enticing others to learn? When would the magical community realize that the more one conceals something, the more alluring it becomes? The trio swiftly relayed the topic, and the members of the club regarded them with incredulity. Dark magic. Was this a topic to be broached so casually? Do not wear such expressions. This has been approved by the headmaster. We will adopt a formal debate format this time. Observing their astonished faces, Ellie dropped another bombshell. By the way, it will be held in the auditorium, with Professor Dumbledore serving as a judge. The activity room fell into silence, soon erupting into a cacophony. Though forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, dark magic remained a hot topic, particularly for Slytherin and Gryffindor. The use of dark magic had almost become a customary language for lions attacking little snakes. Moreover, as this was a debate, participants could align themselves with sides that mirrored their beliefs. After an intense discussion, participants began to assign affirmative and negative positions. Hufflepuff held fast to their principles, with the majority siding with the affirmative. Ravenclaw members were evenly divided, which was unsurprising, as dark magic was also a part of academic knowledge. In contrast to Gryffindor's unanimous support for the affirmative, a couple of Slytherin members hesitated in their choices. Perhaps in their hearts, they did not support dark magic but were too fearful to openly declare their stance. If word spread, the extremist purebloods would not spare them. It was not mandatory to choose a side. There would still be a public jury, and those who had selected their positions would need to assist debaters in formulating arguments and organizing materials. Slytherin often preferred self-preservation. Sometimes, choosing not to take a stance was, in itself, a choice made.